Chapter 241 Take the initiative and become the host. Gao Yang saw the expression on the face of the eldest prince of Zhao, and Wu Zetian naturally saw it too. This look is quite offensive. She was fine with Gao Yang's gaze, but Zhao Yuhang's gaze made her extremely disgusted. At that moment, she said with a cold face, Envoy Zhao has traveled thousands of miles and it must have been hard work. These words also brought Zhao Yuhang back to his senses. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, Zhao Yuhang pays respect to Emperor Qian. My father sent me here this time to repeatedly instruct us to become allies of the Zhao kingdom and Daqian and sign a 100 years covenant. And in order to congratulate your majesty on his accession to the throne, he specifically ordered me to bring some generous gifts. Zhao Yuhang's attitude was extremely polite, which made all the officials in Daqian very satisfied, and even Wu Zhao's expression softened. Zhao Gao's plan really worked. Emperor Zhao is thoughtful. I also hope that Daqian and Zhao will become allies, so that the people of both countries can enjoy 1,000 years of peace. Zhao Yuhang had a smile on his face. At this moment, another voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the Yan state delegation has entered Chang'an City and is waiting for your summons. Wu Zhao opened her red lips and said coldly. Xian, soon Yan Wushuang, dressed in a black python robe, strode in. Yan Wushuang has come here on behalf of Great Yan to congratulate His Majesty on his accession to the throne. And bring a jade rui, thousands of rolls of silk and satin, and the best yin tea. Compared to Zhao Yuhang, Yan Wushuang is older and more stable. Just by standing there, he exuded a powerful aura. Even Wu Zhao couldn't help but take another look. This person is extremely extraordinary. Wu Zhao said in a high and cold voice. The envoy from Yan came from afar and brought such a generous gift. I am very touched. Song Niching. Song Li immediately stood up and said, I'm here. During this period, you must entertain the Yan and Zhao envoys well and take the two princes to have a good look at Chang'an City of Daqian. If there is any mistake, I will hold you accountable. Song Li said quickly, I will do my best. Immediately afterwards, the huge golden throne hall fell into silence. All the officials lowered their heads, especially those with a keen sense of smell, who were like quails. But everyone knows that the highlight of today has not yet arrived. Tracing, his eyes sparkled, his body stood straight, and he looked dignified. Report. The Chu state envoys have arrived outside the palace, waiting for your Majesty to summon them. As soon as these words came out, although there was still silence in the golden throne hall, the atmosphere seemed to have suddenly changed. A visible sense of solemnity swept through the entire hall. Wang Zhong's eyes suddenly turned to Gao Yang. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes were cold. She looked down at the officials from a high position and said coldly, announce. By the way, her eyes also looked in the direction of Gao Yang. Although Gao Yang had told her in advance, she was still a little worried in her heart. Then, will 300 Tang poems work? In response, Gao Yang just gave a reassuring look. Although he had full confidence in 300 Tang poems, he was always cautious. Wu Zetian also said that Zhou Zifu was not only famous in the state of Chu, but was also hailed as the poet saint in the Seven Kingdoms. He certainly wouldn't be careless. In addition, he was framed by the Chu envoys, which made him very angry, and he went to find Chu Qingluan that night. Chu Qingluan was originally very tough, but when he put out some torture instruments and added his name, she immediately became obedient. Sometimes, a bad reputation is far more useful than a good one. For a man like Yan Zhang, talking about torture has little deterrent effect. But just by standing there without saying a word, the prisoners can't help but tremble in their legs. This is word of mouth. Although what he explained may not be complete, at least he has a better understanding. For example, this is Mr. Zhou's famous work. Soon, the eldest princess of Chu strode into the Golden Palace. Xu Ningyu, on the orders of Emperor Chu, I have come to meet Emperor Qian to discuss a peace negotiation. A voice suddenly cut through the Golden Palace. Xu Ningyu's eyes were cold, and she exuded a strong aura that made people dare not look directly at her. Behind him were a group of old men and officials from the Chu state delegation. With the appearance of Xu Ningyu, all the officials in the Golden Palace focused their attention on Xu Ningyu. Their eyes were filled with amazement and scrutiny. Wu Zhao said calmly, the great Chu delegation arrived faster than I expected. Xu Ningyu smiled and said, Your Majesty's divine power is so great. As a defeated general, I must hurry to Chang'an to see your divine power. After meeting His Majesty today, I found that he is indeed extraordinary. It is not unfair that our great Chu was defeated in this battle. After these words were spoken, all the Daqian officials looked relieved, and some even showed pride on their faces, but Wu Zhao's eyes were cold, and her alertness suddenly reached the highest level. According to her intelligence, the entire Great Chu was clearly in a state of outrage, and Xu Ningyu was well prepared. This attitude is very wrong. This can only mean one thing. Chu Ningyu was going to make trouble. Wu Zhao's eyes were cold, and she said indifferently, "Princess, you are too kind. Compared to such a great victory, I would rather none of this had happened. But it has already happened. There is no point in saying more. Princess, go down and have a good rest. I will order someone to start peace talks with the Great Chu." At the same time, she looked at Song Li and said, "Entertain the princess well and don't lose etiquette." But Chu Ningyu said directly, "Your Majesty, wait a minute. In fact, this princess has another unwelcome request for this trip." As Chu Ningyu spoke, her eyes looked around the hall, finally fixing on Gao Yang, who was standing at the front. Although she had never seen him before, Chu Ningyu's intuition told her that this person was the culprit who was scheming and even threatened to humiliate her sister, Daqian Living Hell. Following these words, Wang Zhong, Song Li, Cui Xinghe, and others suddenly looked at Chu Ningyu. They knew what was going on. The Chu state delegation's attack is coming. Gao Yang responded with an indifferent look. He looked at Chu Ningyu, and when their eyes met, the fire in Chu Ningyu's heart suddenly grew. Of this person, just by looking at him, you can tell he has evil intentions. But she forced herself to suppress it and turned her gaze to look at the lofty Wu Zhao. She asked word by word, "I wonder if your Majesty would agree to this?" The Chu delegation was so humble that if she kept stopping them, she would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Wu Zhao asked coldly, "What's the matter, Princess?" Chu Ningyu looked at Zhou Zifu behind her. She bent down slightly and moved aside. "Mr. Zhou, His Majesty Daqian has always been fair, and Daqian is located in the Central Plains, with a 1,000-year-old culture, and has produced countless brilliant scholars. Just tell me straight. I believe that under the watchful eyes of the public, Emperor Qian will definitely make a fair decision for you." Chu Ningyu raised her chin slightly, her voice cold. Old Master Zhou strode forward, his thin back straight. As Mr. Zhou stood up, a storm instantly arose in the Golden Palace. Hiss. Mr. Zhou is one of the most famous scholars in the Seven Kingdoms and is known as the poet saint of Chu. He encountered injustice and wants His Majesty Daqian to make the decision? What's going on? I've heard rumors about Chang'an these past 2 days. Could it be that he is the living devil? Amidst the noisy discussions, Mr. Zhou stood up. He slowly looked towards Gao Yang, his eyes old and deep. "Sorry, young man, once I open my mouth, you won't even have room to quibble." But before he could open his mouth, Gao Yang took the lead and bowed. "Your Majesty, I have something to ask, please help me." Wu Zhao's eyes moved, and she said softly, "My dear Gao, what do you want me to do for you?" Gao Yang suddenly pointed at Mr. Zhou with a look of grief and anger. This great Chu poet may seem to be righteous, but in fact he is a shameless person, a despicable person. His famous work, Climbing the River, Autumn Moon, is a plagiarism of one of my earlier works. This behavior is so shameless that it is outrageous. Today, I can no longer tolerate it and must expose the true face of this beast in public. Chapter 242. Everyone in Daqian is a shameless person. Inside the Golden Palace, Gao Yang's voice suddenly swept across the entire hall like a storm. For a while, all the civil and military officials of Daqian, as well as the envoys from the three kingdoms, opened their eyes wide, as if their minds were struck by thunder. Known as the #1 poet in the Great Chu, and also well known among the Seven Kingdoms, is Mr. Zhou's famous work Ascending the River, Autumn Moon, a plagiarism. Everyone looked at Zhou Zifu with gray hair, then looked at Gao Yang, who had not yet put on a crown, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Cui Xinghe's face was filled with shock, and he stared at Gao Yang. He could never say these words in his life. Su Xuanji shuddered and closed his eyes. He had to admit that the King of Hell was still the King of Hell after all, and this preemptive move was simply brilliant. This is going to follow the path of the Chu state delegation and leave the Chu state delegation with nowhere to go. Everyone in Daqian who was familiar with Gao Yang's methods was shocked, not to mention the envoys from the three kingdoms who were meeting Gao Yang for the first time. Zhou Zifu's cloudy eyes suddenly widened. Chu Ningyu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. The officials of the Chu state delegation were also thrown into disarray by the wind. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen anything so brazen. Zhou Zifu was so angry that his chest heaved. I have never seen such a thing in my life. Zhou Zifu was a master in the literary circles of 7 countries, but this is the first time someone has accused him of plagiarism. He looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, and asked again to confirm, "Master Gao, you said that my Ascending the River, Autumn Moon was plagiarized from you? Do you dare to say it again?" For a man of letters, especially in this age where a good reputation is more important than one's life, the word plagiarism is a heavy blow to Zhou Zifu. This is absolutely intolerable. What's more, with Zhou Zifu's status, he had countless disciples throughout the Great Chu, and even in the Great Qian, and everyone knew him. Why did he need to plagiarize? And it was plagiarism from Gao Yang. Moreover, these words were clearly his criticism of Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Zhou Zifu and sneered. Mr. Zhou, your acting is so good that if I didn't know the truth, I would have been fooled by you. But today, I will not tolerate this. A real man is born in this world, he should walk upright and sit upright. You are old, but you plagiarize my official work. This is really an immoral act, which is despised by all scholars in the world. I advise you not to make the same mistake over and over again. Gao Yang had a righteous look on his face, and his voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the court. Zhou Zifu looked at Gao Yang, who was attacking him vigorously with a righteous look on his face, and his whole body trembled violently. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Then he pointed tremblingly in the direction of Gao Yang. Defamation. He slandered me. How can I do such a dirty thing? Mr. Zhou looked at everyone and spoke anxiously. These words are truly heartbreaking. Seeing this, Xu Ningyu hurried forward and held Zhou Zifu. This living devil is full of tricks, and it's obvious that he did it on purpose. If you get angry and lose your composure, you will fall into his trap. He obviously knew what we were going to do, so he took the initiative and struck first. Xu Ningyu said in a low voice, her tone urgent. Although he had known Gao Yang's name for a long time, it was just a rumor after all, and they had never actually met. Even Xu Ningyu felt that the rumors were too exaggerated. How can a human being be without morals? But after seeing it today, Xu Ningyu realized that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. On the contrary, they were too conservative. This guy is really shameless. Mr. Zhou is in his 60s or 70s, with white hair and an old age, but this person slandered Mr. Zhou without hesitation, saying nothing but lies without even blushing. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath and gradually regained his senses. He gnashed his teeth and looked at Gao Yang, saying decisively, this is simply nonsense, I have never plagiarized. Xu Ningyu also spoke up, Mr. Zhou is the #1 poet in our great Chu, and he is well known. How could he do such a dirty thing? Master Gao, what you said is ridiculous. Gao Yang looked at Xu Ningyu and said calmly, in this world, the more absurd it is, the more real it is. Whether it is true or not is not determined by one person, but requires evidence. Since Mr. Zhou said that he did not plagiarize my work, then please prove it yourself. Self-proof. Following Gao Yang's words, Mr. Zhou's expression became even uglier. How can this thing prove itself? He suddenly fell into deep thought. Gao Yang took a look and spread his hands and said, look everyone, Mr. Zhou is speechless. This must be plagiarism. Otherwise, since it's your own thing, why would it be so difficult to prove it yourself? Following Gao Yang's words, everyone's eyes couldn't help but change. They looked at Mr. Zhou. Under the pressure of so many gazes, cold sweat broke out on Mr. Zhou's forehead. He suddenly waved his sleeves and said, this is originally mine. How can I prove it? This poem, Climbing the River, Autumn Moon, was written by me 7 years ago. Once it was published, it spread from Great Chu to the 7 kingdoms, and I became famous with this poem. How old was Gao Darren 7 years ago? Even if you are a brilliant talent, could you write a poem like mine, Climbing the River, Autumn Moon, which has neat parallelism and excellent artistic conception, at the age of 12? Master Gao, are you treating all the civil and military officials in the court, and even all the scholars in the world, as fools? Old Master Zhou came back to his senses and uttered a sound that suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Xu Ningyu seemed to have caught the loophole in Gao Yang's words. She said sarcastically, to be able to write this poem Ascending the River, Autumn Moon at the age of 12, Master Gao must be a rare genius. If Mr. Gao is really a genius, why would he write a masterpiece in public that says a rock looks big from a distance, but it looks bigger when you get close? How do you explain this? After these words were spoken, all the officials looked at Gao Yang. Even Lu Wen couldn't help but shook his head. This poem was created 7 years ago. How does Gao Yang explain this? But in this situation, even the dumbest official would not speak up for Zhou Zifu and mock Gao Yang. This involved stance, but this did not affect their enjoyment of the show. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang, and he suddenly became curious about Gao Yang's response. He looked calm. After all, at the critical moment, he, Cui Xinghe, would take action. Gao Yang spoke directly to this. Is this difficult to understand? Just like before the announcement of Your Majesty's edict to seek talents, who in the whole Chang'an didn't know the name of this official? As a counselor, isn't it normal to hide your shortcomings? If I am really such a playboy, how do I explain the grain prices in Linjiang City and the defense of Chang'an? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was moved, but no one could refute Gao Yang's words. After these few months, Hu Chang'an dares to say that Gao Yang is an uneducated playboy. Gao Yang further said, "Others may not be able to do this, but that doesn't mean I can't do this either. And the princess is right, because I am that one in a million genius. Back then, I was too young, and I recited this poem ascending the river, Autumn Moon, in the streets of Chang'an. My father and the entire Dinghua mansion can all testify to this." Gao Feng's mouth twitched when he saw this, but he immediately stood up and said, "Look at the nose with your eyes, and look at the heart with your nose. I guarantee this with the lives of my two sons. Everyone in the Duke Dinghua's mansion can testify to this. Your Majesty, please understand." Gao Feng said without changing his expression. Liu Yuzhen also spoke up, "Yes, I was there at the time, and when I heard this poem, I was instantly astonished. So he beat up the evil son in the mansion, but later, the poem became Mr. Zhou's property, and this old minister was still confused. I didn't expect this official to be so shameless." Liu Yuzhen said with a solemn VOW.Mr. Zhou was stunned. He looked at the people who were talking in disbelief, and his lips trembled. Is this really the atmosphere in Dakian? Chapter 243, The Theme of Lovesickness, a poem written in 7 steps. Seeing this, Xu Ningyu hurriedly calmed down Mr. Zhou. She said angrily, "The servants and family members in the mansion, how can this be used as evidence?" Gao Yang immediately said, "Then isn't Mr. Zhou's witness also from Chu?" These words made Xu Ningyu's eyes spit fire, but he couldn't win the argument with Gao Yang. The poisonous scholar's mouth was really terrifying. Xu Ningyu turned to look at Wu Zhao. "Your Majesty, are you really going to let this farce go?" Wu Zhao looked down at Xu Ningyu with indifferent eyes. Although she didn't know what Gao Yang was going to do, she was certain that this unreasonable behavior was not like Gao Yang's style. His 300 Tang poems have not yet been published. In this case, she should cooperate with Gao Yang to continue this play of farce? "Why do you say that, princess? Mr. Zhou is quite famous and would not do such a thing. But Mr. Gao is also an important official of our Dakian, and the Minister of Revenue, one of the 6 ministries. How could he slander Mr. Zhou? Moreover, how could I not know the character of Mr. Gao, and how could the civil and military officials in the court not know it? He has a kind character and a simple nature. When he sees an elderly person with mobility problems, he will take the initiative to help them. Even if it is a small ant, he will not step on it to death. How could he do such a slanderous thing? I think there must be something hidden in this matter." While speaking, Wu Zhao also glanced at the officials of Dakian. Although the officials' mouths twitched and their hearts were trembling, they still spoke in unison. "Master Gao would never do such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding." A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. This was the greatest tacit understanding between the monarch and his subjects. Wu Zetian would protect him with open eyes and tell lies, and he would always stand behind Wu Zetian and support her. But as soon as these words came out, the corner of Zhao Yuhuang's mouth twitched. Yan Wushuang was even more upset. Although he knew only a little about Gao Yang, he was deeply impressed by his plan to cut off the water of Kanglan River. Gao Yang can help an old lady with limited mobility, but he can't even bear to step on an ant to death. It would be a great mercy if you didn't boil the water and pour it into the ant nest to scald it. Xu Ningyu's back teeth were so painful from biting them. This king and his minister were even more shameless than she had imagined. "Even though we have made every possible preparation for this trip, I am afraid that something might go wrong." Even though this seemed unreasonable, it had already disrupted the rhythm of their attack. Should I force my move or look for another opportunity? Xu Ningyu's eyes flickered and she felt conflicted. Call. At this moment, a stream of foul air slowly came out from behind her, and then an old voice suddenly sounded. "You have insulted my good reputation throughout my life. Today, between me and Mr. Gao, we will decide who is better and who lives and dies." Xu Ningyu turned around suddenly and saw Zhou Zifu striding forward with a desperate look on his face. She wanted to reach out and pull him, but Zhou Zifu stood proudly in front of everyone. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Golden Palace became solemn. Gao Yang also looked serious as he looked directly at Zhou Zifu, a man of such pride that he would not be insulted. Even though Mr. Zhou is over 60 years old, he has taken the initiative to challenge me to a fight. If I back down, won't I be laughed at by the world? Gao Yang turned to look at Wu Zhao, clasped his hands and spoke loudly. "Your Majesty, please build a life and death arena, and I will fight him. But let's make it clear first, we have to sign a life and death agreement, and no one is allowed to blackmail anyone else." When these righteous words were heard, not to mention the officials, even Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. Mr. Zhou is already in his 60s or 70s. Can he withstand a punch from Gao Yang? Old Master Zhou's eyes widened. What he meant by this was a battle of both survival and death. Was this what he meant? Master Gao, what are you saying? Can I withstand a punch from you? Besides, you have many hidden weapons on you. How can I handle them? And it's obvious that you plagiarized my work. The clouds reflect clothes, the flowers reflect beauty, the spring breeze and the Buddha's threshold, the dew and the beauty. You actually turned the tables and slandered me. Is there still justice in this world? But what is real cannot be fake, and what is fake cannot be real. Mr. Gao, look at what this is. Zhou Zifu pulled out a piece of rice paper from his wide sleeves and then opened it suddenly. A poem written in a graceful and elegant style caught everyone's eyes. The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace. As these words appeared, all the officials were shocked. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her slender fingers tapped the armrests of the dragon throne slowly and rhythmically. Zhou Zifu was thin and looked cold. This was something I created a few months ago, but I don't know why it became Mr. Gao's masterpiece. Mr. Gao said that you were hiding your incompetence and deliberately wrote that the stone looked big from a distance and that it looked big from close up. I plagiarized you, but I said that you plagiarized me. But both sides have their own opinions. I don't want to waste my words with Master Gao. The fight between scholars should be decided by literature. I want to compete with you in poetry and couplets. Do you dare to write a poem on the theme of lovesickness in 7 steps, Mr. Gao? Zhou Zifu stared at Gao Yang with his cloudy old eyes, waiting for Gao Yang's answer. Poetry requires background, integrity, passion, and the ability to be written in one go. If Gao Yang agrees, he will win. If Gao Yang doesn't agree, then his previous words will be self-defeating. He was also ridiculed by scholars all over the world. Writing a poem in 7 steps is the highest level of difficulty in literary competition, not to mention that the topic is lovesickness. Gao Yang's true colors will be exposed. After all, how can a top powerful person suffer from lovesickness? If you take a fancy to someone and one knockout blow doesn't work, then knock him out with 2 knockout blows and then carry him away. He almost laughed out loud when he saw that she could compose a poem in just 7 steps, and that it was about lovesickness, but he held back and pretended that his expression suddenly changed. But in fact, it is a godsend opportunity to eat and take at the same time. Since it's a fight, there must be stakes. If I win, I want Mr. Zhou to kneel down in public and acknowledge me as his master. Does Mr. Zhou dare? Zhou Zifu caught the expression on Gao Yang's face, and his heart was suddenly moved. Why wouldn't I dare? Just do as Master Gao says. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my master on the spot, and all my disciples will acknowledge you as their grandmaster. Wang Zhong closed his eyes. He knew that Zhou Zifu must be dead, even worse than him. If Gao Yang dares to agree, he must be sure of winning. All this previous nonsense was just a cover-up. Chuning also realized that something was wrong. Gao Yang had predicted their attack and taken the initiative, and even dared to agree to Zhou Zifu's literary duel. This ensures victory. Could it be that they guessed wrongly that the clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble beauty, and the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous? Is this really what Gao Yang did? Is he really hiding his abilities? Chu Ningyu's face was filled with horror, and she suddenly looked towards Gao Yang, but at this time, Gao Yang's eyes turned to Wu Zhao and Shang Guanwan are beside her. He slowly took out a scarlet-red bean from his arms. Chapter 244. This Gao Yang is so powerful that it is terrifying. With the appearance of the red beans in Gao Yang's hand, the eyes of all civil and military officials were focused on him. Red beans, lovesickness. What is the connection between these two? Old Master Zhou stared at the red bean with his old eyes, and then a smile and disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked proud. Back then, he had a crush on a woman for decades. During these 10 years, he wrote countless lovesick poems, but none of them were published. It seemed that he could compose a poem in 7 steps, but in fact, he only needed to recite a few of the lovesick poems he had composed. What's more, they had a thorough plan for this trip. Taking lovesickness as the theme and composing a poem in 7 steps is a great technique. Behind him are the painstaking works of many poets of the great Chu. Zhou Zifu looked at Gao Yang with pity in his eyes. Young people, the poetry world is not about fighting and killing. If you want to survive in it, you need a background and foundation. Cui Xinghe also stared at Gao Yang, full of confusion. In poetry, the best way to express longing is through the bright moon, but Gao Yang took out a red bean, using red beans to express lovesickness. For a moment, except for Wang Zhong and others who knew Gao Yang very well, all the eyes in the Golden Throne Hall were full of doubt. Shang Wanwana was also stunned. Even though she had experienced many ups and downs, she was still a little dazed at this moment. Xiao Yang is holding the red bean, wanting to write about lovesickness, and looking at her inexplicably. What does that mean? Was this poem written for her? Shang Wanwana's beautiful eyes sparkled. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, especially looking at the red bean in his hand. She glanced at Shang Wanwana beside her, and a sentence suddenly emerged in her mind: the sky wants to eat and take away at the same time. But why does this gaze drift towards her from time to time? Soon, Gao Yang's voice slowly sounded in the hall. Red beans grow in the south, and they sprout in spring. When these two sentences came out, all the officials were stunned. Just based on these two sentences, they dared to conclude that this poem must be extremely extraordinary. Shang Wanwana's face changed even more. Gao Yang paused for a moment, then recited the second half of the poem. I hope you can pick more of this, for it is the most reminiscent of me. It was almost the moment Gao Yang's voice fell. Buzz. Mr. Zhou's mind felt as if struck by thunder, making his head buzz. He looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, his cloudy eyes filled with shock. This poem. Mr. Zhou clenched his fists and his face changed drastically. The Chu state envoys were also in disbelief. Gao Feng was like seeing a ghost, staring at Gao Yang. Although Gao Yang had completed his transformation during this period of time, and he dared to take the initiative and was definitely confident in his heart, Gao Feng still couldn't help but worry. After all, Gao Yang has a criminal record. That big rock cast a huge shadow on him. Gao Changwen even wrote a poem about big dog shit based on this poem about a big stone. He squatted on the ground and stared at the dog shit in Duke Dinghua's mansion. The dog shit looked big from a distance, and it was even bigger when he looked closely. The dog shit was indeed big. Indeed, it was big dog shit. That day, Gao Changwen was still complacent about him, claiming that he was the god of literature who had descended to earth. Then the two brothers were beaten up by him, and even the dog was stewed. Overall, Gao Feng was still very panicked, but when the song Red Bean came out, Gao Feng was shocked that he is worthy of being Gao Feng's son. As soon as this poem came out, the entire Golden Palace was shocked and fell into a great silence. All the civil and military officials looked at Gao Yang with horror on their faces. Next second, a tremendous uproar suddenly broke out. Red beans grow in the south, and they sprout in spring. It's wonderful, so wonderful. I learned to read at the age of 3, and learned poetry at the age of 7. I have written thousands of poems in my life, but I have never seen such a wonderful poem. This poem is amazing. Master Gao has amazing talent. The rumors in Chang'an are misleading. If he can write such a poem, how can he not write the clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble faces, and the spring breeze blows through the threshold, the dew is gorgeous? This old man Zhou might really be slandering. In the 7 countries of the world, all other things are inferior except for reading. The status of literati has always been transcendent, and poetry and songs are highly respected. Some great talents don't need to pay to go to brothels and other places. As long as you recite a few lines of poetry, the courtesan will do her best to serve you. So when Gao Yang finished this poem, many shocked eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Wang Zhong, Su Xuanji, Lu Wen, and others had even more complicated expressions. Once this poem is published, lovesickness will no longer be defeated. Cui Xinghe took a deep breath, and his foot, which had originally taken a step forward, silently retracted. But it's not a big problem. Cui Xinghe is a proud man and has never had unrequited love. Gao Yang likes Song Qingqing, and everyone in Chang'an knows it. It's normal that he is not as good as Gao Yang in lovesickness. Poetry must also come from the heart. Gao Yang held the red beans in one hand and looked at Shang Wanwana and Wu Zhao. He pretended to sigh and said, since ancient times, red beans have been bright and round, small and hard, just like the subtlety and delicacy of feelings. Sir Shangwan, these red beans are for you. One word false. The corners of Baiguan's mouth twitched. Chu Ningyu and Mr. Zhou widened their eyes. They are still making trouble, but Gao Yang has already given them red beans. This is somewhat disrespectful to them. Wu Zhao's face turned dark, looking at Gao Yang, who was ignoring everyone. She had to say, when it comes to shamelessness, the poisonous scholar is invincible in the world. Seeing this, Eunuch Hong beside Wu Zhao took the red bean and handed it to Shang Wanwana. Shang Wanwana took the tiny red bean and spread it out in her palm. Such a small red bean occupied her eyes firmly. Gao Yang turned to look at Mr. Zhou and the Chu envoys, and said loudly, "Mr. Zhou, Princess, how about my song Red Bean? Next, it's your turn." At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Mr. Zhou's forehead. He has quite a few poems about lovesickness, but in front of Gao Yang's red beans, it is almost impossible to surpass them. Old Master Zhou looked at Chu Ningyu and said, "The stone was said to be big, where is the big stone? What happened to the easy crushing? This living devil is so powerful that it is terrifying. He didn't even use the 7 steps, he could just compose a masterpiece that would be passed down through the ages." Chu Ningyu was also confused. It's time to kill a bunch of the Chu's spies in Chang'an City. The intelligence they provided is so wrong, but now there is no way back, and I can only grit my teeth and charge forward. Mr. Gao's poem seems to me. Chu Ningyu hesitated for a moment and finally spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gao Yang. "Princess, are you going to say that my poem Red Beans was also plagiarized and was written by a poet from the state of Chu?" Gao Yang chuckled and took the initiative again. Chu Ningyu blushed immediately. Gao Yang predicted what she would say next, which made her at a loss as to how to start. "Are we going to continue to slander him? It is already a stretch to say that the clouds resemble clothes and the flowers resemble beauty, and the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. But I am certain that Gao Yang cannot write a similar masterpiece. With Zhou Zifu's reputation as the poet of the Great Chu and his influence among the literati of the 7 kingdoms, Gao Yang is simply defeated. This is an open conspiracy. Once the attack occurs, it will be difficult for Gao Yang to turn things around. But now, it's overturned." Moreover, Gao Yang turned the tables. Seeing this, all the scholars in Daqian couldn't help but say, "Master Gao, this poem is something I have never heard of before. It is definitely not written by a poet from Dachu. If someone had created such a masterpiece, his name would have spread throughout the 7 kingdoms long ago. It is impossible for him to remain unknown. How could a princess of Great Chu be so shameless? I advise the Great Chu to learn from its mistakes." Waves of slightly mocking voices rang out and reached Chu Ningyu's ears and Mr. Zhou's ears, making their faces turn ugly. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, and the corners of her lips curled up. At this moment, she felt at peace. This has become Gao Yang's home court, and once Gao Yang's poisonous warrior takes control of the situation, the Chu delegation will have no chance of turning around. Chapter 245. I have never seen such a shameless person. How ridiculous. My poem Climbing the River, Autumn Moon was plagiarized by this shameless old man. He must have believed that I was young at the time and he was famous, so he was shameless. Now my poem, The clouds resemble my clothes, the flowers resemble my face, the spring breeze blows on the threshold, the dew is thick, has been plagiarized again. Even this work Red Bean written on the spot was questioned. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Gao Yang stood in the Golden Palace with his hands behind his back and made a sound. "But it doesn't matter. Today, I will make you all convinced." Gao Yang seemed to have suffered a great injustice. He took a deep breath and spoke suddenly, his resolute eyes scanning the entire Golden Palace. All the officials were stunned and full of curiosity. What does Gao Yang mean? What is he going to do? "If one poem of lovesickness is not enough, then I will write more. And in order to prevent being slandered again, this time I will go by my mood. For some, I will write a full poem, and for others, I will only say half a poem, so that you will be convinced." These words suddenly exploded in the Golden Palace like a sonic boom. Everyone was moved. Gao Yang also had to compose poems, and in order to prevent being slandered by the Chu delegation, he only wrote half of some of the poems. Even those who had a grudge against Gao Yang couldn't help but have this feeling: Gao Yang had suffered too much injustice. The Chu delegation and the so-called Chu poet were really too much. This has pushed people to what extremes? Mr. Zhou's heart tightened and he looked at Gao Yang nervously. This living king of hell has more than one poem expressing his lovesickness. Gao Yang met everyone's gazes and slowly moved forward, as if he was considering what to do. "Enter my love door, and you will know my love pain." Then, he continued, "I miss you so much, and I miss you so much. If I had known it would be so heart-wrenching, I would have never met you in the first place." As soon as this sentence came out, Mr. Zhou clenched his fist suddenly. All the officials were stunned. Even Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan tightly grasped the armrests of the dragon throne. Longing for you means long-lasting remembrance. Short longing for you means endlessness. Wu Zhao's heart was shaken, and her phoenix eyes focused on Gao Yang, this Gao Yang. What a great saying. If I had known it would be so heart-wrenching, I would have rather not have met you in the first place. After hearing this, Cui Xinghe shrank back. He looked at Gao Yang's back, as if he was looking up to a towering mountain. It would be fine if the poisonous plot was not as good, but the poetry was also crushed. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes and his whole body trembled violently. Even if my talent is not inferior to that of Mr. Zhou, so what? In front of Gao Yang, he is still like a clay chicken and a clay dog. But this is not over yet. Gao Yang took a few more steps, and the sound slowly echoed, one song after another, resounding throughout the Golden Palace. Chrysanthemums bloom, chrysanthemums wither, wild geese fly high in the desert, people have not returned, a curtain of wind and moon is leisurely. I live at the head of the Yangtze River, you live at the tail of the Yangtze River. I miss you every day, but I can't see you. Let's drink the water of the Yangtze River together. If life could always be like our first encounter, why would the autumn wind bring sorrow to the painted fan? As soon as these poems came out, all the officials were shocked and their eyes widened. Gao Feng's whole body tensed up, his face full of disbelief of this evil boy. It's so powerful that it's terrifying. Gao Yang was also very excited. He did all this on purpose. He was just waiting for the Princess of Chu to be unwilling to admit defeat and question her again. In this way, he could pretend to be a weak person who had suffered a great injustice. This is enough to recite half a poem. As we all know, memorizing a whole poem and memorizing half a poem are two different concepts. Moreover, when there are many half poems handed down from generation to generation, but no complete ones, this is a great torture for some literati who love poetry as their life. The reputation of Chu State's literary world will be ruined. Even the literati of Chu State couldn't raise their heads. Exquisite dice and red beans, grass. Suddenly, Gao Yang paused and a traditional Chinese saying came out of his mouth. All the officials opened their eyes at the same time. As soon as the sentence exquisite dice and red beans came out, they felt that the lovesickness in the second half of the sentence would be fully revealed. They were waiting for the next sentence when they heard Gao Yang say fuck. Even Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwan's eyes fell on Gao Yang. What grass? Master Gao, may I ask what the second half of this sentence means? What the hell? An imperial censor asked with an eager look on his face. Gao Yang's old face turned red at grass. Stuck. What's the next sentence of Linglong dice and red beans? Although he cursed in his heart, Gao Yang's expression did not change at all. He turned his gaze towards where Mr. Zhou was, and said calmly, may I ask Mr. Zhou, may I ask the princess, are these enough? If it's not enough, I will continue. Have you heard of these princesses in Chu? Gao Yang's voice echoed in the Golden Palace like a sonic boom of this moment. Mr. Zhou's face turned pale, Xu Ningyu's face also turned pale. She looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. As Gao Yang hiding so deeply, cabbages cost money, but these masterpieces, which have been passed down through the ages, seem to be free. Gao Yang blurted out. Old Master Zhou stared at Gao Yang. At that moment, his whole spirit and energy suddenly disappeared, and he looked extremely old. Although he was known as the greatest poet of the Great Chu and had written several good poems, in front of Gao Yang, he was like a rookie who had just learned how to write poetry. This Gao Yang is so powerful that it is terrifying. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Mr. Zhou had to admit that facing so many masterpieces handed down from generation to generation, he had no chance of winning. Mr. Zhou closed his eyes in pain, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. The scene moved everyone. Some officials from the Chu State delegation all looked away. The greatest poet of the Great Chu, who was praised as one of the best literary scholars among the Seven Kingdoms, actually knelt in front of Gao Yang in public. From today onwards, Gao Yang's name will resound throughout the Seven Nations. Old Master Zhou closed his eyes in pain. At that moment, he felt that all his decades of pride were shattered to pieces. He lost, and lost miserably. Master Gao, I lost. I am willing to abide by the bet and take Master Gao as my master. From now on, I will study under Master Gao and concentrate on my studies. After saying this, Mr. Zhou felt like all his energy and spirit was gone, but there is no way. Given the huge gap in strength, quibbling seems meaningless. He looked at Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, please get me a cup of hot tea so that I can serve tea to Master Gao and pay my respects to him as his disciple. Wu Zhao was about to give orders, but Gao Yang spoke up. Your Majesty. Mr. Zhou, please get up. Xu Ningyu had originally lowered her head, unable to bear to see the scene of Grandpa Zhou becoming his disciple, but she did not expect Gao Yang to take the initiative to stop it all. She looked at Gao Yang in shock. Could it be that Gao Yang was going to show some mercy to Mr. Zhou because he was so old? Does this guy still have some humanity? Old Master Zhou was stunned. If possible, he naturally did not want to take Gao Yang as his master. Master Gao, What do you mean? As he spoke, Mr. Zhou was about to stand up, but the next second Gao Yang's voice suddenly echoed in the Golden Palace. Shut up! You are a plagiarist, a broken-backed dog who has lost the pride and backbone of a scholar. Are you worthy of being my disciple? I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 246. The Great Chu's first poet vomits blood in public inside the Golden Palace. Gao Yang's loud shout suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou's whole body trembled violently, his old eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Gao Yang with disbelief. Gao Yang's words buzzed in his mind like the sound of a huge bell, making him lose the opportunity to become a disciple and then deliberately humiliating him. I have never seen anyone so shameless as this, and it struck him straight to the deepest part of his heart. Thump thump thump, old Master Zhou staggered and couldn't help but step back. If Chu Ningyu hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen to the ground after just these few steps. Mr. Zhou covered his heart. Then a sound of gnashing teeth and anger was heard. Master Gao, you said that if you lose, you will let me become your disciple. Why are you humiliating me like this now? Old Master Zhou's face was filled with anger. He felt a surge of heat in his heart, surging left and right in his chest, as if it was about to burst out. Gao Yang's words are so humiliating. Gao Yang sneered at this. Then he sneered and said, Master Zhou, I did say that if you lose, you must worship me as your master, but I didn't say that I would definitely accept it. I never accept plagiarists under my tutelage. If I accept you, how can I face the scholars of the world? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou's eyes looked like they were about to pop out. He stretched out his old finger and pointed tremblingly in the direction of Gao Yang. These words are not very hurtful, but they are extremely humiliating. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but seeing Gao Yang's contemptuous expression and the look of deep insult on his face, Mr. Zhou was speechless when words came to his lips. A mouthful of blood flowed up from the heart and down the throat. Finally, Mr. Zhou couldn't bear it any longer. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Gao Yang quickly stepped back a few steps, fearing that it would stain his official robe. This look of disgust was a critical blow to Mr. Zhou. The bright red blood splattered all over the ground, shocking the whole audience. Was Mr. Zhou so angry that he vomited blood? Chu Ningyu was shocked and quickly supported Mr. Zhou. Master Zhou, please don't be angry. She hurriedly stroked Zhou Zifu's back, hoping that Mr. Zhou would calm down. All the civil and military officials of Daqian whitened their eyes. They did not expect that the greatest poet of Dechu would be so angry at Gao Yang that he vomited blood in public. Wang Zhong, Lu Wen, and others shook their heads in their hearts when they saw the miserable condition of Mr. Zhou. This time, Mr. Zhou's tolerance was too poor, and they all waited in vain. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana looked at each other with a smile on their lips. The living king of hell is worthy of being the living king of hell. This humiliation is a bigger blow to Zhou Zifu than death itself. Too cruel. The Dechu delegation could have attacked anyone else but had to attack Gao Yang first. This had offended the number one living devil of Daqian and was like kicking the hardest iron wall of Daqian. Wu Zhao felt refreshed. Gao Yang now represents Daqian. If the Dachu delegation attacks Gao Yang, isn't this also an attack on Daqian? Now that Mr. Zhou had met such an end, Wu Zhao felt extremely relieved. Chu Ningyu looked at Gao Yang with anger on her face. Master Gao, Mr. Zhou has a good reputation throughout his life and is well known in the 7 countries. Isn't it too much for you to treat a great scholar who is over 60 years old like this? Gao Yang stared at Chu Ningyu with a sneer on his lips. It was obvious that it was the Chu delegation that took the initiative to attack him. Zhou Zifu didn't want to save his reputation and used his own name to slander him for plagiarism, and then attack Daqian. He was just fighting back, but Chu Ningyu actually felt wronged first. But Gao Yang has such a personality that anyone who dares to plot against him must be prepared to pay the price. Gao Yang has a grudge, and he will take revenge no matter how far away he is. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang looked at Chu Ningyu with indifference. He sneered and said, "The eldest princess is going too far. I don't like plagiarists among my disciples. Is this wrong? What's wrong with that?" When Chu Ningyu heard this, she gritted her teeth and said, "Master Gao, although you won today, Master Gao knows best whether Mr. Zhou plagiarized. Mr. Zhou has a good reputation throughout his life. Can Mr. Gao write such a poem at the age of 12? This princess believes that scholars in the world are not fools, and justice is in the hearts of the people." Chu Ningyu's voice became colder and colder, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Gao Yang's face. After these words were spoken, Mr. Zhou and the Chu state delegation's expressions improved a lot. Even the officials of Daqian frowned. As Chu Ningyu said, Gao Yang composed this famous work of Mr. Zhou when he was 12 years old, and it was plagiarized by Mr. Zhou. This is unbelievable. Moreover, if Gao Yang composed this poem ascending the river, Autumn Moon, when he was 12 years old, if any of it was leaked, Gao Yang's name would spread throughout Dakian and he would be praised as a child prodigy who was the incarnation of Wenkuxing. This preemptive move does have miraculous effects, and when Gao Yang composes so many poems, it can indeed make some people believe it. But overall, it has too many loopholes. Wang Zhong stared at Gao Yang, his eyes fixed on that handsome face. Based on his experience of eating dozens of kilograms of locusts and his understanding of Gao Yang, he knew that something was very wrong. Gao Yang was a vicious man. Once he started to attack, it would be like a violent storm, making it impossible for people to react. When Gao Yang was just a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he dared to let the empress eat locusts in the Golden Palace. At the time he was smiling very brightly, thinking that Gao Yang was dead, but he didn't expect that the target was him. There are too many logical loopholes in this matter, and the suggestion of hiding one's shortcomings is too forced. This is not like Gao Yang's style. At this time, Gao Yang looked at Chu Ningyu with a cold gaze. He chuckled and said, "Princess, you said exactly what I wanted to say. But as luck would have it, I have solid evidence." After hearing these words, Wang Zhong's pupil shrank. His heart suddenly rose to his throat. His guess came true. The living devil has a backup plan. Chapter 247. No sleeping here. When Chu Ningyu heard this, she was suddenly stunned. Evidence? How could this poem Climbing the River, Autumn Moon be written by Gao Yang? Josephu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on Gao Yang. He wanted to see how this poem, which was originally his work, could become evidence that Gao Yang could kill him. Gao Yang sneered, took out a rolled up piece of rice paper from his sleeve, then opened it to reveal the contents on it. Ascending the River, Autumn Moon. For a moment, the eyes of all officials were focused on Gao Yang, and some sharp-eyed officials even discovered the special features of this rice paper and the special features of the ink. It seemed to have been worn down by time and looked extremely old. Please look, everyone. This is the poem Climbing the River, Autumn Moon that I wrote 7 years ago. It has been preserved until now and should serve as evidence of my innocence. Both the rice paper and the handwriting have stood the test of time. On the contrary, it was Master Zhou who took out a piece of rice paper that looked less than a few months old and accused me of plagiarizing Master Zhou. Isn't this shameless? Justice is in the hearts of the people. Please make your own decisions. Did I intend to attack Mr. Zhou 7 years ago, so I copied it down in advance? This statement is too ridiculous. Gao Yang said without changing his expression. The Chu state delegation started to build momentum 2 days ago. If he didn't prepare in advance, it would be a waste of these 2 days. As for counterfeiting Xin paper, it is even easier than that, and this thing is even simpler than the Sunflower Manual, except that the time is a bit tight. Old Master Zhou is well known in the 7 countries and has countless disciples. All one needs to do is send someone to make a quick inquiry and find out who old Master Zhou's fanatical admirers are. Then one can just bring the guards and find a reason to confiscate their property. After 3 beatings, he confessed everything. Since he was such an avid admirer, how could his house not have this famous work of Mr. Zhou? And in order to save time, he did it at the same time. The rice paper used for copying and imitating has gone through the sedimentation of time. After going through his most professional counterfeiting technology, it will appear even older and more aged, having gone through the sedimentation of time. I am this way, a situation that seemed to be full of loopholes, after being carefully designed step by step, became a huge conspiracy. Mr. Zhou, there is no way to turn the tables. After today, his reputation will instantly collapse and he will become a rat that everyone will beat. Almost as soon as this old rice paper appeared, the corners of Wu Zhao's lips curled up at this Gao Yang. I almost forgot about the Sunflower Manual. Wu Zhao said secretly in her heart. Others may not know Gao Yang's methods, but she knows them very clearly. But of course she cannot say them. Instead, she looked at Shangwan Wanner and said, Wanner, show the evidence that proves Mr. Gao's innocence to all the officials in the Chu delegation. I also agree with the Grand Princess. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Shangwan Wanner walked forward and took the rice paper from Gao Yang's hand. She began to walk around the Golden Throne Hall and show it to everyone. All the officials came forward and saw the old rice paper with Deng Lina, Autumn Moon written on it in Gao Yang's hand, as well as the new rice paper that Grandpa Zhou had taken out earlier. Once the two are compared, the difference is obvious. Hiss. This rice paper is definitely old. These edges, these dirty marks, and even this color, it would take several years to form. In comparison, Mr. Zhou's so-called evidence is ridiculous. All the officials said this. They looked at Mr. Zhou with strong contempt in their eyes. I never expected that what Gao Yang said was actually true. Some radical writers even started to criticize them directly, while conservative writers felt that the radical writers were too conservative. The first poet of the great Chu, Ba. How shameless! They actually turned the tables. Fortunately, Mr. Gao has evidence. Otherwise, wouldn't we be in trouble today? Come to think of it, Mr. Gao can write masterpieces at will. Although this poem Climbing the River, Autumn Moon is good, it is completely different from the poem Mr. Gao wrote today. That makes sense. The quality of Ascending the River, Autumn Moon is indeed the level of what Mr. Gao wrote when he was in his teens. Voices of ridicule and doubt reached Mr. Zhou's mind. His complexion grew paler, and his whole spirit grew grayer. When the rice paper in Shangguan Wanner's hand came in front of him, he grabbed it tightly. When he saw the old marks and wrinkles on the corners, his already old face looked even more bloodless. How is this possible? Mr. Zhou lost consciousness for a moment, and his whole body began to tremble. He stared at Gao Yang intently. For him, the stigma of plagiarism is more painful than death, but everything Gao Yang showed, as well as this first-hand evidence, left him speechless. But the problem was that Climbing the River, Autumn Moon was truly his masterpiece. How did Gao Yang do it? At this moment, Mr. Zhou was in a state of panic. Xu Ningyu was also in disbelief and her face turned pale. She looked at Gao Yang as if she saw a devil. She had never seen anyone in the world who could turn black into pink, the dead into alive, set up a trap to slander someone alive, and leave you no way to argue. Gao Yang is not very old, but his scheming is so terrifying. Just when the Golden Palace was noisy, Gao Yang's voice suddenly rang out. The first great poet of Chu? Ba! In my heart, the person who has been revered as the sage of poetry throughout the ages should be a model for all literati and the brightest star in the literary sky. He should lead the poetry world with his extraordinary talent and unique creativity. He is admired by everyone in the world, and his reputation should be considered more important than his life. But you, Zhou Zifu, not only shamelessly plagiarized me, but also slandered me. Your actions are like the densest dark clouds in the sky, obscuring the former glory of the world's poetry and tainting the pure land of literature. How can a shameless person like you be worthy of being my disciple? If I were you, how would I have the face to meet the scholars of the world? I might as well just die. Buzz, the Gao Yang suddenly shouted, his sharp eyes staring directly into Mr. Zhou's eyes. These words echoed in Mr. Zhou's heart that he was clearly wronged, and Gao Yang also knew that he was wronged. But after saying this, he had no way out. Mr. Zhou wanted to explain that although he wanted to slander Gao Yang, he would never plagiarize, but looking at the people around him, the previous looks of admiration had all turned into contempt. Think again about the criticism from the world's writers after today. Mr. Zhou's heart trembled wildly, and a countercurrent rushed to his forehead. He wanted to explain, but his vision suddenly went dark, his face turned pale, and he fell straight back. Xu Ningyu shouted, Master Zhou. The Chu state envoys were also shocked and hurried forward. Gao Yang couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Old people are so lucky. They can sleep wherever they want. Princess, please wake up Mr. Zhou quickly. No sleeping is allowed here. Xu Ningyu stretched out her slender jade fingers and placed them between the wings of Mr. Zhou's nose. Then her face turned pale and she looked at Gao Yang with gritted teeth. She shouted, Mr. Gao, please behave yourself. Mr. Zhou will never wake up again. You've pissed him off to death. He is dead. As soon as these words came out, all the officials were shocked, even Wu Zetian was surprised. Mr. Zhou, the greatest poet of the Great Chu and a famous figure among the Seven Kingdoms, was actually angered to death by Gao Yang. Lu Wen, Su Xuanji's mouth twitched and he looked at Gao Yang deeply. The mouth of the living devil is so scary. The way Zhao Yuhang and Yan Wushuang looked at Gao Yang also changed completely. The first time they met Gao Yang, he left an indelible impression on them. Gao Yang looked serious and made a solemn statement to all the officials. You all saw it. I just said a few words casually, but I didn't touch him. It's all because Mr. Zhou is too weak to bear it. This is not my fault. Xu Ningyu's back teeth were sore from biting them, and her eyes were filled with endless anger. Gao Yang! You bastard! At this time, an old man in cloth clothes in the Chu state delegation slowly squatted down. He stretched out a pair of old hands to try to soothe Mr. Zhou's eyes that were still open. Rest in peace, old man. I have seen all the injustices you have suffered. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Old Master Zhou still had his eyes wide open, and died with his eyes open. The old man slowly stood up, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept through the entire Golden Palace. Master Gao, I am the King of Kings. People in the martial arts world call me Du Chuan Chang. Please teach me, Master Gao. Chapter 248, Challenge Dakian Alone. I'll bet my life with you. The King of Kings, could it be the famous Wei Shui, the one who is known to the world and is said to be able to fight against heaven, earth, and intestines, Mr. Wei? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and a pair of eyes were fixed on the old man in the center of the golden throne hall, with a look of shock on his face. Then, a sudden noise arose. Mr. Wei is an expert at writing couplets. He is actually a good friend of Mr. Zhou. In the art of couplets, Mr. Wei claims to be invincible in all 7 countries. Countless great scholars who are well versed in couplets are no match for Mr. Wei, and countless of them have vomited blood. Master Gao is in danger now. Following the voice of Mr. Wei, the entire Golden Palace was instantly plunged into noise. Old Master Wei looked towards Gao Yang, his eyes filled with endless pride. Although Gao Yang is very strong and even won a literary duel against the world-famous Mr. Zhou and put a big hat of plagiarism on Mr. Zhou's head, he has absolute confidence in couplets. This is the absolute confidence that comes from one's own strong strength. Wu Zhao's eyes changed and her face became solemn, but she didn't know much about literature, so she didn't know the specific deeds of Mr. Wei. But based on the shock on the faces of some Dakian civil officials, she knew that this person was definitely very difficult to deal with. Wanner, do you know this person? Wu Zhao asked in a low voice, her phoenix eyes falling on Master Wei. Shangguan Wanner looked solemn. She said, Your Majesty, you may not know that this old man Wei is not very famous for his poetry and songs, but he is known as the best in the 7 kingdoms in terms of couplets. He started learning couplets at the age of 5. When he was 8, he made his teacher vomit blood. At the age of 13, he began to travel around the Chu state to seek advice. At the age of 16, he was hailed as the best couplet writer in the Chu state. At the age of 23, I traveled to 7 countries and was invincible in the world. His couplets are quite vicious and contain hidden sarcasm. Some great scholars were so angry that they vomited blood on the spot after being criticized by Mr. Wei. That's why he was nicknamed the King of Kings, the one who can cut through intestines. Master Gao must not agree to this person, otherwise it will be dangerous. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes that were staring at old man Wei suddenly changed, and her eyes were full of emotion. It was obvious that she didn't expect that old man Wei was so terrifying. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Gao Yang looked at Mr. Wei and raised his eyebrows. Just as Mr. Zhou fell, an old man named Wei, who was known as the King of Kings, came. The preparations made by the Great Zhou are quite extensive. It seemed that all these methods that were originally hidden began to be revealed, and they were about to attack him. But when it comes to couplets, he seems to be invincible. When it comes to writing the first line, listening to the discussions, Master Wei had a proud look on his face. He stroked his beard and said to Gao Yang, Master Zhou and I once swore a solemn oath that we would not be born on the same day, month, and year, but we would die on the same day, month, and year. Mr. Gao has angered my best friend to death. How can I just sit there and watch? Mr. Gao is famous and has amazing literary talent. He has been slow to respond. Is he afraid of me? If you are afraid, then kneel down and kowtow to me as your disciple, and the matter will be settled. Mr. Wei made a sound, staring straight at Gao Yang. Obviously, he wanted to return the humiliation to Gao Yang. Lu Wen and others had cold expressions and flickering eyes. A scholar values reputation more than his life. Gao Yang angered old man Zhou to death, and then old man Wei attacked Gao Yang under the guise of revenge for his old friend. If Gao Yang refuses, he will be laughed at by the 7 countries, but if you agree, Mr. Wei is not someone you can easily mess with. But before Gao Yang could say anything, Wu Zhao spoke first. You came to negotiate, and I, Dakian, treated you with courtesy. But first, Mr. Zhou slandered Mr. Gao for plagiarism, and now Mr. Wei is attacking Mr. Gao again. Are you guys bullying me because I have no one in Dakian? Wu Zhao's majestic voice suddenly sounded, interrupting everything. Gao Yang glanced at Wu Zhao's beautiful legs and her delicate and eye-catching face, and his heart was moved. Although he was not afraid of this so-called old Master Wei, and even had a plan in mind, Wu Zhao's behavior of protecting her child was still somewhat touching her. Apart from this body, I have nothing to repay you with. When Wu Zhao's voice sounded, All officials became solemn. Seeing this, Chu Ningyu also stood up. Old master Zhou was not only the great poet of the Great Chu, but in her heart, he was also an elder worthy of her respect. However, unexpectedly, he was angered to death by Gao Yang. Even until now, I still close my eyes and will die with my eyes open. He died for the Great Chu, and even after his death he did not have a good reputation. If she doesn't get revenge for Mr. Zhou, is Chu Ningyu still a human being? She was aware of Mr. Wei's abilities, but now Wu Zhao obviously wanted to protect Gao Yang. Chu Ningyu took a deep breath and said, despite the pressure from Wu Zhao, "Your Majesty, if that is the case, our great Chu will not ask for advice from Lord Gao. Our Great Chu asks the entire Great Qian for guidance. As long as there is someone in Daqian who is better than Mr. Wei, we in Dachu will leave Mr. Zhou's matter alone. How do you think?" Of course, I am in Daqian and I am just making a suggestion. If His Majesty the Emperor does not agree, I have no other choice. Old Master Wei also said calmly, as long as there is one person in Daqian who can defeat me, then Daqian will be considered the winner. In this case, Daqian still won't fight? As soon as these words came out throughout the Golden Palace, the faces of all officials suddenly changed. Chu Ningyu and Mr. Wei have come to this point in their conversation. If Daqian still doesn't agree, it would be a bit too embarrassing, but once agreed, if the entire Daqian really could not defeat Grandpa Wei alone, then it would be a huge loss of face. Daqian seems to have a choice, but in fact it has no choice. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe was eager to try it out, but looking at Mr. Wei's old face, the fire in his heart suddenly went out. He is good at poetry, but couplets are his weakness. After thinking about it, Cui Xinghe silently took another step back. When Wu Zhao heard this, her phoenix eyes fell on Chu Ningyu. This princess of Chu was too arrogant, which also aroused her anger. She is the mighty Daqian, with countless literati and poets, and Cui Xinghe, the top scholar who was famous throughout the 7 countries. How can Daqian, with the power of the whole country, be afraid of just this old man Wei? But the next second, Wu Zhao discovered something was wrong. Hey, where is Cui Xinghe? When I looked again, Cui Xinghe had shrunk like a quail. Wu Zhao, she turned her gaze to Lu Wen, Su Xuanji, and others. These were the talented scholars who were famous throughout Chang'an in those days, but all the civil officials looked at their noses and their hearts, as steady as old dogs, and did not move. Wu Zhao clenched her fists, her face full of disbelief. Are these the civil officials in her Daqian? But now that she had spoken, there was no way back. Just as Wu Zhao was about to speak out in response, a faint voice resounded faster throughout the Golden Palace. The dragon doesn't roar, the tiger doesn't howl. It's ridiculous for a small person to fight against the King of Kings. It's just a pair of couplets. Why do you need someone from the Daqian dynasty? I am enough. When Wu Zhao heard this, she suddenly looked towards Gao Yang. There was a strange light in her eyes. Gao Yang actually understands couplets. The first part of this couplet clearly begins by mocking Mr. Wei. All the officials looked at Gao Yang, especially Cui Xinghe, with surprise in their eyes. Gao Yang also knows how to write couplets. When Mr. Wei saw this, his eyes lit up. He almost blurted out, "Ghosts don't hide, gods don't avoid. The mere king of hell is nothing but a mockery." Master Gao, I have begun to recognize your literary talent, but you have no chance of winning against me today. There was a gleam in Mr. Wei's eyes. He stared at Gao Yang and spoke loudly. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows when he saw this. This old man Wei is really capable, his reaction speed is really amazing. Since Master Wei wants to avenge Master Zhou, there is no need to kneel down and humiliate me. I will just gamble my life with you. The loser will just lie down on the board with Mr. Zhou. How about that? Chapter 249. 2 couplets. You call this respecting the old and loving the young? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the court was shocked. Gambling with your life. The eyes of Wang Zhong, Lu Wen, and others suddenly changed, and they became suddenly excited. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana were also shocked. Wu Zhao subconsciously said, Gao Yang, don't be impulsive. She would rather the entire Daqian be humiliated than Gao Yang lose his life. In her heart, Gao Yang's current importance to Daqian far outweighs these false reputations. But Gao Yang raised his hand and interrupted Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, this man and the great Chu envoys intend to shit on my great Qian's neck. I will not tolerate him today. I am determined to gamble my life with him. I beg your Majesty for your approval. The resolute voice and righteous tone moved the envoys from Zhao and Yan, and even filled their faces with admiration. But Wu Zhao heard something wrong. If danger comes, all the civil and military officials in the court, including Chu Ningyu, may protect her. but Gao Yang will definitely run the fastest. I in the Battle of Chang'an, if it weren't for the Duke Dinghua's family who were determined to fight to the death and never retreat, Gao Yang would have slipped away to the south of the Yangtze River long ago. Now he is actually gambling his life with this pair of kings of kings. Could it be that? Wu Zhao's eyes changed, and she was suddenly no longer panicked. Xu Ningyu looked excited. Gamble your life. If Gao Yang could be made to draw his sword and commit suicide, the great Chu would have one less powerful enemy. Xu Ningyu suppressed her inner excitement, but her heart couldn't help but start beating violently after hearing this. Mr. Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. He said happily. Cool. It feels great. Master Gao, you are the first person who has dared to bet his life with me in the past 10 years. Today I can finally show my skills to my heart's content. I accept this bet. Mr. Wei's face was filled with joy. He felt the long-lost blood surging in his chest, as if it was about to burst out. Master Gao, how do you want to bet? As Mr. Wei spoke, a gleam of light flashed from his cloudy eyes. Upon hearing this, all the officials were filled with anticipation. Gao Yang saw this and said directly, I have met a worthy opponent. I am also very happy. As everyone knows, I have always respected the elderly and loved the young, so I will only give 2 first couplets. As long as Mr. Wei can come up with a neat second couplet with the same artistic conception within half an hour, then Mr. Wei will win, and I will draw my sword and commit suicide on the spot. Mr. Wei, how is it? Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei's eyes became solemn. He sighed and said, although I am in Dechu, I have heard of Mr. Gao's name. I thought Mr. Gao was going to cheat, but now it seems that Mr. Gao is not as shameless as the rumors say. In this bet, I have taken advantage. Master Gao, please teach me. Mr. Wei spoke up for a while. If it weren't for the issue of stance and the death of Mr. Zhou, he would have spared Gao Yang's life just based on these words. Gao Yang didn't say much after hearing this. He strolled in the golden throne hall with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, then he slowly said, when I was 7 years old, I happened to see a monk painting beside a pond. It was August at the time, and the lotus flowers in the pond were in full bloom. They were extremely beautiful and left a deep impression on me. So my first couplet is to paint a lotus monk painting. Following Gao Yang's words, all the officials frowned instantly. They couldn't help but murmur, paint the lotus monk painting. Lu Xun, Xin Jinghua, and even Gao Feng all frowned. They originally thought that Gao Yang would come up with an extremely difficult first couplet, but they didn't expect that Gao Yang spent a long time to come up with only 7 big characters, which was a scene that Gao Yang saw when he was 7 years old, and it looks ordinary. What's so difficult about this couplet? Wang Zhong shook his head with disdain. Cui Xinghe frowned at first, but the next second, he looked shocked. No, this couplet is absolutely perfect. It can be said that Daqian is one of the best in the 7 countries. He looked at Gao Yang with a look of deep horror in his eyes. Is this still a way to survive? Are you well versed in Gao Yang's poisonous schemes, the art of war, Moism, statecraft, medicine, poetry, and even couplets? These words caused confusion among Wang Zhong and others, and they quickly spoke up. Cui Zhuan Yuan, what do you mean by this? Could it be that this painting of the lotus and the monk contains a secret that we don't know about? Cui Xinghe suppressed his inner shock and said to all the officials, my lords, read this first couplet in reverse and you will understand the wonderfulness of this first couplet. Wang Zhong was the first to do so. He murmured, painting Shangha and Huaha on the lotus. Then, with a look of shock on his face, his loud voice echoed throughout the Golden Palace. This first couplet is actually the same even if you read it backwards. Wang Zhong looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, with fear on his face. Is this respecting the elderly and loving the young, who can match this in just half an hour? Wu Zhao also reacted immediately. She looked at Gao Yang with a smile on her face. This Gao Yang is amazing. Almost instantly, the pressure came upon Mr. Wei. Wei was also suddenly confused. He looked at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. As soon as the first couplet came out, he realized that something was wrong. Not only does it read the same whether you read it forward or backward, but it is also a typical palindrome. The meaning must be reasonable, and the structure of the second line must be exactly the same, and the artistic conception and part of speech of the second line must also match. Was this the first couplet you made when you were a kid? Cold sweat broke out on Mr. Wei's forehead. He had said at the beginning that he did not ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but asked to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. This oath was very unlucky. Are you really going to lie on the board with Mr. Zhou? He couldn't figure out the first part of the couplet at all. The Chu state envoys, including Chu Ningyu's face, changed color, and everyone's face turned green. Master Gao, where is your second couplet? Could it be that he also did this when he was 7? And it's the same whether he reads it forward or backward? Mr. Wei looked at Gao Yang nervously and asked if the second couplet was simpler, he might be able to come up with the second half of the first couplet in half an hour, otherwise it would be dangerous. Gao Yang saw this and shook his head. How could this be possible? In comparison, the second couplet is simpler. Because this couplet only has 5 words, I wrote it when I was 5 years old and traveling in the countryside. I saw the tranquil scenery of the countryside and stood beside the willow tree by the pond. Chapter 250, Smoke locks the willows in the pond, a forever absolute. Hearing this, Mr. Wei breathed a sigh of relief. 5 words, shouldn't be that scary. Moreover, there is only a willow tree and a few wisps of smoke by the pond, which makes it impossible to form a couplet with the same artistic conception when read forward and backward. Master Gao, please enlighten me on this second couplet. Old Master Wei's eyes fell on Gao Yang again, full of solemnity. At this moment, he no longer had the underestimation he had before, but was instead filled with nervousness. All the officials also looked at Gao Yang. Even Wu Zhao sat up quietly, looking at Gao Yang with curiosity in her phoenix eyes. She was almost certain in her heart that Gao Yang's second couplet was definitely more terrifying than the first one. Otherwise, Gao Yang would never gamble his life easily. When a vicious person dares to gamble his life with you, this in itself is an extremely dangerous signal. She suddenly became curious about what kind of shocking couplet Gao Yang's second couplet was. Gao Yang stood in the center of the Golden Throne Hall, and his voice sounded slowly, carrying a sense of reminiscence. I still remember that it was a foggy morning. I got up early and came to the pond in the countryside. I saw a very beautiful picture. The sky above the lake was filled with smoke, covering the quiet pond, and on the edge of the pond, a willow tree full of vitality was looming in the smoke. I am not a talented person, but I came up with a couplet by chance, which is called Smoke locks the willows in the pond. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Mr. Wei felt like he was hit hard. He looked towards Gao Yang with disbelief on his face, his eyes seemed about to burst out. Smoke locks the willows in the pond. These 5 short characters stirred up a violent storm in his heart, causing his mind to buzz, as if being hit by a heavy hammer made of thunder. Damn, is this simpler than the previous couplet? And this was done when Gao Yang was 5 years old? Are you taking me for a fool? Mr. Wei couldn't help but stagger back a few steps, his face filled with confusion. The huge golden throne hall suddenly fell into silence. Cui Xinghe's face was full of disbelief and he remained speechless for a long time. Wang Zhong didn't understand the beauty of Smoke locks the willows in the pond, but when he saw the expressions of the people, especially the old man Wei, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, even if he didn't understand couplets, he knew that Gao Yang's second couplet was even more cruel than the first one. Cui Zhuang Yuan, Mr. Gao's line Smoke locks the pond willows is very powerful? Seeing this, Wang Zhong couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Cui Xinghe glanced at Wang Zhong, took a deep breath and said, General Wang, please help me. Wang Zhong was stunned. Why? Cui Xinghe looked in the direction of Gao Yang, and said with a complicated expression, because Mr. Gao's Smoke locks the willows in the pond is so good that my legs are shaking, and I want to kneel down to Mr. Gao on the spot. After these words fell, Wang Zhong's face changed suddenly. What? Is this Smoke locks the willows in the pond so powerful? Wang Zhong even wondered if Cui Xinghe was exaggerating, but the next second bang, with just a sound, the legs of an imperial censor went weak and he fell to the ground. He looked up to the sky and said, what a beautiful scene of smoke locking up the willows in the pond. This is a wonder that will be remembered for all eternity. In this lifetime, I am able to witness the birth of such an eternal absolute with my own eyes. I have no regrets in this life. The censor spoke up, his face full of fanaticism. Wang Zhong's face suddenly changed. Cui Xinghe said with a complicated expression, this smoke locking the willows in the pond may seem simple, but it actually contains a mystery. Because these 5 words represent the most basic elements in the world: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is a word composed of 5 elements, and its artistic conception is also first class. As Mr. Gao said, the smoke is curling, covering a quiet pond, and the willow trees beside the pond are looming in the smoke. This lock is so good that I want to kneel down. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhong's face was filled with shock. The 5 elements form a sentence, forming an eternal absolute with excellent artistic conception. He couldn't help but look at Mr. Wei, his eyes couldn't help but contain a bit of pity. His spicy balls. Wu Zhao clenched her fists, her face full of disbelief of this Gao Yang. He actually has such a talent in making couplets. What a beautiful smoke-locked pond and willows, what a beautiful Gao Yang. Wu Zhao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She looked at Gao Yang's back, and the curiosity in her eyes could not be concealed. No matter what, Gao Yang is like a huge treasure, inexhaustible, making her want to dig. Gao Yang ignored everyone's expressions. He turned to look at Mr. Wei with a face full of shame. I am not very knowledgeable, and these two couplets made Master Wei laugh. I hope Master Wei will be able to enlighten me. Master Shangguan, fetch the hourglass and start timing. I am ready to die calmly. Shangguan Wan'er looked strange when she heard this. She was also impressed by Gao Yang. He was worthy of being the #1 poisoner in Dakian. He was so steady. The two couplets are both well-deserved masterpieces of all time. The painting of Lotus and Monk clearly makes them invincible, but Gao Yang was still not at ease, and he took out the smoke-locked pond willow again. If this old man Wei could match up with him, it would be really weird, not to mention him alone. Even if all the scholars in the entire Chu were counted, it would take a short time to get the result. The two are a pair that will be remembered for generations, and the answers must be given within half an hour, and they must also have similar artistic conception and neat parallelism. There are 30,000 ways to survive in the world, but not a single one is left for Mr. Wei. Moreover, for a couplet like smoke locks the willows in the pond that has been passed down through the ages. Even if Old Man Wei is really the reincarnation of Wenkuxing from heaven and can come up with a barely matching second line in half an hour, Gao Yang is still invincible, because of the artistic conception. No matter it is a painting of a monk with lotus flowers, or willows in a pond locked in mist, they are all excellent works. No wonder Gao Yang dared to gamble his life. Shangguan Wan'er looked strange. But she quickened her pace to get the hourglass. Soon, the sand inside began to flow backwards, and time was passing by bit by bit. There was a thin layer of sweat on Mr. Wei's forehead, and his brain began to work rapidly. But the more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. Disaster. It's too difficult, not to mention only half an hour. Even if he was given half a month or half a year, it would be difficult for him to come up with a comparable second couplet, not to mention that Gao Yang has no moral principles and directly created two of them, each more terrifying than the other. Mr. Wei felt a wave of despair. If this eternal absolute were to be spread out, it would spread throughout the 7 countries, but he had never heard of it. The only explanation is that Gao Yang is really playing the pig to eat the tiger. He could obviously become famous at a young age and be admired by thousands of people, but he hides his incompetence and pretends to be a playboy. But it was no use thinking about these things now. The most urgent task was how to finish the 2 lower couplets within half an hour. Tall man, Mr. Wei hesitated for a moment and spoke with difficulty, yet he wanted to be shameless and delay a little longer, but before he could finish his words, Gao Yang interrupted him. As expected of the world-famous Mr. Wei, has he already come up with the second line? Master Wei, don't worry about me. Just say it. I always regard the bet as more important than my life. As long as Master Wei can come up with the second couplet, I will die immediately. In my heart, the reason why humans are the most intelligent creatures is because they are honest and keep their promises. Delaying time, being afraid of death, what's the difference between you and livestock? Master Wei, rest assured. If I cheat in public, I will be hit by a carriage, stabbed to death, choked to death, or have my butt rotted to death. I will be squeezed to death by 100 ugly women with buck teeth and weighing more than 200 kilograms. All my male descendants will be sent to do corvée labor, and all female descendants will be sent to the Jiafengzi for generations. Chapter 251. This question of mine is quite difficult. Gao Yang's righteous voice rang out, spreading throughout the hall. Wu Zhao almost couldn't hold back her laughter, and all the officials' mouths twitched. These last 2 sentences are so cruel. Old Master Wei looked at Gao Yang deeply, then took a deep breath and said, "This old man will think about it again." As soon as Gao Yang said this, his idea of delaying time was shattered. This last sentence seemed like Gao Yang was swearing, but in fact it was spoken to him. This living devil respects the elderly and loves the young. Mr. Wei just felt that he was too naive before. Stay calm, you must stay calm. Old Master Wei paced back and forth in the Golden Throne Hall, forcing his brain to think quickly. Chuning Yu's face turned pale. She quickly said to the officials of the Great Chu behind her, "Anyone who can come up with the lower couplet of these 2 couplets will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver." Gao Yang looked at the sand dripping from the hourglass. He glanced at Chu Ningyu and said lightly, Princess, I'm betting with Mr. Wei, but I didn't say I'm betting with the entire Chu delegation. Isn't this against the rules? Upon hearing this, Chu Ningyu gritted her teeth and looked at Gao Yang, her fists clenched tightly. Is this the caution of a poisoner? Gao Yang holds the smoke-locked willows in the pond, and the painting on the lotus monk's painting is the eternal absolute. How many people are there in her entire Great Chu delegation? But this is not allowed. Chu Ningyu now truly understood what it meant that a lion must use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Time passes by every second. Soon, the sand in the hourglass ran out, and Gao Yang immediately said, Master Wei, please teach me. Is Mr. Wei able to come up with a second line for the first two couplets I have proposed? Following Gao Yang's voice, Mr. Wei suddenly looked up when he saw the sand running out of the hourglass. His old face suddenly turned pale, and he seemed to have lost all his energy. Yet he said dejectedly, Master Gao, I lost. Master Gao, please give me the sword. I will accept the defeat. Mr. Wei took a deep breath and said this. He looked at old man Zhou, who died with his eyes open on the ground, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This time they really died on the same day of the same month of the same year. Gao Yang bowed to Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, please grant me the sword. Wu Zhao took a sip of hot tea and said calmly, Yes. The guards outside the hall stepped forward and a sword fell in front of Mr. Wei. Old Master Wei picked up the sharp sword, and the blade reflected his old face. At this moment, everything is clear. He died of being too crazy. If it was a normal competition, he would have a chance to fight, or at least have a chance of surviving, but he was too confident and underestimated Gao Yang, which led to this outcome. Chu Ningyu looked reluctant. She lowered her proud head and begged in a low voice, Master Gao, please forgive me when you can. This princess is willing to give you something else as compensation. Please show some mercy, Master Gao. Gao Yang sneered when he heard this. He said with a hint of sarcasm, Grand Princess, are you telling me to show mercy now? If I were the loser, would Grand Princess let old Master Wei show mercy? Chu Ningyu felt guilty. She looked at Gao Yang straight, speechless. But Gao Yang curled his lips and smiled, his eyes sweeping over Chu Ningyu's graceful figure. This look made Chu Ningyu feel like a thorn in her back and gave her goosebumps all over. It's nothing special. I have no interest in it. Please go to your death, Mr. Wei. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at Mr. Wei. Chu Ningyu was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with endless murderous intent. Mr. Wei knew he couldn't escape, so he looked at Gao Yang and said, Master Gao holds the eternal secret, yet he is still so cautious. I am arrogant and ignorant, and my death today is not unjust. After saying this, Mr. Wei picked up the sword, placed it on his neck, gritted his teeth, and showed a determined look on his face. Master Wei, wait a minute. Gao Yang suddenly spoke and shouted. Mr. Wei paused, and a strong hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although he looked very carefree, even ants try to survive, let alone him. Does Gao Yang really want to respect the elderly and love the young and let him go? I will step back a few steps first, Mr. Wei, please don't let my blood splash all over me later. This official is a bit dizzy with blood. Gao Yang stepped back a few steps, spread out his hands, and made a gesture of invitation to Mr. Wei. Old Master Wei's lips trembled. He could not stand the humiliation anymore. He exerted force and blood spurted out, staining the entire golden palace. He fell beside Mr. Zhou, his eyes wide open, and he also died with his eyes open. Chu Ningyu saw this and shouted, Old Wei. She looked at the two corpses in the center of the golden throne hall and her heart was bleeding. The original plan was to teach Dakian a lesson, then take a certain initiative in the peace talks, and then let Gao Yang know how powerful he was and teach him a lesson. As a result, two of them died before the peace talks even started. Chu Ningyu looked at Gao Yang with a cold face and overwhelming hatred. The officials in the Great Chu delegation also looked at Gao Yang with gritted teeth, their fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. This is so humiliating. Gao Yang looked at the two bodies on the ground and smoothed the wrinkles on his official robe indifferently. He looked at the Great Chu envoys with a pair of cold eyes and said calmly, I heard that the people coming from Chu this time include a great Mahist master and a great scholar of mathematics. It just so happens that I know a little bit about this. Is there anyone who can come forward to teach me? These words resounded throughout the Golden Palace like a storm. Gao Yang glanced at the entire Chu delegation. Following the attack by the Chu delegation, Gao Yang began to counterattack. In a short while, the Chu delegation was in an uproar. A capable old man wearing a linen robe and cloth shoes, with a gloomy face, stepped forward. I am a master of mathematics, and I am the chief of the mathematical department of the Great Chu State. I have a mathematics question, and I would like to ask Master Gao to enlighten me. As Swan Wudao spoke, he stared straight at Gao Yang with rage in his eyes. The shame of the Great Chu today should be washed away by him who was unjust. Gao Yang stood in the center of the Golden Palace with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. Please give me some questions, old man, so that I can see them clearly. Swan Wudao had a cold expression on his face as he stared at Gao Yang. His cold and powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. Master Gao, my first question is a little difficult. Please be prepared, Master Gao. Mathematics is a profound subject. Don't be too arrogant. Listen carefully, Master Gao. My question is, there is a cage with a certain number of chickens and rabbits in it. The number of chickens and rabbits is 60, and the number of rabbits is 200. How many chickens and rabbits are there? Chapter 252. If you know how to study mathematics, you will know it. If you know how to study mathematics, you will be useless. Following Swan Wudao's question, all the officials in the Golden Palace frowned. Chickens and rabbits are in the same cage. There are 60 heads of both species and 200 legs in total. How many chickens and rabbits are there respectively? All the officials looked at each other in bewilderment. In the Seven Kingdoms where Confucianism was flourishing and poetry and songs were popular, not many people studied mathematics. This question suddenly seemed beyond their scope. Disaster. It's too difficult. This question is totally unheard of. This Swan Wudao is indeed worthy of being the chief mathematics officer of the Great Chu State. He solves mathematics problems of this difficulty right away. I just thought about it for a moment and I felt like my cerebellum was about to grow a brain. 60 heads, 200 feet, I can't figure it out even if I rack my brains. A noisy sound suddenly rang out in the Golden Throne Hall. All the officials felt headaches and scalp numbness. Even Cui Xingha and Shangguan Waner, who were quite good at mathematics, found it difficult. Wu Zhao's eyes were tightly locked, with a look of thought in them. She had also listened to lectures by great mathematical scholars in the palace, but had never seen such a strange topic. A chicken and a rabbit are locked in a cage together, and the question is to count their heads and feet. It's hard to even think of how to solve this problem. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang with a little worry. Can Gao Yang solve this problem? Master Gao, what do you think of this question? After Swan Wudao finished speaking, he looked at Gao Yang with proud eyes. He stroked the beard on his chin, obviously very proud of this question. Gao Yang looked at Swan Wudao with a strange expression. He couldn't help but sigh. Disaster. It's really too difficult. As expected of you, you are the great mathematician of Chu. Gao Yang really admires you. But I am very confused. Why are the chickens and rabbits locked up together? Upon hearing this, Swan Wudao burst into hearty laughter. Master Gao, don't worry about the details. It's just a math problem. In this case, don't accuse me of bullying Mr. Gao. If Master Gao can solve it, I will become your disciple. But if Master Gao loses, I won't ask for much, because in my mind, this is just a competition. I just want Master Gao not to be so arrogant in the future. I just need some food. The amount of food doesn't need to be too much. All I need is a chessboard. Put a grain of rice in the first square, and then double it. Lord Gao can also ask for help from the civil and military officials of Dakian. As long as you can figure it out within half an hour, Lord Gao wins. Swan Wudao spoke slowly, with a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent hidden in his turbid eyes. As long as Gao Yang agrees, he will be dead. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but how can we defend against this murderous intent from mathematics? As these words were spoken, the eyes of Wu Zhao and Shangguan Waner suddenly turned cold. If this had happened before, they might have really been fooled. Gao Yang talked about the relationship between the land and population in the world by using the example of arranging rice on a chessboard. This chessboard seemed to hold very little food, but in the end it contained more grain than the entire Dakian treasury and even the 7 countries. This is so unjust and vicious. Wu Zhao's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent, but before she could angrily denounce him as being unjust and shameless, she heard Gao Yang's voice. I admire your integrity, old man. It seems that I have taken advantage of you, but I have never been one to take advantage of others. How about this? If I can figure it out by chance, I will use the same conditions as Master Swan, and the length of the chessboard will increase by 100 meters. Master Swan is so old, how can I accept your kneeling? It will shorten my life. As soon as these words came out, Swan Wudao was stunned. Gao Yang didn't want to take advantage of him. He stared at Gao Yang's face and sighed in his heart that Gao Yang had hit the jackpot. After all, if he kneeled down to become a disciple, he still had a chance of survival. But if the second condition was to place rice on the chessboard, he would definitely not be able to produce that much food, and he would have to die to atone for his sin. Although Gao Yang is cunning, he still has some character. Swan Wudao nodded secretly. Su Xuanji couldn't bear to listen anymore. If a person who can burn soldiers in rattan armor with fire and kill enemies with bacteria is capable of doing so, would he be afraid of shortening his life? This is fucking real, he guarantees with his life that there is definitely a trap. Xu Ningyu's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Gao Yang's face. She naturally knew the ruthlessness of the chessboard arrangement, but Gao Yang's reaction made her feel something was wrong. De Chu and De Qian have always been hostile to each other. Lying on the ground is De Chu's #1 poet, who was angered to death by Gao Yang and forced to commit suicide. De Chu is facing the King of Kings. It is obvious that De Chu is looking for a meeting. How can it give up easily? As the #1 poisoner in Dakian, how could Gao Yang not think of this? And based on her understanding of Gao Yang should be the kind of person who would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of an opportunity. Wrong, this Gao Yang is cheating. At this moment, Xu Ningyu's whole body tensed up and she felt a great crisis. This is the lesson learned from 2 lives. But before she could open her mouth to stop him, Swan Wudao's voice suddenly rang out. Since Master Gao doesn't want to take advantage of me, I naturally have no objection. I'll just follow your lead. At this moment, the uneasy feeling in Xu Ningyu's heart became stronger. The stakes may be small, but the reputation is great. I need to think about this carefully. Gao Yang spoke for a while and began to pace in the Golden Throne Hall. Xu Ningyu walked to the side of Swan Wudao and said solemnly, Master Swan, you must be careful. Gao Yang's reaction is very accurate. It seems like a trick. Swan Wudao said calmly, don't panic, princess. Mathematics is different from poetry and couplets. There is only one correct answer. If you don't know, you don't know. This Gao Yang, I can't figure it out. Seeing how confident Swan Wudao was, and the bet had already been made, she couldn't pour cold water on him and could only pray in her heart that everything would go well. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang pacing back and forth in the Golden Palace. With a thoughtful look on her face, Gao Yang knew very well the danger of placing rice on the chessboard, but he still agreed to the bet. It was obvious that he already had the answer to the chicken and rabbit in the same cage. But why didn't Gao Yang speak, but pretended to be thinking hard? What evil scheme does Gao Yang have in mind? Wu Zhao fixed her phoenix eyes on Gao Yang, feeling strange. Immediately afterwards, Wu Zhao saw Gao Yang walk up to Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe was thinking about the answer, and then he found a figure in front of him. It was Gao Yang. Master Gao, I am only good at poetry and songs, and I am really incapable of learning mathematics. You are too impulsive. Cui Xinghe whispered. After all, it was very embarrassing to admit loudly in public that he couldn't think of it, which was something the proud Cui Xinghe could never tolerate. It's alright, I just happened to walk here. This is the center of the 5 mirrors and 8 diagrams formation. With the power of the great Qian dragon, it's easier to think here. Cui Zhuanyuan doesn't need to pay attention to me. Just don't disturb my thoughts. Gao Yang lowered his voice and spoke seriously. Cui Xinghe looked puzzled. What is Gao Yang doing? After a while, Cui Xinghe realized that Gao Yang had no sign of leaving, so he wanted to move away. Gao Yang suddenly asked in a low voice, Cui Zhuanyuan, have you eaten today? Cui Xinghe was shocked. Gao Yang's sudden concern made him feel a little flustered. At such a critical moment, with only half an hour left, Gao Yang came to ask him if he had breakfast. Master Gao, what do you mean by this? Cui Xinghe sensed something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Gao Yang showed a simple smile on his face and said casually, Mr. Cui, don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually, Immediately afterwards, Gao Yang turned around and strode away. He continued to ponder over this question, looking as if it was a very difficult one. Only Cui Xinghe was left with a confused look on his face and disheveled in the wind. Chapter 253, The Chopping Method, a simple and crude solution. As Gao Yang lowered his head and thought, time passed little by little. Soon, the sand in the hourglass was almost empty, and the pride on Swan Wudao's face became more and more intense. A mere living devil, nothing more than that. This is the level of your education, but you still think it is unjust to challenge him. How naive and ridiculous. The uneasiness in Chu Ningyu's heart gradually began to subside with the passage of time, but only Wu Zhao, Shangguan Wan'er, and Gao Feng had calm faces and were not panicked at all. Master Gao, the time is almost up. Give up. When people are pushed into a corner, they can do anything except math. If you know how to do it, you know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it. Just give up. Swan Wudao's voice resounded throughout the Golden Palace. With a hint of pride upon hearing this, Gao Yang skimmed the sand in the hourglass. He turned to look at Swan Wudao, a smile appeared on his face, and his voice sounded slowly. Master, I have a way to solve this problem. Chopping foot method? When Mr. Swan heard this, his eyes widened. Mr. Gao, are you kidding me? Why is this a math problem that has to do with cutting off feet? All the officials were also confused. There's such a simple and crude way to solve the mysterious mathematics problem. Wu Zhao smiled and said, Gao Yang, I am a little curious, what is this so-called foot-cutting method? Gao Yang first bowed to Wu Zhao, and then looked at the civil and military officials in the Golden Palace. To put it simply, this is a math problem about chickens and rabbits living in the same cage. All we know is the total number of heads and feet, and each chicken has 2 feet, while the rabbit has 4 feet. Every chicken and every rabbit has only 1 head, so the variable is the feet. Knowing this, it's easy. I will just pull out a 40 zhang long sword from my crotch and chop off 2 legs of each rabbit. That will create a balance. Then the chickens and rabbits in the cage now have 2 legs each, and the total number of heads is 60, so the total number of legs in the cage is 120. But according to the old man's question, the total number of legs is 200. Where did the missing 80 legs go? Gao Yang had a faint smile on his face and looked at the civil and military officials in the hall. When he saw Wang Zhong, who was confused, Gao Yang paused. Wang Zhong saw Gao Yang's eyes and said angrily, Master Gao, why are you looking at me? I didn't steal these 80 legs. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. He looked at Lu Zhen again, and Lu Zhen immediately waved his sleeves and said, I will never do such a thing. Gao Yang's heart moved and he turned to look at Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply and rolled her eyes. She didn't follow the script at all. She asked, are these 80 missing legs the legs that were chopped off from all the rabbits? Gao Yang had a look of disappointment. He had originally expected Wu Zhao to wave her dragon robe and proudly say that it was not stolen by her, so that he could see the expression on the face of the Empress. Your Majesty is wise. The total number of legs of the chickens and rabbits in the cage is correct. The culprit is that I cut off 2 legs of each rabbit, which is why there are 80 legs missing. Then 1 rabbit is missing 2 legs, so there are 80 legs missing in total, so the number of rabbits is 40, and the number of chickens is 60 minus 40, which is 20. This problem is easily solved. Following Gao Yang's voice, all the officials gasped. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise suddenly rang out, as if it was going to overturn the entire Golden Palace. Strange. That's wonderful. This chopping method is too cruel. I never thought that mathematics could be solved in such a simple and crude way. As expected of you, Master Gao. This method is brilliant. It directly and accurately finds the variables of this problem. Turning decay into magic, this 40-meter knife is too fierce. Masterly, although this method is very wonderful, you shouldn't be drooling in admiration, right? Lord Li wiped his saliva and said awkwardly, I didn't eat before going to court. I was greedy. Rabbit legs are good. They are delicious when roasted. Buzz, Swan Wudao was completely stunned. He looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, and his heart was instantly broken. The mathematics problem he had studied for many years, the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage that made countless scholars of the Great Chu cry out in grief when they saw it, was solved by Gao Yang by chopping off the rabbit's 2 legs with a 40-meter long sword. And it becomes so simple that anyone can solve this problem, but even he had. To say that this solution was brilliant, apart from being a little cruel, there are no other shortcomings. Gao Yang looked at Swan Wudao with smiling eyes, and spoke with a smile. Count the old man, 40 rabbits and 20 chickens? Is this official's answer correct? Mr. Swan's face turned pale. Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, as he said, mathematics was not like couplets, poetry, or any other subject in the world. In mathematics, right is right and wrong is wrong. But when I think about the rice on the chessboard after losing, and the sky-high price of grain, Swan Wudao could only grit his teeth and said, Master Gao, I admit that you cracked my chicken and rabbit in the same cage puzzle and got the correct answer, but this method is too vicious and violates the purpose of my mathematics. So, Master Gao can't be considered the winner yet. As soon as Swan Wudao said this, the Golden Palace was in an uproar. Liu Jin was the first to curse, You are the chief mathematics officer of the Great Chu, but I never thought you could be so shameless. When did I learn anything? What kind of bullshit purpose is this? I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Then, a burst of criticism suddenly rang out, but Swan Wudao gritted his teeth and remained unmoved despite the scolding. Obviously, in terms of shamelessness, Swan Wudao was much thicker skinned than Mr. Zhou. Liu Jin couldn't help but curse. Grass. As expected of a scholar who has become an official, he is so shameless that I cannot criticize him. As soon as these words fell, Lu Wen and others all looked at Liu Jin, with their mouth corners twitching. Wu Zhao had a cold look on her face. She naturally knew the reason why Swan Wudao refused to admit it. The amount of food involved was so great that even if Swan Wudao was sold, it would not be enough to cover a fraction of the total, but this reason is really shameless. It would be great if an ordinary person could come up with a solution to such a difficult problem. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did the Chu envoys really think she had a good temper? But just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard Gao Yang's voice resounding throughout the Golden Palace. No problem. Since Mr. Swan thinks that the chopping off the feet method is too cruel, I also have the golden rooster stand method, the hypothesis method, the whistle method, and the equation method, all of which can solve this problem, and I guarantee that Mr. Swan will be convinced. Chapter 254 Chu Ningyu's worries. 3 people won't die today, right? Golden rooster stands on one leg method, hypothesis method? When Swan Wudao heard Gao Yang's words, he was completely stunned. In addition to the chopping foot method, Gao Yang has so many other ways to solve problems. He stared at Gao Yang with eyes wide open, and couldn't help but ask, Master Gao, do you have any other way to solve this problem for me? Gao Yang stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. If it was just a solution, why would I have spent half an hour thinking about it? I learned how to do this when I was 2.5 years old. As soon as these words were spoken, Swan Wudao's expression suddenly changed, but he subconsciously felt that it was impossible. There has never been a situation in Dakian where chickens and rabbits were in the same cage. Gao Yang was able to come up with a solution to the problem within half an hour, which showed that he had an extremely high talent in mathematics. But how could there be 4 or 5 ways to solve a problem? As for the 2.5-year-old, it is even more ridiculous. At the age of 2.5, let alone chickens and rabbits in the same cage, even the chickens can't play well. All the officials of Dakian also looked incredulous and admiring. They thought so much that they thought brains might have grown out of their heads, but in the end they had no idea. However, Gao Yang actually came up with 5 solutions. I am curious about the solution to this golden rooster stands alone problem. Sir Gao, please enlighten me. Swan Wudao's eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. He simply did not believe that Gao Yang could come up with any other solution to the problem in such a short time. This is the pride of his life. He knew the posture of standing on one leg, but how could he solve the problem? Gao Yang smiled, but a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. The so-called golden rooster stands on one leg method is to make all the chickens and rabbits in the cage stand on one leg. Then the chickens' 2 legs become 1 leg, and the rabbits' 4 legs become 2. As he spoke, Gao Yang lifted 1 leg and did a 1-leg stance. Then what? Does this solve the problem? Wang Zhong said with a curious look on his face. Then it's easy. Half of the legs are lifted up, so now the total number of legs in the cage is only 100, but the total number of chickens in the cage is 60. This makes it easy to distinguish between rabbits and chickens. A chicken has 1 foot for 1 head, but a rabbit has 2 feet for 1 head. Compared to a chicken, a rabbit has 1 more foot. Then these extra legs are exactly the number of rabbits. Just subtract 60 from 100 and you will get the number of rabbits. So there are 40 rabbits, and that means there are only 20 chickens. If the old man thinks this chopping method is too cruel, then how about this golden rooster stand? Gao Yang's faint voice sounded, and his eyes looked at Swan Wudao buzz. Swan Wudao's mind was buzzing out. He looked at Gao Yang's handsome face full of smiles and couldn't help but stagger back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. This golden rooster stands on one leg. The old man was speechless for a while and his lips trembled. Is it possible that the living king of hell is so terrifying? First, the chopping foot technique, then the golden rooster stand. Xu Ningyu closed her eyes in pain. If the chopping foot method was just a flash of inspiration in Gao Yang's mind, then the golden rooster stand method meant that Gao Yang had been prepared for it. Her guess came true. He's such a ruthless person, you must never make a bet with him. Xu Ningyu looked at the bodies of Grandpa Zhou and Grandpa Wei lying on the ground, which were already a little cold. She then looked at Grandpa Swan with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. There won't be 3 people lying in this throne room today, right? Along with Gao Yang's voice, all the officials also burst into praise. Strange. Master Gao, this method is very wonderful. What else can an old man like me say? Ha! The chopping foot method and the golden rooster stand method. The living king of hell is worthy of being the living king of hell. This method of solving problems is simply unprecedented. Wang Zhong, Cui Xinghe, Lu Wen, and others looked strange. If this chopping foot technique and the golden rooster stand technique appeared on other people, they would be shocked, but when it appeared on Gao Yang, they felt there was nothing wrong with it. A fine layer of cold sweat oozed out of the old man's forehead, and he was completely panicked. At this moment, he was under a lot of pressure. Gao Yang looked at the pale-faced old man and continued to attack his heart. No problem, I still have a solution. I can implement military management of the chickens and rabbits in the cages. When I blow the whistle, the chickens and rabbits will lift 1 foot. When the first whistle sounded, the chicken and the rabbit raised 1 foot at the same time. According to the total number of heads, a total of 60 feet were raised. At this time, the total number of feet in the cage was 140. I blew the whistle again, and the chicken and rabbit raised 1 foot at the same time. This made 60 feet raised, and the total number of feet was 80. At this time, the chicken raised both feet and then sat on the ground. On the other hand, the remaining 80 legs in the cage are all rabbits, and each rabbit has 2 legs left, so the number of rabbits is 40 and the number of chickens is 20. Of course, if it's hard to understand this lifting of the foot, then think of it as a whistle, and the chickens and rabbits in the cage will all voluntarily break off one of their legs, then it will be easier to understand. When these words were spoken, all the officials were shocked. Great! When the whistle sounded, the chickens and rabbits all lifted 1 foot. In just 2 times, all the chickens sat down on the ground, and the only thing left was the rabbit's foot. This method is similar to the previous method of chopping off the feet. Master Gao is truly a man of extraordinary talent. Comparing people makes you angry, and comparing goods makes you throw them away. I have been thinking for a long time, but I can't think of a solution. But Mr. Gao has come up with 3 solutions. What else does the great Chu envoy have to say? Swan Wudao's lips moved and his body trembled. He got fooled. Gao Yang's knowledge of mathematics is far superior to his. What to do now? Are the golden rooster stand and whistle-blowing techniques too cruel? Is he going to be shameless to the end today? Just when Swan Wudao was feeling extremely confused, Gao Yang's voice continued to ring out. Of course, I also have an equation method and a hypothesis method, so I will briefly explain them together. The so-called hypothetical method is to ignore one species in the cage and assume that all of them are one animal. I assume that the cage is full of chickens. With 60 heads, there should be 120 legs, which is 80 fewer than the actual number. This is because the rabbits were counted as chickens, and each rabbit had 2 less legs, so the number of rabbits was 40 legs and the number of chickens was 20. This problem can also be solved. As for the equation method, it is a little more difficult, but I will still explain it. Your Majesty, please give me some pen and ink. Gao Yang said this and bowed to Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes held a barely perceptible smile, and she said calmly, "Give me a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone." Soon, the eunuch brought writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Gao Yang immediately started writing and drawing on the paper. I assume that there are X chickens in the cage, then the number of rabbits is 60 minus X. This X is an unknown number. You don't have to worry about it. You just need to know that it represents the actual number of chickens. Then you can list an equation based on the total number of legs. 2x plus 4 times 60x equals 200. Now, Let's use this equation to solve for the actual number of chickens. Then, Gao Yang began to answer according to the steps. In later generations, this is considered a knowledge point that must be learned in elementary school. For Gao Yang, this was naturally a piece of cake, and he easily solved for x is 20. But when he raised his head, everyone looked confused, even Sheng Wanwana looked thoughtful. There was an unprecedented confusion in the eyes of some officials. Who am I and where am I? Gao Yang couldn't help but look at Wang Zhong and asked, General Wang, do you understand? Chapter 255, Is it intentional or is there another purpose? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong said decisively, Master Gao, you are insulting me. I can understand this simple equation method at a glance. Lu Xun also nodded seriously and said, I understand, isn't it just that the chicken has 2 legs and the rabbit has 4 legs? First this, then this, and finally that, the chicken is 20, right? Why is that so difficult? Gao Yang, although he knew that once this equation method was born, it would definitely shock people, but he still underestimated this modern equation method in the mathematical level of the 7 countries. Lu Xun suddenly turned his gaze towards Suan Wudao and Chuning and laughed, Great Chu envoys, what else do you have to say? Are you still going to deny it? Immediately, many eyes were focused on Suan Wudao. Suan Wudao was shocked, as he had never heard of this equation method before. But it was no exaggeration to say that this equation method seemed to have opened a new door to mathematics for him. If it weren't for the wrong timing, he would really like to study it carefully. But I'm afraid it's going to be cold today, the chessboard is full of rice. Once the secret is exposed, he is dead. What should he do? At this time Gao Yang looked at Suan Wudao and said with a deep look on his face, Master Suan, how about these solutions? They should be able to convince Master Suan, right? Even if you have a great reputation, how much food can you get from just placing rice on a chessboard? It's not related to your life. You can't do something like 2 wins out of 3 games, and you want me to set the questions, right? When Suan Wudao heard Gao Yang's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He said shamelessly, Master Gao, how much food can be obtained from just placing rice on a chessboard? How can I cheat? But the rules are the rules. You won the first round, but in the third round, you have to make up your own questions. This has been the rule since ancient times. I have one more question. As soon as these words came out, all the civil and military officials of Dakian were in an uproar, especially Lu Xun, who rolled up his sleeves and angrily said, Where did the best of 3 games come from? You old bastard, I know that officials are always shameless, but you are too shameless. You must be taking advantage of my weak lance. Lu Xun was filled with murderous aura, sweeping across the entire Golden Palace. All the officials in Dakian were filled with righteous indignation, especially the military generals. They were spitting and excited, as if they were about to roll up their sleeves and talk to Suan Wudao about the principles of military generals. If you don't know, you might think that Dakian suffered a huge defeat and was being treated so badly. Qin Jinghua couldn't help but look at Gao Yang and sighed, Master Gao, you shouldn't have said that just now. It only reminded the mathematical director of Dechu. He's very shameless. Gao Yang sighed, alas. I was careless. Forget it, old man, please ask the questions. I'll give you one more chance. When Wu Zhao heard this, she immediately looked at Gao Yang and fell into deep thought. There was something wrong with Gao Yang's tone. He clearly knew how the chessboard was laid out. Was he really careless, or did he have some other purpose? Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes. Gao Yang looked calm. The more shameless Suan Wudao is, the better his reputation will be when it spreads out, and on the contrary, the great Chu will be more embarrassed. Moreover, being unrighteous is different from being the king of kings. When facing Mr. Zhuang, he must leave no room for him and strike him with a fatal blow. He cannot give Mr. Zhuang a chance to speak, otherwise it will be hard to say who will win or lose, but it is different in terms of morality. The first question is about chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Looking very proud, this is not a threat at all, and in terms of mathematics, he is absolutely invincible. There are 7 kingdoms in the world, and the willows in the pond are locked in smoke. Maybe if the kings of each country put some pressure on each other, someone might be able to answer the questions correctly, but for some math problems, they would be killed. And no matter how much they were tortured, they would not be able to answer them. The more shameless Suan Wudao is now, the greater the backlash will be later. It's the same principle as a spring. What's more, this is good for him. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang twice more, and said with dignity, Our Dakian is a country of etiquette. The Duchess Xijing may be shameless, but I, Dakian, have dignity. Since Dechu refuses to accept, then let's continue. I, Dakian, will take the challenge. These words made the Chu delegation feel as if they had eaten shit, but they were unable to refute them. Xu Ningyu looked at Swan Wudao with eager eyes. If he was so shameless and still lost, then he would lose face today. Swan Wudao also knew this and took a deep breath. Master Gao, please listen carefully to my question. Zhang San went to the market to buy something. He took 701 from his father and 701 from his mother. After shopping around, he bought a set of clothes for 1,331 and had 71 left. Zhang San took the 70 coins and gave 20 coins to his father and mother respectively, keeping 30 coins for himself. Then Zhang San owes his father 680 coins and his mother 680 coins, which adds up to 1,360 coins. Add the remaining 30 coins in Zhang San's hand, and the total is 1,390 coins. Then the question is, Zhang San borrowed a total of 1,400 coins, where did the remaining 10 coins go? As he said this, Swan Wudao's eyes were filled with endless coldness. The chicken and rabbit in the same cage is easy to solve, but this problem is not easy to solve. At the beginning, he spent a lot of effort to figure out where the 10 cents had gone. For a moment, all the civil and military officials, as well as the envoys from Zhao and Yan, frowned, and they instinctively began to think. When Zhao Yuhang heard the content of this question, a look of disdain appeared on his face. It's just a simple math problem. How difficult is that? Just sort out the money and you can figure out where the 10 cents went. Immediately, Zhao Yuhang pinched his fingers, muttered to himself, and began to add up the numbers continuously to calculate where the 10 cents had gone. But as time went on, Zhao Yuhang's expression became more and more ugly. 701 plus 701, the total is 1,401. I spent 1,331 to buy a set of clothes, which left me with 71. I paid back 41, which left me with 31. According to this logic, Zhang San owed his father and mother 681 each, which adds up to 1,361. Add the 31 in Zhang San's hand, and there are only 1,391, but logically speaking, the total should be 1,400 coins. What about the 10 cents? Zhao Yuhan looked confused and asked in shock, where did the 10 cents go? Could it be that this prince made a mistake in his calculations? Zhao Yuhan was confused and his faith was broken. This question doesn't look difficult at all, but why is it wrong when I add up the numbers? Could it be that these 10 cents were secretly used by Zhang San? Chapter 256, the answer is revealed. Cui Xinghe senses something is wrong. Cui Xinghe calculated in his mind at the first moment. Zhang San borrowed 701 from his parents, which makes 1,401. He spent 1,331 on clothes, which leaves him with 71. He then paid back 21 to each of them, leaving him with 31. So I owe my parents 680 coins each, which is 1,360 coins. Add the remaining 30 coins I have, and the total is only 1,390 coins. This is obviously 10 coins short of 1,400 coins. Buzz, Cui Xinghe was completely stunned and fell into deep thought. Where did the 10 cents go? Which link went wrong? Just as Cui Xinghe was still thinking hard, a tall and familiar figure stood in front of him again. Master Gao, what are you doing? Cui Xinghe said in confusion. How did Gao Yang end up here again? Gao Yang lowered his voice and said, Lord Cui, there is a powerful enemy ahead. This is related to the reputation of our Dakian. We should put aside the differences in our hearts. Can you lend me a helping hand? When Cui Xinghe heard this, he immediately shook his head. Master Gao, I've said before that I'm not good at mathematics. I really can't do anything about this. You should think about it yourself. Not to mention that he didn't know where the 10 cents went. Even if he really knew, he would never tell it. Although he also stands on Dakian's side, he also has selfish motives. Fundamentally speaking, he and Gao Yang are the biggest political enemies. As long as Gao Yang is alive, Cui Xinghe will never have a chance to rise in Dakian. From this point of view, he wished Gao Yang would die sooner. How could this possibly help Gao Yang? Gao Yang looked regretful and frowned. If that's the case, then I can only think about it myself. Master Cui, please do not interrupt my thoughts. I will use the dragon energy here to think carefully. This question is too difficult. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang's feet and his face looked strange. He also sighed in his heart. This Swan Wudao was really capable. He actually forced the great king of hell to this point. It is really not easy. On the dragon throne. Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, with an expressionless face on her noble and fair face. Her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. From her point of view, Gao Yang was in front of Cui Xinghe, but blocking the direction of Chu Ningyu and others, and both of them lowered their voices so that they could not be heard at all. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched immediately. Chang Wanwana was standing by, and said with a worried look on her face, "Your Majesty, Lord Gao seems to have encountered a problem, but I don't know where the 10 cents went. What should I do?" Wu Zhao looked indifferent and just shook her head. "Don't worry, just watch the show. This Gao Yang is far worse than you think." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanwana was stunned for a moment. Gao Yang, is he worse than she imagined? But after Wu Zhao said this, she didn't say anything more, and Shang Wanwana could only look down. At this time, Swan Wudao said, "Master Gao, this question is quite difficult. If you really can't figure it out, just ask me and I will definitely help you solve it." As he spoke, he stroked his beard and let out a long sigh. The faces of all the civil and military officials of Dakian turned ugly, and they looked at Swan Wudao with strong dissatisfaction, but as soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yang turned around and burst into laughter. "Who said I can't think of it? It's just a question of logical misdirection. How difficult is that?" As soon as these words were spoken, they swept through the entire Golden Palace like a storm. The indifference on Swan Wudao's face disappeared in an instant. "What? Master Gao has figured it out?" Swan Wudao was completely surprised. Gao Yang just now looked puzzled, as if this question was really difficult. But how come it becomes so difficult in just the blink of an eye? Isn't the speed of changing faces a bit too fast? But he really didn't dare to underestimate Gao Yang's previous solution to the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage. He even had a bad premonition in his heart that Gao Yang had really figured it out. Cui Xinghe was also stunned. What's going on? Gao Yang just said that this question was too difficult and asked him to put aside the gap in his heart and lend a helping hand for the sake of Dakian. It only took a short while and he was already laughing. How difficult was this problem? Cui Xinghe looked towards the place where Gao Yang had just been, with a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that Gao Yang is really a master of feng shui, and that there is really dragon energy gathering here? Or maybe, he suddenly felt uneasy and subconsciously moved to the place where Gao Yang had stood before. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes and felt the changes in his surroundings with his whole body and mind. If one can really feel the dragon energy that Gao Yang mentioned, then everything will be fine. But if one cannot feel even a single dragon hair, then that would be very bad. "Master Gao, have you really figured it out?" Zhao Yuhuang couldn't help but speak out, feeling curious. His head was about to explode, but he still couldn't figure out where the 10 cents had gone. As a result, Gao Yang figured out the answer so quickly. Gao Yang did not keep anyone in suspense and said directly, "This question is not difficult, it's just a logical misleading question." According to what the old man said, after Zhang San paid back the money, he owed his father 680 coins and his mother 680 coins, a total of 1,360 coins. This number corresponds to the total amount owed, but what does it have to do with the 30 coins in Zhang San's hand? Why does this add up? 1361 is because Zhang San spent 1331 on clothes, and the 31 left in Zhang San's hand is the debt. At first, Zhang San borrowed 701 from his parents, a total of 1,401. After buying clothes, he had 71 left. After returning 21 to his parents each, he borrowed a total of 1,361 from his parents. Of this, 1,331 was used to buy clothes, and 31 was in Zhang San's hands. Therefore, there was no such thing as 10 when missing. The old man is very cunning. He said this on purpose just to lead to a logical error. Chapter 257, Tree Planting Issue. The chief mathematician of Dechu, Swan Wudao, volunteers to join the battle. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the Golden Palace. Zhao Yuhuang also suddenly became enlightened and everything became clear to him. So that's how it is. The 1360 coins are the result of Zhang San spending 1330 coins on clothes and the 30 coins he left on his hands. So, this amount of money is correct. This prince has been fooled. When Mr. Swan heard this, his face turned pale and he looked at Gao Yang's face as if he had seen a devil. This Gao Yang, he really knows it. How about being the old man? Gao Yang spoke softly with a smile on his face. Swan Wudao had a complicated expression. Although he was extremely unwilling, he still said, "Master Gao, as you said, this is indeed a logical misleading question. These 1361 cannot be added to the 31 in Zhang San's hand, just because Zhang San spent 1331 on buying clothes and the 31 left in Zhang San's hand. But I haven't lost yet. As long as I can answer the 2 questions asked by Master Gao, then this game will be a draw. Now, please teach me, Master Gao. Swan Wudao took a deep breath and looked at Gao Yang with a serious expression. Gao Yang's attainments in mathematics far exceeded his imagination, even far exceeded himself, but if he lost today, he could not afford the price at all, so he still wanted to give it a try. What if I win? And seeing this, Lu Xun couldn't hold it anymore. He simply rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Swan Wudao. Even if he was scolded by Wu Zetian today, he would punch this unrighteous man's head to pieces. This guy is really shameless and has no integrity of a scholar at all. It's just a little bit of rice on the chessboard, and you can't afford to lose, not to mention Lu Xun. Even the Chu state envoys, including Chu Ningyu, remained silent. It would be really ugly if this matter got out, but they had no choice but to go ahead and fight. Just as Lu Xun was about to take action, Gao Yang grabbed Lu Xun. General Lu, you are a guest. When 2 countries discuss things, they should be magnanimous. Lu Xun stared as if he had seen a ghost. He glanced at Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhuang, who were lying on the ground with their bodies almost stiff. He found it hard to believe that Gao Yang could actually say such words. This means that as a guest, you should be gracious and graceful. Gao Yang looked at Master Swan and said calmly, Master Swan, I will not ask 2 questions, only one. If you can answer it within half an hour, let alone a draw, I will admit defeat. Just consider it as you clearing my doubts. After all, how much food does it take to put rice on the chessboard? Following Gao Yang's voice, Swan Wudao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, Master Gao, are you serious? A gentleman's promise is as good as his bond. I take my words seriously. Then please enlighten me, Master Gao. The old man looked excited and was extremely thrilled, but there was no joy in Chu Ningyu's eyes. Instead, they were filled with solemnity, and she felt more and more that a huge crisis was approaching. If Gao Yang had asked the questions directly, she wouldn't have been so panicked, but Gao Yang directly changed 2 questions into one, and promised that as long as the old man could answer it, Wudao would be considered the winner. Why would a ruthless person like you do such an uncertain thing? Even if she was 99% sure, she felt that Gao Yang would not take the risk, unless he was 100% sure. Chu Ningyu was extremely nervous and curious about what Gao Yang's math problem was. Gao Yang looked at Chu Ningyu with a meaningful look in his eyes. When I was young, I saw someone planting trees. There weren't many trees, only 20 in total, but the area was so large, so I was thinking about a math problem at the time. If there is enough space in a fixed area, but there are only 20 trees, how many rows can be planted at most if 4 trees are planted in each row? I am too stupid. I have been thinking about it for many years, but I still don't have the answer. Today, Master Swan is here, so please let Master Swan solve this puzzle for me. As Gao Yang said this, all the officials in the Golden Palace were stunned. Chu Ningyu was also surprised that Gao Yang was so confident, even 100% sure about the question, but it seemed so ordinary. There were 20 trees in an area, and 4 trees were planted in each row. How many rows could be planted at most? In her opinion, the issue of planting trees is not even as good as the issue of putting chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Wrong, absolutely not. There must be something mysterious about this question. It can't be that simple. Chu Ningyu made a conclusion in her heart and tried to deduce it in her mind. All the officials stared at Gao Yang in unison, their eyes filled with suspicion. Obviously, this question also made them a little unbelievable. What's so difficult about this question? I already have the answer. Wang Zhong looked at everyone in silence and spoke directly. May I ask General Wang, what is your answer? Gao Yang asked. Wang Zhong glanced at everyone and said directly, 5 elements. 20 trees, 4 in a row, all arranged horizontally, that's the 5 elements. How difficult is that? But as soon as he said this, Swan Wudao's expression suddenly changed. There was a strong expression of disbelief in his old, turbid eyes. He instantly took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. No, that's not right. Graphics, symmetry, and arrangement. Gao Yang, where do you get these questions from? The old man's voice was filled with fear, and he looked like he was about to collapse. This sudden change caught all officials off guard. Wang Zhong was even more stunned. What was going on with Wudao? Why did he just sit down on the ground? It seemed like he had lost 3 of his 7 souls? How is this not the 5 elements? Wang Zhong said with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Shangwan Wanner's head buzzed, and she also realized the difficulty of the tree planting problem. She looked at Gao Yang with shock on her face, her beautiful eyes full of shock. General Wang, the 5 elements are too few. It's definitely more than just 5 elements. Wang Zhong subconsciously asked, since it is not 5 elements, how many elements can there be at most? But when this question came up, Shangguan Wan'er just shook her head, I don't know either. The amount of calculation required for this problem is really huge, and as the number of rows increases, the constraints behind it become more and more stringent, even involving various graphics and symmetry. With my level, it is impossible for me to solve this math problem. I am not even qualified to study it. The more Shangguan Wan'er spoke, the more solemn the expression on her face became, and the look in her beautiful eyes as she looked towards Gao Yang became more complicated. Wang Zhong was stunned when he heard this. After all, Shangguan Wan'er's reputation as a talented woman was well known throughout Chang'an. She actually claimed that she was not worthy of studying this question at all. So how difficult is this question? Although Cui Xinghan knew that there was more to this question than just the 5 elements, he still felt that Shangguan Wan'er's words were too exaggerated. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Master Gao's problem of planting 20 trees is more difficult than the problem of the Pythagorean theorem left by the famous mathematician who was once known as the world's #1 mathematician? Shangguan Wan'er glanced at Cui Xinghan and said without hesitation, in my mind, the Pythagorean theorem that has made countless students wail is nothing compared to this question. These two are not even on the same level. Shangguan Wan'er's words shocked the entire Golden Palace. No one expected that this small problem of planting trees would be so difficult. At this time, Gao Yang also said calmly, I can solve the problem of the Pythagorean theorem and the circle. But even I don't know how many rows there are at most when it comes to planting trees. I only know a higher level arrangement method. However, the director of mathematics of Dechu has devoted his life to studying mathematics, so I think he can help me solve this puzzle. I am looking forward to it very much. In fact, this question is not difficult. In the 16th century, ancient Greece, Rome and Egypt successively completed the arrangement of 16 rows. In the 18th century, some people speculated that the tree planting problem should be able to reach 18 rows, but it has not been confirmed. In the 19th century, a mathematical master completed the arrangement of 18 rows. In the 20th century, 2 mathematics enthusiasts used an electronic computer to break the record of 18 lines, pushing the record of the tree planting problem to 20 lines, and someone from abroad invested $200,000 in the hope that someone would make a new breakthrough. In the 21st century, the tree planting problem has been brought up again by mathematicians who want to break through 20 lines, but so far, no one has done it. It is also worth mentioning that the mathematician in the 18th century who only guessed that the tree planting problem could reach 18 rows but did not pass down any specific arrangement method, had a well-known name. Gauss. Is this question difficult? The chief mathematician of the Great Chu state, Xuan Wudao, requests a fight. Chapter 258, The outbreak reveals the sinister intentions of the Chu delegation. 7 lines. Master Gao, is it and isn't it? Xuan Wudao took a deep breath, stared at Gao Yang firmly, and gave his answer. Gao Yang shook his head slightly at this. Wrong. What about the 8 lines? Xuan Wudao made the gesture of number 8 and continued speaking with an earnest look on his face. It's still not right. That must be 9 lines. If you don't give up, you will find the Tao again. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. Master, if you guess like this, I believe I can guess it sooner or later, so please give me an accurate answer. Xuan Wudao's face turned red. He could still deduce these 7 lines in his mind, but as for the remaining 8 and 9 lines, they were just random guesses. This question is too difficult. Even though he thought he was familiar with graphics, he only felt a sharp pain in his head, but now Gao Yang insisted that he give an answer. How could he give it? Suddenly, he had an idea, looked at Gao Yang with an earnest expression and said, Master Gao, I just thought about it and I have an answer in my mind. If we plant 20 trees in a row, with 4 in each row, I think we can plant a maximum of X trees. How about these X? As Xuan Wudao spoke, his eyes were fixed on Gao Yang and Gao Yang's expression changed. This answer really surprised him. This guy Xuan Wudao is really a talented person. He actually came up with so many of them. If we follow the old man's way of thinking, then all the problems in the world will be solved easily and we will have answers to them all. 1x is enough to solve everything. Xuan Wudao's face turned red, and he was speechless after being rebuked by Gao Yang. Then I'll think about it again. Xuan Wudao glanced at the sand in the hourglass and continued to deduce in his mind. Gao Yang made a gesture to indicate that he was welcome, then looked away and walked towards Cui Xinghe again. Master Gao, are you here to feel the so-called dragon energy again? Cui Xinghe felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Gao Yang, however, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled and said, Master Cui, you and I are colleagues. Why are we so distant from each other? We should help each other and work together to make Dakian stronger. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang deeply. When this act of mutual help came into play, he became even more panicked. There was something wrong with Gao Yang. Something was wrong with him. On the other side, Xu Ningyu came to Xuan Wudao's side and whispered, Master Xuan, are you sure about this question? Xuan Wudao looked at Xu Ningyu's face and said bitterly, Princess, with my attainments in mathematics, I'm afraid I won't be able to solve this problem even if I give it 100 years. The difficulty of this question is far beyond my imagination. Xu Ningyu's face looked grim. Is this question so difficult? Xuan Wudao nodded heavily. Let alone this old man, even if you were the greatest mathematician of the time, and all the scholars in the world came to solve this problem, it would be difficult. This question looks simple, but it is extremely difficult. This great living king's attainments in mathematics are extremely terrifying. Not to mention that I only have half an hour. Even if it is Wenkuxing who possesses me, it will be difficult to solve it. When these words came out, Xu Ningyu was shocked. She frowned, but then said, then there is only one way to go now. When Mr. Xuan heard this, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. Soon, the sand reached the bottom. Gao Yang said calmly, how about you, old man? The old man sighed and said, Master Gao is indeed the #1 counselor of Dakian. The difficulty of this question is something I have rarely seen in my life. I am willing to admit defeat. Gao Yang looked surprised. Does this mean Wudao has admitted defeat so easily, and you started to flatter him? Xuan Wudao then said, Master Gao, it's getting late today, so I won't bother you anymore. As for the bet I lost, I'm not a stingy person. After the court session, I will go to the largest rice shop in Chang'an and buy 2 bags of rice for you, Master Gao, and personally deliver them to the Duke Dinggua's mansion to show my sincerity. How do you think? Gao Yang laughed when he heard that this Xuan Wudao really has a good plan. Does he really think he is a fool? You are really generous, old man. How can a mere chessboard hold 2 bags of rice? Sir, I am so touched. Xuan Wudao was overjoyed and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Gao Yang doesn't know, so he can hide it from the world, but the next second, Gao Yang spoke again. But my reputation is known to everyone in Dakian. Am I the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others? Your Majesty, please give me a chessboard. Gao Yang bowed towards Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao also said calmly, come here, get a chessboard and a bag of rice. At this moment, Xuan Wudao's face changed drastically. Xu Ningyu's face suddenly turned gloomy. Isn't Gao Yang a person who likes to take advantage of others? Soon eunuch Hong brought out a brand new wooden chessboard and a bag of rice. Wang Zhong couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, isn't this bag of rice a bit too much? It's just a small square chessboard. How much can it hold? Xuan Wudao heard this and said, the general is right. It is getting late now. His Majesty the Emperor and the officials must be tired. I think it is unnecessary. If Master Gao is not satisfied, I will buy 3 bags, no, 10 bags. How's that? Xuan Wudao spoke for a while and looked at Gao Yang with a nervous face. Once the chessboard starts to be laid out, it won't take more than a few squares for their intentions to be exposed, then, he will be finished. Gao Yang had a playful smile on his face. He picked up some rice grains with his right hand, put 1 grain of rice in the first grid, 2 grains of rice in the second grid, and 4 grains of rice in the third grid. He raised his eyes and looked at the old man with amusement. Master, do I look like a fool in your eyes? A fool you can fool at will? It is obvious that my math level is higher than yours. As soon as these words came out, the old man's face changed drastically. All the civil and military officials in the court also sensed a different meaning from Gao Yang's words. Xuan Wudao stared at Gao Yang, his eyes filled with horror. Master Gao, what do you mean by this? I have absolutely no intention of playing tricks on you, Mr. Gao. Gao Yang was too lazy to pretend anymore. He said lightly, the Chu army of 100,000 marched south, but returned in defeat at the gates of Chang'an, with heavy casualties. It is no exaggeration to say that this hatred is irreconcilable. In the court today, first Mr. Zhou was angered to death by me, and then Mr. Zhuang was forced by me to draw his sword and commit suicide. But the old man was so noble that he didn't care about his reputation after losing and knelt down on the spot. Although this bet is not a life and death agreement, it is not light. But if I lose, it's just a piece of rice on the chessboard. Why? Is this how the old man can be so generous to his enemy? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the officials in Dakian changed. Even Wang Zhong realized something was wrong. Elyusian's expression was even more grim as he asked, Master Gao, is there something wrong with the placement of the rice on this chessboard? Gao Yang looked at Swan Wudao with endless indifference in his eyes. It's more than just a problem, it's a huge pit. Because the arrangement of rice on this chessboard involves exponential growth, the amount behind it will be an astronomical figure that no one can afford. Only 1 grain of rice is needed for the first grid, and not many grains are needed for the previous grids. Even when it comes to the 13th grid, only 4,096 grains of rice are needed. But the 14th square has 8,192 grains of rice, and the 15th square has 16,384 grains of rice. In just 3 short grids, the number of grains of rice increased from 4,096 to 16,384. The 16th grid even reached over 30,000 grains. The 17th square will require more than 60,000 grains of rice, the 18th square will require 120,000 grains of rice, and the 22nd square will require 1 million grains of rice. There are 64 squares on a chessboard. According to this rule, the number of rice grains on the 64th square will be so huge that even if all the food of the 7 countries was taken out, it would still not be enough to even make up a fraction of it. Swan Wudao, do you really think that I can't see your sinister intentions? Chapter 259, Debts are cancelled when a person dies? Not possible. As soon as these words came out, buzz, the faces of all the officials in Dakian changed at the same time. With horror on their faces, Gao Yang said it very clearly, and those present were not fools. The 22nd grid requires millions of grains of rice, so after a few more grids, wouldn't it be able to exceed tens of millions? Some military officers with hot tempers couldn't help but speak out. Fuck, these bastards from Dichu are so vicious. The arrangement of rice on this chessboard is so terrifying. The 22nd grid requires 1 million grains of rice. What will happen in the future? I really thought this was Wudao's kindness, but I didn't expect the pit hidden behind this was so big. Cunning, so cunning. It's a good thing that Mr. Gao won, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. For a moment, everyone criticized him as Zhao Yuhong and Yan Wushuang felt their scalps tingling. This Chu delegation was going to kill Gao Yang. Swan Wudao's face turned pale and he looked at Gao Yang in horror. Chuning Yu also clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Everything is clear now, she said. That Gao Yang, as the number 1 poisoner in Dakian and such a cautious person, why would he agree to place rice on the chessboard? She didn't even ask the old man to kneel down, but changed to placing rice on the chessboard. Gao Yang had long realized the ruthlessness of the chessboard arrangement. This was just a move to take advantage of the situation and defeat them. Gao Yang stared at Swan Wudao and Chuning Yu, and his voice became louder and louder. 2 days ago, rumors spread in Chang'an that I plagiarized. I tolerated it, but today Mr. Zhou stood up and attacked me, continuing to slander me. For the sake of Dakian, I have no choice but to accept the challenge. Mr. Zhou died, and I was lucky enough to keep my reputation. Then Mr. Zhuang, the King of Kings, wanted to gamble his life with me. Fortunately, I was slightly better and saved his life. Next is your great Chu Si Zhang, who is considered Wudao. You tried to trick me by kneeling down and placing a bed of rice on a chessboard. You gave me a question about chickens and rabbits in the same cage. After I solved it by chopping off their feet, you said my method was too cruel. I still endured it and listed 5 more methods. I thought I had one and could breathe a sigh of relief, but I never expected that the great Chu Si Zhang and the great Chu envoys would be so shameless and come up with a best-of-3 game. I have one, but this is not the end yet. You want me to ask questions again. I have continued to endure it. Now you want to deceive me with just 10 bags of rice. In your eyes, am I the Ninja Turtle? Today, what is intolerable? I can tolerate my uncle but not my aunt. I can tolerate my aunt but not my uncle. I am the grandson of the number 1 chess master in Dakian. Since you are being unreasonable, I can only decide the outcome with the chessboard in my hand. Gao Yang's voice was full of energy, echoing in the golden palace of Dakian, just like a raging storm, sweeping everything around it and spreading to every corner of the hall, making all the officials tense up and feel the same way. Swan Wudao's face turned pale. Even he felt that he had gone too far with these words, but he didn't expect that Gao Yang would be so reasonable and wanted to play chess with him to decide the outcome. You should know that he is not only a ruthless calculator, but also a good chess player. His level is comparable to that of the great Chu state, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw a shadow covering his face, and the next second, an unstoppable force suddenly erupted on his forehead. His eyes went dark, and he could feel his vitality gradually fading away. Before he died, he saw Gao Yang standing there holding a bloody chessboard, looking invincible. Is this what you mean by deciding the winner on a chessboard? Immediately afterwards, Swan Wudao's consciousness completely dissipated. Call. The outcome of this game has been decided. Gao Yang let out a long sigh, and his thoughts became cleared. It has to be said that the invincible killer move of Dakian's #1 chessmaster in the chess game is indeed invincible. As long as it hits the target, the winner is decided. At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. They looked at Gao Yang in surprise. Cui Xinghe and others finally understood why Gao Yang had been tolerant again and again. It was obvious that he wanted Swan Wudao to go a little further so that he could stand on the side of justice and take Swan Wudao's life directly. The corner of Lu Zhen's mouth twitched and he looked at Gao Yang deeply. At this moment, everything became clear. The so-called best of 3 games was not an unintentional reminder to Old Man Swan, but a deliberate act. The purpose was to make Swan Wudao go further so as to take his life. This boy is so cruel, he deserves to be Gao Tianlong's grandson. The way of swinging the chessboard is exactly the same, but from now on, you must never play chess with this guy. This killing move is so terrifying, Lu Zhen said secretly in his heart. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. She didn't expect that Gao Yang would kill Swan Wudao with a chessboard. This Gao Yang. Wu Zhao shook her head helplessly. Count it, old man. Xu Ningyu screamed and rushed forward, but Swan Wudao's eyes were wide open, and he was completely breathless, obviously dead. Master Gao, you actually killed the old man with a chessboard. Gao Yang pointed at Swan Wudao's body and said righteously, Grand Princess, this official has repeatedly treated me as a fool. I was so angry that I took action. Isn't this reasonable? Xu Ningyu gritted her teeth and stared at Gao Yang. She knew in her heart that Swan Wudao was being played around by Gao Yang. Even if this news got out, scholars all over the world would only think that Swan Wudao deserved to die and that he deserved it. Gao Yang is so cruel, not only will he decide to kill Wudao, but he will also destroy his reputation. Master Gao, I am willing to accept the loss of the bet. Now that I am dead, the debt is settled. I don't owe you anything anymore. Xu Ningyu suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and squeezed out a line of words from between her teeth with difficulty, but Gao Yang interrupted Xu Ningyu decisively and said seriously, Princess, you are wrong. How can a person's debt be wiped out after death? I heard that the old man is a noble of the great Chu, with many servants at home, a pair of graceful twin daughters, who are quite pretty, and a wife who is about 48 years old and still has youthful charm. If I suffer a little loss, they can use it to pay off my debts. Xu Ningyu was completely stunned when she heard this. She stared at Gao Yang in disbelief. It wasn't enough to just kill the person. The old man's twin daughters and even his wife who was in her 30s were not spared. Is this still a human being? Chapter 260. I am a specialist in pretending to faint and frightening the Mahist master. When these words were heard, even all the officials of Dakian were stunned. Cui Xinghe, Wang Zhong, and others looked at Gao Yang deeply. This method was quite like that of a living devil. Master Gao, killing is not enough. Why are you so cruel? Xu Ningyu said with a look of disbelief. Even though the old man has lost his life and reputation, Gao Yang, this living devil, is still thinking about his family, and they are all women. Are they still human beings? Gao Yang ignored Xu Ningyu's words. He sighed and said, there is something I forgot to say just now. These 3 people are used to pay off the debt. As for the others, just kill them all. According to the family tree, no one can be spared. I don't want to have to worry about assassinations every day for more than a decade. Xu Ningyu, she gritted her teeth and looked at Gao Yang deeply, but she didn't say anything else. Now, any words she said were in vain in front of Gao Yang. Falling into his hands would be a fate worse than death. Now, she even felt a little regretful. Xu Ningyu looked at the 3 corpses in the Golden Throne Hall, her face turning pale and red. She had originally come here with great ambitions to start the attack, But in just one morning, there were 3 more corpses on the ground. Is this a sign of trouble or a sign of death? Is this great living devil really so terrifying? Chu Ningyu's expression changed and she was in a dilemma, and now she still has a trump card, that is the leader of the Mahdist school in Dechu, Mo Tiansong. When it comes to Mahdist methods, Mo Tiansong is a young genius in the Mahdist school of mechanical arts. He became famous at the age of 16 and has studied the Mahdist methods for more than 40 years. He is the #1 Mahdist in Dechu. He was even well known among the Mahdist disciples in the 7 countries, but the problem is, the Mahdist methods, it seems that Gao Yang is also very good at them. If he continues to attack, there won't be 4 people lying on the ground, right? At the same time, I and the Great Chu delegation. An old man wearing cloth clothes, cloth shoes, with grey hair, but in very good spirits, shuddered all over and his pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at the 3 bodies on the ground, his whole body numb. Along the way, the 4 of them rode in a carriage, with the ambition to come to Dakian to avenge the previous humiliation of Dechu and regain the lost dignity for Dechu. But now, all 3 of them were dead on the spot. Some were angered to death due to the humiliation, some were forced to death, and some were even beaten to death by Gao Yang on a chessboard. Among them, Mr. Zhou was branded as a plagiarist and died in frustration before he could even match up with the King of Kings. This was the more miserable old man, as he had always been framed by Gao Yang. Not only was his intention seen through, but he was also set up against him and lost his life. Even his own daughter and his still charming wife could not be saved, and now he is the only one left, only him. Mo Tiansong's eyes flickered, and his dry hand clenched the Luban lock in his robe, looking very conflicted. He had absolute confidence in the Luban lock in his hand, but the problem was that his 3 comrades were all very confident when they made their move, but now they are all lying here, dying with their eyes open. Should I be a hero who turns the tide, or a bear who can save my life? Mo Tiansong took a deep breath, and the image of a concubine in his home who was outshining the most beautiful concubine in the world flashed through his mind. He rushed to Swan Wudao, squatted on the ground, and looked sad. You and I came here together. We are not like brothers, but we are better than brothers. Now you are leaving alone. How can I live on? It hurts so much. Mo Tiansong's eyes were red and his voice echoed throughout the hall of the sadness, and that old voice was enough to make anyone who heard it sad and cry. Then he pointed at Gao Yang angrily. You bastard! Despicable! Inhumane! How can I tolerate you? These words moved all the officials in Dakian. This person is so brave. He knows that the living king of hell is so terrifying, but he still dares to insult him. Who gave him the courage? As he spoke, Mo Tiansong's chest heaved, his eyes were red, and he pointed at Gao Yang, as if he was very angry. The next second, his body suddenly fell down and leaned on Swan Wudao, as if he was so angry that he fainted. Gao Yang's face was full of admiration. Sure enough, there is true love in the world. These are true friends, but this person's ability to endure was too poor, and he fainted from anger. I heard that there is also a Mahdist master accompanying the Great Chu delegation this time. I wonder who he is. Can he come out and give me some advice? A light voice mixed with endless domineering aura suddenly sounded in the hall. In an instant, all the Chu delegation's eyes turned to Gao Yang. Chu Ningyu also clenched her fists. Gao Yang was simply too arrogant. If left unchecked, the reputation of the Great Chu will be completely ruined. But Chu Ningyu looked at Mo Tiansong, who was lying unconscious on the ground due to anger. She pointed at the Mo family leader on the ground with a dark face and said, "This is the Mo family leader of Great Chu." Gao Yang looked at Mo Tiansong on the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Elyusian couldn't help but ask, how could a great Mahdist master faint from anger? Is this a real dizziness or a fake one? Gao Yang waved his hand and then spoke. It doesn't matter. As long as someone is unconscious, whether it's real or fake, I can cure it. Come here, bring me a pot of cold water. I only need to splash it on the face of the Mahdist leader, and he will wake up quickly. He looked at Mo Tiansong, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed and disguised very well, with a smile on his lips. Mo Tiansong wanted to curse his mother. This guy really has no respect for the elderly or love for the young at all. He is already so old, yet you still want to pour cold water on his face. How can a human being do this? Master Gao, if you are faking fainting, I'm afraid that the basin of cold water won't wake you up. Cold water can't wake up a person who pretends to be unconscious. Lu Xun glanced at Mo Tiansong and spoke aloud. Gao Yang smiled and didn't care. That's fine. Cold water can't wake up a person who's pretending to be unconscious. I still have a basin of boiling water, hiss. When these words were spoken, all the civil and military officials in the court twitched their lips, the Chu state envoys felt their scalps tingling and all looked at Gao Yang in horror. Mo Tiansong almost fainted. If cold water couldn't wake up someone pretending to faint, then how about boiling water? Of course, normal people can't stand being scalded by boiling water, but it doesn't rule out some super ruthless people who can endure what ordinary people can't. So to ensure that he wakes up, I think we can just pour the water 3 inches below his lower abdomen. Once this move is used, even those who are on the verge of death will probably jump up instantly. Chapter 261 Shangguan Wanner's invitation. Come and take a photo. When these words came out, Mo Tiansong almost jumped up. Only at this moment did he realize what a stupid thing he had done. Pretending to be unconscious in front of this living devil was really a stupid move. Gao Yang clearly saw that he was pretending to be unconscious, so he was deliberately trying to scare him. If he wakes up now, it means he has pretended to be unconscious, and the whole Chu will lose face. But if he continues to pretend to be unconscious, others will not do it, but Gao Yang might really pour cold water on him first and then pour boiling water on him, even splash it 3 inches below his abdomen. Dead end, a real dead end. Just when Mo Tiansong was feeling tormented, Xu Ningyu spoke up, Master Gao, you are too polite. I have learned a lot from today's competition, so I will not continue to ask for your advice. If there is a next chance, I will definitely ask for your advice. Xu Ningyu looked at Gao Yang and spoke in a low voice. These words are almost equivalent to admitting defeat, but she really had no choice. Chu had already suffered enough shame today. Not to mention whether Mo Tiansong was really fainted or just pretending. Even if he woke up and took out the Luban lock passed down from the Mo family, there was no guarantee that Gao Yang would not be able to unlock it. On the contrary, if one more person dies, the face of Chu will be completely lost. It is better to save the last bit of face first and make plans before taking action. Gao Yang saw this and said with regret, that's really a pity. Wu Zhao first looked at Gao Yang deeply, then suddenly stood up and walked to the side with her hands behind her back. With a faint smile on her dignified face, she was very satisfied with today's court fight. Retreat. With Wu Zhao's exit, today's morning court finally came to an end, and all officials felt relieved. Generally speaking, before attending the morning court, all officials would go to the toilet first and then go to court. They would not eat breakfast at all. Otherwise, if you had a stomachache and farted while discussing state affairs in the Golden Palace, it would be extremely indecent, but today's court competition lasted too long. So most of the officials were starving. However, compared to being hungry, the officials were more concerned about Gao Yang's performance today. All eyes fell on Gao Yang, and even Gao Feng straightened his back with a look of pride on his face. Today, Gao Yang defeated Grandpa Zhou, forced Grandpa Zhuan to commit suicide with 2 eternal absolutes, and killed Grandpa Swan with a chessboard, and frightened the leader of the modest school to faint. These news, along with the end of the court, will be like the most terrifying storm, sweeping across the entire Dacian and even the 7 countries. By then, all the literati in the world will know that a remarkable person has emerged in Dacian, and his name is Gao Yang, outside the Golden Palace. The golden sunlight shone on Gao Yang's body. He squinted his eyes, looking relaxed and comfortable, but at this moment, Xu Ningyu came to his side. She stared at the sky in the distance, her tone was indescribably cold. Gao Yang, I underestimated you today, but don't be complacent, we have a long way to go, we'll see. When Gao Yang heard this, he first glanced at Xu Ningyu's delicate face. He showed a shocked expression. Princess, what do you mean by this? Is this not good? Xu Ningyu frowned and couldn't help but ask, what's not good? What country is Feng Chang from? The princess wants to be with me. Isn't this immoral? However, the princess has invited me so kindly, so I can only accept it for the sake of the relationship between our 2 countries. Gao Yang sighed and acted as if he was ready to risk it all. The corner of Xu Ningyu's mouth twitched, and at this moment she wished she could kill Gao Yang. This person really deserves a beating. She was really puzzled. After a closer look, she felt that Gao Yang's cunning in his mouth did not seem like those of a poisonous scholar, but he was indeed the number 1 poisonous scholar in Dacian. Xu Ningyu took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling murderous intent towards Gao Yang in her heart. Master Gao, please stop talking nonsense to me. I just want to ask you one thing. Xingluan, how is it? When Xu Ningyu asked this question, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Gao Yang's face. She was obviously very nervous, but this is also the answer she urgently wants to know. She and Chu Qingwan have had a very good relationship since childhood, but Gao Yang's various behaviors make her very uneasy. How could Chu Qingwan not be bullied if she fell into Gao Yang's hands? Princess, this question is confidential. Gao Yang rubbed his hands, Xu Ningyu gritted her teeth and took out a gold ingot. Gao Yang shook his head, looked into the distance and said, "The second princess is a wanted criminal appointed by His Majesty, so she has to pay more." Xu Ningyu took a deep breath and took out a gold ingot from her pocket. "This is all I have, Master Gao, please don't go too far." Seeing this, Gao Yang took the 2 gold ingots from Xu Ningyu's hand. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "I am not a greedy person. Since the princess is so sincere, I will naturally tell you directly. Second princess, it's really moist." Upon hearing this, Xu Ningyu was completely stunned. "What?" She widened her eyes and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. "What does run mean?" Gao Yang's words touched upon her blind spot in knowledge. Gao Yang glanced at Xu Ningyu's buttocks. It must be said that compared with Chu Qingwan, Xu Ningyu had a more attractive figure. It was simply a perfect figure, and it was very hot to look at. Next second, bang, Gao Yang slapped Xu Ningyu on her, but Xu Ningyu felt as if she had been hit hard and felt numb. But then, Xu Ningyu was stunned. How dare Gao Yang do this in broad daylight? She is the eldest princess of the Great Chu. This is a slap on her. But Gao Yang said to Xu Ningyu, "Run, that's what I mean." Xu Ningyu came back to her senses and flew into a rage. "Gao Yang, how dare you flirt with this princess? You're looking for death." Gao Yang looked calm and not panicked at all. "You can be louder, princess. By then, the whole Dakian and even the 7 kingdoms will know that I touched the princess's buttocks. I don't know if I will be fine. It all depends on your majesty's decision. But the eldest princess's good reputation will definitely be ruined." Upon hearing this, Xu Ningyu wished she could bite Gao Yang to death. This bastard is so shameless, but he just happened to have a hold on her vital point. According to Gao Yang's current status, how could Emperor Qian possibly deal with Gao Yang? Xu Ningyu lowered her voice and said with murderous intent, "Gao Yang, I will remember your disrespect today. If I don't take revenge, I will not be a human being." After saying that, Xu Ningyu turned and left, but Gao Yang, seeing this, was quick to slap him again. Xu Ningyu was completely stunned and she turned back suddenly. "Gao Yang, don't go too far." Gao Yang smiled when he saw this. "Since we have a grudge, it doesn't matter if it's a little more or a little less. Princess, I want to teach you a lesson with this slap. Conspiracies in the world can only be effective if they are attacked suddenly. Just like this officer, you have to attack by surprise, otherwise the outcome today might be different." Xu Ningyu tensed up when she heard that. She suddenly thought of the attack against Gao Yang in Chang'an City. Could this be what Gao Yang meant? "Master Gao, what do you mean by this?" Gao Yang just smiled and didn't say much. At this time, on the other side, Shangguan Wana walked up slowly and said to Gao Yang, "Sir Gao, His Majesty has summoned you." Seeing this, Gao Yang bowed to Xu Ningyu and left with Shangguan Wana. Xu Ningyu looked at Gao Yang's departing back and felt a tingling sensation on her buttocks, but her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. Gao Yang's unconscious words made her think of many things. Shangguan Wana and Gao Yang strolled along the palace road leading to the imperial study. "Mr. Gao, what do you think of my butt?" Gao Yang was shocked when he heard this. He glanced at Shangguan Wana's buttocks, then coughed twice and said, "I think this buttocks is round and firm. Come and take a photo." Chapter 262, The Empress's Nest, Beauty Trap. "Sir Shangguan, is this really possible?" Gao Yang took a deep breath. To be honest, at this moment, he was very excited, even coveted it for a long time. Shangguan Wana glanced at Gao Yang, and then said in a cold voice, "Sir Gao, I saw that when you patted the great princess of Dechu just now, your technique was very experienced and you didn't hesitate at all. Why? I am not as good as the princess of Dechu?" As she spoke, Shangguan Wana straightened her body, showing off her curves, and even propped up her dark green robe. There is a hint of sourness in these words. Even though Gao Yang's reaction was slow, he still realized it. When he made his move, he clearly looked around, but he didn't expect to be seen by Shangguan Wana, which was a bit embarrassing. "Sir Shangguan's figure is impeccable, but this butt. Let's do it another day," Gao Yang said with a guilty conscience. Snort. "Red beans grow in the south, and they sprout in spring. I hope you can pick more of this, for it is the most reminiscent of lovesickness." Master Gao's poem and these red beans are really ironic. Shangguan Wana snorted coldly and recited the poem written by Gao Yang, her cold eyes staring at Gao Yang all the time. It is hard to imagine that there are such shameless people in the world, but she still had some feelings for Gao Yang. What a sin! Gao Yang's old face turned red.
Sir Shangguan, please believe me. I am only doing this for Dakian.
I want to teach the Grand Princess of Dachu a lesson.
I have no worldly desires.
His strategy of eating and taking at the same time was shattered at this moment. Master Gao, please save these words for your explanation to His Majesty. To flirt with the great princess of Great Chu is a serious crime.
Shangguan Wana immediately strode away. Sir Shangguan, please don't.
Your Majesty is very busy, this matter is too serious to disturb His Majesty. Gao Yang hurriedly chased after him. In the imperial study. Wu Zhao was having a meal with some exquisite food in front of her. She had changed into a simple and comfortable robe, but it still could not conceal her unparalleled beauty.
Master Gao, let's have dinner together. Wu Zhao said casually when she saw Gao Yang stepping into the imperial study. Gao Yang was not polite in front of Wu Zhao.
He just sat down and showed off decisively. Although Wu Zhao's lunch was not luxurious, it was an emperor's meal after all, so the standard was still very high. There was a plate of crystal clear venison, a plate of shark fin, a plate of 8 treasure duck, and a few side dishes. Gao Yang didn't hesitate and started to eat voraciously. This shark fin is so sinful. Wu Zhao couldn't help but feel upset.
Master Gao, you are really rude in front of me.
Gao Yang wiped his mouth after hearing this. He smiled and turned to Wu Zhao tentatively. Then can you restrain yourself a little? Wu Zhao picked up a piece of venison, put it in her mouth, and said lightly, no need, I would like Master Gao to be more genuine in front of me, so that I will feel more at ease.
Then I won't be polite.
Wu Zhao didn't have a big appetite. She ate a little and then put down her chopsticks. Her phoenix eyes stared straight at Gao Yang, which made Gao Yang, who was eating so heartily, feel uncomfortable. An Empress and Shangguan Wana, just staring at you. Even though Gao Yang was extremely thick-skinned, he still couldn't bear it.
Your Majesty, I am full.
Finally, Gao Yang picked up a few pieces of venison, put them in his mouth and chewed them, then put down his chopsticks and spoke to Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao stood up and walked to the side. The palace maids hurried forward to clean up, and Gao Yang followed tactfully. He knew in his heart that Wu Zhao must have something to say to him. You did a great job today. Not only did you enhance the prestige of our great Qian, but you also made Great Chu lose face.
I am very satisfied.
Wu Zhao spoke for a while, her words full of joy. Not only did Dachu invade Dakian, kill her people, and abduct her citizens, but it also attacked Gao Yang in public. This was undoubtedly a slap in her face.
Gao Yang's strong counterattack made her very satisfied. This is what I should do.
Gao Yang cupped his hands politely. Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, and her expression suddenly became complicated. Those amazing poems are still echoing in my mind.
So many amazing poems, 2 eternal absolutes, and great accomplishments in mathematics. Gao Yang, are you really a genius picked out of a million?
Upon hearing this, Gao Yang also realized that his performance today was too outstanding, which is why Wu Zhao made such an exclamation.
I dare not take credit for it. These poems are unparalleled in the history of poetry.
They were written by me back then, but before Gao Yang could finish his sentence, Wu Zhao's voice rang out. I know that it was the old Taoist priest with white beard who passed on the inheritance to you, but he has gone out to sea now and is nowhere to be found, right? Gao Yang decisively bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply, and then waved her hand.
Everyone has secrets, so I won't ask too many questions. The more talented you are, the better it is for me and Dakian.
I'm never afraid of having amazing talents under my command.
I asked you to come here today for a simple reason. I just want to ask you, the 3 kingdoms envoys, what are you going to do?
As she spoke, Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang. Obviously, this is something she urgently needs to solve right now. Gao Yang's eyes flickered when he heard this. The Great Chu delegation is simple, nothing more than normal peace talks. Our great Qian has the upper hand, so we can blackmail them. There is no point in keeping the second princess of Chu and the old, weak, and disabled.
We can exchange them for money or iron.
After all, Dakian needs time to develop right now. Wu Zhao nodded. This coincided with what she thought. Dakian now has grenades and Mo Dao, which is more powerful than those of the 6 kingdoms. What she lacks most now is time. Zhao State Envoy, do you have any countermeasures? It would be best if Zhao Gao's plan could be accelerated. I want to reap the wealth of Zhao State and fill the national treasury next year. While Wu Zhao was speaking, her eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. 3 years, 5 years, this time is too long, she can't wait any longer. Seeing this, Gao Yang also smiled. Since your majesty asked, there is certainly a way. Then he stared straight at Wu Zhao. This gaze made Wu Zhao feel frightened. Gao Aiqing, what is that look in your eyes? Gao Yang immediately said, in the past 2 days, I have also collected some information about the eldest prince of Zhao State. After seeing him today, I do have a plan in mind that can speed up Zhao Gao's plan. But this plan requires your majesty's cooperation. What plan? Wu Zhao's eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Her intuition based on years of experience told her that Gao Yang's plan had a lot to do with her, otherwise, he would never look at her like that. I noticed today in the court that the eldest prince of Zhao looked at your majesty in a very different way. This look revealed a sense of possession. And this official has been peeking at your majesty ever since. This is so shameless that it is outrageous. Gao Yang spoke slowly, but the content of his words was shocking. Shang Wanwana was even more shocked when she heard this. Gao Yang, be brave. Do you know what you're talking about? Shang Wanwana just felt that Gao Yang was so bold that he first flattered the eldest princess of Great Shu and now he was targeting the empress. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes changed, she stared at Gao Yang and spoke out with curiosity. I am a little curious. The eldest prince of Zhao has been peeking at me. How did you find out? Gao Yang, this empress's focus is very unique. He couldn't say that he, Gao Yang, was the one who peeked at the empress the most in the entire court, right? Your Majesty, this is not the point. A faint smile appeared on Wu Zhao's lips, and she then spoke indifferently. Go ahead. I am curious about what amazing policy Lord Gao has come up with. While Wu Zhao was speaking, her eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang coughed twice, and then spoke directly to Wu Zhao. This plan is called the Empress's Nest, the Beauty Trap. Chapter 263, The Plan Against Zhao State, a Perfect Closed Loop. The Empress is making a nest? Honey trap? When Wu Zhao heard this, her face changed, she couldn't help but raise her voice. Gao Yang, you want me to use the beauty trap on the eldest prince of Zhao? Shang Wanwaner was also shocked. Gao Yang, you are really crazy. Your Majesty is such a noble man, how could you use the beauty trap on the eldest prince of Zhao? Apart from Gao Yang, no one else would dare to propose this plan to Wu Zhao. Gao Yang saw Wu Zhao's face darken, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, this beauty trap is not an ordinary beauty trap. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand me. Please listen to me. In order to make it easier for Wu Zhao to understand, Gao Yang said, Your Majesty, I dare to ask, what do you think is the highest level of this beauty trap? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana looked at each other slowly. There was a hint of embarrassment in both of their eyes. Just a while ago, they also discussed this beauty trap, and the target was none other than Gao Yang. Wu Zhao even had some insights into this. Now the palace guards are still looking for someone who looks similar to Song Qingqing, and then secretly create an accident for Song Qingqing, so that she dies in a vendetta or other possible sudden death. There are dozens of ways to die, but the person who looks similar has not been found yet. Gao Yang didn't know what the two were thinking. Facing the shocked looks of Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner, he said, I think those with weak minds don't need the beauty trap at all. Just 3 sticks and they will confess everything. The second is the false honey trap, using peerless beauty to seduce her, flirting, and showing off her great figure, seducing her, and attacking her weak spots. But the real honey trap is that when he becomes successful, the Bai Yueguan he has been thinking about appears beside him in the same outfit as when they first met. And when it comes to the ultimate beauty trap, it's the Empress's Nest. After these words were spoken, Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana looked even more unnatural. Shang Wanwana even looked at Wu Zhao in shock. Do Gao Yang and Wu Zhao have such a strong understanding of each other? The ideas behind this beauty trap are almost the same. Wu Zhao also looked unnatural. Does Gao Yang know how to use beauty tricks? Gao Yang did not get suspicious, but continued, I'll take the brothel girl as an example. The fake beauty trap is often the brother. Next time you come, you must find the sister. The sister will give you a 20% discount next time. But the real honey trap is, brother, don't come next time, it's quite expensive here, you should make money and marry a wife. Someone like me is not worth it. If there is a next life, I will definitely marry you. A hiss.
Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana were moved. They almost dared to conclude that if Gao Yang opened a brothel, the business would definitely be booming. This man's grasp of human nature is simply terrifying. As women, they all felt their scalps tingling.
Master Gao, I understand the truth, but what does this empress mean by making a nest? Wu Zhao said with a curious look on her face.
The so-called honey trap. If it is specific to a person, then we have to analyze his personality.
The eldest prince of Zhao is from the royal family. Although his own abilities are mediocre, he is often very conceited and proud because of the flattery of eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. This kind of people are not only proud but also often think they are extremely charming. In addition, the eldest prince of Zhao State has a very good appearance, comparable to me. He is handsome, has people flattering him, and is the eldest prince of Zhao. There must be many women around him, but due to the majesty of the royal family, most women in the world are submissive.
It's destined. For the prince, not getting something is often the best thing. Your Majesty is the Empress of Dakian. In terms of beauty, you are unrivaled in the 7 kingdoms.
In terms of status, you are the ruler of a country.
Your Majesty's status and beauty are a great weapon.
The Crown Prince of Zhao is in the court.
Judging from Your Majesty's appearance, I will never be wrong.
Your Majesty's beauty trap on the Crown Prince of Zhao is not a simple temptation, and it will not undermine Your Majesty's dignity. As long as Your Majesty treats the Crown Prince of Zhao differently from others and creates an impression of favorability, this plan will work. Once the first Prince of Zhao feels that Your Majesty has a good impression of him, I can take this opportunity to curry favor with him and propose policies related to Zhao Gao to speed up the increase in the price of Zhao Gao, just to make the first Prince of Zhao speak well of me in front of Your Majesty in the future.
This plan will be closed.
Due to our status, we can only hide our feelings for each other. You should know that since ancient times, loving each other but not being able to be together is the most painful thing. However, I can use this feeling to please the eldest prince of Zhao State and speed up Zhao Gao's plan. Your Majesty will agree to Zhao State's plan under the surface of goodwill. Cao Yang's face was full of smiles as he spoke, but these words are creepy. Hiss.
Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana stared at Gao Yang. They did discover that Gao Yang was really cruel. Judging from the way Zhao Yuhan looked at Wu Zhao, if Wu Zhao really revealed some interest in him, Zhao Yuhan would definitely be itching to do something. Gao Yang would also be able to take advantage of the opportunity to please the eldest prince of Zhao and speed up the increase in Zhao Gao's price, and from a motivational point of view, it makes perfect sense. No one would suspect Gao Yang of being a treacherous minister. But Zhao Yuhan is ordinary. What is it about him that would impress me and make it seem reasonable?
Wu Zhao frowned. She had a good impression of Zhao Yuhan, so there must be a reason for her to be attracted to him. Gao Yang was not panicked at all. Today, my skills have surpassed the Chu State envoys and my reputation has spread all over the world. I guess the eldest prince of Zhao State will come to visit tomorrow and look for an opportunity to curry favor with me. I will find an opportunity to tell Your Majesty that he loves poetry and that he loves poetry as his life. When the time comes, after 3 rounds of wine, I will give him a few good poems for free. The eldest prince of Zhao will display his talent, and Your Majesty will cooperate in the performance.
Wu Zhao, she stared at Gao Yang, whose expression remained unchanged, and became suspicious. Will Gao Yang really be given away for free? Although this plan has loopholes, Zhao State is already devastated under its prosperity.
There are many aristocratic families in various places, and the court is corrupt. Greed will make those aristocratic families continue to fall for their own interests.
This is the general trend, and no one can resist it.
At that time, our great Qian will use the silver of the whole country to stockpile grain in advance.
I will secretly operate and order the eldest prince of Zhao to write a poem and send it with a seal.
As long as the letter enters the palace, Your Majesty can use the eldest prince of Zhao to tease Your Majesty and turn the tables. Your Majesty will be furious and order a restriction on the entry of Zhao Gao. This will cause the aristocratic families in Zhao State that stockpile Zhao Gao to go bankrupt, and countless people will be homeless.
These Zhao noble families will certainly be dissatisfied with the Zhao royal family because of this.
Even if they know that this is my Dakian's killer move, I will secretly send people to stir up the anger of the people of Zhao, and get some cyclops and talking foxes. The world will surely be in chaos.
Your Majesty, just sacrifice a little bit. Chapter 264. The evil plot to stir up civil unrest in Yan. The Xuanwu Gate plot. At the same time, the streets of Chang'an were in a state of excitement. The poems that Gao Yang composed at the morning court swept across the entire Chang'an city at lightning speed. Countless scholars gasped when they heard them. The lotus and the monk in this painting are absolutely amazing. This pairing is truly a match that will last forever. Mr. Gao's poem Smoke Locks the Willows in the Pond is even more terrifying. It is composed of 5 elements and has a beautiful artistic conception. Not to mention Mr. Zhuang alone, even if all the scholars in the world were included, it would be difficult for them to come up with the second line in half an hour. Mr. Gao has amazing literary talent. I consider myself good at mathematics, but this tree planting problem may seem simple, but it actually contains the truth of mathematics. This great Chu delegation is here to make fun of us. They brought 4 great scholars from different fields, but 3 of them died. This is really embarrassing. I've said it before, Mr. Gao has nothing to complain about in terms of ability except his bad character. For a moment, the streets and alleys of Chang'an City were filled with crazy discussions, and the voices echoed through the sky. In a restaurant, Zhao Yuhuang listened to these discussions inside. This Dacian living king is indeed worthy of his reputation, but this Dacian empress is too beautiful. What a pity. Zhao Yuhuang thought of Wu Zhao's gracefulness inside. Zhao Yuhuang thought he was extremely charming, but when facing Wu Zhao, he felt powerless. This Wu Zhao is the only female emperor in the 7 kingdoms and even in the entire history books. How could he take her down? Zhao Yuhuang suppressed his inner thoughts and said to his men beside him, "Send the visiting card immediately. The prince will visit Mr. Gao tomorrow." As he spoke, Zhao Yuhuang looked at the beautiful Mu Shuiyao standing beside him. "Tomorrow, follow the plan and make sure to attack Gao Yang's weak spot. This time, let him see my Zhao country's beauty trap." Zhao Yuhuang took a sip of the wine in the glass, a smug look in his eyes. Imperial studied out. A breeze blew in from outside the palace, ruffling Wu Zhao's hair on her forehead. Gao Yang continued, "According to what your majesty said, the state of Zhao will most likely attack my weak spot and use some beauty tricks on me so that I can strongly support Zhao Gao's promotion. This undoubtedly complements your majesty's beauty trap, and what you get after spending money and paying a price will always make you more convinced." When Wu Zhao heard this, her delicate face showed no expression. She fell into deep thought. Although Gao Yang's plan was a beauty trap, it did not cause any loss to her. She just needed to act with Gao Yang. To put it bluntly, her feelings for Zhao Yuhuang were all based on Gao Yang's fabrications. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered for a moment, and finally she took a deep breath. "I will cooperate with you on this matter. But compared to the matter of Zhao Gao, I am worried about one more thing." Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with a serious expression. She slowly said, "Yan state is adjacent to Dacian. Now Dacian has grenades and alcohol, which are terrible weapons. This will definitely make the 6 countries wary. Zhao will not take action easily at this stage because of its own interests, but I must guard against a secret alliance between Yan and Chu." Gao Yang smiled faintly when he heard this. "Your Majesty, rest assured that Yan will not send troops to Dacian in the short term. I have a plan that can plunge Dayan into civil strife." When Wu Zhao heard this, she was shocked. A plan to plunge Dayan into civil strife. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang and said in a deep voice, "This Prince of Yan is far from being comparable to Zhao Yuhuang. It is said that he is both civil and military. Although he is a prince, he is an unparalleled general of Dayan and has made great contributions to Dayan. I am afraid that this person will not fall into the trap. Even in my mind, if he had not been born a few months later than the Crown Prince of Yan, he should have been the Crown Prince of Yan, the future Emperor of Yan." Gao Yang listened and a smile appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, with your words, my plan is more secure." Wu Zhao heard this with curiosity on her face. "Oh? Why?" Shangguan Wan'er stared at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes moving. She was also curious about Gao Yang's strategy to cause chaos in the state of Yan. The most vicious conspiracy in the world is the one that can make people fall into it willingly. Gao Yang smiled and said calmly, "Your Majesty, don't you think that passing the throne to the eldest son instead of the legitimate son is very unfair to the princes other than the eldest prince? According to my understanding, Yan Wushuang is both civil and military. He has led troops into battle since he was 16 years old. He then fought for 10 years and annihilated all the major families in Yan State, as well as the surrounding barbarians. He was named General Wushuang. This person is extremely extraordinary. But the Crown Prince of Dian, on the other hand, is average and of average ability.
But just because he was born half a month late, he had no choice but to give up the throne, and even his entire family was in danger.
Your Majesty, do you think Yan Wushuang is willing to accept this?
Wu Zhao's eyes were bright and she looked excited.
Do you want to inspire Yan Wushuang's ambition? To stir up a fight for the throne within the Yan royal family?
Gao Yang opened his mouth and showed a kind smile. Your Majesty is right. This plan is called the Xuanwu Gate plan to kill my brother and force my father. Yan Wushuang is in a high position of power, and his prestige in the military far exceeds that of the Crown Prince of Yan.
This is a way to seek death.
Maybe he and the Crown Prince of Dian had a good relationship when they were young, but when real power is in front of him, the Crown Prince of Dian has no choice, and Yan Wushuang has even less choice. If the Crown Prince of Great Yan wants to keep his throne, once he ascends the throne, he must kill Yan Wushuang and wipe out all of his followers, otherwise he will not be able to keep his throne. Similarly, if Yan Wushuang wants to survive, he has no choice but to rebel and kill the Crown Prince of Dian. Once the battle for the throne breaks out and Yan Wushuang succeeds in his coup, he will have to stabilize the government of Great Yan and must not send troops to harass our Great Qian. Even if he fails, it will have no impact on our Great Qian. It would be best if both sides confronted each other and fought to the death. Then Daqian could sit back and reap the benefits.
No matter what, I won't lose anything.
As soon as Gao Yang said this, Wu Zhao's face was full of smiles.
Strange. This is a brilliant plan. There is no family affection in the royal family. If Yan Wushuang doesn't fight, he will die. He must know this. But the great Yan Crown Prince is really indecisive.
If it were me, I would have found a way to take action against Yan Wushuang long ago. But it is precisely this that gives us the opportunity to plan. But then, Wu Zhao frowned.
However, rebellion is a capital crime that can lead to the extermination of 9 clans. How can I stir up Yan Wushuang's resentment and even make him determined to rebel? This Yan Wushuang is definitely not an ordinary person. If he gets suspicious, we will alert the enemy.
We must be careful about this matter. Wu Zhao paced in the hall while thinking. At this time, Gao Yang smiled and spoke.
Your Majesty, don't worry. I will take care of everything.
I have found out that Yan Wushuang is not interested in beauty, gambling, or pleasure.
In addition, he has been excluded from power, so the only entertainment left for him to pass the time is storytelling.
So yesterday I secretly ordered someone to give the latest vernacular novel to the largest tea house in Chang'an, and took control of the storyteller. During this period, there will only be one story in the entire Chang'an city.
Wu Zhao looked curious when she heard this.
What's the story? Gao Yang faced Wu Zhao's face and said word by word, the greatest emperor in the world, Li Shimon's journey to become the emperor.
Chapter 265. Cui Xinghe's mentality collapsed. This guy is cheating me. The greatest emperor of all time?
Wu Zhao frowned when she heard this, even she was shocked by such comments, but as he spoke, Gao Yang took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao took it and opened it immediately, but the next second, she frowned.
Your Majesty, how is it? How do you think this story is written?
Gao Yang looked very complacent, and even had a hint of arrogance in his tone. The life of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimon, can be described as legendary. At the age of 16, he went south to rescue Yang Guang. In front of Hulao Pass, he fought with only 35,000 men against 100,000 men and swept across the entire Tang dynasty. He spent his life as an iron warrior, creating the glorious and prosperous Tang dynasty and attracting all nations to pay tribute. If this were written into a novel, the author would be criticized. There will be all the same comments below. What a stupid author, this is too brainless. Wu Zhao looked solemn, and then said to Gao Yang very seriously, my dear, you should practice your
handwriting.
After all, it is one of the 6 ministries.
I cannot say that this character is extremely ugly.
It is at least 9 out of 10 ugly. When Gao Yang heard this, his face suddenly fell, as if he had received a critical hit of 10,000 points.
Your Majesty, your words are somewhat hurtful. Wu Zhao ignored it and looked at it carefully. She murmured, Chapter 1, Talents Emerge in Troubled Times, Chapter 2, The First Display of Talent. When Wu Zhao saw the content above, her eyes were filled with shock. He even looked up and glanced at Gao Yang again. Then, Wu Zhao continued to look down. Chapter 3, The Battle for the Central Plains begins, Chapter 4, The Battle of the Four Quarters, Chapter 5, The Incident at Xuanwu Gate, Chapter 6, The Beginning of His Rule Over the World. In the 16th chapter, Li Shimin kills Lin Daiyu, and a strange battle breaks out in the palace. In the 26th chapter, smoke rises on Cybertron, and Li Shimin captures Megatron 7 times. In Chapter 33, Li Shimin uses a series of tricks to help the Queen capture Emperor Huang Tian alive. Gao Yang heard Wu Zhao talking to herself. He said with embarrassment, I was pressed for time, so I only wrote the 6th chapter. The rest are just the subsequent titles. I will find time to fill them in later. But the story ends with Li Shimin ruling the country and becoming the greatest emperor of all time. That's enough. This will be like a seed, planted deep in Yan Wushuang's heart, and sooner or later it will grow into a towering tree. Wu Zhao glanced at the booklet in her hand, then looked at Gao Yang. She sighed and said, It is a blessing in life to have Lord Gao and Dakian. This content is indeed fascinating. I will keep the booklet. However, Lord Gao, please be more diligent in the subsequent chapters. I am very interested in how Li Shimin captured Megatron. Gao Yang, his mouth was slightly open, and he looked shocked. The title following this is all made up by him. This is like digging your own grave. I think your writing skills are quite good. If you have time, please write about the story of the female teacher in Dakian and the story of a young man who failed the imperial examination. As soon as Wu Zhao said this, Gao Yang's face was instantly filled with shock. Now that your majesty has spoken, I will definitely write out the essence of these 2 books. Then I will go down first? Gao Yang said tentatively. Wu Zhao was about to wave her hand, but she seemed to suddenly remember something. She said to Gao Yang, Wait. There is one thing I am confused about. Gao Yang looked confused. What is it that you are confused about, your majesty? Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang's face and thought of everything that had happened in the morning court. Her tone was quite calm, and her phoenix eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Today, you went to Chui Zhuang Yuan again, but you clearly knew about Qiangu Jueji and had a plan to deal with it. Why did you go to such trouble? Especially when the old man was challenging you, you had 5 solutions in mind, but you kept delaying talking until you came before Chui Zhuang Yuan, and then you came back to speak. Gao Yang, what on earth are you trying to do? Shang Guanwana realized something was wrong when she heard this. She was also surprised today, and thought that the relationship between Gao Yang and Cui Xinghe had improved, but now it seems that this matter seems unusual. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly and said quickly, Your Majesty, I was just thinking, so I turned around and happened to be where Cui Zhuang Yuan was. Everything is just a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao had a sneer on her face. Gao Yang, others may believe this, but do you think I will believe it? I am innocent. Everything I said is true. Hearing Gao Yang's cry for injustice, Wu Zhao became more and more aware that something was wrong. This guy's expression is wrong. Very wrong. You are a poison master. No matter it is Mr. Zhou or Mr. Zhuang, since you dare to gamble with his life, you must be absolutely sure. In other words, whether it's the so-called 300 Tang poems, or those 2 eternal absolutes, or even the mathematics behind them, you already have the answer in your mind. Otherwise, would you, Gao Yang, dare to gamble your life? Hearing this, Gao Yang looked at the Empress in shock. The Empress is too smart, which is not good. Shang Guanwana also spoke up. Your Majesty, just now when I went to summon Lord Gao, I happened to see Lord Gao slapping the eldest princess of Chu on the buttocks, and he also said that the conspiracy must be attacked suddenly to be effective. Now it seems that Mr. Gao really did it on purpose. Wu Zhao was shocked when she heard this. She suddenly looked at Gao Yang and her voice suddenly rose. What? You also flirted with the Grand Princess of Chu? Gao Yang felt his scalp tingling even more when he heard this. Cui family, Cui Xinghe was standing in the courtyard. He was wearing a blue robe and was looking at the sky in a daze. Son, I've heard about what happened in the morning court. But he is the most powerful devil in Dakian after all. He is cunning and treacherous, and he always likes to cheat people. It's not shameful that you are not as good as him. But remember, in my father's heart,
my son will always have the potential to be a prime minister. When Cui Jian saw Cui Xinghe looking dazed, he thought Cui Xinghe couldn't bear the blow, so he spoke to comfort him. After saying this, Cui Xinghe turned around suddenly. She looked at Cui Jian excitedly and couldn't help asking, "Dad, what did you just say?" Cui Jian was stunned and became even more panicked. "Son, don't scare Dad. It's just a temporary blow, nothing to be afraid of. It's okay for Dad to say that you are not as good as the great working King Yin. After all, this man has always been cunning and likes to cheat people." Buzz, Cui Xinghe felt as if he had been hit hard. He was completely dazed, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Understood. Everything is clear. Cui Xinghe spoke to himself. The so-called dragon energy is totally fake. Xia Yang's temperament determines that since he dares to gamble, he must have a plan to deal with it. But why did he delay time and even deliberately provoke the old man to attack again? Cui Xinghe figured it all out. Xia Yang's biggest goal is not to occupy the righteousness. It is unfair to kill him on the chessboard. Gao Yang's biggest goal is him. If the old man attacks again, Gao Yang will come after him. The purpose is to make him take the blame. They even pushed all the previous evil plots onto him. At this moment, Cui Xinghe's hands and feet felt cold, and a chill rushed from his coccyx to the top of his head. A dandy man who wrote that stones look big from a distance and big stones look big from close up, changed overnight. Not only did he come up with many vicious schemes, but he was also able to combine the strengths of hundreds of schools. He could even compose poems and quatrains that have been passed down through the ages. This in itself is a big doubt. Thinking again about what Gao Yang called the gathering of dragon energy, I gave it a lot of thought. Cui Xinghe's back teeth were almost broken. "Gao Yang, I'll fuck your ancestors. What grudge do I have against you? How dare you trick me like this?" Chapter 266 Chuningyu's Guess. A shocking guess. Honglu Temple of the room where the Chu delegation was located. Bang. With a loud bang, Mo Tiansong slammed the table heavily. "This big, living devil is so arrogant. If I hadn't fainted from excessive grief, I would have made him pay." Mo Tiansong had a scowl on his face and his voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the room. As these words fell, everyone's eyes looked over and fell directly on Mo Tiansong. Even Chu Ningyu's mouth twitched. Mo Tiansong couldn't hold back his expression anymore. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm afraid of that living devil, so I pretended to faint to avoid a fight? Am I, Mo Tiansong, the kind of person who was afraid of death?" The officials of the Great Chu delegation remained silent, but their contemptuous looks told it all. Chu Ningyu said, "Mr. Mo, what are you talking about? This princess naturally believes in Mr. Mo. The Luban lock of the Mo family is world famous. Its complexity and difficulty are known to everyone. If Mr. Mo finds an opportunity to take action, the living devil will definitely not be able to escape." Chu Ningyu's tone was bitter. There was really no one around her who could be used. 3 of her 4 trump cards had died, and the one who survived seemed a little cowardly. When Mo Tiansong heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "Don't worry, princess. It's just right that I fainted because this living devil is treacherous and cunning, and is good at Moism. If I don't win, it will be bad. But as I said before, I am not afraid of this living devil. I am just afraid of losing face for the Great Chu and becoming a sinner. Also, my senior brother is traveling in Dakian. I have written a letter to him, asking him to go to Chang'an City. He has the most precious treasure of our Mahist school, the Luban lock, which is said to have been unsolvable for hundreds of years. According to the ancestral precepts of the Mahist school, whoever can unlock this lock can become the next Mahist leader and command all the Mahist disciples in the world. In front of that Luban lock, the Luban lock in my hand is just a toy. If he comes, the living devil will die." As Mo Tiansong spoke, he had an arrogant look on his face, and even touched his beard on his chin, looking very confident. When these words were spoken, the entire Chu delegation was shocked. Mr. Mo's senior brother, isn't he an Mo family leader who can command all the Mo family disciples in the world? Chu Ningyu was shocked when she heard this. Mo Tiansong said proudly, "Yes, it is the contemporary giant of the Mo family. The leader of the Mahist school has an extraordinary status. Can he come?" Chu Ningyu asked. Mo Tiansong said, "The purpose of our Mahist school since ancient times has been to love all, not to attack, to yearn for peace, and not to advocate war. This big, hard-working king of hell not only burned the Rattan armor soldiers, but also used Mahist methods to cause large-scale casualties in the war. He has already sought death.
My senior brother will definitely come. Once the Luban lock handed down by the Mahist family comes out, the living devil can only admit defeat in despair. These words rang out, all the officials of the Chu state delegation had a smile on their faces. Mr. Mo's plan is brilliant. This Gao Yang is definitely dead. At this time, a tall young man with a murderous aura spoke. In my opinion, the competition is too easy for him. Killing Gao Yang is the best plan. He has been making vicious plans frequently. Now Dakian and Dachu are at loggerheads. Facing the Mahist master's Luban lock, this living devil may not gamble with his death. When he gets angry, it will be our Dachu who will suffer. I think that only by killing Gao Yang with my warriors can we eliminate future troubles. When these words were heard, everyone's faces changed instantly, but what he said also made a lot of sense. If they couldn't kill Gao Yang, wouldn't they be the ones who would be in trouble? Immediately, some people were moved, they all looked at Chu Ningyu and spoke out. Princess, what Chu Qiong said makes sense. We should use our warriors to assassinate Gao Yang. I support you. I also support this. Kill Gao Yang and solve the problem once and for all. Chu Ningyu looked at everyone and shook her head. No. Don't do anything to Gao Yang. Chu Qiong couldn't sit still after hearing this. Princess, this guy even, when he heard the news, he felt like the sky was falling. As Chu Ningyu's personal bodyguard, he had liked Chu Ningyu for more than 10 years, but he had never even touched Chu Ningyu's hand. However, Gao Yang made rapid progress and slapped her twice. These two slaps hit Chu Ningyu's body, but the pain was in his heart. Chu Ningyu had murderous intent in her eyes and looked angry. She interrupted directly, "Idiot. In our hearts, Gao Yang is a mortal enemy. We wish we could eat his flesh and drink his blood. But in the heart of the Queen of Dakian, Gao Yang is a priceless treasure of Dakian. If he dies, and the Queen of Dakian goes crazy, who can bear it?" An old man couldn't help but say, "As long as it's done cleanly, who would know it was us?" Chu Ningyu said coldly, "Only trials require evidence, murder does not require evidence. If we can kill Gao Yang and solve the biggest problem of the Great Chu, it will be worth it even if we all die. But this princess has a shocking suspicion in her heart. Once I say it out loud, it may scare you all." These words aroused everyone's curiosity. Mo Tianzong couldn't help but ask, "Why does the princess say that? What is this surprising suspicion?" Chu Ningyu's eyes flashed with coldness. She took a deep breath and said word by word, "I suspect that Gao Yang is not the number one poisoner in Dakian. The real number one poisoner in Dakian is someone else." Chapter 267, If my friend dies, I would rather die than let myself die. How could I have done anything wrong? As soon as these words came out, everyone's minds were like being hit by a heavy hammer, and they all looked at Chu Ningyu in disbelief. These words overturned their cognition. Gao Yang is not the most poisonous person in Dakian. The real most poisonous person in Dakian is someone else. This news is so shocking. Among the 7 countries now, everyone knows Gao Yang's name. Gao Yang was full of vicious schemes and had the talent to cause chaos in a country. Some people even called Gao Yang the most poisonous person among the 7 kingdoms. His name could even stop babies from crying at night. Mo Tianzong had pulled out several strands of his beard. He invited all the great masters of the Mahdist school, which was comparable to the Confucianism and Taoism, to attack Gao Yang unexpectedly. Chu Ningyu had such doubts. Gao Yang is not the most poisonous person in Dakian. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Chu Ningyu knew that the news was too shocking. Even she had thought about it for a long time before making this statement. "I know that this may be hard for you to accept, but since I dare to say this, I must have evidence." As she spoke, Chu Ningyu stared at everyone, and then asked, "Everyone, don't you find it strange that things happened in the court today? Besides, can a dandy who made the whole Chang'an laugh at him for making a stone look big from a distance and a big stone from a close distance really write so many amazing poems? And he was very secretive before, but now he is full of vicious schemes and is proficient in many schools of thought. Can this really be explained by just hiding his incompetence?" Chu Ningyu's voice gradually became louder. The more she spoke, the more certain her guess became. She had a strange feeling, as if she was peeling off the truth behind something bit by bit from a strange fog. After these words were spoken, Mo Tianzong and a group of officials from the Chu state delegation all fell into deep thought. Scenes from the morning court session flashed through their minds. Mo Tianzong's eyes widened and he said, "I also felt strange during the court this morning. Apart from Mr. Zhou's attack, Gao Yang responded directly. Then Mr. Zhuang's attack was considered the attack by the old man. This living devil frequently went to a young man who looked quite elegant. Although his voice was very low and I couldn't hear it clearly, he was obviously asking for help. I heard that this man is no ordinary person. His name is Cui Xinghe. He was previously selected by the Queen of Daqian as the top scholar in the imperial examination. He has a great reputation. However, since Gao Yang suddenly appeared, Cui Xinghe's brilliance has been overshadowed. Does the princess think that, before Mo Tiansong finished speaking, Zhu Qiong and others were staring at Xu Ningyu's delicate face? Xu Ningyu's eyes flickered. She took a step forward and looked at the blue sky outside the window. Then, she said quietly, "This princess has sent people to get a clear picture of Gao Yang's intelligence. That playboy and bootlicker don't seem to be pretending. Judging from his dissolute behavior, he has no time to study the various schools of thought. Even if a person is hiding his incompetence, he will never hide his talent. Moreover, a vicious person who plots for his own benefit often acts in secret, planning and strategizing from a distance, mainly to protect himself. This Gao Yang is just the opposite. He is too flamboyant. He even dares to flirt with this princess. Unless he was originally a playboy and his soul became another person, it can't be explained anyway. But how is the soul possible?" Xu Ningyu's eyes were sharp, as if she saw through everything, and her voice became more and more certain. So, combining all of the above, everything is clear. Gao Yang is only the most vicious poisoner in Daqian on the surface. In fact, there is an even more vicious poisoner in secret. He is scheming, vicious and cunning, and has many vicious schemes. He also hides himself deeply. And this person, if I am not mistaken, should be Cui Xinghe, whose brilliance seems to be overshadowed by Gao Yang. When assassinating someone, especially one that costs a huge amount of money, you must not make the wrong move. The Imperial Palace Imperial Study. Wu Zhao was dressed in plain clothes, but she looked more noble and her aura more terrifying. She stared straight at Gao Yang in the center of the hall and her voice suddenly rose. "Gao Yang, you are a ruthless scholar. You clearly made all the necessary preparations to be in the court today. Otherwise, why would you gamble your life? But you deliberately pretended that you didn't know how to do it and went to Cui Yuan for help. Do you dare to say that you didn't want to trick Cui Yuan? If you dare to conceal it again, I will punish you for deceiving the emperor." A sense of majesty and domineering burst out from Wu Zhao's body, sweeping across the entire imperial study and rushing towards Gao Yang. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but look at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. Gao Yang was also cursing in his heart. This Wu Zhao had even been accused of deceiving the emperor. It was obvious that he had to get to the bottom of this. Seeing this, Gao Yang coughed twice and said, "Your Majesty, I admit that I did trick Cui Yuan a little, but it's not a big deal, not a big deal." Wu Zhao was very upset and had a look on her face that said, as expected, "Tell me, how did you set up the situation?" Gao Yang said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Your Majesty also knows that the hatred value on me is a bit high, but all of this is for Daqian, so I thought about finding a talented person to share the hatred, so that I can continue to work for Daqian. Cui Yuan is the best candidate." Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, and she understood high emotional intelligence, looking for someone with outstanding talents, low emotional intelligence, looking for a scapegoat to take the blame. As for setting up this trap, it's not difficult. Because my previous dandy appearance has won the hearts of the people, and I also wrote the quatrain "From a distance, the stone looks big, from close, the stone is big," which made the whole Chang'an city laugh at me. So there are a lot of doubts about me. Furthermore, I have proposed too many vicious plots. Although they are all for Daqian, they really put life and death aside. This is in serious conflict with the poisonous scholar's self-interest. This is also a major doubt. So the next step is not difficult. I only need to set up a plan around these 2 points and magnify these 2 doubts. The best way is to make the Grand Princess of Chu suddenly realize something, or even let her use her own imagination to deduce the truth I want her to find. Then, with some tricks, the plan will be done. Wu Zhao, Shangguan Wan'er, they stared at Gao Yang, who had an innocent face, and took a deep breath together. Compared with Wu Zhao, Shangguan Wan'er is even more unbelievable. While Gao Yang took advantage of the situation to deal with the rebellion of Dechu,
he also set up a trap for Cui Xinghe and let Cui Xinghe take the blame. What a loss. Gao Yang, don't you have anything to say to me? Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, who had a frank expression, and spoke. She didn't see any guilt on Gao Yang's face, as if it was natural. What is the grudge between Gao Yang and Cui Xinghe? What did the minister say? Gao Yang looked innocent. Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment. She raised her voice in disbelief and said, "You set up a trap to trap Cui Xuanyuan and let him take the blame for you. Don't you have anything to say? I would rather die than let my friend die. If I don't put the blame on Cui Xuanyuan and transfer the risk, what should I do if the Chu envoys want to assassinate me without any consideration? What's wrong with what I did?" Gao Yang looked righteous. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang and was speechless for a moment. She even thought it made sense. Gao Yang then said righteously, "I have devoted my life to Daqian, and have offered advice regardless of everything. I have been cursed and insulted. I am willing to stay alive because I want to serve your majesty and plead for the people of the world. Have I done anything wrong? But if your majesty likes Cui Xinghe and dislikes me, and thinks that what I did was wrong, then I will kill myself in this imperial study today. Life and death is a trivial matter for me." Wu Zhao's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Wow! This is Gao Yang. Why does this sound like tea? That's not what I meant. I just think that this is a bit too cruel for Lord Cui. Don't you have anything to say to him?" Gao Yang stared at the expression on Wu Zhao's face and asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, do you want me to say something about Lord Cui? Rest in peace. Daqian will not forget his contribution, and I will not forget his contribution either? Or should I visit him every year and burn more paper money? P.S. This is written in September as a testimony, updated 3 times a day." Chapter 268. There is an open conspiracy mixed with conspiracy. In the imperial study, as Gao Yang's voice sounded, the room suddenly fell into silence. Wu Zhao looked down at Gao Yang from a high place. Gao Yang also looked at Wu Zhao carefully. For some reason, Gao Yang felt guilty. The gaze from Wu Zhao was still very oppressive. "Your Majesty, it is getting late. If you have nothing else to say, I will leave first. I have to go to Cui Mansion immediately after leaving the palace." Wu Zhao's eyes widened and she raised her voice and asked, "You are the Minister of Revenue, and you still want to take the initiative to visit Cui Xinghe?" Gao Yang coughed twice and said, "This is a play, so we must do it in full. I am a person who pursues perfection." Wu Zhao took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood in her heart. She turned her head and pointed in the direction of the palace gate. "Get out. I don't want to see you now." Gao Yang saw this and said decisively, "Okay." Gao Yang immediately turned around and walked outside. Wu Zhao only let him go out, but did not stop him. After Gao Yang left, Wu Zhao rubbed her eyebrows. This Gao Yang really has no morals at all. But then again, the saying that it is better to let my friend die than to let me die does make sense. Shangguan Wana was silent for a moment, then said, "Your Majesty, do you think the Great Chu envoys really dared to assassinate me in my Great Qin imperial city?" When Wu Zhao heard this, she nodded slowly. "It's not impossible. Gao Yang is a priceless treasure to our Daqian, but to Dachu, he is a deadly threat. In addition, he was defeated by Gao Yang today. It's not surprising that he did anything out of anger and shame." Shangguan Wanner's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "They are so arrogant, aren't they afraid that they will all stay in Daqian?" Wu Zhao said calmly, "The princess of Great Chu may be of high status, but to Great Chu, she is insignificant. Her status is not proportional to Gao Yang's at all. Moreover, assassination requires evidence. If I kill them all in anger, it will only bring trouble to Great Chu. By exchanging their lives for Gao Yang's, I can also gain a legitimate reason to make the world despise me in Daqian. This deal is not a loss." If Gao Yang hadn't sensed this crisis, why would he have thought of putting the blame on Cui Xinghe? "My Minister of Finance, I can't guarantee anything else, but his sense of smell for a crisis is unparalleled in the world." Shangguan Wana nodded, thinking it made a lot of sense. Gao Yang's sense of crisis is really sharp, but she hesitated and said, "The eldest princess of Chu is not a mediocre person. Will she really fall for Gao Yang's plan?" Wu Zhao came to the window, looked into the distance with her hands behind her back, and shook her head, saying, "I can't guarantee this, but since ancient times, the smarter people are, the more conceited they are, but they are also the most likely to be too smart for their own good.
The suspicious points about Gao Yang, not to mention the Princess of Dichu, even I am extremely curious.
How could a person who can write the clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble faces, and the spring breeze blows the dew on the threshold, and the flowers are thick right the stones look big from a distance, and the big stones look big when you look close? In comparison, as long as the suspicion is directed to Cui Xinghe, a well-known top scholar and a playboy who spent the first half of his life like a playboy, who do you prefer? After Wu Zhao said this, Shang Wanwaner also fell silent. Finally, Wu Zhao sighed. Gao Yang set up a good game. Master Cui, this disaster is destined to happen. Shang Wanwaner, send the message to Li Long, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Wu Zhao suddenly spoke, her face full of sternness. Soon, Li Long strode in. Your Majesty, I, Li Long, pay my respects to you. Wu Zhao stood in the hall with her hands behind her back and said indifferently, pass on my order, send a team of elite soldiers to Cui Zhuanyuan's residence to protect Cui Zhuanyuan day and night. Make sure Cui Zhuanyuan's safety is guaranteed. Also, send another team of guards to secretly protect Mr. Gao's safety. Li Long looked stunned, his resolute face full of confusion. Protect Cui Xinghe? Is it necessary for a mere secretary of the Secretariat to be specially protected by the palace guards, who has so much free time as to kill Cui Xinghe? But looking at Wu Zhao's cold face, Li Long did not dare to ask any more questions. She quickly bowed and said, I obey your order. Then, Li Long turned around and left with big strides. With the protection of the Imperial Guards, Cui Zhuanyuan's safety is greatly guaranteed. There is no need to worry about the death squads of the Chu state taking action. Shang Wanwaner looked relaxed. But have you ever thought about this question? If I secretly send the Imperial Guards to protect Cui Xinghe, wouldn't this further confirm Cui Xinghe's importance? If all the assassins are killed, it will be almost a sure thing. As soon as Wu Zhao's voice came out, Shang Wanwaner was stunned for a moment. These words were like enlightenment to her, making her realize the drawbacks of the Royal Guard's protection. Not if Gao Yang was just a suspicious point and Chu Ningyu was just guessing now, then no matter whether the assassination was successful or not, the guard's actions were the biggest proof in Chu Ningyu's mind. After all, you were Cui Xinghe, a mere 5th-rank Zhongshu Sharon. How could there be Imperial Guards guarding you? This point will connect all the previous speculations together. Wu Zhao looked out the window and said quietly, there is an open plot mixed with conspiracy. This Gao Yang is so skilled. If I don't take action, Cui Xinghe will be extremely dangerous. If I take action, Chu Ningyu will be more convinced that Cui Xinghe is the #1 poisoner in Daqian. After returning to Dachu, she will continue to assassinate Cui Xinghe and will not stop until she achieves her goal. Shang Wanwaner's face was moved. The scene that Wu Zhao described seemed to emerge in her mind. If one wave of assassinations failed, there would be an endless stream of assassins coming to assassinate. Master Cui, this is quite tragic. Wu Zhao let out a long sigh, as if she had made up her mind. Compared to Gao Yang, it is better for Cui Zhuanyuan to take the blame. If something really happens, I will go there in person to burn more paper money for Cui Zhuanyuan. Otherwise, my conscience will not be at peace. Chapter 269, Cui Xinghe is so cunning. Cui family. Cui Xinghe was completely in despair. He howled to the sky, his face full of grief and anger. At this moment, everything became clear. The so-called dragon energy is fake, the so-called seemingly set-up game, but in fact it is for the greater good. To kill the old man with a chessboard is also fake. This is only the most superficial vicious scheme. Gao Yang's real target is him, Cui Xinghe. Cui Jian listened to these words with a worried look on his face. Son, success or failure at one time is not enough to judge a hero. Dad knows that you have been arrogant since childhood and it is difficult for you to accept such a blow. Dad will find a doctor for you right now. You must hold on. There are few obstacles in life that are insurmountable. There is no need to slander others just because they are not as skilled as you. Having said that, Cui Jian was about to order his servants to go ahead, but Cui Xinghe looked at Cui Jian with despair on his face. Dad, Gao Yang is really trying to trick me. During this period, the child must be careful. Mr. Gao is cheating you? How can you say that? Cui Jian was confused. Cui Xinghe said through gritted teeth. This man is too shameless. He clearly had the answer in his mind during the morning court session today, but he deliberately kept it to himself and insisted on getting close to the child. He then suddenly turned the tables and forced the 3 great scholars of Dichu to death. This is the greatest proof. This hatred, coupled with the defeat of the Chu army in Chang'an and the burning of the Rattan armor soldiers, is an irreconcilable feud. This living devil is greedy for life and afraid of death, so he is looking for someone to take the blame. My child, he has been spotted by me. After hearing these words, Cui Jian became even more confused, but after Cui Xinghe's explanation, Cui Jian's eyes widened. Grass. Is Gao Yang so sinister and cunning? What should we do? The princess of Chu might indeed become suspicious. Cui Jian cursed for a while, his face gloomy. After the initial shock, Cui Xinghe gradually calmed down. Dad, the Chu princess is just guessing. Chang'an City is our Dacian territory. They definitely don't have many people and may not attack me. My Cui family has many guards, so there is no need to panic. Cui Xinghe took a deep breath and forced a relaxed smile on his face. Next second, the servants in the mansion walked in with panic on their faces. Master, Mr. Gao is here to visit. But for some reason, Mr. Gao insisted on entering through the side door. We couldn't stop him, and now he's already in. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe's face turned green. What? Minister Gao is here, and he's going through the side door? When the servant saw Cui Xinghe's face, his legs instantly went weak. He quickly explained, Master Gao insisted on coming in, and we didn't dare to stop him. Gao Yang's identity is known throughout Chang'an. If he wants to force his way in, how dare the servants stop him? Buzz, Cui Xinghe felt like the sky was falling. Gao Yang entered Cui's house through the side door. You have to know that in terms of official position, he was just a small Zhongshu Sharon, while Gao Yang was the Minister of Revenue, one of the 6 ministries of the dynasty. The purpose of his visit was self-evident. This Gao Yang is a murderer who destroys people's hearts. Soon, a loud laugh was heard. Ha ha, Mr. Cui, I came here uninvited, please forgive me. Gao Yang was wearing an official robe and had a smile on his face. The way he looked at Cui Xinghe was as if he had met his savior, and his attitude was extremely warm. But Cui Xinghe's hands and feet were cold, and his whole body was chilled. But no matter whether it is a conspiracy or a so-called open plot, it is ultimately done in secret and certainly cannot be brought out in the open. Moreover, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death, so Gao Yang can't afford to offend him now. One act of disrespect to a superior is enough for him to suffer. Therefore, Cui Xinghe could only suppress his inner anger and bowed to Gao Yang, saying, Your humble servant Cui Xinghe greets Master Gao. Master Gao, you are here. Why don't you let your servants inform me first so that I can go to the gate to greet you, so as not to be impolite? Moreover, if we are talking about visiting, it should be me who visits Master Gao, not Master Gao who comes to Cui's house in person? Cui Xinghe showed a forced smile on his face as Gao Yang came to Cui Xinghe and patted him on the shoulder. I hate these complicated things. I just came to visit you because it was on my way. Cui Xinghe's mouth twitched. Duke Dinggua's mansion is at the east end of Chang'an, and Cui's mansion is at the west end of Chang'an City. How did they get here? But this is not the point of the problem. The real point is that Gao Yang entered Cui mansion through the side door. As the Minister of Revenue, do you have to go through the side door when you come to the residence of the Secretary of the Central Secretariat? Master Gao, why don't you enter through the main gate of Cui's mansion, but through the side door? Cui Xinghe asked a series of questions with an aggressive look in his eyes. Gao Yang must give him an explanation for this question. I never like to go through the front door, I prefer to go through the back door. This is my personal habit. Is there a problem? Gao Yang looked very righteous, even asking a question in his voice. Cui Xinghe heard this. He widened his eyes and stared at Gao Yang. This sounds fine at first glance, but why does it always feel weird? Honglu Temple. The most poisonous person in Dacian must be Cui Xinghe. Chuning said this in a very decisive tone. When Mr. Zhou launched the attack, Gao Yang did not look for Cui Xinghe. That was because she made a stupid move and built up momentum in Chang'an City in advance in order to slander Gao Yang. But how could this be hidden from the sinister and cunning Cui Xinghe? Therefore, Cui Xinghe gave Gao Yang several amazing poems and asked him to recite them. He then launched the attack in advance, which made Mr. Zhou so angry that he died. The Absolute for the Ages was also written by Cui Xinghe. A venomous man has 3 burrows, so he will be more prepared. That makes sense too, but due to the old man's attack and the particularity of mathematics, Gao Yang's true colors were exposed. He had no choice but to come to where Cui Xinghe was. The two of them talked carefully, and what they discussed was the solution to the problem. Therefore,
Gao Yang quickly turned defeat into victory, otherwise why would it drag on until the end? Now that she thought about it carefully, Xu Ningyu's mind became clear, and everything had a very reasonable explanation. Cui Xinghe is not greedy for power. He hides behind the scenes and controls the overall situation of Dakian together with the Empress Gao Yang is just a pitiful chess piece. He seems to be in a good position, but in fact he attracts the hatred brought by these vicious schemes and the court struggles, but he is unaware of it. When Xu Ningyu thought of this, she got goosebumps all over her body. In this case, Cui Xinghe is really insidious and cunning. He hid himself in the dark, manipulating Gao Yang to attract hatred. If they really attacked Gao Yang, thinking that they could rest assured after killing Gao Yang, that would be exactly what Cui Xinghe wanted. He can also produce a second Dakian's #1 poisonous scholar, who will come up with many vicious schemes. By then, they will be kept in the dark and unaware of the situation. They may even yell to the sky, thinking that God is really unfair. Why is there so many talented people in Dakian, but they can never kill them all even if they kill one after another? But little did people know that the real Dakian's #1 poisoner had been hiding behind the scenes. He teamed up with Wu Zhao to set up a trap and deceived everyone. When she thought of this, a chill suddenly rushed from her coccyx to the top of her head, making Xu Ningyu feel numb all over, as if she had been hit hard. She even had a feeling that Cui Xinghe's vicious eyes were staring straight at her. His face was full of mockery and he looked superior. This person, both in terms of his scheming and his methods, is simply too terrifying. Apart from Cui Xinghe, doesn't Chu have any chance to survive? Xu Ningyu quietly clenched her fists. Chapter 270. Yan Wushuang joins the game. 3 games start at the same time. At this moment, the door was pushed open and a voice suddenly rang out. Report! Princess, our people who were watching Dakian's living devil are back. This Gao Yang left the palace and went straight to the Cui mansion where Dakian's secretary Cui Xinghe is. He has not left yet. As for what they talked about, we don't know. But what is unbelievable is that Gao Yang entered Cui's house through the side door. The specific reason is unknown. Following these words, the whole room fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Mo Tiansong was even more shocked and asked, why did Gao Yang go straight to Cui Xinghe's residence after leaving the palace? Isn't this all too coincidental? Chu Qiong was also puzzled and said, Gao Yang is the Minister of Revenue, one of the 6 ministries of Dakian. He is in a high position and is the #1 poison scholar in Dakian. Cui Xinghe is just a small secretary. When Gao Yang entered Cui's house, shouldn't Cui Xinghe come out to greet him? Why did Gao Yang enter through the side door? Something's wrong. This is so wrong. Is it true as the eldest princess said, that Gao Yang is really a pawn of the Queen of Dakian and Cui Xinghe, and in reality Cui Xinghe is the most poisonous person in Dakian? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Considering Xu Ningyu's previous guess, they were also shocked. Xu Ningyu's head suddenly buzzed, and everything suddenly became clear. She took a deep breath and said coldly, he is the son of Duke Dinghua and the Minister of Revenue, one of the 6 ministries of Dakian. He is in a high position and has great power. What kind of women has he not seen? According to my intelligence, Gao Yang has a supreme membership in Chang'an Rouge Pavilion. It is very valuable and can be used to seduce the courtesan for free. Why did he take the risk to flirt with me? This might have been instigated by Cui Xinghe. He just wanted to anger me and deepen our hatred. If I hadn't been careful, I would have been fooled by Cui Xinghe. Now it's confirmed that Cui Xinghe is the most hidden person in the entire Dakian. He is insidious and cunning, controlling everything in secret. He killed Prince Rong, proposed the unscrupulous scheme of cutting off water supply, burned the Rattan armor soldiers, killed the enemy with manure and lime, used grenades and harassment tactics, and buried our prisoners. He, Cui Xinghe, is the #1 poisoner in Dakian. As soon as these words fell, the members of the Great Chu delegation felt as if a chill was gleaming in their backs. This Cui Xinghe is really hiding his secrets. We don't have many people in Chang'an City. Pass the order down. At midnight tonight, while Cui Xinghe and the Empress are completely unprepared, kill Cui Xinghe immediately. This princess wants to make the Dakian Empress suffer a huge loss. The corners of Xu Ningyu's lips curled up, revealing a look that saw through everything. Cui Xinghe, even though your disguise was perfect, you were still one step behind and met Xu Ningyu. Chang'an Street. Yan Wushuang walked on the streets of Chang'an with a group of guards. This Gao Yang is indeed worthy of his reputation. He not only resisted the attack of the great Chu envoys with his own strength,
but also made the Chu country lose face. This ability is really amazing. If we have such talents in Great Yan, why should we worry about the failure of our great cause? Yan Wushuang thought about everything that happened in the morning court, and his face was full of sighs. Yuan Shenlin, wearing a purple robe, stroked his beard and said, "The number one poisoner in Dakian is indeed terrifying. In my eyes, he has combined the strengths of hundreds of schools and used them for his own benefit. However, he has not yet been crowned. At this age, he is a peerless talent. This great king of hell may have a solution to the prince's current predicament." When Yan Wushuang heard these words, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. His situation in Dayan was becoming increasingly dire, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to request to be sent as an envoy to Dakian. Today was too abrupt. I must find an opportunity to visit Gao Yang some other day. First, I will make him drink, and then make him speak the truth after he is drunk. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shenlin and the personal guards behind him also looked eager. As staff, they don't have much choice at all. When Yan Wushuang is in power, they have a good life. Once Yan Wushuang is no longer in power, doomsday will be waiting for them. The relationship between them is almost one of shared success and shared failure. Your Majesty, I heard that there are many beauties in Dakian's Rouge Pavilion. Would you like to go there to relax and temporarily forget your troubles? At one side, Yan Wushuang's personal bodyguard Yang Wei saw the prosperous Yanji Pavilion in the distance and the woman standing at the gate wearing a long gauze dress, revealing her high collarbone, and couldn't help but speak out. He was a burly man with broad shoulders and back, a face as black as charcoal, and a loud voice. Yan Wushuang glanced at him, a hint of disgust in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "No need, I have never been interested in such things." Yang Wei looked disappointed, but then he said, "Then I'll find a tea house with storytellers so your Majesty can listen to some stories to relieve his boredom." Yan Wushuang's expression softened a lot when he heard the storytelling. It's still early, which is good. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei took out 10 coins from his pocket, grabbed a middle-aged man in a coarse cloth coat next to him, and then asked, "Where is the largest tea house in Chang'an City?" The middle-aged man was a little impatient at first, but when he saw Yang Wei's big dark face and his strong muscles, his momentum weakened immediately. When he looked at the 10 cents in his hand again, an eager smile appeared on his face. "Sir, you have asked the right person. The largest tea house in Chang'an City is Yixiang Pavilion in the East Market. The storyteller in Yixiang Pavilion is eloquent and full of emotions. But most importantly, a new story was told in the past 2 days. The story is so moving that it makes one's blood boil. I guarantee that after listening to this story, you will definitely feel that the trip is worthwhile. If you want to go, I can take you there, but I am busy at home." So, the middle-aged man gave an embarrassed smile and rubbed his hands towards Yan Wushuang and his group. After hearing these words, Yan Wushuang couldn't help but laugh. In Dayan, he had been to at least 800 storytelling tea houses. He had seen all kinds of storytellers and heard all kinds of stories, but all the stories were the same and mediocre. He just used it to kill time. Yan Wushuang took out a piece of silver from his pocket and threw it to the middle-aged man. "Lead the way. I'm curious about how exciting this story is. If it's great, there will be a reward, but if it's not great, the reward won't be so easy to get." Yan Wushuang's voice was slightly cold. The middle-aged man looked at the silver in front of him with excitement. "Sir, this story is guaranteed to be wonderful. Everyone who has heard it says it's good. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. This way, please." Yan Wushuang looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a strong curiosity on his face. He has said so much, but the middle-aged man is still very confident, which is enough to show that the middle-aged man is very confident. So Yan Wushuang couldn't help but ask, "What's the name of this story?" The middle-aged man patted his chest and said without hesitation, "The greatest emperor in history, Li Shimon's journey to become emperor." After hearing these words, Yan Wushuang was stunned. The greatest emperor of all time, how dare this storyteller? Even if it is just a story, who dares to call himself the greatest emperor of all time? In an instant, Yan Wushuang's curiosity was filled to the brim. "Lead the way. I want to go and see what Li Shimon is capable of." Chapter 271. Yan Wushuang was shocked. "Why is this so similar to me?" Yixiang Pavilion. The tea house was crowded with people. Yan Wushuang brought Yuan Shenlin and a group of guards to the tea house. As he took one look at the explosive scene before him, his face became more and more interested. "There are so many people. Yan Wushuang sighed. From the expressions on the faces of the listeners in the tea house, he could tell that this story was indeed extraordinary. This made him even more curious. How can I lie about this? This story has been very popular in Chang'an these days, but there are also many scholars who curse at each other, and even people from the government office have come. Who knows, this story may not be heard in a few days. Your Excellency is here at the perfect time, the middle-aged man said for a while. Why? How can such a mere story attract people from the government office? Yan Wushuang looked curious. It was the first time he had seen a story being told that could cause a stir in the government office. The middle-aged man looked around and said in a low voice, "You will know after listening to it. The content is quite explosive." Yan Wushuang took a deep look at the middle-aged man. He could alarm the government office and cause scholars to curse, and he was also a legendary emperor throughout history. Could it be that this emperor did not succeed to the throne normally, but rebelled? Yan Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, and an astonishing possibility emerged. He went up to the second floor and found a great spot to sit down. Eye in the crowd, Chen Sheng saw Yan Wushuang and his group, and he also lowered his hat, quickly left Yishang Pavilion and went straight to the Duke Dingguo's mansion. Yan Wushuang looked at the stands below with interest. A white-haired old man stood on the huge round platform in the center. He held a fan in his hand and had a cup of hot tea in front of him. He was looking at the people below with a smile. Although the lecture had not yet started, the atmosphere was already extremely heated. Old Wang, the story of Qin Shimen is so passionate that I never get tired of listening to it. Tell it quickly. If I don't listen to it for a day, I will feel itchy all over my body. I got goosebumps just by hearing about Zuan woman. My eldest brother dared to bark at me. I punched him in the eye. He spoiled me. I was so excited that I kicked my big yellow dog's balls and burst them. What's that? I was so excited yesterday. There was nothing to fight about, so I just punched my own balls. You are still cruel. For a moment, the audience below the stage shouted. Old Wang also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Thanks to everyone's kindness, today we will continue to tell the story of Li Shimen, the greatest emperor in history." Old Wang slapped the table, took a sip of hot tea, and then his demeanor changed, and he slowly began to narrate the story in a unique tone. It is said that during the last years of the Sui dynasty, the country was in chaos, wars were raging, the people were suffering, and the noble families were ready to rebel. In this turbulent world, a strange man emerged. This man was Li Shimen. Li Shimen has been familiar with the art of war since he was young. He is extremely intelligent and is determined to do something great. He is the second oldest in the Li family, and he has an older brother named Li Jiancheng. At that time, Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty was cruel and ruthless, and rebel armies rose up in various places. Li Shimen followed his father Li Yuan to fight at the age of 16. When I was 16, the Turks invaded outside Yanmen Pass. Emperor Yang of Sui was trapped and in danger. When Li Shimen heard the news, he led a team of elite soldiers to the south. He repelled the Turks and saved Yang Guang. But Emperor Yang of Sui did not reward Li Shimen for saving his life. Li Shimen was not angry. On the contrary, Yang Guang's actions made him feel that the fortune of the Sui dynasty was about to end. Afterwards, aristocratic families rose up in rebellion, and the world was in complete chaos. Everyone held their breath, and under the ups and downs of Old Wang's voice, they seemed to have crossed time and space and become the 16-year-old Li Shimen, who was full of vigor and vitality, and rescued the besieged Yang Guang among thousands of troops. Yan Wushuang leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowed. Li Shimen's face seemed to appear in his mind. It's true, Li Shimen's experience is similar to his. He is also ranked second, and he has been familiar with the art of war since he was young. He can fight among thousands of troops at the age of 16, this skill is really good. At this moment, Yan Wushuang was just intrigued but not moved. Old Wang continued talking, spitting everywhere. As his voice sounded, the tragic scenes of the chaos and misery of the people during the Sui and Tang dynasties emerged. When Yan Wushuang heard that Li Shimen had placed several of the emperor's concubines in his father's bed and forced him to rebel, he couldn't help but laugh. This Li Shimen is really filial. Once this move is made, Li Yuan will have no way out. I'm not as courageous as him. As the story went on, Old Wang's voice became more and more excited, and Yan Wuxuan could no longer keep a calm expression on his face. His hands couldn't help but clench the armrests of the chair, his eyes flickering. At the age of 16, he led an army south to rescue Yang Guang, relieved the siege of Yanmen, and stepped onto the stage of history. At the age of 19, he encouraged his father Li Yuan to raise an army in Jinyang and defeated 100,000 Shui Qin cavalry. At the age of 20, I led an army of 30,000 to fight against rebels all over the world. At the age of 22, he defeated Xuerengao in the Battle of Qianshuiyuan, pacified Longxi, and stabilized the foundation of the Li Tang dynasty. At the age of 23, he defeated Lu Wuzhou and Song Jingang in the Battle of Baibi and recovered the lost territories of Bing and Fun. At the age of 24, he captured Dou Jiandao alive and forced Wang Shichong to surrender in the Battle of Hulao Pass. He fought against 100,000 people with 3,500 men. In this battle, he pacified the two major forces in the Central Plains in one fell swoop. Li Shimin could not be given any more titles, so he was given the title of General of Heavenly Strategy. This Li Shimin is even braver than him. On the side, Yang Wei and Yuan Shenlin were also very excited and their blood was boiling. Fang Shenling and Yu Qigong in the story also fascinated them, but at this moment, Old Wang let out a long sigh. His change of tone directly affected the emotions of everyone in the audience. This also made Yan Wuxuang's heart tighten, and his eyes were fixed firmly on Old Wang. Someone in the audience couldn't help but say, "Old Wang, why are you sighing?" Li Shimin was named General Tiance, and then what? He should live a glorious life, with endless wealth and honor, right? As soon as these words were spoken, a look of contempt immediately appeared on Old Wang's face. Wealth and honor? Wealth and honor for a lifetime? You think too much. What comes with this is not only wealth and glory, but also huge troubles. Think about it, Li Shimin is the second son, and above him, there is a crown prince. The king of Qin was so brave, he conquered the world and won the hearts of the people. If he and his men didn't die, how could Li Jiancheng sit on the throne safely? What's more, although Li Shimin's third brother is a fool, he has always had a grudge against him and is on good terms with the crown prince. Li Shimin may seem glorious, but in fact, his life is hanging by a thread. As soon as these words came out, Yan Wuxuang felt as if his mind was struck by a bolt of thunder, making his head buzz, his whole body stiffened, and a chill suddenly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. If Li Shimin hadn't died, how could Li Jiancheng have secured the throne? These words were like a sharp thorn that suddenly pierced into the deepest part of his heart. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog prospers. Yes, Li Shimin was so outstanding and not a mediocre person. If he had not died, would Li Jiancheng be able to sit firmly on the throne? A sense of hostility suddenly emerged in Yan Wuxuang's eyes. An astonishing murderous intent erupted from his body. He, Yan Wuxuang, is not a mediocre person. Behind him, Yang Wei and Yuan Shenlin couldn't laugh anymore. Once Li Shimin falls, how can the eggs in the overturned nest remain intact? If Yan Wuxuang falls, how will they have a good ending? Chapter 272, Evil Plot, Destiny, How to Avoid It. At the same time, Duke of Zhongui Gao Yang sat alone in the yard, looking up at the sky. On the side, Qin Sheng said respectfully, "Sir." Yan Wuxuang entered Yishang Pavilion. I saw it clearly. He was listening very attentively and didn't even drink the tea in his cup. Qin Sheng stared at Gao Yang's face and sighed inwardly. When it comes to using strategies in the world, Gao Yang is truly second to none, and no one in the world dares to claim to be first. Who would have thought that a simple story could be turned into a horrific killing weapon, and kill people without leaving any blood? Yan Wuxuang fell into Gao Yang's trap quietly. Being in a game but not knowing the situation is the most vicious thing. Gao Yang said calmly, I have specially changed some of the story of Li Shimin, the greatest emperor in history, for him. I dare not tell others, but I am afraid that he will feel numb all over after hearing it. Now that the fish is in the trap, let's get started. When the story is almost over, order the Chang'an government to arrest the storyteller immediately. He will cooperate in the arrest. And anyone in the entire Chang'an city who dares to talk about this matter will be arrested immediately. The play still needs to be performed in full. Qin Sheng quickly bowed and said respectfully, yes. Then, Qin Sheng turned around and left with big strides. On the side, Luluwa asked curiously, Master, will Yan Wuxuang fall into the trap? What do you think? Gao Yang took a sip of tea and asked calmly. How can ordinary people dare to talk about the rebellion of the royal family? Since ancient times, the eldest son has been the heir and the heir has been the heir. Although the young master sent people to arrest the storyteller, Yan Wushuang has a good reputation and there is no guarantee that he will not notice anything wrong. And the timing of this arrest was somewhat deliberate. Green Ivy pouted her rosy little lips and spoke for a while. Hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Luoluo with surprise. It's hard to imagine that my son's Green Ivy also smelled something wrong. When Luoluo heard what Gao Yang said, her face turned slightly red. The words "this young master's Green Ivy" made her feel flustered. She lowered her head, her face flushed, and her voice unconsciously became weaker. Sir, please stop teasing me. I have been with you for a long time. Even if I were a pig, I would have a keen sense of the plot and layout of the evil schemes. Gao Yang said calmly, you are right. This plan was laid out in too short a time frame, so it is inevitable that there are huge loopholes. Not to mention Yan Wushuang, even a mediocre person like Zhao Yuhan would inevitably notice something is wrong. But it's no use. Because this plan is an open conspiracy, Yan Wushuang can't avoid it, and he can't hide from it either. Gao Yang's voice was full of confidence and his eyes were indifferent. As soon as these words came out, Green Ivy became even more curious. Sir, what do you mean? Why would you join the game when you know it's wrong? Gao Yang picked up the hot tea on the stone table and took a sip, then, he smiled faintly. Don't just look at the surface of things, you have to look behind the plot. Yan Wushuang has noticed something is wrong, but so what? The most cruel thing about this plan is that what happens to Li Shimin is what happens to him, Yan Wushuang. This is something he cannot avoid. If you are too powerful to be the master, you will die if you don't make progress. This is what I want to tell him. Either you can be like Li Shimin, risking the world's disapproval, killing your own brother, imprisoning your own father, ascending the throne, fighting your way out, and achieving eternal hegemony, or you can wait for the Crown Prince of Dian to ascend the throne and then commit suicide. This plan is meant to provoke, but in reality it is telling Yan Wushuang a cruel reality. The Crown Prince of Great Yan cannot tolerate him, and there is no room for change in this relationship. He has no way out, and no choice but to rebel or wait for death. Knowing it's a trap, but having to jump in, this is an open conspiracy. Gao Yang's voice rang out, with unstoppable arrogance and confidence, the planner, this is the ultimate evil plan. What is the heavenly situation? There is no choice. You know it is a trap, but you have to join the game. This is the natural situation. After hearing these words, Luoluo's face was shocked. She still saw it too superficially, thinking that Yan Wushuang could see the trap and would not be fooled. However, she did not expect that Gao Yang's plan did not give Yan Wushuang any room for choice. Whether you can see it or not, it has little impact at all. Of this story is just to tell Yan Wushuang that he can either wait for death or fight hard and possibly become the greatest emperor of all time. Then what you said, young master, was that in front of Xuanwu Gate, Li Shimin shot an arrow to create a prosperous Tang dynasty. His ambitions for hegemony and his status as the greatest emperor in history were all due to the arrow that shot Li Jianqing to death in public at Xuanwu Gate. Was this also written casually? Luoluo said with curiosity on her face. Gao Yang rolled his eyes when he heard this. No, this is what I did on purpose. I wanted Yan Wushuang to rebel, and even to be a bastard who killed his brother and forced his father to death. This must be embellished. If it's not written like this, how can he get excited? If it's not written this way, would he kill his brother and imprison his father? Sometimes people need a lofty goal, which is commonly known as drawing a pie in the sky. A big, round pie in the sky. Green Radish, Luoluo looked at Gao Yang with a strange expression. Even she felt her blood boiling at these words. What's more, there is Yan Wushuang. Go get a basin of water. I'm a little tired from all the scheming and plotting with these bastards today. Don't be merciful to me today. Just press hard, really hard. You don't have to treat me as a human being. Of course, it would be even better if you could provide a set of informal services to help me relieve my fatigue. Gao Yang stared at Luoluo's innocent face, and beastly thoughts were rising wildly. I am not very good at the irregular services you mentioned, sir. Luoluo avoided his gaze and her face turned red. That's not difficult. Haven't you heard that song? Green Radish's face was full of curiosity. What song? Follow me, left hand, right hand, in slow motion. Luoluo's face immediately turned red. Sir, you are so dirty. She just ran away. Gao Yang burst into hearty laughter. It's really fun to tease this little girl, Green Ivy. When you have nothing to do. He stood up, looked at the red clouds in the sky, and couldn't help but stretch. The Ministry of Revenue is under the control of his father, and he also holds on to the Empress's big white legs. He just makes trouble, enjoys the benefits, and Cui Xinghe takes the blame. He also waits for the eldest prince of Zhao to come and give him money. These days are simply nothing to say. This is life. That night, Gao Yang slept soundly, but according to the law of conservation of energy, if he sleeps soundly, then most people will probably not be able to sleep. Chapter 273, Killing the First Poisoner of Daqian. Cui Xinghe's anger. Honglu Temple of the cold moonlight fell, covering the entire Chang'an. Yan Wushuang lay on the dry bed, his expression flickering. He had to admit that he, who usually had very regular sleep patterns, had a rare insomnia tonight. In his mind, everything that happened in Bai Ri Xiang Pavilion was circling in his mind, and old Wang's passionate voice continued to echo. The subsequent Xuanwu Gate incident and the arrow that killed Li Jiancheng all came to mind. Li Shimin spent half his life fighting for the Tang dynasty and conquered the world. It is no exaggeration to say that he conquered the world single-handedly. But because Li Jiancheng was the eldest son of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin had no choice. He was ostracized in Chang'an, and all his trusted aides were demoted. The crown prince wanted to kill him, and the unlearned Li Yuanji wanted to kill him. Li Jiancheng would not be able to sleep or eat unless he died. Yan Wushuang had a resolute look on his face. He turned sideways and looked out the window at the darkness. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Brother, can you tolerate me?" After a moment of silence, Yan Wushuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He spoke softly, but his voice was filled with endless chill. "Big brother, you can sit on the throne, why can't I? What if, under my control, I could create an unprecedented prosperous era just like Li Shimin did?" Yan Wushuang knew that this story was unusual. He should be wary of whether someone was deliberately targeting him. He even wondered whether this was done by Gao Yang, who was going to cause chaos in the state of Yan, but deep in his heart, some thoughts that should not have existed, or even had never existed before, still grew uncontrollably in his mind. These ideas are outrageous, but it brought him a chance of life. As Gao Yang said, "What's the use of knowing? Does he have a choice?" He would never accept this, because the establishment of the Great Yan Empire was largely due to the contribution of Yan Wushuang. Why should he just wait to die? If Li Shimin can win, so can I. At the same time, the room where Chuning was, she stood in the hall with her hands behind her back, her face pale, and the coldness in her eyes was like a snow mountain that had not melted for thousands of years. "People, are you ready?" Chuning asked a question. Behind him, Xu Chong nodded. "More than a dozen experts, all of whom are capable of assassination. They have clean identities and they all have pills in their mouths. Even if the assassination fails, the princess will never be implicated. Once the opportunity comes, they can kill Cui Xinghe." Chuning nodded and said, "Okay. If Cui Xinghe is not eliminated, our great Chu will not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Otherwise, desperate." Xu Chong nodded and took a deep breath. Outside the window, the moonlight became increasingly brighter, even blocking the moon in the sky. As time passed, Chuning's face became increasingly colder. East end of Chang'an. In a small courtyard. A dozen assassins wearing black nightclothes and with stern faces were standing upright in the courtyard. Although they said nothing, there was a strong murderous intent around them. It was obvious that they were all top-notch experts. Raise an army for 1,000 days and deploy it for a single moment. That big hard-working devil not only came up with a vicious plan to cut off the water supply, but also burned our soldiers in rattan armor and used manure and lime to injure our comrades, causing our army to be defeated and suffer heavy losses. If this living devil is allowed to live, I don't know how much suffering my great Chu will have to endure. If his evil plan of cutting off the water supply succeeds, millions, or even tens of millions of people in my great Chu will suffer from a lack of water. If we don't kill these people, how can we have a good life in the future?" The leading assassin from Dichu made a powerful statement. At that moment, the other dozen people all clenched their fists quietly, their eyes filled with rage. They also came from the army and were death warriors. Among the dead souls wailing in the raging fire under the city of Chang'an were their comrades, even their relatives and brothers. This hatred was simply irreconcilable. "It's midnight. Follow me to kill Cui Xinghe, the most venomous man in Daqian. Take his life." The leading assassin suddenly drew his sword and spoke in a low voice, "Kill, kill." For a moment, a figure flashed. With the help of moonlight, they wandered around Chang'an City and headed straight for Chui's mansion. That he quickly approached the Chui family's house, climbed over the wall, and drew out the big knife from his waist that was emitting endless cold light. Who? The sharp-eyed servant of the Chui family heard the noise and looked towards where the black shadow was, but the next second, the knife flashed and blood gushed out like a fountain. There's an assassin! Some servants of the Chui family also noticed the noise, and their shouts suddenly broke through the night. Chui Xinghe's face turned ugly and pale. Are the great Chu envoy's pigs really come to kill him? Court death. The leading assassin had a grim look on his face, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked towards the servant who spoke with a big knife in his hand, but the next second, he was stunned. There are some invisible shadows in the Chui family's house. The palace guards wearing armor came out holding crossbows and swords. They aimed at the place where the assassin was, their faces grim. Military crossbow, could this be the palace guards? The leading assassin's expression suddenly turned grim. Anyone who dares to hide the crossbows except in the army would be guilty of treason, so there is only one possibility, that these people were sent by the Empress Daqian. The Chui family mansion actually has a group of palace guards specially assigned to protect it. The assassin who originally led the group was still a little skeptical that Chui Xinghe was the #1 poisoner in Daqian. After all, this might be too shocking. But now, he is almost 100% sure that Chui Xinghe is the #1 poisoner in Daqian. This person is so cunning. Withdraw. There's an ambush. The leading assassin shouted suddenly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Li Long took the lead and said in a cold voice, "Kill them all, leave no one alive, kill." He didn't expect that someone would actually come to kill Chui Xinghe. It's really a ghost. Accompanied by Li Long's order, immediately, the guards mercilessly pulled the triggers of their crossbows, and the crossbow arrows, like the god of death, enveloped the assassins. Some unlucky guys were pierced through the body by crossbow arrows and fell to the ground, and with the sound, the guards who had been lying in ambush outside the Chui family's mansion blocked the assassin's retreat and began a ruthless pursuit inside the house. Fortunately, His Majesty anticipated Gao Yang's evil intentions and felt pity for him, so he protected the Chui family. Otherwise, even if we didn't die today, we would have been in great pain. Chui Jian said with a lingering fear on his face, his expression extremely ugly. Gao Yang's move was too cruel, but after hearing what Chui Jian said, Chui Xinghe looked at the guards outside who were making a lot of noise, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. The Empress feels pity? Chui Xinghe shook his head and said nothing. That he doesn't see it that way. In the eyes of Dechu, the blame was truly put on him. Shame, what a shame. Even in the Empress's heart, he became Gao Yang's substitute and abandoned pawn, which was simply intolerable for the arrogant Chui Xinghe. He must come up with one or two earth-shattering strategies, otherwise, Gao Yang would really be the one taking the blame. Gao Yang is the only one who enjoys the fame and benefits, while Chui Xinghe is the only one who bears all the revenge and blame. Just thinking about it makes me wanna die. Chapter 274. An amazing guess. Late at night, Prime Minister's mansion. Su Xuanji stood in the yard, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. I am curious, since the Chu state has lost so much face, will it attack the living king of hell? I'm afraid that in Chang'an City, the princess of Chu doesn't have such courage, but if we don't get rid of the living devil, I'm afraid the country of Chu won't be able to bear the price in the future. Su Xuanji said quietly, his eyes revealing a deepness. At this time, a voice sounded. Report. Prime Minister Su, an assassination just broke out in Chang'an City, and even alarmed the palace guards. Su Xuanji's expression changed. He didn't expect that Dechu would act so quickly. Afterwards, Su Xuanji burst into laughter. I have said that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Gao Yang is so arrogant that he has caused the state of Chu to suffer such a great loss in just a few months. How can the state of Chu tolerate him? Quick, tell me, how is this living devil? Is his life in danger? If he dies, I'm afraid His Majesty will be furious, and Dechu and Deqian will be plunged into war again. Then I will. Su Xuanji looked at his confidant who came to report with an expectant look on his face. The confidant's face turned strange when he heard this. Prime Minister, this. Su Xuanji saw the expression on his trusted subordinate's face, and he frowned and couldn't help asking, could it be that Gao Yang had been prepared, and the assassin was in bad luck? I heard that when this living king of hell was planning the layout of Linjiang City, he was extremely cautious, fearing that he would be assassinated by angry citizens, and he had many guards around him. It's really not an easy task for the Chu assassin to succeed. Su Xuanji talked to himself and began to analyze. When the servant heard this, he no longer cared about the strangeness in his heart. He hurriedly said, "Prime Minister Su, this assassination attempt was a little strange. The living king of hell was not assassinated, but Cui Zhuanyuan was assassinated." When these words came out, Su Xuanji was stunned. What? Cui Xinghe was assassinated? Su Xuanji was confused. Cui Zhuanyuan has a very good reputation in Daqian. The Cui family is a century-old family and has no political enemies. How could he be assassinated? Is this news confirmed? His trusted subordinates nodded repeatedly. "Prime Minister, this news is definitely correct. There is no movement in the Dinghua mansion." On the contrary, the mansion where Cui Zhuanyuan is located has been assassinated by more than a dozen well-trained assassins. If it weren't for the protection of the palace guards, I'm afraid Cui Zhuanyuan would be in great danger. Hearing this, Su Xuanji was even more stunned. What did you say? The palace guards protected Cui Zhuanyuan and killed the assassin? Cui Xinghe is only a 5th-rank official, not a living devil. How could he be protected by the palace guards? This doesn't make sense at all. Su Xuanji's face was full of confusion. He believed that he had been in the Daqian officialdom for decades and had seen many intrigues, but what happened today was more mysterious than the last. Gao Yang, the hated culprit who caused the state of Chu to lose strength, was not in any trouble. On the contrary, Cui Xinghe, who was completely unreasonable, was assassinated on the first night. Then, something even more magical happened. The palace guards killed the assassin. The confidant looked at Su Xuanji's puzzled face. He took a deep breath and said, "Prime Minister, I suddenly have a crazy idea in my mind, but it may explain everything." Su Xuanji looked at his trusted subordinates with his old eyes, feeling surprised. "I never thought you had this ability." He picked up the tea beside him, took a sip and said, "Tell me about it." The subordinate hesitated for a moment and then said, "I think there is a possibility that Cui Xinghe's identity is not that simple. He is the male favorite of His Majesty." Puff. Su Xuanji spat out a mouthful of tea and widened his eyes. "Male pet?" The confidant nodded seriously. "Yes, Cui Xinghe is just a 5th-rank official, not a living devil. How could he be protected by the palace guards? But if he is His Majesty's male favorite, all this makes sense. As for male favorites, the treatment must be different." Su Xuanji asked in disbelief, "What about the assassination? How do you explain it?" "As for the assassination, that makes even more sense. The King of Hell coveted your Majesty, and out of jealousy, he sent someone to assassinate Cui Zhuanyuan, but was repelled by the palace guards. This is essentially a story of a love triangle. Or the assassin may have mistaken Cui Zhuanyuan for Daqian's #1 poisoner, but I think the possibility is very small." Su Xuanji took a deep breath and said to his confidant, "Well said. Don't say it next time. I've told you before that you should read less melodramatic novels, so as not to damage your brain, but you wouldn't listen. Get out of here quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here." Su Xuanji shouted angrily, and his trusted men quickly fled. After his confidant left, Su Xuanji paced back and forth in the yard. What is the reason behind this? Who would kill Cui Xinghe? Although Su Xuanji couldn't figure it out, he instinctively felt that everything that happened tonight was closely related to Gao Yang. Suddenly, when Su Xuanji thought of the second words of his confidant, he felt a chill all over his body and a hint of shock welled up in his old eyes. Everything that happened in the court in the early days suddenly emerged in his mind, and an astonishing possibility came to his mind. Hiss. Su Xuanji took a breath of cold air instantly. This Gao Yang is so insidious. But this princess of Chu was really out of her mind. At the same time, although it was late at night, the assassination was like a huge storm that quickly swept across the entire Chang'an city. All the important court officials and Chang'an families received the news. Song Li, Lu Wen, Wang Zhong, and others were very excited when they heard the news of the assassination in Chang'an, but when they heard that Cui Xinghe was assassinated, they could not help but look at each other. Cui Xinghe was assassinated, and the palace guards killed the assassin on the spot. No matter which of these two pieces of news it is, it makes people feel a little strange. Honglu Temple. Xu Ningyu looked at the darkness outside the window with a gloomy expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sure enough, Cui Xinghe is really good at hiding things. A mere 5th-rank Zhongshu Sharon is actually protected by palace guards. Is this possible?" Chapter 275, Corruption under Imperial Order. Is there any other way for officials in the world to do this? The next day. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the entire Chang'an city. The streets of Chang'an were filled with vitality, and the vendors' cries resounded through the sky inside the Golden Palace. A voice suddenly resounded throughout the hall, filled with grief and indignation. Inside Chang'an City, at the feet of the emperor, these assassins dared to openly assassinate an official appointed by the imperial court. This is simply too rampant and too arrogant. Anyone can tolerate this, but I absolutely cannot. Your Majesty, I, Gao Yang, implore you to conduct a thorough investigation and seek justice for Lord Shui. Gao Yang stood in the center of the hall, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. After hearing these words, all the officials stared at Gao Yang. When they learned the news last night, they were also stunned. Gao Yang was not assassinated, but Cui Xinghe was assassinated instead. They couldn't figure out the reason behind this. It simply didn't make sense. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe suddenly looked towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang noticed this gaze and immediately turned back to assure Master Cui. Don't worry, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly for you. Then I would like to thank you, Mr. Gao. Cui Xinghe gritted his teeth, took a deep breath and said. He had to say, this guy was simply shameless. How did Gao Yang have the nerve to say such a thing? Why was he assassinated? Didn't Gao Yang have any idea? Sure enough, when you feel that you are carrying a heavy burden, there must be a dog enjoying it. Su Xuanji's mouth twitched, but he pretended not to know and said, Your Majesty, I think what Mr. Gao said is right. This matter is too bad and must be thoroughly investigated. I agree. I agree. Gao Feng and Lu Jin stood up and echoed. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, who was full of righteousness, and closed her eyes first, but she remained calm and said, Master Gao is right. These assassins are indeed lawless and unscrupulous. Where is the Minister of Justice? Wang Yifan immediately stood up and said, I am here. Wu Zhao said indifferently, in the imperial city, under the feet of the world, someone openly assassinated an official of the imperial court. This is simply too audacious. I will give you 7 days to catch the real culprit behind the scenes. Yes. There was a bitter feeling on Wang Yifan's face that he knew about this last night. After all, it was not a trivial matter. His trusted subordinates went to the scene as soon as possible, but the news they brought back made him feel disappointed. 18 assassins, no one survived. They were either killed on the spot or the poison pills hidden in their teeth were directly bitten to pieces. In short, no one was left alive. It is obvious that these assassins are all dead men. Even if there are survivors, it is difficult to make them speak, let alone if there is no survivor left. It would be extremely difficult to investigate, but since Wu Zetian had given the order, he had no choice but to accept it. Retreat! Wu Zhao waved her hand, then stood up, turned around, and left. Gao Yang and Gao Feng also strode out of the Golden Palace. As soon as Gao Yang stepped out of the palace, he walked straight out of the palace with an excited look on his face. Evil son, wait for your father. Looking like this, I almost thought there were peerless beauties and countless gold, silver, and jewels waiting for you in the mansion. Gao Feng scolded with a stern face. Gao Yang stopped and looked at Gao Feng seriously and said, Father, you are right. I am afraid that the eldest prince of Zhao will come to give me beautiful women in gold, silver, and jewelry today. Don't miss the free beauty in gold, silver, and jewelry. What? Gao Feng became jealous upon hearing this evil boy. First there was the second princess of Chu, and now Zhao is also sending a beauty. Gao Feng immediately put his hands behind his back and scolded, instead of feeling ashamed, you should feel proud of it. You really think that the censorate is just there to eat and that His Majesty doesn't know? You are making a mistake and have lost the bottom line of being an official. Do you want the black gauze hat on your head, the official robe on your body, and the future of being an official? To lose the big picture for the small is foolish. Gao Yang said lightly, Father, you are wrong. I was corrupted by the emperor's order. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Feng's face turned green. He widened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Corruption under imperial order? Is there any other way for an official to behave like this in the world? On the other side, Su Xuanji looked at Gao Yang's back from afar with a complicated expression. At this moment, a palace maid came to Su Xuanji. Prime Minister Su, the Queen Mother is summoning you. When Su Xuanji heard this voice, his expression suddenly changed. Harem, the magnificent palace is filled with an atmosphere of prosperity. Your servant Su Xuanji pays homage to the Queen Mother. Empress Dowager Xiao lay lazily on the bed, her two snow-white thighs intertwined and overlapped, exposed in the hall. They were white, slender, and extremely attractive. She was wearing a phoenix robe embroidered with intricate patterns, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall on the brocade pillow. Although there were some traces of time on her face, she still couldn't hide her former beauty. Although she was motionless, she exuded a charming aura.
Why are you being so formal, Prime Minister Su? Get up.
Empress Dowager Xiao held an ancient book in her hand and spoke softly. Su Xuanji stood up quickly, but he kept his head down and didn't dare to look any further, because he knew very well how terrifying the woman in front of him was.
Thank you, Queen Mother. Do you know why I asked you to come here so late at night?
Empress Dowager Xiao put down the ancient book in her hand, looked at Su Xuanji with her phoenix eyes, and slightly opened her seductive red lips. Su Xuanji lowered his head and said nervously, "I don't know." Empress Dowager Xiao slowly sat up from the bed, and her pair of white and tender feet landed on the animal skin-covered ground. She waved her hand, and the palace maids in the hall retreated one after another. "Your Majesty has killed Prince Rong and repelled the 100,000-strong army of the Great Chu. The people are in high spirits, and most of the court of the Great Qin dynasty is composed of your Majesty's people.
This is not good news for me.
I have spent countless efforts to support you to become the Prime Minister of Daqian, second only to the Emperor, but you have disappointed me." Empress Dowager Zhao's voice was very gentle and pleasant to the ear, even to the point of making one's heart tingle, but when these words fell into Su Xuanji's heart, cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
"Queen Mother, I know my crime.
But this cannot be entirely blamed on me." With the assistance of Gao Yang, the Empress swept through Prince Rong's followers in the court at lightning speed and defeated the 100,000-strong army of the Great Chu.
No one expected this.
Otherwise, Daqian will be in chaos, and we can take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. Empress Dowager Xiao had a cold look in her eyes. She murmured, "Gao Yang.
I have heard this name a lot during this period. Is he really that capable?"
Su Xuanji seemed to have grasped the last hope. He hurriedly said, "This Gao Yang is quite hidden. Not only is his method extremely cruel, but he also has a high talent in governing the country and plotting evil schemes. It is precisely because of his assistance that the Empress was able to achieve such a great success in such a short period of time. I dare to offer a suggestion. If the Queen Mother can get Gao Yang to work for her, great things can be accomplished." Chapter 276, Prince, you have the wrong person. When Empress Dowager Xiao heard this, a hint of interest flashed across her beautiful face. She stretched out her slender legs, her crystal-clear feet stepping on the carpeted floor, and walked towards the table in the middle of the room, then asked in a light voice, "If I can really do what you said and win over Gao Yang to work for me, what do you think is the chance of success?" When Su Xuanji heard this, his heart was suddenly shocked, but he quickly said, "I think there is a 90% chance."
90%? So high?
Empress Dowager Xiao looked surprised. The big thing she was talking about was not an ordinary thing, that is to support the new emperor, rule the country from behind the scenes, and even ascend to the throne, but the difficulty of this matter is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Su Xuanji said that with Gao Yang's assistance, there will be a 90% chance of success. How could this not shock Empress Dowager Xiao? Seeing this, Su Xuanji continued, "There was an assassination attempt in Chang'an last night.
Has the Queen Mother heard about it?"
Empress Dowager Xiao frowned and said, "Gao Yang acted arrogantly, so it's not surprising that he was assassinated.
But I don't think it's easy to kill him."
Su Xuanji shook his head.
"The Queen Mother is wrong.
Lord Gao is safe, but Cui Xinghao was assassinated. If it weren't for the protection of His Majesty's guards, I'm afraid he would have lost his life." When Empress Dowager Xiao heard this, her eyes were filled with surprise.
Cui Xinghao was assassinated?
Seeing this, Su Xuanji also expressed his guess. This person is really vicious. He gets the fame, Cui Xinghao gets to take the revenge. Interesting. Empress Dowager Xiao was moved and showed an interested look. She hadn't heard anyone so interesting in a long time. Su Xuanji secretly glanced at the two long and beautiful legs of Empress Dowager Xiao, and then bowed and said, "Although Gao Yang is extremely vicious, he has repeatedly peeked at your Majesty in the court. I saw it clearly. This man is extremely lustful. The Queen Mother might be able to intervene in the game and use this to threaten Gao Yang. After the task is completed, we will kill him. After these words were spoken, Empress Dowager Xiao looked directly at Su Xuanji with her cold eyes. This look made a layer of cold sweat instantly appear on Su Xuanji's back, but the next second, he felt that the gaze that was like a thorn in his back disappeared from him, and then a voice sounded. As for Gao Yang, I will take care of him myself. You only need to do what I tell you to do. While the Chu delegation is here, advance the plan. Even if it fails, let them take the blame. I will inform you in advance. Once you succeed, you will immediately bring all the officials into the palace. When the 11th prince is enthroned, you, Su Xuanji, will have the merit of following the dragon. Duke of Zhonghua. The front door. Zhao Yuhang got up early in the morning, took Mu Shuao and several personal guards with him, and headed towards the Duke Dinghua's mansion. As soon as he heard that the morning court was over, Zhao Yuhang's face was filled with absolute confidence. He spent a lot of money to buy Gao Yang's intelligence, and even Linjiang City sent people to visit him. He could almost conclude that Gao Yang was greedy for money and lustful, and even Linjiang City had shown signs of accepting gifts. This trip would definitely be of use to him. Zhao Yuhang gave Mu Shuao a confident look, and Mu Shuao also walked towards the gate and knocked on the door of Duke Dinghua's mansion. Please inform me that the Crown Prince of Zhao is here to visit Minister Gao. Mu Shuao took a deep breath. When she found out about some of the things Gao Yang had done and some of the evil plots he had proposed, she felt like the sky was falling. She had to be careful on this trip. Otherwise, once she was exposed, what would await her would be a fate worse than death. Soon, a cheerful voice sounded. The eldest prince is here to visit. I am sorry that I failed to welcome him. Please don't blame me. Gao Yang, dressed in casual clothes, strode out with a smile on his face. He walked straight towards Zhao Yuhang. Zhao Yuhang felt quite flattered. The first living devil in Dakian is so passionate. Mr. Gao, you are too polite. Zhao Yuhang said hurriedly. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and said, Prince, let's talk inside. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang also walked in. Soon, Gao Yang and Zhao Yuhang sat down in the courtyard. Green Ivy, serve the tea. Gao Yang spoke up with this attitude made Zhao Yuhang feel more relaxed. He thought of the purpose of this trip and immediately said to Gao Yang, this prince has heard of Mr. Gao's great name. After meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed extraordinary. Shuao, don't you always tell me that you admire Master Gao? How come you even forgot to pay your respects when you saw him today? When Mu Shuao heard what Zhao Yuhang said, she bowed slightly and saluted Gao Yang. My humble self is Mu Shuao, and I am honored to meet you, Master Gao. Mr. Gao punished the profiteers and killed the locusts to help the people. I really admire you. Gao Yang heard the voice and looked towards Mu Shuao. Mu Shuao was wearing a blue long dress. Her waist seemed like it could be held with one hand. Her face was delicate and almost flawless. Her collarbone was high and white, and some rouge was applied on her red lips, making her look even more attractive. But the most eye-catching thing is the pair of big thunders. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes when she looked at Gao Yang, but Gao Yang knew very well that it was a deliberate act. However, looking at her, one could not help but want to hold her in his arms and love her dearly. The state of Zhao really invested a lot of money. Gao Yang deliberately showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang picked up a cup of hot tea, a smile on his face, and felt relieved. Master Gao, what do you think of Shuao? Zhao Yuhang took a sip of hot tea and spoke. As expected of her, she is the maid of the crown prince. She is so beautiful that she is rarely seen in the entire 7 kingdoms. The crown prince is so lucky. Gao Yang's tone contained a hint of envy, and even a sense of regret. In fact, this gave Zhao Yuhang room to play. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang immediately smiled and said, Master Gao has misunderstood. Although Shuao is my maid, I treat her like a family member and she is still a virgin. Well, since Shuao has long admired Lord Gao, and Lord Gao and I hit it off right away, I will give Shuao to Lord Gao today. I hope Lord Gao can speak well of the state of Zhao in the future. When Mu Shuao heard what Zhao Yuhang said, she quickly bent down to Gao Yang and said in a tender voice, Master Gao, from now on, Shuao will follow you and be willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang straightened his back like a pine tree. Jade can be broken into pieces but its whiteness cannot be changed, bamboo can be burned but its joints cannot be destroyed. Although I am dead, my name can be recorded in bamboo and silk. Grand Prince, what are you doing? If you want to bribe me to speak for Zhao, then the eldest prince has chosen the wrong person. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, looking righteous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhang was stunned. You are a vicious person, you can come up with any evil scheme, you don't accept bribes now. Did he really misjudge the person? No, if he was really angry, he should have chased him away now. But Gao Yang did not take any action. Bang! Zhao Yuhang clapped his hands. The two men went straight out the door and quickly brought a box from the carriage. Then the box opened. A box full of gold ingots, pearls, and jades. Exudes charming colors. Zhao Yuhang smiled and said, Minister Gao, I came in a hurry, these small gifts are not enough to show my respect. This prince has specifically instructed that no one else will see it, so please rest assured, Master Gao, accept it. Gao Yang's pupils shrank instantly, and his eyes seemed to be blinded by the light. This money doesn't look like it was stolen from Prince Rong's palace. This can not only be collected, but also spent. Next second, Mu Shueyo felt her body suddenly pulled over by a huge force, and she couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Then, she felt a big hand around her slender waist and a head around her plump part. Gao Yang looked at Zhao Yuhang and burst into laughter. Your Highness, you are really good at judging people. Chapter 277 Mr. Gao, a man of character. Mr. Gao, you are truly a man of character. When Zhao Yuhang saw Gao Yang's appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he sighed. But this prince likes people with a kind temperament like Mr. Gao. Gao Yang put his arm around Mu Shueyo and looked at Zhao Yuhang. He also said, I like the eldest prince, who is so straightforward. Luo, ask Qin Sheng to move these to my room, and ask Wang Tao to cook a few of his specialties. I want to get drunk with the eldest prince today. Zhao Yuhang asked quickly, there shouldn't be any original 9-turn large intestine, right? The eldest prince is my dear friend. How can I ask the chef to cook you 9-turn large intestine? Isn't that repaying kindness with enmity? How can I be such a vicious person? Gao Yang waved at Lu Luo and said, tell Wang Tao not to cook 9-turn large intestine. Instead, cook beef stomach and bitter melon. The weather is hot now, which is just right for the eldest prince to cool down. Upon hearing this, Lulua hurried downstairs. Zhao Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief. When he first heard about the original 9-turn large intestine, he was stunned for a moment. It is hard to imagine that there is such a vicious dish in the world. If it is put in the food competition, it is simply a dish that defeats the strong by using the weak, and it can be said to be invincible. If you eat it, you fall into the trap. If you don't eat it, you also fall into the trap. Therefore, Zhao Yuhang was deeply impressed by this dish. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was served. Gao Yang also ordered someone to open a bottle of fine wine from his collection. Your Highness, this dish of beef belly and bitter melon is a dish that clears away heat and detoxifies. It is a dish carefully prepared by the chef in our mansion. Although this dish is a bit unpalatable, it is different from ordinary dishes. It is an emotional dish. This instantly piqued Zhao Yuhang's interest. He stared at the dish that looked very delicious just from its appearance, and asked curiously, oh? What is an emotional dish? Those who can taste all kinds of life are emotional vegetables. Bitter melon tastes bitter, and ox stomach is a large part of the cow, which also has a very special taste, pungent and difficult to swallow. Stir-frying the two together can fully preserve the original flavor of the food. Those who are happy in life will find this dish extremely bitter, and those who are extremely bitter in life will enjoy it very much. Gao Yang took a sip of the wine in the glass and said with a sigh, as soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Yuhang became even more curious. Is there such a magical dish in the world? He immediately stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a piece of bitter melon and put it in his mouth. Next second, Zhao Yuhang's face changed. When the unique bitterness of bitter gourd entered his taste buds and mixed with the intoxicating bitterness of beef stomach, an indescribable mixed taste rushed straight to his forehead. It felt like a scorching hot day of 40 degrees. Zhao Yuhang stuck out his tongue and licked the armpit of the old man next door. Zhao Yuhang even wanted to curse. At this moment he deeply realized a truth. Curiosity killed the cat. This mood dish is simply outrageous. But before he opened his mouth, Gao Yang said, it's really enviable. The eldest prince has a happy life and has never suffered much in his life, so he finds it hard to swallow and even wants to vomit. However, people who have had a bad career and have tasted great suffering in life will find it more delicious the more they eat. Zhao Yuhang heard this and thought it made sense. After experiencing the bitterness of life, even the bitterness of survival, bitter melon can only be regarded as a dessert. What's more, the beauty and money were given to Gao Yang, but the job has not been done yet, therefore, he could only dry heave twice. and forced a smile to Gao Yang, saying, "Master Gao, this prince has lost his composure." Then, the atmosphere gradually became heated as both sides toasted each other. The drinking table culture is a magical thing. No matter in ancient times or now, discussing things at this table often has a greater chance of success, and relationships will progress rapidly with glass after glass of wine, especially some people in the martial arts world. After a meal of wine, they would be willing to die for their friends, and even risk their own lives. Gao Yang is well aware of this. At this moment, Zhao Yuhang felt that they had met too late, but he doesn't know that when two people are alone and the other person makes you feel very comfortable, that in itself is a very dangerous signal to eye in daily conversation. This means that the other person's EQ and IQ are far superior to yours. In bed, this means that you are falling. After a few drinks, Zhao Yuhang felt that the atmosphere was about right. So, he said to Gao Yang, "Master Gao, this prince came to Dakian not only to show the sincerity of the friendship between Zhao and Dakian, but also for one thing, and I need your help." Gao Yang paused for a moment and sighed in his heart. This Zhao Yuhang is really good at holding back. He has been so cooperative, but Zhao Yuhang only spoke now. It's not easy to earn some hard-earned money, but Gao Yang smiled. "Prince, what are you talking about? There's no need to hide our relationship now. I'm a man of emotion. I'll strike my enemies with violent force, but I'll be sincere to my friends. The eldest prince is older than me, so I have the audacity to call him Brother Zhao. From now on, you and I will treat each other as brothers in private. If you have anything to say, just speak up. I will never frown." These words are very powerful. A smile appeared on Zhao Yuhang's face. He didn't expect that money and beauty would have such an effect on Gao Yang. After just a drink, Gao Yang became so happy. This is like calling each other brothers. He sighed in his heart that many of the rumors from outside were untrue. The living king of hell is only cruel to his enemies, but not to his recognized friends. Bang! Zhao Yuhang put down the wineglass in his hand heavily, and said happily, "This prince has always been informal. Today, I hit it off with Master Gao. From now on, when you and I are alone, we can get along as brothers. It should be so, it should be so." Gao Yang laughed loudly and pulled Mu Shuai over again. The latter exclaimed again, and felt like there was an extra head on his chest. Mu Shuai, "Brother Gao, since it has come to this, I will speak frankly. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor of Qian encouraged the people of Dakian to wear clothes made by Zhao Gao, but the commercial tax has not yet been determined. Brother Gao, can you help mediate this matter?" Zhao Yuhang said nervously. At this time, he came for Zhao Gao, and behind this was a huge amount of silver. Once successful, all the noble families in the world would get a piece of the pie, but the one who would earn the most would be Emperor Zhao, because the emperor was the largest noble family in a country. Everyone knows that Gao Yang is a favorite of the empress. If Gao Yang can be allowed to make suggestions, this matter will undoubtedly be further promoted and his position will be more stable. Seeing this, Gao Yang put down his wineglass and he stood up, frowning. Then, Gao Yang said with a sigh, "Brother Zhao, with my current position in Dakian, it is no exaggeration to say that many things are just a matter of a word. But this Zhao Gao really makes things difficult for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhang's face changed. "Mr. Gao, what do you mean?" He quickly stood up and asked behind Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Zhao Yuhang and said, "Brother Zhao, do you know why His Majesty issued an imperial decree to encourage the people of Dakian to wear Zhao's mourning robes?" Chapter 278, Fooling, and Continuing to Fool. Why? Zhao Yuhang had never thought about this. Even the entire Zhao state had not figured out this matter. Some court officials even said that Dakian had ulterior motives and the King of Hell had ulterior motives. However, due to the huge interests, these voices were suppressed, but both he and Emperor Zhao were cautious and on guard in their hearts. Today, Gao Yang took the initiative to expose this. The answer is very simple. Because Your Majesty is a woman, she thinks the clothes made by Zhao Gao are good and wants to promote them throughout the country. Of course, this is just the superficial reason. As an emperor, how can it be so simple? As for the deeper reasons, Brother Zhao is not an outsider, so I will tell you directly. Once the price of Zhao Gao goes up, it will be profitable, which will stimulate merchants from both sides to trade with each other. After the transportation of Zhao Gao is finished, we can always bring some specialties from the other two countries, so that trade can also be boosted. If the commercial tax is raised again, the national treasury can be filled up a bit. Zhao Yuhan looked surprised. This statement is reasonable. The Zhao silk of his Zhao state is indeed one of the best fabrics among the 7 countries. It is also reasonable to open up trade and increase commercial taxes, but Zhao Yuhang always felt that this reason was a little inadequate. Zhao Yang took in Zhao Yuhang's expression. As expected, even if the prince who was sent on a diplomatic mission was mediocre, how useless could he be? He continued, of course, there is a deeper reason. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne, the four seas are not yet settled, there are still vassal kings eyeing the situation covetously, and in the north there are the Huns who come to plunder in autumn and winter. The government is not stable. If there is unrest on the border, Your Majesty will undoubtedly face greater pressure. Chu and Yan have wolfish ambitions and are not worth plotting against. Zhao is located to the east of Dakian and poses a great strategic threat. If you send troops directly into Dakian, it will be a big trouble for Dakian. This is Zhao Gao's strategy. Zhao Yuhang's eyes widened. Master Gao, are you deliberately trying to show goodwill to our Zhao state? Gao Yang smiled. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Brother Zhao, do you think that Your Majesty is giving money to Zhao for nothing? As an emperor, how could this be possible? Buzz, in an instant, Zhao Yuhang felt clear all over. He understood everything, and everything made sense. Because of the unstable political situation, Dakian deliberately showed goodwill to Zhao state, even sending money to establish an alliance. At the same time, Dakian could also obtain certain benefits, which was a win-win situation for both sides, especially now that De Chu and De Qian have already torn their faces apart. This reason is very reasonable. Zhao Yuhan looked at Gao Yang, a little surprised. This great devil seemed to be really opening his heart to him. But if that's the case, why did Master Gao say it was difficult? Zhao Yuhan realized the point and couldn't help but ask. I have always been straightforward, so I will say it directly, because Zhao Gao's strategy is essentially to give money. The court is now divided into two factions. The conservative faction thinks that this move is sucking the blood of Dakian and helping Zhao to become a powerful country. People like Cui Zhuangyuan, Wang Zhong, Lu Wen, and Su Xiang secretly advised Your Majesty, even at the risk of death, that the alliance relationship is unreliable. Once Zhao becomes stronger and Dakian becomes weaker, who will be responsible for sending troops to attack? When Zhao Yuhang heard this, his eyes almost spit fire. No wonder Cui Xinghe was assassinated. He totally deserved it. The two countries are on good terms. How can our Zhao be so heartless and ruthless? How could we turn against each other? Zhao Yuhang believed these words almost 100%, because from the perspective of Dakian and these court officials, there was nothing wrong with these words. Gao Yang sighed and said, Brother Zhao, although that is what I said, Cui Xinghe and other ministers will not listen. These people secretly submitted a petition and even jointly impeached me. If it weren't for the trust of His Majesty, I wouldn't even know about this. Brother Zhao, please don't go find these people, otherwise you will be considered to have evil intentions. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yuhang's back. Brother Gao is right. I will remember this. So what is Your Majesty's attitude now? Gao Yang stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle without saying a word, but this attitude made Zhao Yuhang very anxious. If he came on this diplomatic mission but failed to resolve the issue of Zhao Gao, or even caused Zhao Gao to be ruined, and his money wasted, this would affect his position in the heart of Emperor Zhao. Brother Gao, you're making me anxious. What exactly is the Empress' attitude? Are you going to scrap Zhao Gao's plan? Zhao Yuhang became extremely anxious. Gao Yang also said, Your Majesty's words are golden, how could you go back on your word? Besides, the imperial decree has been issued, so it is impossible to go back on it. But the officials in the court secretly opposed it, and His Majesty also had some hesitations, fearing restrictions on the number of Zhao Gao, raising commercial taxes, and other policies. Buzz, Zhao Yuhang was dumbfounded. This was terrible news for him. Master Gao, you must think of a way to deal with this matter. Help me, bro. I, Zhao Yuhang, will never forget this kindness. Zhao Yuhang spoke hurriedly. Seeing this, Gao Yang's expression became even more difficult. Brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help you with this matter, it's just too difficult. You are not in Dakian, so you don't know that Cui Xinghe and Su Xiang are just as cunning as I am. Luluwa, tell Chen Sheng to bring out the gift sent by the eldest prince. I am not worthy of enjoying this gift. Gao Yang said to Lualua with a look of regret when these words came out. They sounded like thunder in Zhao Yuhang's ears. The sky is falling. He is not afraid of Gao Yang taking the money, but he is afraid that Gao Yang will not take it, not to mention a refund. Is this matter really so difficult? When Lulua heard this, her beautiful eyes were stunned. She didn't think that the money Gao Yang had received could be returned. But since Gao Yang had spoken, she hurried to cooperate. Zhao Yuhang hurriedly said, Master Gao, wait a minute. This gift is from my heart. It has nothing to do with whether the job is done or not. Even if there is really no other way, Brother Gao, just take it. Gao Yang's expression relaxed and he nodded slightly, yet he seemed to sigh and said, Brother Zhao, this matter is difficult to handle. It's too difficult to handle. Zhao Yuhang stared at Gao Yang, who was standing in the yard with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he had an idea. Difficult, even if it is difficult, it can still be done. Brother Gao, I suddenly remembered that I brought some special products of Zhao with me when I went to Chang'an this time. I forgot to take them when I left in a hurry. I will send someone to deliver them to you later. Zhao Yuhang spoke for a while. Oh? How big of a specialty? Gao Yang asked aloud. It's probably a little smaller than the previous box, but the taste should be about the same. I'll send a box over later. I'm sorry to trouble you, Brother Gao, to take care of Zhao Gao's affairs. Zhao Yuhang compared the size of the boxes and smiled stiffly. If that's the case, then I'll give it a try. Zhao Yuhang gritted his teeth and said, 2 boxes. Gao Yang took a deep breath and said, Brother Zhao said so I will try my best. 3 boxes of specialties. Zhao Yuhang gritted his teeth. These were the specialties he wanted to give to Su Xuanji and other ministers, and now, take a gamble. Damn it! I will fight this bunch of treacherous villains to the death. Gao Yang had a serious face, as if he had risked his life. Green radish, Mu Shuiyao, Zhao Yuhang. Chapter 279, The Empress sets out to make a nest, true and false, top level of deception. Brother Gao, please give me a little more. Zhao Yuhang held up 4 fingers and said, 4 boxes of specialties. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely accomplish this. How do you think? And Brother Gao is sincere to me, and I am sincere to you. Although Brother Gao is the most ruthless person in Dakian, and has frightened countless people, and has the trust of the Empress, he still has to be careful of the cunning rabbit dying and the running dog getting rich. If Brother Gao can accomplish this for me, my position in Zhao will undoubtedly be more stable. When I become the emperor in the future, Brother Gao will undoubtedly have a way out. At that time, forging ahead bravely will be a way out. Zhao Yuhang put his hand on Gao Yang's shoulder, his face full of affection. Gao Yang's face was instantly moved when he heard this. From a distance, the two seemed to have a sense of mutual admiration. Brother Zhao's words are so touching that I want to cry. Now that I have said this, I will step on Cui Xinghe and punch Su Xiang, using all my strength, and do my best to promote Zhao Gao's plan. A smile appeared on Zhao Yuhang's face. Although Gao Yang's appetite is a bit big, as long as he can get things done, it will all be worth it. But Brother Zhao has given me a way out and sent me so many specialties of Zhao State. It seems that he is sincere to me. Although you and I have just met today, we are already on the same boat. We will prosper together and suffer together. Then I might as well be open-hearted to Brother Zhao. I have something that I need Brother Zhao's help with. Gao Yang suddenly looked serious. After hearing this, Zhao Yuhan's face was filled with curiosity. The living devil needs his help? Brother Gao, just tell me. As long as you open your mouth, I will do my best to get it done for you. Zhao Yuhang spoke confidently. Gao Yang looked around when he heard this, then he said with a serious face, Brother Zhao, this matter is of great importance. It's not that I don't trust you, but you must swear to keep it strictly confidential and not tell anyone, otherwise you will be impotent for life. Otherwise, I would rather not say it. Hiss? He is the eldest prince of Zhao State. Why does he need to swear such a solemn oath? But Gao Yang's appearance made Zhao Yuhang even more curious. This is not an ordinary matter. I promise, but if even a single word is leaked, you will be impotent for the rest of your life. Gao Yang looked at Mu Shuiyao again and said to Zhao Yuhang, Brother Zhao, can this person be trusted? Shuiyao follows Lord Gao, so she will naturally follow his lead. Lord Gao can be trusted completely.
Zhao Yuhong said with assurance. Mu Shuao nodded quickly. Master Gao, I am your follower now, and I will never reveal a single word. As for Luluwa, Zhao Yuhong didn't even mention her. He knew that she must be Gao Yang's woman, but Gao Yang's appearance made him even more itchy. Gao Yang had never been so cautious when accepting bribes, but he was so cautious when mentioning this matter, for fear of leaking even a word. He was more and more certain that it was a big deal. In that case, I will speak frankly. I have heard that there are many handsome men in Zhao State, so I want the eldest prince to use his power to recruit some handsome men for me, preferably those with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and extraordinary temperament. And 3 inches below the lower abdomen, it would be best if you could hang a brick. Too weak, I don't want it. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yuhong was petrified. He thought something big was happening in Gaoyang, but it turned out that he heard that there were many handsome men in Zhao State, which asked him to do this. The living king of hell actually likes this. Master Gao, you are quite good at enjoying yourself, but don't worry, I will send someone to deliver it to you in a few days after I return to Zhao State. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Zhao Yuhong had a weird look on his face and spoke directly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Mu Shuao with pity. If he had known Gao Yang was into this, he wouldn't have used the beauty trap and would have directly used the beauty trap. But I have to say that the living king of hell is worthy of being the living king of hell. His taste is so unique. But thinking of asking Gao Yang for help, he said, Brother Gao, although this matter may be explosive, I am not a conservative. A real man should be like Lord Gao and face the challenge head-on. Master Gao, there is no need to be so cautious about this matter, and even make this prince swear an oath. As Zhao Yuhong spoke, he took a sip of the tea in the cup and said casually. Mu Shuao also looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. She seems to be safe. Green Radish looked shocked. Although Gao Yang doesn't have much say in whether her taste is strong or not, she still has a certain say. But when Gao Yang heard this, he immediately said, Brother Zhao, what are you thinking? This handsome man is not for me to use, but Her Majesty ordered me to secretly find some male favorites for her. Next second, puff, Zhao Yuhong spat out a mouthful of tea and stood up in shock. He widened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. In my mind, the image of Wu Zhao sitting high on the dragon throne, her face full of nobility, her every move filled with an unparalleled appearance that could only be admired from afar and not desecrated, appeared in my mind again. Emperor Qian, you want a male favorite? Zhao Yuhong looked shocked. Mu Shuao was also shocked, and even Luluwa, who knew that Zhao Yuhong was going to be tricked, was shocked. If these words were to get out, would Wu Zhao be sure that she would not kill Gao Yang? Gao Yang frowned, put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. My lord, I know this sounds very shocking to you, and you may even not believe it, but what I said is the truth. Your Majesty may be decisive in killing and have the demeanor of an emperor of all ages, but no matter what, she is also a woman. In the middle of the night, she will also feel lonely and unbearable, and her heart will be hot. Especially since Your Majesty is the Emperor of Dakian, you are under endless pressure. It is natural that you need to release this pressure. Your Majesty is very angry. Zhao Yuhong was shocked. The holy and noble image of Wu Zhao in my mind formed a sharp contrast with the image Gao Yang described, but he still had some doubts. After all, these words were too shocking. There are many handsome men in Dakian, right? With your status as the emperor, it is not difficult to secretly keep a few male favorites. Zhao Yuhong questioned. He felt that something was wrong about this matter. Gao Yang shook his head with a sneer on his face. Your Majesty is so beautiful, and she is the world's #1 empress, holding great power. It is not difficult for her to have a male favorite, but Your Majesty wants a child, so you must be very cautious. Don't forget, eldest prince. The previous emperor passed away long ago. Although there are other princes, there is only one person in your lineage. This is why the king of Wu and other kings in the world are eyeing you covetously. Your Majesty holds great power now, and the world will not be in chaos, but what about the future? It won't be long before the crown prince position is vacant, and all officials will frantically make memorials. By then, the government will be unstable, and people will be in panic. The princes of the world will secretly add fuel to the fire. Your Majesty has no children. Are you going to give up the imperial power that your ancestors fought so hard for? Therefore, Your Majesty is in urgent need of someone to make her pregnant. Chapter 280. Brother Zhao, you can't do this. The living devil is cheating people again. Imperial study. Wu Zhao sat upright on the dragon throne, holding a memorial in her jade hands.
She exuded endless nobility and majesty, and her every move was filled with an aura of inviolability. She is dealing with memorials to the emperor. Suddenly Wu Zhao sneezed and her eyes narrowed. Strange, why did I sneeze for no reason? Shangguan Wan'er stepped forward, her face full of worry. Your Majesty, the dragon's health is the most important thing, don't catch a cold. Wu Zhao waved her hand and said with a feeling, it's okay, it shouldn't be a cold. It seems like someone is saying something bad about me. I have always had accurate premonitions. In the entire Dakian, there is probably only one person who is so bold. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Wu Zhao, and as she listened to these words, Gao Yang's face suddenly appeared in her mind. The eldest prince of Zhao State went to the Duke Dinggua's mansion? Wu Zhao suddenly asked. After the morning court session ended today, the eldest prince of Zhao State went to the Duke Dinggua's mansion, bringing with him a beautiful woman and some boxes of local specialties. But what exactly it is? People in the palace dare not get too close. The person should still be in the Duke Dinggua's mansion. Your Majesty, do you want me to send someone to investigate? Shangguan Wan'er explained immediately after hearing this. Wu Zhao shook her head and looked at the memorial in her hand again. No need. That guy must be saying bad things about me, don't pay any attention to him. As long as I can facilitate Zhao Gao's plan and make it impossible for Zhao to pose a threat to my Dakian, my reputation will not be worth mentioning. After all, according to what Gao Yang said before, it is not too much. Next second. Wu Zhao sneezed again. At this moment, she rubbed her nose with her hand, then put down the memorial in her hand with a thoughtful look on her face. Is it a coincidence, or is Gao Yang hiding something from me? Wu Zhao raised her eyes and looked out the window, her expression changed. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. After all, the general is away from home and is not subject to military orders. It is reasonable to make some temporary changes to the plan, right? Duke of Zhongguodai in the small courtyard, Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, muttering in his heart. Buzz. Zhao Yuhang was shocked. Gao Yang's words were like a strong wind that suddenly swept away the fallen leaves, and the thunder from the 9 heavens blasted open the thick clouds, raising a huge wave of terror in his heart. These words are really shocking. If this news is true, it is no wonder that Gao Yang is so cautious. It's really exciting, but what Gao Yang said also made sense. Even though the Empress inherited the will of heaven and ruled the people, and even though a word could make people soar to 100,000 miles and a word could decide life and death, in the final analysis, the Empress was also a woman. She would also feel stressed and angry, and the biggest difference between a woman being an emperor and a man being an emperor is the issue of succession. A country cannot be without a crown prince for a day, so even a female emperor has to consider this issue. In terms of human nature, who would be willing to return power to the prince after inheriting the throne? Even if he was a member of the royal family, he would still be unwilling to accept this. Zhao Yuhang's face flickered. Gao Yang put her hands behind her back and continued quietly, Your Majesty, your identity as a woman is a fatal weakness. The feudal lords of the world will also seize on this point and will surely cause trouble in the future. But Your Majesty is so proud and arrogant. How can an ordinary man be in Your Majesty's eyes? And if you want Your Majesty to give birth to a prince, the identity of the man must be noble. I am in Dakian and under the watchful eyes of all the officials. This matter can only be carried out in secret. Otherwise, once it is exposed, there will be countless rumors and gossips, which will cause criticism. This matter really requires the help of the eldest prince. Gao Yang looked at Zhao Yuhang earnestly. Zhao Yuhang suddenly felt a little excited. When it came to his appearance, he was still very confident. In terms of identity, he is the eldest prince of Zhao State. This identity is quite honorable, but also a little sensitive. But if you miss this opportunity, thinking of this, Zhao Yuhang smoothed a strand of long hair on his forehead, then adjusted the wrinkles on his robe, and said to Gao Yang, Brother Gao, what do you think of me? In his mind, Wu Zhao's beautiful appearance appeared again, and Zhao Yuhang couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. Brother Zhao, what do you mean? Gao Yang glanced at Zhao Yuhang with a puzzled look. Zhao Yuhang smiled, as the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Your Majesty, if other men can do this to a woman like this, then this prince can do it too. Even if we put aside the child, if this prince can satisfy His Majesty and make him feel good, Lord Gao will be able to carry out Zhao Gao's plan more smoothly and with less resistance. Why not do it? Gao Yang glanced at Zhao Yuhang and shook his head decisively.
My lord, you can't. Why can't I do this? Zhao Yuhang felt a little dissatisfied when he heard it. Qiao Yang's speed of rejection was too quick. I can indeed say something. But His Majesty has extremely high requirements for his future partner. He would rather be alone than with someone who is not good enough. The eldest prince has excellent looks and should be the type Your Majesty likes. However, Your Majesty likes poetry and songs, and pays more attention to spiritual communication. In this regard, the eldest prince does not meet the requirements. Gao Yang lowered his voice and said with difficulty. Hearing this, Zhao Yuhuang felt as if something was suddenly missing in his heart. He is indeed not good at poetry, but when Zhao Yuhuang thought about Wu Zhao being conquered by others, he felt extremely unwilling. At this time, Luluwa suddenly said, Young master, you have swept the entire Dacian literary world with your poetry. Aren't there some poems in your room that have not been published? Chapter 281. Seemingly losing money, but actually making money. Hearing this, Zhao Yuhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. In the Golden Palace, he witnessed with his own eyes Gao Yang composing one masterpiece after another. When it comes to poetry, who in the world can compare with Gao Yang? But when Gao Yang heard what Luo said, he immediately frowned and raised his voice to scold her. The residence entrance. Although these poems have not been published, they are the result of countless sleepless days and nights of hard work. Each one is not a simple item, but carries my feelings. If it was ordinary property, would you still need to remind me? I would have given it to Brother Zhao long ago. But poetry is the courage of the literati, it is the lifeblood of the literati. As scholars, we should establish our minds for the world, our lives for the people, carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages, and bring peace to the world. How could we do such a shameless thing as sending poems? Gao Yang suddenly waved his sleeves and flatly refused. Zhao Yuhuang stared at Gao Yang, whose face was serious, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a mission for the people, carry on the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. These words sounded familiar to him, but not even scholars may possess such literary talent, so how could a traitor have it? Although Gao Yang's face was full of righteous words, and every word he said was full of righteousness, benevolence, morality, and scholarly demeanor, but to his ears, whether it was between the lines or between the words, he could hear the words, "You have to pay extra." Zhao Yuhuang's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath and said, Master Gao, this prince can pay for it. How? When Gao Yang heard this, he looked over immediately. What are you saying, Your Highness? I have always been a man of principle. How much can you give? When Mu Shueyo heard this, her beautiful eyes widened. She stared at Gao Yang's face and the corners of her mouth twitched suddenly. What a principled person, what a great deal. Zhao Yuhuang raised a finger and said directly, 10,000 taels for each poem, and I will not tell anyone except His Majesty the Emperor Qian. You can put your fingerprint on it. What do you think, Lord Gao? Although he had doubts about what Gao Yang said, she was the Empress after all, and he also has his plans. It's worth spending some money and giving it a try. His 10,000 taels per song. Luo was shocked. The eldest prince of Zhao State was really arrogant. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He stared at Zhao Yuhuang and sighed softly. My lord, although we have a close relationship, if we are scholars, we will not be able to write poems that will be passed down from generation to generation if we do not have the courage and heart to write. You are really making it difficult for me to do my job. Why? 20,000 for one song. Zhao Yuhuang gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Brother Zhao, this is not about money at all. Deceiving His Majesty is a crime punishable by execution of the entire family. If the eldest prince's actions are discovered by His Majesty, I am afraid that I will be doomed forever. One price, 35,000 taels per song. If you don't agree, there's really nothing I can do. Make a deal. Green Rose, take this young master's pen and ink. Today, I will reluctantly break my vow once. Zhao Yuhuang, outside the Duke Dinghua's mansion. Prince, please come often in the future. Gao Yang escorted Zhao Yuhuang out of the mansion with enthusiasm on his face. It's natural. After a while of push and pull, Gao Yang finally turned around and staggered into the mansion. Let's go back to Honglu Temple. Zhao Yuhuang got on the carriage with a gloomy face. His whole body was numb. After visiting Duke Dinghua's mansion, I could feel a jingling sound in my pocket. He had originally brought a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry when he came to Chang'an this time, but now Gao Yang had extorted 4 boxes from him.
so he had very little left.
Moreover, this damn Gao Yang even sold him poems. One poem, 35,000 taels of silver, robbing money. Zhao Yuhuang's face darkened.
Your Highness, is what Gao Yang said true? The personal guard spoke up, very worriedly. This prince is not stupid. How could I trust Gao Yang so easily? What happened to Zhao Gao must be true. This is in the interests of Dakian. As for the matter of the Empress, it is half true and half false and needs to be discussed. It seems like they are trying to trick me, but I am not stupid. It is not a loss to spend 35,000 taels to buy an excellent poem. Gao Yang can deceive me, but the Empress will never do that. If the Empress is not interested, I can use this poem on other women when I return to Zhao State to enhance my reputation in the literary world. But if the Empress is really interested, I can make her feel good about me, which will be a big win. And Gao Yang has received so much gold and silver, which is also a big handle in the hands of our Zhao State. We are not afraid that he will not work for our Zhao State in the future. Zhao Yuhuang narrowed his eyes. With a hint of ambition hidden in his eyes, the subordinates' eyes lit up, and they exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the crown prince. Chasing one person would be a loss, but chasing 100 people would be a big profit. Not to mention that it can also enhance your own reputation. It has to be your Highness who holds the handle against the living king of hell. Zhao Yuhuang leaned against the carriage with a smile on his face. Of course. But Zhao Yuhuang's face showed a hint of coldness. Gao Yang is too ruthless. When Zhao Gao makes a lot of money, I will secretly instigate him and make it difficult for him to survive in Dakian. When he arrives in Zhao, I will open my heart to him. By then, all the money he has embezzled with great effort will return to me, and I will use it for my own benefit. There was a hint of coldness in Zhao Yuhuang's eyes. Gao Yang, greed will lead to death. As the carriage moved further away, Zhao Yuhuang picked up the poem Gao Yang had written for him. The moon shines brightly before my bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Can this thing impress the Empress? In the small courtyard, Gao Yang casually said to Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu, prepare a room and take Miss Xueyao down to have some rest. Seeing this, Uncle Fu bent down and looked at Mu Xueyao. Young lady, please come over here with me. Mu Xueyao looked at Gao Yang pitifully. Sir, are you not going to take me with you? Gao Yang smiled faintly and said, I still have some things to deal with. You can go down with Uncle Fu first and get familiar with Duke Dinghua's mansion. I will see you later, yes. Then I will wait in the room for Master Gao to come. Mu Xueyao bowed towards Gao Yang, then followed Uncle Fu away. She walked with small steps, and the distance of each step was almost the same. Her slender legs and round buttocks were perfectly displayed under the outline of the long skirt. Gao Yang was squinting his eyes, admiring secretly. Luoluo's face was full of excitement. She hugged Gao Yang's arm. Her fair little face was flushed and her pair of beautiful crescent eyes were narrowed. My lord, it's time to make money. 4 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry, plus 35,000 taels of silver. We've made a fortune. The green ivy smiles like a little money grubber, so cute. Gao Yang stared at Luoluo, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He just felt his arms, very comfortable. I made a fortune today, all thanks to your help. Go to my room later and take whatever gold, silver or jewelry you like. Just consider it a reward from me. Gao Yang said casually. When Luoluo heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. My lord, is what you said true? Of course it is true. Would you please give me all your strength and give me a good massage tonight? Gao Yang coughed twice. Luoluo showed a shy look. Whether it is formal or not, the eldest master has the final say. As soon as these words came out, Gao Yang's body trembled. He stared at the innocent and shy face of the green ivy and sighed. Sure enough, there is no technician in the world who doesn't go into the sea, some just don't have enough chips. The Gao family is not a place without law. This young master is seriously warning you. Just follow the informal way. Green Radish. Chapter 282, Your father will make the decision for you. Who dares to bully you? Luoluo's face flushed, and then she seemed to have thought of something, and said nervously, Master, will it be okay for us to slander His Majesty's reputation like this? Do you think Zhao Yuhuang dares to disclose this matter? Does he dare to tell His Majesty? Gao Yang smiled and said. Green Ivy shook her head.
Since your majesty doesn't know, what can happen?
In this world, one must not be too timid.
A timid person cannot make a fortune.
As the old saying goes, the bolder the person, the richer the empress.
This is the truth of the world. Luoluo and Chen Shang looked thoughtful.
Chen Shang, you have been with me for a long time and have worked hard. From today on, you will be promoted to a regular employee during your probation period. Go pick out some gold, silver, and jewelry that you like, and give some to your brothers as rewards. Gao Yang spoke again. Chen Shang hurriedly bowed. Thank you, young master. He breathed a sigh of relief. After this damn probation period, he finally got the job. Chen Shang was a little excited, but then Chen Shang said with a little hesitation, then should I also provide some informal services to the eldest master?
I think you should stay on probation for a while.
Chen Shang immediately became anxious when he heard this. Master, please don't, I know I was wrong. This damn probation period makes him cautious every day, and he doesn't want to enter the probation period again.
You must go to the palace immediately and tell His Majesty.
The eldest prince of Zhao has joined the game, and he has bought my poems for 10,000 taels per poem.
I am willing to offer 8,000 taels.
Your Majesty, please make the decision yourself. Gao Yang then said. 10,000 taels per song. Chen Shang stared at Gao Yang and his eye twitched, but he still quickly responded, yes. Afterwards, Chen Shang strode out of Duke Dinggua's mansion and headed straight for the imperial palace. Soon, Wu Zhao received the news and her face was full of surprise.
This Gao Yang, I underestimated him.
10,000 taels for a poem, he really knows how to do business.
Shang Wanwaner said, 10,000 taels of silver is 8,000 taels of silver. Gao Yang's awareness is really rare.
Wu Zhao, however, looked indifferent and her expression did not change.
Highly conscious?
Wu Zhao turned her gaze towards Chen Shang and said, go back and tell Gao Yang that I will cooperate with him and help his poems sell well, but I am the emperor and I want 15,000 taels. Chen Shang was shocked when he heard this hiss. But he also hurried down. Shang Wanwaner asked, Your Majesty, Gao Yang received 15,000 taels out of the 10,000 taels.
Isn't that paying for it? Is he willing to do that? Giving away money? Wu Zhao laughed. Wanner, you are still too naive. I told him that I would allow him to receive it. He didn't have to report to me. I would have cooperated with him. But he still sent someone to take the initiative to share my 8,000 taels of silver. What does this mean? Wu Zhao seemed to see through everything. What does it mean? Wu Zhao said coldly, this fellow collected quite a lot. He feels guilty, his conscience is uneasy, and he is afraid that I will settle the score with him later. Shang Wanwaner looked stunned. Pass the order down. A dinner will be held in the palace tonight. Summon the eldest prince of Zhao to discuss the alliance between the two countries. Wu Zhao said lightly. If she remembered correctly, Gao Yang was talking about how to hang Zhao Yuhang, play with him like a dog, and use him for her own purposes. Wu Zhao let out a long sigh, her eyes flickering. Well, let's practice with Zhao Yuhang first. What? 8,000 taels is not enough for me. You actually want 15,000 taels from me. Is there any law or justice? This is naked exploitation and extortion. When Gao Yang heard the news, he felt like the sky was falling. This Wu Zhao is so cruel. I should have said 5,000 taels. I was too kind. Gao Yang looked emotional and a little regretful. At this moment he deeply understood the truth. Good people are often bullied and exploited. What's the point of making so much noise, you evil creature? At this time, a powerful voice sounded. Gao Yang looked back and saw Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong walking towards him from not far away. Gao Feng still had a stern face and walked over with his hands behind his back. Gao Tianlong was intimidating without even getting angry, and he exuded a murderous aura, without showing any signs of old age at all. Grandson has met grandfather and father. Gao Feng was dressed in gorgeous clothes. He frowned and looked at Gao Yang and said, What do you mean 10,000 taels divided into 8,000 taels? You want another 15,000 taels? Who dares to blackmail my Dinghua mansion? It's really outrageous. Tell your father, and he will make the decision for you. Gao Yang was shocked when he heard this. Really?
Father! Gao Feng said proudly, of course. Not to mention the entire Chang'an, even in the entire Daqian, my Dinghua mansion is very prestigious.
Who dares to blackmail the Dinghua mansion?
Just tell me, I'll make the decision for you.
Gao Feng looked proud, his back straight, and an indescribable aura of kingship emanated from his body. Obviously, full of confidence, Gao Yang said, "It's your majesty."
As soon as these words came out, Gao Feng's originally straight back suddenly collapsed. The eldest prince of Zhao bought a poem from me. I told your majesty that I received 10,000 taels and gave your majesty 8,000 taels, but your majesty asked for 15,000 taels.
This is really too much. I beg you, father, to make the decision. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Yes, your majesty, then I won't say anything.
Gao Feng stroked his beard and said with an embarrassed look on his face. However, Gao Tianlong sensed something was wrong. He keenly discovered that Gao Yang was talking to Wu Zhao about receiving the 10,000 taels, not that the eldest prince of Zhao gave her the 10,000 taels, just one word difference, but the meaning is completely different.
How much silver did the eldest prince of Zhao pay for the poem?
Gao Tianlong asked in a deep voice, and added, "Don't lie to me, or I'll break 3 of your legs."
You know how fast that will happen. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's momentum weakened. It's not much.
The eldest prince of Zhao bought a poem from my grandson and gave him 35,000 taels. As Gao Yang spoke, he turned his gaze away from Gao Tianlong. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Gao Tianlong widened his eyes. I paid 35,000 taels for the poem. How much silver did you receive before that?
Gao Tianlong continued to ask. Gao Yang's momentum weakened.
Not much, maybe 4 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry.
Your majesty doesn't know these? Gao Feng said in astonishment. Your majesty agreed. I got the child by my own ability. There's no need to tell your majesty about this, right?
Gao Yang asked back. Peak, Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and said unhappily, if that's the case, then you're still screaming so miserably and aggrieved. I almost got on my horse with my gun.
Gao Yang smiled awkwardly. Gao Feng's mouth also twitched suddenly. He almost misunderstood Wu Zhao.
This is how he fully understood Gao Yang, and Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang deeply, but at this moment, he calmed down. After all, Gao Yang in front of him was the ruthless man who had teamed up with Li Long to seize Prince Rong's mansion 5 times as much as he could. That was a full 500,000 taels of silver that had been embezzled. In contrast, Wu Zetian now allows Gao Yang to collect money a drizzle, just drizzle, not to mention Gao Yang, who also has some crazy ideas.
That's all. Just keep it in mind.
You can collect it, but you must do your best to fulfill His Majesty's instructions.
Gao Tianlong spoke out.
I know it clearly in my heart.
Thank you for your guidance, grandfather.
Gao Yang bowed and saluted. At this time, Li came from a distance, smiling and looking graceful and elegant. Gao Feng said with a serious face, although His Majesty agreed, you got it by blackmail, but listen to your father, you can't control this money, let your father keep it for you.
How about we split it in half when we meet?
Gao Yang glanced at Li, who was not far behind Gao Feng, and said cheerfully, father can take 2 of the 4 boxes of jewels. But it's more difficult to deal with the beauty sent by the eldest prince of Zhao.
Does father like the upper or lower one? Chapter 283. Gao Tianlong's request, the escort agency's business is bad? How do you split a beauty in half? Father, I want them all.
When Gao Feng heard this, he clenched his fists, put his face close to Gao Yang, and said in a serious tone, hiss.
Gao Yang took a breath of cold air when he heard this. He stared at Gao Feng, who was looking domineering, and said, since father wants it, then I'll give it to him. After these words were spoken, Gao Feng was completely stunned. He was just joking with Gao Yang, but he didn't expect that Gao Yang would be so straightforward. Has this evil boy changed his character? Something is wrong, something is quite wrong. At this time, a faint voice sounded. I never thought that my husband would be so domineering.
Li's voice was very soft, revealing a chill, and suddenly sounded behind Gao Feng. Gao Feng felt as if he had been hit hard, and was completely stunned. He turned around, eyes wide. Husband.
Madam.
Li smiled faintly, passed Gao Feng and came in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang also hurriedly bowed and said, my son greets you, mother.
Madam, your husband was just joking with Yanger. The child is grown up now. How could a father take things from his own child?
Gao Feng hurried forward and explained that his momentum weakened and he became listless. He also glared at Gao Yang fiercely, but Gao Yang just shrugged innocently. This sentence is all, quite domineering. Gao Tianlong also knew that Gao Feng was henpecked, and couldn't help but glance at him with disdain. This useless thing doesn't have any of Gao Tianlong's charm at all. Well, the eldest prince of Zhao State has bad intentions, and this woman is not simple either. She is probably doing this for Zhao Gao. Let Yang Er deal with it. As soon as Gao Tianlong opened his mouth, it was as if the final conclusion had been made. Mom, what are you doing here? Gao Yang asked curiously. Li handed over an account book and said, this is the recent production and sales of soap, as well as the costs of various expenses. I wanted to show it to you, Yang Er. If there is no problem, I will present it to His Majesty for his review. Who knew that I would hear these domineering words as soon as I arrived? As he spoke, Li glanced at Gao Feng. Gao Feng looked embarrassed. His luck was simply unmatched. Gao Yang flipped open the account book, glanced at it, and couldn't help but be surprised. In such a short time, the soap was sold for nearly 80,000 taels of silver? You know, the cost of soap is extremely low, but Dakian takes the monopoly route of high-end luxury goods, and the price is extremely expensive, which is equivalent to making huge profits. Li was also smiling. She was also shocked and said, Your Majesty's reputation is really useful. The major families and wealthy merchants in Chang'an are like crazy, scrambling to buy. Then, I did as you said, Yang Er, and limited the purchase of soap. I was worried that once the purchase was limited, it would affect sales, but I didn't expect it to be even more popular. Many noble families are willing to pay extra money, find all kinds of connections, and even pay deposits in advance to actively send money. It's really unbelievable. Li was amazed at Gao Tianlong, and Gao Feng were also shocked. 80,000 taels of silver, this is definitely a huge sum of money. With His Majesty's reputation, a monopoly position, and false propaganda, it's normal for the soap to be so popular. In business wars, the more scarce something is, the more people will rush to buy it. Later, when the quantity hits the market, things will gradually become more rational. Gao Yang let out a long sigh. Call. But I didn't expect that there are so many rich people in the aristocratic families and officials in Chang'an. How many people can afford it just by relying on their salaries? These damn corrupt officials must have plundered the people's blood and sweat. I have always looked down upon such shameless acts. Mother, you secretly took out a batch of soap, flooded it into the black market, drove up the price, and made another fortune from them. Gao Yang said viciously. A few words to Gao Feng, and Gao Tianlong's mouths twitched violently. If that's the case, won't they be even more eager to plunder the people's wealth? Li asked hesitantly. Then I'll make a lot of money from him later. Li, Peek, I will take this account book for one night and take a good look at it to see if there is anything wrong. When I present it to Your Majesty, I must not make any mistakes in the calculations. Gao Yang said with a serious face. Gao Tianlong took a deep breath after hearing this, but he has now given up hope. After all, Gao Yang has found a way to become a powerful country through science, and has gunpowder and other firearms to protect itself. Even if the Empress knew about it, she would not take action against Gao Yang or the dukedom was mansioned. As long as the 6 kingdoms have not been destroyed, there is no need to worry about liquidation. As for whether it was the Empress who took down Gao Yang or Gao Yang who took down the Empress, it had nothing to do with him. After I die, who cares about the flood? Gao Tianlong comforted himself and his mood instantly improved. Grandfather, you came here specially for something else, right? Gao Yang asked curiously as he put the account book in his arms. Gao Feng, this evil father, likes to make trouble for no reason, but Gao Tianlong never comes to see him without a reason. He came to see him in person, so there must be something wrong. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong reacted. I do have something that I want you to think of a solution for, Yang Er. Oh? What's up, grandfather? Gao Yang asked curiously. This matter is not difficult for you. It can be regarded as a business matter. After Gao Tianlong finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, as if he was sorting out his thoughts. Then he spoke. During the war, our Dakian army recruited soldiers. These passionate men fought bravely on the battlefield to defend their country, and even risked their lives. However, the treatment of the retired veterans was extremely poor. Gao Yang didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Gao Tianlong looked old, and continued. Most of the old soldiers returned home to farm and live with others after they retired, but there are also some homeless old soldiers who do some business to make a living. I have a personal guard under me, named Shinshi. After retiring, he gathered some old soldiers and opened a Shinwei escort agency in the border area of Dakian to make a living, and at the same time took in and cared for some disabled old soldiers. It was okay in the past few years. I could earn some money by escorting a convoy. After all, I am a veteran soldier in the army. I am no match for ordinary bandits. If they dare to rob the convoy, they will never come back. Logically, the business should be booming, but it's just the opposite. Not only is the reward for escorting low, but the business is also bleak. We have been unable to make ends meet for quite some time. Yanger, you are good at business, do you have any solution? Gao Tianlong frowned and spoke slowly, his brows were furrowed, and it was obvious that he couldn't figure out the reason. When Gao Yang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Grandfather, I am an old soldier who has fought many battles for Dakian. How can I have such an end? This is really heartbreaking for your grandson. Grandfather can just write a letter and ask them to come to Chang'an, bringing along the disabled old soldiers, as well as their wives, daughters, and family members. I'll raise my grandson together. You don't have to do anything on weekdays. You just need to practice martial arts and protect my grandson. The rest of the time, my grandson will give them money to spend. When they have nothing to do, they can go around Chang'an City and live a happy life with their family. As long as my grandson doesn't die, I'll raise their children together. Chapter 284. The relationship between the caravan, bandits, and escort agency. Gao Feng's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How could this evil boy be so kind-hearted? Today, the sun rose from the west, but Gao Tianlong snorted coldly and said, just give up on this idea. These veteran soldiers who have fought many battles just don't want to rely on others or live under someone else's roof. That's why they are here to escort the convoy. If they only want to pay, why would I ask you? Besides, are you really kind, you bastard, or are you just raising a bunch of assassins? Gao Tianlong rolled his eyes and said unhappily, ordinary people think of these death warriors as orphans who have undergone extremely cruel training since childhood and have fought their way out of a pile of dead bodies. When they grow up, they become servants in the family, just like dogs. They have to stand up and block the knife at the critical moment and be willing to die. If we really train assassins according to this model, the first person to take the knife will be the master. As Gao Yang said, the real assassins are treated with courtesy by their hosts, regarded as honored guests, and are served with delicious food, spicy drinks, and the best wine and meat. Not only that, he also pays money on time every month, and allows him to enjoy family happiness with his family when he has nothing to do. When he goes to a brothel, he can order a beauty a la carte, and he also promises that his offspring will take care of her together. In this situation, when a formidable enemy appears, or the master is in mortal danger, anyone with any dignity will step forward to stop them regardless of their lives. Hearing what Gao Tianlong said, Gao Yang smiled guiltily. Gao Feng's face turned dark. Evil son, why do you want to train death warriors? Gao Feng scolded immediately. My son, I don't mean that. I just can't bear to see the old soldier who has fought in many battles all his life and has to work hard to make a living when he is old. I just feel sorry for these veterans who have fought in many battles. Gao Yang explained. You'd better. Gao Feng looked displeased. Gao Yang quickly said to Gao Tianlong, in fact, it is not difficult to revive the business of the Shinwei escort agency composed of these old soldiers. I even have a way to make them live a good life with their own abilities. It's just that you need to change your mindset a little bit. Too straightforward, not suitable for business. Gao Yang's eyes flickered as he looked at Gao Tianlong. Gao Tianlong frowned and muttered to himself, resurrection from the dead, change of thinking, good. Grandfather, have you ever thought about why the Shinwei escort agency had good business in the past 2 years, but has been getting worse and worse? It is even now unable to make ends meet and is on the verge of closing down? Gao Yang continued to ask. Why is that? Gao Yang's words were exactly what Gao Tianlong was puzzled about. Grandson, give me an example, and grandfather will understand. There was a pair of brothers on the border of Dakian who wanted to marry a wife, so they wanted to escort. After all, high risk and high reward, so they joined an escort agency. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang, waiting for what to come. These two brothers have been practicing martial arts since they were young. Their martial arts skills are so strong that ordinary people can't even get close to them. When the escort agency saw their martial arts skills, they immediately agreed and sent the two brothers to escort the convoy. As long as they do a good job, getting a wife won't be a problem. The two brothers were very excited and immediately sent people out. On the way, they encountered a group of bandits who came to rob them. The two brothers were worried that they would not have the opportunity to show off, so they did not hesitate and directly drew their swords to kill them. The bandits were terrified after hearing the news and fled in panic. The two brothers felt that it was not enough, so they left one of them to protect them while the other led others to chase and kill the bandits, killing them to pieces. After the two brothers finished escorting the convoy, they were very proud and felt that the matter was definitely secured. However, when the escort agency found out, they became furious and gave them a sum of money before kicking them out.
Grandfather, do you know why?
After saying that, Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong for a moment. Gao Tianlong was stunned. The two brothers were great martial arts experts. Not only did they escort the goods successfully, but one of them went to chase the bandits while the other left behind to guard the goods. They were both brave and resourceful, but why were they driven out? Gao Tianlong couldn't understand this. Gao Feng waved his sleeves and said with dissatisfaction, "You bastard, you are talking nonsense again." The two brothers are not only powerful in martial arts, but also brave and resourceful.
How could they be kicked out? Is the escort agency blind? Father, you are wrong.
This story does have some logical problems, but the truth behind it is real, because what these two brothers did was to undermine the escort agency. Gao Feng was stunned when these words came out, but Gao Tianlong seemed to realize something, and asked with narrowed eyes, "Are you saying that the two brothers killed all the bandits?
Are they trying to dig up the roots of the escort agency?"
Gao Tianlong felt his mind buzzing, as if he had grasped something very important.
Yes, they killed all the bandits.
This was the main reason why the two brothers were driven out.
Grandfather, why don't you think about it? Why does the world have escort agencies? Gao Tianlong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Because of the bandits?
Yes, the relationship between the bandits, the caravans, and the escort agency is very delicate. The caravans are escorting goods that are extremely valuable, so the bandits come to rob them. And because the bandits rob the goods and kill for money, the merchants will take a portion of their profits and hire experts to escort them.
This is an important reason for the birth of the escort agency. If the world is peaceful, and there are no bandits robbing caravans, stealing money, and killing people, and being ruthless, then why would merchants look for escort agencies and give away part of their profits for nothing?
This is the most important point in doing business in the world, that is, demand. As soon as the words came out, it was like a strong wind sweeping across the earth, blowing up countless fallen leaves, and it was like an epiphany. Even if you don't understand the pinnacle of business, it's as if you suddenly understand it. Demand determines everything. Gao Yang straightened up and continued.
Only when the demand is big enough can the profit be big enough. Otherwise, how can there be business if there is no demand?
The two brothers hunted down the bandits. They seemed brave, but they were actually digging up the roots of the escort agency. The best way for the escort agency to deal with bandits is to negotiate if possible, and to fight if negotiation is not possible.
But beating them away is enough. Otherwise, if we kill them all and there are no more bandits robbing the roads, how will the escort agency have business?
Chapter 285, The Shura Bureau, the best money-making method in the underworld. Buzz. Gao Tianlong was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Gao Yang meant. So the business of Lao Shi's escort agency is getting worse and worse.
It's because they have killed all the bandits, resulting in no bandits along the way. Therefore, the caravans are unwilling to find an escort agency, or they find an escort agency at a very low price?
Gao Tianlong spoke out. Gao Yang gave a thumbs up. As expected of my grandfather, he has the bearing of a wealthy businessman in the world.
But this is the truth. It is also related to human nature. If the road is dangerous and life-threatening, the escort agency will get more money, and may even be very generous.
But once the bandits are gone, the caravan will not be willing to hire someone to escort the caravan in order to gain greater profits.
Uncle 11 is too honest. He is extremely ruthless every time he escorts a caravan to rob bandits.
Once these bandits stop robbing and can't make money, they will switch to other jobs.
The caravans will either not look for the escort agency or lower the price. This is how demand determines the market. Among these three parties, the caravan is not the bodyguard's bread and butter, but the bandits are. As long as there are enough bandits, there is no need to worry about the caravan not finding someone to escort it. Gao Tianlong's mouth twitched, but he immediately asked, "Then what's the solution to this situation?" Gao Yang snapped his fingers and a smile appeared on his face. "This situation is easy to solve. My grandson has a plan that can bring Uncle Eleven's Shunwei escort agency back to life." This smile made Gao Feng involuntarily take a few steps back. Based on his understanding of Gao Yang, this plan is probably extraordinary. "What plan?" Gao Tianlong asked, his tone urgent. "The strategy that could make Gao Yang speak so confidently must be extraordinary." Gao Yang said calmly, "This plan is called the Shura breaking plan. My grandson calls it the best money-making method in the underworld. It is so sinister and vicious that it is simply outrageous. It is worse than a beast." Hiss. The Shura Bureau of cutting off the road, the best money-making method in the martial arts world? Gao Feng, Gao Tianlong, Li, and the others were all shocked. Gao Yang smiled and said, "The so-called Shura Bureau is based on the principle of artificially creating problems, intensifying the conflict between the two parties, and then making huge profits in the name of solving the problem, and also making the deceived party regard the other party as a benefactor. That's what they mean by eating and taking and asking for more. The reason why Shunwei Escort Agency has no business is that most of the bandits have been killed. Merchants are not in much danger, so they are unwilling to find an escort agency. Since I know this, I will artificially create conflicts. If there are no bandits or there are not enough bandits, I will artificially increase the number of bandits. When there are too many bandits, they will burn, kill, rob and commit all kinds of evil. When merchants are in life-threatening situations, they will have to look for escort agencies, or even beg them to escort them. When there are too many bandits and the danger is great, the price of escort will skyrocket. Artificially create bandits and increase the conflicts between merchants and escort agencies. This will earn a huge profit. If this plan is implemented, Uncle Eleven's Shunwei Escort Agency will be revived in an instant." As soon as these words came out, several people's eyes widened. Artificially increase the number of bandits? But Gao Yang continued, "Yes, but increasing the number of bandits is not the most dangerous thing." Gao Tianlong exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the most dangerous thing?" Gao Yang nodded, his eyes seemed to see through everything. The most sinister thing about the Shura Bureau is that what he basically said is that you have to be a bandit first, burn, kill, and rob caravans everywhere, artificially create conflicts, and push them to a climax. Guarding the convoy during the day and robbing at night. Once there are too many bandits and they are strong enough, merchants will look for escort agencies and increase their rewards. The escort agencies will also hire martial arts masters to escort the escorts at high prices. When robbing the escorts becomes unprofitable, they can open an escort agency in the local area. Why would they rob themselves? Under this contradiction, we can earn high escort fees safely, and at the same time, we can make it impossible for the local regular small escort agencies to survive, and become the only one in the market. In addition to making a lot of money, the escort agency run by the bandits also has a track record of suppressing bandits. We can use this to make friends with the local county magistrate. A few words fell. Gao Feng staggered and took 2 steps back. Hiss. There are still such means of making money in the world. As expected, all the unscrupulous businessmen in the world deserve to die. Gao Feng was shocked and spoke out directly. Gao Tianlong also looked at Gao Yang in shock. Even from Gao Tianlong's perspective, this Shura game of cutting off the road was so terrifying that the entire caravan had unknowingly entered the game. Not only did they pay a large sum of money, but they also had to thank the escort company run by the bandits. This seemingly reasonable evolution was actually a carefully planned conspiracy. The phrase eating and taking at the same time has a concrete portrayal at this moment. This grandson of his is simply horrible when it comes to the way he sets up his scheme. This plan is great, but its only drawback is that it will lead to large-scale looting of caravans. Old 11 is honest by nature, and I'm afraid he won't be willing to do it. Gao Tianlong said, his tone rather worried. That's not difficult. First, many merchants in the world are unscrupulous and greedy. If they can't live with it, then they can rob people without hurting them.
Second, if they really can't live with it, then they can take the shortest route from Zhao to Daqian Chang'an City and find a way to get there. When Gao Tianlong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up.
You mean Zhao Gao and the merchants from Zhao State? Gao Yang nodded directly. Zhao Gao is a must.
Under the general trend, Uncle 11 can also make a living. Find a route that merchants from Zhao State must pass through, and rob the merchants who transport Zhao Gao. Anyway, my grandson will find a way to buy Zhao Gao at a high price.
Merchants will profit from it and will continue to go to Daqian.
If we hire a large number of people from Zhao State to escort us, the cost of the escort will be too high. We can take advantage of the situation and create bandit troubles first to rob Zhao Gao, and then open an escort agency to eat and take. It's just that there are critical points that need to be grasped. And this move is also a good thing for the entire Daqian, because the increase in transportation costs will lead to a higher selling price. What Daqian wants is for Zhao Gao to go crazy. If you really can't bear it, you can take out a portion of the high-priced silver that Uncle 11 robbed or earned as an escort and hand it over to the national treasury. This part of the silver can be put into the market to continue to raise Zhao Gao's price. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong's eyes lit up wildly. I will write a letter right now and send it to the Xunwei escort agency where old 11 is. This plan will completely solve his current problem. This way, I will feel more at ease. Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and spoke for a while. He looked into Gao Yang's eyes, revealing endless satisfaction. Gao Feng also had a complicated expression. This underworld's #1 way to make money was indeed terrifying. However, you, little bastard, just accepted a beauty from the eldest prince of Zhao, 4 boxes of jewelry, and 35,000 taels of silver, and now you are targeting the merchants of Zhao? Gao Feng asked. Gao Yang said confidently, I would like to ask my father, is there any law in the world that says you must do something if you are paid? Since I became an official, I have secretly made up my mind that I will never be a corrupt official. As long as I take the money, fail to get the job done, and still cheat him out of it, then I can't be considered a corrupt official, peak Gao Tianlong. However, I am curious. If that's all, this Shura Bureau of Broken Road is not the best way to make money in the world, right? Gao Tianlong asked curiously. Hearing this, Gao Yang shook his head. There is no good or bad plan in the world. The cruelty of the plan depends entirely on the person who uses it. Grandfather may not believe it, but if this plan is carried out in my hands, I can make the 7 countries in the world wail and join in. But I haven't turned evil yet, I still have a little conscience. Gao Yang sighed as he finished speaking out a few words to Gao Tianlong, and Gao Feng were both shocked. Make the 7 countries wail and join in together? I am curious, what method can make the entire 7 kingdoms join in? Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and said with some disbelief that he believed in Gao Yang's ability, but these words were too shocking. Gao Yang said directly, if my grandson uses this plan, he can hoard a large amount of supplies, so that merchants all over the world will move when they hear the news, artificially create famine, drive up prices, and even sell a steamed bun for a sky-high price of 1,000 taels, and then lend money at high interest rates to earn a sky-high reward. But if you do this, it's easy to get burned. Chapter 286, Raising the House Price? There is such a vicious plan, hoarding supplies and artificially creating famine? A steamed bun sold for over 1,000 taels? Following Gao Yang's voice, Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng both cried out in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Gao Tianlong felt his scalp tingling and he simply couldn't imagine it. If people really dared to sell steamed buns that cost thousands of taels each, what kind of world would this be? Can this businessman really survive? Li said nervously. Yanger, we can't do this. Lighting the sky lantern is a torture. This is no joke. Its cruelty is outrageous. Even if you don't light the sky lantern, this will still result in a sun with no assholes. Li's face was full of nervousness. If someone else had said this, she would have just smiled it off, but when Gao Yang said this, she felt a little panicked, because in her heart, Gao Yang could really do it. Hearing this, Gao Yang smiled faintly and said, Mother, I have already said that I still have some conscience and would not do such a thing. I am just setting an example for grandfather and father. This Shura Bureau is quite terrifying if used well, because the logic behind it is to artificially expand the contradiction and create demand out of thin air. Their thinking logic is not only useful for escorting during the day and robbing at night, it also has a miraculous effect on rice. If there are a large number of bandits near a city who specialize in robbing the caravans carrying grain, then the caravans will definitely increase their guards, which will greatly increase the cost, and the price of grain will also skyrocket. As long as the price of food soars, these bandits can also transport the looted food to the city and sell it at a high price, and it is also extremely safe. And this Shura Bureau can also target young people all over the world. If you link houses with love, and set houses and mothers-in-law as obstacles to love, and artificially intensify this contradiction, you can raise housing prices. But how can ordinary people in the world afford it? At that time, it will be the last step of the Shura Bureau to enter the core of the problem solving. Once this plan is implemented, there will be no more evil plots in the world. Gao Yang clenched his fists tightly and said with a moved face, strictly speaking, this is also a Shura game, and it is an upgraded version. Not only do they artificially create problems and intensify conflicts in order to solve them, but the housing prices are also mixed with scheming and human nature. After all, who doesn't want their daughter to have some security when she marries? Love without material support is nothing but a pile of loose sand, under the influence of people's hearts and hype. Once a large number of businessmen join in, new houses will surely flood in, but relatively speaking, this plan is not very mature now. After all, Dakian and the Seven Kingdoms are still too poor now, but targeting the aristocratic families and the middle class of the world is an absolute conspiracy. Hiss. Hearing this, even Gao Tianlong took a breath of cold air. His eyes flickered, and he instantly realized the cruelty of what Gao Yang said. Even he had to say it was horrible. The Gao Feng had a complicated expression. If you have such a plan in mind, why didn't you tell me? He looked curious. This was not like Gao Yang's style. Gao Yang raised his head with his hands behind his back and sighed. For no other reason than because the child is kind. Young people all over the world have to endure hardships to make a living and survive. If children do the same, wouldn't they be worse than animals and give birth to sons without buttocks? As soon as these words came out, Gao Feng's eyes widened. Could it be that this evil son of his has really changed his character? Li was delighted. My son still has a bit of humanity. I am very relieved. But when Gao Tianlong heard this, he rolled his eyes at Gao Yang. He said calmly, you are in a high position now, so there is no need to do such a vicious plan that will bring disaster to the country and the people. Are you afraid of being burned to death? Gao Yang's face instantly turned red when he heard this. Sure enough, old ginger is still spicy. Look at what Grandpa said. Does your grandson look like that kind of person? My grandson simply thinks this is too cruel and will probably result in him having a son without an asshole, so I don't bother to do it. Although my grandson has learned from the capitalists, he has great contempt for capital. Gao Tianlong stared at Gao Yang without saying anything. Gao Feng and Li also stared at Gao Yang without saying anything. Upon seeing this, Gao Yang retreated immediately. Okay, grandson admits that although capitalists are happy, everything is excessive. The profit of this 1,000 taels of steamed buns is large enough, but the death is also miserable. Being set on fire is considered good. Looking at the merchants of the 7 countries, which wealthy businessman was confiscated by the imperial court and his entire family was executed, and the people did not applaud? It's better to be an official than a capitalist. Being an official not only means you have to wait for capitalists to give you money, but the most important thing is that you don't have to be burned to death. Gao Yang's tone was firm. Times have really changed. He dared to copy the housing price and drive up the price of steamed buns. Not to mention 1,000 taels, even if it was 100 coins each, there would be countless chivalrous masters who would want to kill him. That outcome would be considered a good one even if it meant lighting a sky lantern. Gao Yang would never do this unless he was forced into a desperate situation. Peak, Gao Tianlong, this makes a lot of sense. My lord, the second Prince of Yen has sent an invitation. He will host a banquet in the number 1 room of Rouge Pavilion tonight to entertain you. Do you want to go? At this time, Uncle Fu's voice sounded. In an instant, Gao Yang's mind flashed with the image of Yan Wushuan. This Yan Wushuan, doesn't he take the initiative to visit? Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng were also shocked when they heard this. The eldest prince of Zhao State had just left, and the second prince of Yen State sent an invitation. Gao Yang's current status is extremely important. Every word and action affects the situation of a country. Gao Yang took a deep breath, his eyes were indifferent, and he made a comment, this Yan Wushuang is not authentic. Gao Feng's eyes widened. The second prince of Yen specially sent someone to deliver the invitation. How can this be unkind? Gao Yang stared at Gao Feng and began to explain. The king of Yan sent someone to deliver the invitation, but did not take the initiative to visit. This clearly shows that he does not want to give gifts. But it's good. This way, I won't have to worry about cheating him. This time, I will make him know the consequences of not giving him a gift. Gao Yang said viciously. Peak, Gao Tianlong. Gao Feng was speechless for a while. The eldest prince of Zhao State had given a lot of gifts, but his ending was not much better. The second prince of Yan State is not like Zhao Yuheng. Don't make things worse when facing him. Gao Tianlong warned. Grandfather, have you heard the story of Li Shimin, the great general of the Tang dynasty? Gao Yang suddenly asked. Gao Tianlong frowned at first, then said, I have heard a little bit about this Li Shimin, who was extremely rebellious, killed his brother and imprisoned his father, and eventually ascended the throne and created the prosperous Tang dynasty. This story is indeed wonderful, but its content has also been criticized by scholars. What's wrong? A smile suddenly appeared on Gao Yang's face. The smile startled Gao Tianlong. He stared and asked, could it be that you did this too? The second prince is not interested in women, but he likes to tell stories. My grandson has good intentions for this. The Prince of Yan is not as capable as Li Shimin, but now he is only short of killing his brother and imprisoning his father. I will help him with this aspect. As soon as these words came out, Gao Feng's body trembled and his pupils shrank, but it was not Gao Yang's plan against the second prince of Yan State, but a sentence in the story written by Gao Yang. Kill my brother and imprison my father. This evil child, Gao Feng said nothing, but he was a little flustered inside. Far away, Gao Changwen, he. Gao Changwen, dressed in a long robe, came running towards us from a distance, with a smile on his face, but when he heard this conversation, he immediately stopped laughing. Gao Changwen, no, kill brother and imprison father, brother, but Gao Yang didn't know all this. Instead, he said to himself, besides this game, my grandson has prepared a plan for Dian. Since you don't want to send me a gift, then I will really be rude. But when Gao Yang turned around, he saw that everyone's eyes were focused on his face. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong looked unhappy, and Li looked away. As for Gao Changwen, who was not far away, he sat down on the ground. Grandfather, father, Changwen, what are those expressions on your faces? Chapter 287, Keep an appointment to meet the second prince of Yan State, outside the Rouge Pavilion. As night fell, the imperial city of Daqian, Chang'an, one of the most important cities among the seven kingdoms, was instantly lit up. Lanterns on the city walls and streets swayed like falling stars. Yan Wushuang stood on the outside with his hands behind his back, exuding an indescribable domineering aura. Next to him was a woman in a long gauze dress, but under the powerful aura of Yan Wushuang, she didn't dare to come closer. Is the wine ready? Yan Wushuang asked calmly. Yang Wei, who was standing by, smiled grimly when he heard this. These are all top-quality liquors. Those who can't drink much will lose consciousness after just 2 or 3 cups. That living king of hell is definitely uncontrollable. Yan Wushuang nodded lightly. Then follow me and wait for the arrival of the living king of hell. Gao Yang will feel honored if I personally wait here. Yan Wushuang spoke lightly, standing there with his hands behind his back, a look of pride on his face. Bang! This Yan Wushuang is really going too far. If I don't trick the king of Yan today, I will retire from the underworld. In the carriage not far away, Gao Yang slapped Gao Changwen on the thigh with a vicious expression on his face. At this moment, he was very dissatisfied with Yan Wushuang. The damn second prince of Yan State didn't know the rules at all. Today he is definitely ruined. Hiss. On the side, Gao Changwen felt the pain in his thigh and his mouth twitched. He could clearly feel Gao Yang's resentment from the strength on his thigh. Brother, did Yan Wushuang provoke you? Gao Changwen asked curiously. I didn't give the eldest master any money, so he got angry. On the side, Luluwa said very briefly. Gao Changwen, I have finally been ordered to be corrupt. Is it easy for me? Brother, you can easily take down Yan Wushuang. My IQ is not good enough. If I make trouble for you, it will be a sin. I'd better go first, shall I? When Gao Changwen thought of the story of Li Shimin, which was written by Gao Yang, he shuddered inexplicably. Gao Yang rolled his eyes upon hearing this. If you want to go and play with a beauty, just go ahead. I am not such a petty person. I can handle Yan Wushuang by myself. Even if I fail, I will never blame you. As he spoke, Gao Yang reached out and touched Cao Changwon's head affectionately, saying word by word, "After all, you and I are brothers." These light words inexplicably made Gao Changwon break out in a cold sweat. He hastily assured, "Beauty is like clothes, and brothers are like limbs. As the saying goes, fathers and sons fight together in battle, and brothers fight together to fight tigers. Facing such a powerful enemy as the eldest prince of Yin State, I will join forces with my brother." Gao Yang immediately showed a smile on his face. As the carriage bumped forward, the interior fell into silence again. After a while, Gao Yang was taking a nap with his eyes closed, sorting out his thoughts. Gao Changwon's voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Brother, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Gao Changwon suddenly said. "What?" Gao Yang opened his eyes after a short rest and looked at Gao Changwon. "If one day, my brother really can't stand that evil father anymore, you can imprison him, but can you please not kill me?" Gao Changwon spoke for a while and looked at Gao Yang nervously. Gao Yang, he explained why the boy's legs trembled when he saw him today, and after a long time, he found out it was because of the story about Li Shimin he wrote. Gao Yang just opened his mouth and was about to speak when he heard Gao Changwon continue, "If you really want to do it, can you change the order? Killing my father and imprisoning my brother is not a bad idea." Gao Changwon had a youthful look on his face, full of seriousness. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, he took a deep breath, and couldn't help rubbing Gao Changwon's head. "Changwon, you are so filial. If my father heard this, he would be so moved that he would burst into tears." When Gao Changwon heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "Brother, you must not tell father about this, otherwise I will die." "I will die," Gao Changwon said quickly with a nervous look on his face. This time, Chen Sheng's voice rang out. "Master, we are here. The Crown Prince of Yin is waiting outside." Gao Yang snorted coldly when he heard this. "It's useless to do this. Instead of wasting time, you might as well prepare a generous gift." As he spoke, Gao Yang opened the curtain of the carriage, but the moment he stepped out of the carriage, a deep smile appeared on his face. "How could I, Gao Yang, deserve to have His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin wait here?" Gao Yang walked towards Yin Wushuang and laughed. The moment Yin Wushuang saw Gao Yang, he strode forward and laughed heartily. "I have admired you for a long time, Dakian's #1 strategist. I must not return home until I am drunk today. Come in." Yin Wushuang stretched out his hand, and the two of them stepped into Yanji Pavilion together. Behind him, Gao Changwon sighed in his heart, "This is the old drama." Afterwards, Gao Changwon followed in. When Gao Yang and Yin Wushuang stepped into the Yanji Pavilion, what came into view was a building with carved beams and painted rafters. The vermilion pillars and colorful lanterns set off each other beautifully. The entire Yanji Pavilion was filled with melodious and continuous music. Room #1. Gao Yang and Yin Wushuang sat on both sides of the window, from which they had an unobstructed view of the scenery below and could clearly see the graceful figures of the dancers on the round stage. "Who is this?" Yin Wushuang looked at Gao Changwon and asked. Gao Changwon shook his hair and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Gao Changwon, the son of the Minister of Revenue Gao Feng, the brother of the Minister of Revenue Gao Yang, and the grandson of Duke Dinghua. Gao Changwon, I meet His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin." The corner of Yin Wushuang's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that there was such a talent in the Duke Dinghua's mansion. Gao Yang also spoke up, "This is my brother. He is following me to broaden his horizons. Don't blame me, Your Highness Prince Yin. He is a man of outstanding talent, truly a rare talent among men, a talent for the country." Yin Wushuang stared at Gao Changwon and said with admiration, "It's a pity that there is only one Gao Changwon in Dakian." Then, he smiled heartily and said, "Today we are just chatting, watching beauties dancing, and drinking. Sir Gao, I have prepared some fine wine, and we must not go home until we are drunk tonight." Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. It was said that Yin Wushuang had an unparalleled alcohol tolerance. Today alone, he had mentioned twice that he would not leave until he was drunk. Tsk, they want to get him drunk so that he will tell the truth, but it was exactly what he wanted, but he didn't get drunk on his own initiative, so it was really difficult for Yin Wushuang to get him drunk. Chapter 289. Mr. Gao, it's really a huge amount of knowledge. I have heard that His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin loves wine. This is my first time meeting His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin, so I have specially prepared some priceless wine. Not only must you not go home until you are drunk tonight, but when His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin returns to Yin, you must take these fine wines with you. Consider it a token of my appreciation." Gao Yang said to Luluwa, who was standing beside him, order Qin Sheng to bring up my fine wine. Oh? Yan Wushuang looked curious. He didn't expect Gao Yang also prepared the best wine for him. However, he heard the hidden meaning in these words. This is Gao Yang's intention. Well, if he has any shame, he has to show some gratitude. Soon, Qin Sheng brought up a jar of fine wine, along with a wine bottle that was completely green and it was impossible to tell what was inside. Pour some wine and give it to His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen. Gao Yang looked at Luoluo and spoke. Qin Sheng opened the jar of wine, and instantly the aroma of wine filled the air. Yan Wushuang has loved wine since he was a child. When he smelled the rich aroma of wine in the jar, his eyes suddenly brightened. Good wine. He stared at the jar of wine on the ground, and was almost certain in his heart that this wine was much more fragrant than the fine wine he brought. Luoluo walked forward and filled the wine glasses of Gao Yang and Yan Wushuang. Gao Yang raised the wine glass on the table, bowed to Yan Wushuang and said, Your Highness the Prince of Yen has come from afar. I offer a toast to His Highness the Prince of Yen. I will drink first as a sign of respect. Your Highness, Prince of Yen, please do as you please. As he spoke, Gao Yang drank it all in one gulp. Good wine. What a good wine. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, his expression twisted, but he still turned the cup downwards to show it to Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang sniffed the aroma of wine and looked at Gao Yang in shock. The alcohol content of this wine is quite strong. Gao Yang just drank it straight away? Mr. Gao really has a huge capacity for words. Although you said that he should drink first as a sign of respect and he can be casual, but are you really casual at the dinner table? Of course, there are definitely many such shameless people, but Yan Wushuang would definitely not do such a thing. He also gritted his teeth and drank it in one gulp. In an instant, the spicy wine entered the mouth and tongue, rushing down the throat, and an intense burning sensation stimulated the taste buds and every part of the throat. Yan Wushuang couldn't help but hissed. This wine is very strong. What a great wine! Yan Wushuang felt a burning sensation in his throat and his stomach churned, but he still spoke with admiration on his face. Master Gao, what is the name of this wine? This is made from our Dakian sorghum rice. The process is extremely complicated and it is not yet sold to the public, but it has been temporarily named Maotai. Your Highness, Prince Yen, how does it taste? Gao Yang opened his mouth slowly and looked at Yan Wushuang with a smile. A pike? What a great name! Spear of the Nation. It sounds so powerful. Yan Wushuang muttered to himself when he heard this. I agree with His Royal Highness Prince Yen, and we should make the three great whites famous. Luluwa, fill up the cups for this young master and His Royal Highness Prince of Yen. Gao Yang waved his hand and spoke to Luluwa. Yan Wushuang's eyes widened. Come again? But Luluwa had already come forward with the wine bottle and said in a light voice, Your Highness, Prince Yen, I will fill your glass. Then, Luluwa filled Yan Wushuang's cup with wine, and then came to Gao Yang's side and filled Gao Yang's glass with wine. Yan Wushuang saw the whole process clearly. Gao Yang didn't say anything, he just picked up the wine glass and said in a very heroic manner, I will drink first as a sign of respect. Your Highness, Prince of Yen, please do as you please. As he spoke, Gao Yang drank it down in one gulp. Good wine. Gao Yang hissed again, his expression twisted, and he showed the clean bottom of the cup to Yan Wushuang again. Yan Wushuang was shocked, his eyes widened. Can Gao Yang drink so well? Just drink it down in one gulp? Your Highness Prince of Yen, I have done it. You are welcome to do whatever you want. Gao Yang added. Yan Wushuang looked down at the wine in the glass, gritted his teeth, and drank it down in one gulp. This time, the spicy wine burned even more, flowing down the throat into the stomach, churning. At this moment, he felt a little nauseous. Your Highness Prince Yen really has a good alcohol tolerance. Green Ivy, fill it up again. Yen Wu's eyes were about to pop out, and he wanted to fill them up. On the side, Gao Changwen said while eating melon seeds, Your Highness Prince Yen, my brother has this temper when he drinks. He drinks hard but gets drunk quickly. He will behave himself later. Yan Wushuang looked at Gao Yang and forced himself to swallow the burp that was coming up. Gao Yang didn't know whether he could bear it or not, but if he continued drinking like this, he would definitely not be able to bear it. He drank too hastily, too quickly. He didn't even swallow a single peanut. He just drank one cup after another, and it was not the low-alcohol liquor popular in the 7 countries, but a strong liquor that had never been tasted before. Who can withstand this? Your Highness Prince Yen, as Gao Yang spoke, he was about to pick up the wine glass again. Seeing this, Yan Wushuang hurriedly said, Master Gao, eat some peanuts first, we'll take our time. Besides, I've spent a lot of money to invite the top performer in Rouge Pavilion, why not watch the beauty dance to liven up the atmosphere first? I won't stop until I'm drunk. Seeing this, Gao Yang also put down the wine glass in his hand. Yan Wushuang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and then clapped his hands at the side. Yang Wei walked out of the room with a complicated expression, obviously going to make arrangements. Is the top performer in Rouge Pavilion that His Royal Highness Prince Yan mentioned, the Lu Ruyan who was famous throughout Chang'an? Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Yan Wushuang nodded, with a hint of pride on his face. Yes, it is Miss Lu Ruyan, the leader of the 4 most beautiful courtesans in Chang'an. It is said that she is extremely beautiful. Even though I spent a lot of money, it also took a bit of luck to invite Miss Lu Ruyan. Tonight, Oiran Lu will dance for Master Gao. She is less than 20 years old, staying at home and full of vigor, so he is trying to please her. As he spoke, Yan Wushuang looked towards Gao Yang, wanting to see the surprised expression on Gao Yang's face, but what surprised him was that Gao Yang looked at the round platform outside the window with an extremely serious look, and there was not a ripple in his eyes. This made Yan Wushuang very curious. Master Gao, Lu Huakui's appearance and dance are both unique. But I did not see any shock or expectation on Mr. Gao's face. Why is that? Gao Yang stared out the window with a serious expression. I am wondering, have the people seen it? Chapter 290 Confrontation. Yan Wushuang's suspicion. Have the people seen it? If the people haven't seen it, I won't see it either. In the number 1 room, Gao Yang's serious voice rang out. In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole room seemed to change. Red, solemn, majestic, the entire layout of the room, including the entire Yanji Pavilion, seemed to suddenly rise after this sentence appeared. Yan Wushuang's eyes suddenly widened. Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly widened. The huge room suddenly fell into silence. The word people is deafening. Under. Lu Ruyan, wearing a striking red dress and a veil, walked onto the stage from one side. She was barefoot, dressed in a red outfit like a raging fire, with the hem of her skirt embroidered with golden silk thread. Under the lanterns of the Rouge Pavilion, it seemed as if there was a river of stars flowing. Her gaze was fixed on Gao Yang's direction. Her collarbone was high and her skin was white as snow, especially against the backdrop of the red dress. She looked even more fair and attractive. In her imagination, Gao Yang's eyes were blazing, possessive, and full of unconcealable amazement, but what caught his eye was an extremely solemn and determined face, as if he was ready to die for the people at any time. Lu Ruyan, Miss Ruyan. Miss Ruyan! Below, cheers were rising one after another, and Lu Ruyan came back to her senses. Although she did not see any surprise in Gao Yang's eyes, she was not discouraged. Her dancing skills are outstanding, and few people in the world can resist being mesmerized by her dancing. Gao Yang is no exception. Next second, Gao Yang reached out and closed the window. The smile on Lu Ruyan's face suddenly froze. Although Gao Yang was greedy for money and lustful, at this moment, he thought of the people of the world. The common people didn't see it, so how could Gao Yang alone see it? Master Gao, this vision is something I admire. Although Yan Wushuang thought it was ridiculous, he still showed admiration. There is no other reason, the pattern is just too big. Gao Changwen stared at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. This moment, after hearing Gao Yang's words, he felt guilty. But I think that there are many people watching here, so Lord Gao can still take a look. Besides, Lord Gao is so magnanimous. If Lord Gao sees it, then isn't it the same as if the people have seen it? Yan Wushuang continued. Then I will take a look for the people? As he spoke, Gao Yang opened the window again, and his eyes fell on the huge round platform where Lu Ruyan was. Yan Wushuang, this person, is so unpredictable. Yan Wushuang narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in his heart. Lu Ruyan was slightly startled, then she stretched out her arms gently, like a blooming green lotus accompanied by the graceful music in the Rouge Pavilion. Lu Ruyan's dance steps were light and agile, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Every move and rotation seemed to carry a mysterious magic, attracting the attention of everyone under the stage. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. It must be said that Lu Ruyan had a charming figure, an indescribable charm in her every move, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to enchant people, but he didn't know if it was Gao Yang's illusion. He always felt that Lu Ruyan's eyes were always staring at him, and her eyes were moving around, as if she was seducing him. Mr. Gao, how is it? Yan Wushuang spoke. Beauty adds to the fun, when the 3 great white floats. Gao Yang looked away and raised his glass eye. In an instant, Yan Wushuang's face turned green. Still drinking? Is Gao Yang crazy? Why are you rinsing your mouth with such a strong liquor? Mr. Gao, the night is long.
Why don't we chat first, eat some peanuts, and then have a drink?
Why is there such a rush?
Yan Wuxuan showed a forced smile on his face. Your Highness Prince Yan is right.
Gao Yang nodded lightly. At this time, Gao Changwen spoke.
Brother, have you heard of a very popular storytelling story in Chang'an recently?
Gao Yang put down the wine glass in his hand, with a look of curiosity on his face. I have heard a little bit about it. Could it be the greatest emperor in history, Li Shimin?
Yes, it is Li Shimin.
Gao Changwen spoke quickly. Yan Wuxuan was stunned, with a meaningful look in his eyes. If he was only 99% sure before that the story of Li Shimin, the greatest emperor of all time, was made up by Gao Yang, now he is 100% sure this must have been done by Gao Yang, and Gao Yang did not conceal this at all. Yan Wuxuan's eyes were lost in thought. At this moment, he was becoming more and more confused about Gao Yang's intentions. From the moment he stepped through the door, nothing happened as he expected. What does this living devil want to do? Gao Changwen said excitedly. Brother, now all the scholars in the world are angrily criticizing Li Shimin for killing his brother and imprisoning his father, and for his lack of personal morality.
What do you think of Li Shimin?
After hearing these words, Yan Wuxuan's eyes suddenly froze. He began to rub the jade ring on his hand unconsciously, staring at Gao Yang. Although Yan Wuxuan was sure that the story was written by Gao Yang, he still couldn't help but want to hear Gao Yang's evaluation. After all, Gao Yang is the most poisonous person in Daqian. After all, he was moved. Gao Yang is a vicious man with ruthless methods.
He is known as the #1 living devil in Daqian.
He must be highly regarded, right? At this time, Gao Yang spoke without hesitation. Needless to say, he killed his brother and imprisoned his father, plotted to seize the throne, and even took possession of his own brother's wife.
This is simply treasonous.
This person has a very bad character.
What?
When Yan Wuxuan heard this, his emotions fluctuated violently. He never expected that Gao Yang would make such a comment. He has extremely bad character and is extremely treasonous. Could it be that he misunderstood Gao Yang? Yan Wuxuan's eyes flickered, dark and unclear.
Your Highness Prince of Yan, do you think that I was wrong? Do you have any other opinions?
Gao Yang asked with pretended curiosity. Yan Wuxuan looked unhappy, but he still spoke up. I think what Lord Gao said is correct. Li Shimin killed his brother and imprisoned his father, and even took possession of his brother's wife.
His character is indeed ruined.
That's right. He had to admit that he was moved last night. If he really made up his mind and succeeded, he would definitely kill his brother and imprison his father. His royal brother Yan Zhe's wife, the crown princess of Dayan, is extremely beautiful. Although he is not interested in women, sometimes he feels hot in his heart when he sees her. If he can succeed, he will probably take her for himself. Gao Yang's words seemed to be scolding Li Shimin, but in fact they also had the intention of indirectly criticizing someone else. Yan Wuxuan could accept being criticized by anyone in the world. After all, compared with the eternal ambition of dominating the world, the scolding from mere literati was nothing. But Yan Wuxuan found it hard to accept that the person who criticized him for having such a bad character was the #1 living devil in Daqian. It's understandable that Gao Yang thinks he has a very bad character. Even this one sentence is more powerful than all the criticisms from all the literati in the world combined. In the future, scholars all over the world will be furious without even citing scriptures. They can just point at Yan Wuxuan's nose and curse. Even the king of hell thinks that you have a very bad character. How dare you still have the nerve to live in this world? Where's the face? Even the living devil thinks you have bad character. Just thinking about it made Yan Wuxuan's scalp tingle, but at this time, Gao Yang's voice sounded again. But I haven't finished what I want to say. Although Li Shimin's character is ruined, in my heart, he is truly the greatest emperor of all time. Chapter 291, The system of primogeniture is not the best, but the most suitable. Boom, one word falls. Yan Wuxuan suddenly looked up. He looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, as these words kept stirring in his mind. For him, Gao Yang not only affirmed Li Shimin, but also Yan Wuxuan, because in his heart, ever since this story came out, he regarded him and Li Shimin as the same kind of people, because their experiences, their life stories, and even the situations they are facing now are almost the same. The greatest emperor of all time? Yan Wuxuan couldn't stop talking. Li Shimin killed his brother and imprisoned his father, disregarding the fact that filial piety is the most important virtue. How could he be the greatest emperor in history? Although he knew that Gao Yang was setting a trap for his own purposes, Yan Wuxuan could not resist this recognition, especially from Gao Yang. Gao Yang asked, Your Highness, what kind of character do you think an emperor should have?
Yan Wushuang said nothing, just stared at Gao Yang. Gao Yang immediately spoke, and his voice echoed throughout the room.
Even if it is an ordinary emperor's path, it is destined to be a pile of bones. The success of an emperor is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people, let alone an emperor who has created an eternal foundation, overbearing, decisive, cruel. Don't be afraid of worldly views. This is a common trait among all the emperors throughout the ages. If you are not ruthless and care too much about worldly opinions, you may become a good emperor, but you will never become the greatest emperor of all time, because the essence of the way of an emperor is to exploit. Gathering talents from all over the world, absorbing wealth from all over the world, and gathering the strength of one country, it is possible to accomplish great things. Looking at the history of the 7 countries in the world for thousands of years, it is the same. If Li Shimin had not been ruthless and not cared about worldly opinions and killed his brother Li Jiancheng, how could the Tang dynasty have flourished? Buzz, when Yan Wushuang heard this, his eyes suddenly froze. These words from the greatest emperor of all time struck Yan Wushuang straight to the heart. A good emperor cannot become the greatest emperor of all time. A true greatest emperor of all time should gather talents from all over the world, absorb wealth from all over the world, and pool the strength of a country to accomplish one great thing. Yan Wushuang looked at Gao Yang without saying a word, but deep down in my heart, a huge wave of shock had already been set off. Yuan Shenlin and Yang Wei behind him suddenly clenched their fists, their eyes fixed tightly on Gao Yang, their eyes filled with endless shock. Gao Yang's face was calm, and he continued. Since Your Highness the Prince of Yan has also heard this story, then I would like to ask you, do you think Li Shimin's killing his brother and imprisoning his father, putting aside the issue of his character, was this right or wrong? As soon as this question was asked, Yan Wushuang's eyes turned cold and the speed of rubbing the jade ring became faster and faster. Master Gao, do you think Li Shimin is right or wrong? I really want to hear your opinion. I don't deserve your wise advice, but since His Royal Highness Prince Yan asked, I will speak freely. Gao Yang suddenly leaned forward, looking straight at Yan Wushuang, and said shockingly, I think Li Shimin is right. Then the Crown Prince Li Jiancheng should be killed, and the Tang Emperor Li Yuan should be imprisoned. And if I were Li Shimin, the bloodshed would be even wider, and I would do it even more drastically to prevent future troubles. I would shake all the egg yolks in the Crown Prince's mansion apart, and scald all the ant nests with boiling water. Wherever you go, no grass grows. These words were like a wave of sound, exploding in my heart in an instant. Yan Wushuang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he asked word by word, why? When Gao Yang saw Yan Wushuang's expression, his body suddenly relaxed and he leaned back with a faint smile on his face. Your Highness, why do all the major dynasties in history books, as well as the 7 kingdoms and even the aristocratic families, choose the system of primogeniture? Is the system of primogeniture really that good? Yan Wushuang frowned upon hearing this, and a barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his eyes. Since it has been passed down for thousands of years, the system of primogeniture is of course the best, Yan Wushuang said. No. Gao Yang denied it directly. He said ruthlessly, in my opinion, the so-called primogeniture system is not the best, it is just the most suitable. We chose the system of primogeniture, and chose the eldest son as the heir rather than the most capable one. This is not because the most capable one is bad, but because there is no controversy about choosing the eldest son as the heir. Once the most capable one is chosen, we won't know who is the most capable one until the last one is killed. Once a virtuous person is appointed, a very interesting phenomenon will occur. All the princes will think that they are virtuous. In other words, the one with the strongest soldiers and horses is the virtuous. Whoever has more soldiers is the virtuous, and whoever has the biggest fist is the virtuous. Even if the emperor uses many methods to suppress others, it will be useless under the temptation of the throne. For the throne, a large number of conspirators will be born. Those who ascend the throne may not be truly virtuous, but they are definitely conspirators. That's why we have the system of primogeniture. The eldest son is the heir apparent, not the most capable one. This is the system of primogeniture now, and it will always be in the future. This is the general trend. Yan Wushuang said nothing when he heard this. His eyes flickered and his whole body was tense. At this moment, he already knew what Gao Yang was going to say. From the perspective of the world and the unification of the dynasty, this is a great way to maintain the dynasty's rule. As long as the child is the firstborn by the wife,
he will be the future crown prince. Undoubtedly, unshakably. Under the system of primogeniture, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for other princes to rebel. Not to mention anything else, an improper name and improper words can bring ruin to one's reputation. In this way, one's fate is determined from birth. There will be fewer fights in the palace and fewer factional struggles in the court. The world will naturally be stable, and the imperial power will be smoothly transferred. But from the perspective of other princes, the rule of appointing the eldest son as the heir rather than the most capable one seems extremely unfair. Just because I was not born to the first wife and was born a little late, I am destined to have no chance of becoming the emperor. From the perspective of the overall situation of the world, this is to maintain the rule, but from the perspective of the prince, why? I am obviously stronger than the crown prince, 10 or even 100 times stronger. Why can't I be the crown prince? Your Highness, what do you think? Chapter 292. Such an open-minded living devil makes people inexplicably uneasy. As soon as the words fell, a boiling murderous intent erupted from Yan Wushuang's body and he stared straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang's words are so bold, this is like a clear card, but he had to admit that Gao Yang's words were like a sharp blade, stabbing into his heart and grabbing his lifeline. Master Gao, be careful with your words. Yan Wushuang raised his voice, his momentum surging. Gao Changwen moved his eyes to look at Lu Ruyan dancing. With a confused look on his face, he just watched the dancing for a while, so why did he become so tense? He moved his buttocks inconspicuously and made a secret decision in his heart that as long as a fight broke out and his brother was in danger, he would go out to get help immediately. Gao Yang looked at Yan Wushuang, who had an angry face, and was not moved at all. He said with emotion. In this world, there is no shortage of people who are noble and upright for the greater good of the world. They will always abandon the small number of people for the sake of the majority. Because they are not that small group of people. Even if he was born to the wife, just because Li Shimin was born later than Li Jiancheng, the throne has nothing to do with him. He cannot have the slightest desire to take the throne, otherwise he will be scolded by scholars all over the world because he is not the eldest son. Even though he is extremely talented, his literary and military skills are far superior to the prince's. Even though he started an army at the age of 16 and conquered the world. Even though he had only 3,500 men, and they defeated the 100,000-strong rebel army at Hulao Pass, even though he led the troops and risked his life, even though he conquered the Tang dynasty with his own hands. But all these are useless, because this world is based on the eldest son system, because he was born later than Li Jiancheng, because he is not the eldest son, so even if he has great talent, even if he fights in many battles and puts his head on his belt, he can't become a prince, he can't become an emperor. Even if Li Jiancheng is an idiot, he is still orthodox. Not only that, because his contributions are so great, they overshadow the prince's, and have affected the prince's prestige, so he must die, and all his subordinates must face liquidation. Because only in this way can Li Jiancheng rest assured. But from Li Shimin's perspective, why didn't he rebel? I have fought bravely for the Tang dynasty and made great contributions. It's fine if I don't have a chance to be the emperor, but you want my life too. Why? What's ridiculous is that the scholars in this world, standing on the moral high ground, madly accuse Li Shimin of killing his brother and forcing his father, and even hope that Li Shimin would draw his sword and commit suicide, thinking that only in this way can he be considered loyal and filial. But if they were to switch places with Li Shimin, the crown prince's mansion would have been completely barren and the egg yolks would have been shaken apart. Your Highness, Prince Yan, what do you think of what I said? Boom! Jia Yang's words were like thunder from the sky, suddenly striking Yan Wushuang's mind, causing his head to buzz, and endless storms and waves surrounded him tightly. He suddenly stood up straight and pointed in the direction of Gao Yang. Not at this moment, he was shocked and angry. Bold Gao Yang! You dare to alienate the relationship between the king and the prince? You should be killed. Do you believe that I can cut you with one sword? Yan Wushuang drew out the sword beside him and suddenly pointed it at Gao Yang. The sword flashed with endless cold light. He stared at Gao Yang with his tiger eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. His whole body was filled with violent murderous intent. The murderous intent that he had cultivated over many years of fighting on the battlefield burst out at this moment without reservation. If this were an ordinary person, his legs would probably go weak, but Gao Yang looked calm. He pressed his hand towards Yan Wushuang and said, Your Highness, Prince Yan, don't be so violent when things happen. Stay calm.
Besides, you are the Prince of Yen State, and this sword is also the sword of Yen State. You can't kill an official like me. Why not just sit down and drink? Why are you so cranky? Gao Yang's face was calm. He stretched out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of crystal venison, put it in his mouth, and while chewing, he spoke lightly to Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang snorted coldly and said, Gao Yang, don't think that I am the kind of fool who can be easily fooled by you. Do you think I will be fooled by such a low-level alienation trick? To tell you the truth, after I heard the story about Li Shimin, I guessed that this story must have come from you, intending to deceive me. It's useless for you to deny it in front of me, because I always believe in my own judgment. Gao Yang was surprised. He stretched out his hand to deflect the tip of Yan Wushuang's sword, making a crisp ding sound. Your Majesty, what you said must have been a misunderstanding, right? I have always been upright and honest, and I have never hidden my evil plots. This story about Li Shimin was written by me, so why should I deny it? After these words were spoken, Yan Wushuang's anger subsided slightly. On the contrary, he was somewhat confused by Gao Yang's reaction. Shouldn't Gao Yang deny it vehemently? Why did he admit it so directly? This is not right. Yan Wushuang put away his sword first and sat down again. It's not that he didn't want to kill Gao Yang, but what Gao Yang said made sense. He is the Prince of Dian and cannot kill the officials of Dakian. Even if he really kills Gao Yang, he will surely die under the wrath of the Queen of Dakian. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Master Gao, what do you mean by this? Gao Yang put down the chopsticks in his hand, picked up the handkerchief handed to him by Luluwa, wiped his mouth, and turned to Yan Wushuang. The story of Li Shimin was written by me, and I will just say it straight out. This story was modified based on the story of His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen. I wrote it specifically with the purpose of causing the Yen kingdom to fall into civil strife and become unable to pose a threat to our Dakian. Is this direct enough? As soon as these words came out, it was like a storm sweeping across the country. Yan Wushuang was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Gao Yang actually admitted it directly and told him Dakian's true purpose. This frankness even made Yan Wushuang feel for a moment that Gao Yang was saying things that were good for him, so he was so frank and had a clear conscience. Yuan Shenlin was also puzzled. He had been secretly observing Gao Yang since he stepped into the room. Gao Yang gave him the feeling of an ocean. He couldn't see anything at all and couldn't see through him at all. You just admit it? Yan Wushuang was somewhat shocked and somewhat unbelieving. Gao Yang nodded and said frankly, there is no need to hide this, but Your Highness Prince Yen, please understand that I am in a high position and have great power now, all thanks to Your Majesty's trust, so I have to come up with some vicious schemes from time to time. Otherwise, if I lose the trust of His Majesty, I will probably die miserably given my reputation. Yan Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Gao Yang, who had a frank face. He believed that he had made countless friends in his life, but he had never met anyone like Gao Yang. Master Gao, what exactly are you going to do? What do you mean by telling me so directly? Yan Wushuang said in a deep voice. Gao Yang's straightforwardness made him feel like he was punching cotton, and he felt powerless. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Your Highness, Prince of Yen, let me be frank. I want to give Your Highness some support and help him ascend the supreme throne. Of course, I will also receive some benefits from it. I wonder what His Royal Highness Prince Yen thinks. Gao Yang spoke with a smile. When Yan Wushuang heard this, he showed an expression of as expected. From the moment Gao Changwen spoke at the beginning to everything that followed, I'm afraid it was all for this purpose. Although he was very moved, Yan Wushuang was very unhappy about being led by Gao Yang. Yan Wushuang looked indifferent, leaning back in his chair, with his hands on his abdomen, and said with a look of disdain, I am the Prince of Dian. I would never do such a backstabbing thing. I think that His Royal Highness Prince Yen would be better off listening to some advice. Gao Yang said calmly with a smile on his face, snort. It's just a coincidence. This prince is good at everything except listening to advice. Sir Gao, what can you do? Gao Yang imitated Yan Wushuang's posture, leaning back in the chair, crossing his hands in front of his abdomen, with a kind smile on his face. It's nothing, but it won't be long before Li Shimin's story spreads throughout the great Yen imperial city. Even if the prince doesn't like to listen to stories, it's inevitable that some of his ministers will like to show their affection. So I think that His Royal Highness Prince Yen should listen to some advice. Nothing else, just obey my orders. Chapter 293, Conspiracy. It seems there is an option, but in fact there is no way out. Gao Yang,
you fucking bastard. Do you really think that I dare not kill you? Bang! Yan Wushuang slapped the table, stood up angrily, with a terrifying aura all around him, and rushed towards Gao Yang. Obviously, he was broken. These words are so vicious. But Gao Yang lowered his hand again when he saw this, looked at Yan Wushuang and said, "Your Highness Prince Yan, look at you, you are anxious again. As a prince of Yan state, you have a noble status. You should not be so impatient when encountering things. You should have the bearing to remain calm even when facing a mountain collapse. Moreover, Your Highness the Prince of Yan should have heard some rumors about me. At close range, few people in the world can kill me. Your Highness, it's best to calm down. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if His Royal Highness Prince Yan hurt me, but if I hurt His Royal Highness Prince Yan, I would be guilty." Seeing this, Gao Changwen took out a white porcelain bottle and handed it to Gao Yang. "What is this?" "Corpse powder will react when it comes into contact with blood. Theoretically, it can turn a human body into a pool of yellow water, but it is still a theory. However, if it is poured on a person's face, it will corrode the person so badly that they cannot be seen clearly and their identity cannot be determined. This is the latest drug that my foolish brother has developed." Gao Changwen's eyes flickered as he spoke proudly to Gao Yang. Hiss. "I've told you not to use such dangerous medicine. A corpse is something that needs to be respected and revered. How can you turn it into a pool of yellow water? I'll preserve it for you." Gao Yang scolded him, then put the white jade bottle into his wide sleeves. "Your Highness, Prince Yan, I am sorry for making you laugh," Gao Yang said with a smile, looking simple. Yan Wushuang glanced at Gao Yang's sleeve with fear on his face, then sat down again. That he had heard that Prince Roan, the bravest warrior of Dakian, died in a very miserable way at the hands of Gao Yang, or maybe he had been tricked by some trick. Thinking of this, he also glanced at Gao Changwen, but then, he felt pain in his balls. His elder brother was already wary of him, and his third brother already had a grudge against him. Even without the story of Li Shimin, he would not necessarily have a good ending, not to mention, once they heard the story of Li Shimin, who killed his brother, imprisoned his father, and took possession of his brother's wife, they thought of it as Yan Wushuang's. Then does Yan Wushuang still have a way to survive? The Gao Yang continued, "Your Highness Prince Yan, there is no need to hate me like this. In fact, even if I am not secretly fanning the flames, the result will be the same. What was supposed to happen has already happened. Is His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan going to take the initiative to report to the Crown Prince and the Emperor of Yan, saying that I deliberately provoked the relationship between you and the Crown Prince of Yan to incite His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan to rebel? And then take the initiative to tell the Crown Prince about Li Shimin to show his loyalty?" When Gao Yang said this, he laughed. Yan Wushuang said in a deep voice, "That's not a bad idea. Your Highness Prince Yan, please stop deceiving yourself. Will the Crown Prince believe it? Does he really have the qualities to be a wise ruler? Your Highness Prince Yan knows this much better than I do. Let's take a step back and say that even if the prince is touched for a moment, what about the future?" Gao Yang spoke again and again, and Yan Wushuang's expression became uglier and uglier. "There are so many vows in the world, but how many can be fulfilled? When I pass the imperial examination, I will promise you a beautiful bride." It sounds so nice, but the reality is that once you pass the imperial examination, you will marry the princess and send assassins to erase this past. Some of these words are just promises made in the heat of the moment. Promises only count when there is love. Your Highness, Prince of Yan, I advise you not to test human nature. It's better to fight to the death. If you win, His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan will be the Emperor of Great Yan, and from then on you will hold the power of the world and sleep with beautiful women. If you lose, you will die anyway." Gao Yang said word by word how many people have said, "As long as you don't say break up, I won't break up." But then what? Not to mention things like reconciliation certificates. You have to know that throughout history, the golden medal of immunity from death was difficult to work in just one dynasty, let alone two dynasties. A promise can be worth 1,000 gold, but it can also be as light as a feather. These words instantly pierced deeply into Yan Wushuang's heart. It was at this time that Yan Wushuang finally understood Gao Yang's fearlessness and magnanimity, because the root of the problem was no longer Gao Yang's evil scheme, but his, Yan Wushuang's choice. He knew that Crown Prince Yan Zhe was definitely not the incompetent ruler who brought disaster to the people of the world as described in history books, but he was not a wise ruler either.
He was just like Li Jiancheng in the story, an ordinary and mediocre ruler. Can he accommodate himself? If he could be accommodated here, why would he come to Daqian? The third brother, Yan Beiji, is a complete playboy, and has been at odds with him since childhood. He has a cruel and vindictive personality and stands firmly by Yan Zhe's side. He, Yan Wushuang, is now in the same situation as Li Shimin before the Xuanwu Gate incident. On the contrary, there is a glimmer of hope. If you don't resist, you will surely die. Gao Yang gave him an open plan. If he didn't rebel, he would die, and if he did, he would fall into the trap. But as Gao Yang said, is the system of primogeniture really fair to him? The rule of Dian was established because of him who led the army to suppress and annihilate the barbarians. He made an indispensable contribution to the strength of Dian. But now the prince can't tolerate him, and his third brother wants to kill him. He has already surpassed his master in achievements and has no way out, whether he rebels or accepts death obediently. This is the essence of the problem. At this moment, Yan Wushuang realized how terrifying Gao Yang was, even if it turns out that this is a setup. So what? Yan Wushuang is definitely not a person who would just accept death. Behind him are a group of brothers who have fought with him in many battles, as well as hundreds of people in the Prince of Yan's mansion. This is why Gao Yang is so frank. He has already taken advantage of me. Gao Yang looked at Yan Wushuang with a smile on his face. Since your highness Prince Yan has figured it out, why not have a good talk? People should not be so irritable. This may not be a bad thing for his royal highness Prince Yan. Yan Wushuang said with a complicated expression. Daqian is blessed to have Mr. Gao. You are so cruel. Gao Yang took another sip of the wine in his glass, then shook his head and said, Your Highness Prince Yan, what you said is true. In fact, I am only the top strategist of Daqian in public, but in fact, there is someone even more ruthless behind the scenes. In terms of viciousness, he is 100 times more vicious than me. Cui Xinghai is from the Qinghe Cui family, one of the 5 surnames and 7 aristocrats. In front of him, I always feel like a rookie who can't be any newer. Moreover, this person hides in the dark and is extremely shameless. This is Li Shimin's plan. It was proposed by him. But there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. Look, he was assassinated these 2 days. A mere 5th-rank Zhongshu Sharon actually had the personal protection of His Majesty's palace guards. What kind of level is this? I don't need to say more, right? Green Radish, Qin Shang. Chapter 294. I will take a loss, and I will give you a fixed price. Qin Shang and Lu Luo watched their noses and their hearts. They were so calm that it was terrifying. Without revealing any flaws, they had long been accustomed to following Gao Yang, and they admired Gao Yang very much. Most people would never say such words. It's nothing. I'm just not thick-skinned enough. Yan Wushuang drank the spicy wine in the cup directly, then wiped his mouth and said, Master Gao, there is no need to use these tricks in front of this king. Although I also cannot understand why Cui Xinghai, a 5th-rank secretary, has the personal protection of the palace guards. But my intuition is correct. You are the most poisonous person in Daqian. This is absolutely correct. Cui Xinghai is just a scapegoat. You enjoy the good fortune and he bears the bad fortune. Master Gao, you are so cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yang laughed. Ha ha ha. Luluwa, now you believe it, right? I told you that His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan is extremely intelligent and that you can't fool him, but you still don't believe it and insist on letting me try it. Green Radish, forget it. Your Highness the Prince of Yan is a smart man, so let's talk about what we said before. In my opinion, once Your Highness the Crown Prince of Yan ascends the throne, Your Highness the Prince of Yan will surely die in no time. This matter cannot be reversed. There is no other way. The choice now lies in the hands of His Royal Highness Prince Yan. Either wait patiently for death or fight back. If you are selfless and wait for death obediently, in consideration of today's wine, I will pour a splash of wine every year on the anniversary of the death of His Royal Highness Prince Yan. No, I will pour a glass of wine to admire His Royal Highness Prince Yan's noble quality of selflessness. But if you fight hard, I will say the same thing. Daqian can provide some support to His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan. Yan Wushuang almost jumped up when he heard the sound of peeing, but after hearing the next sentence, he held it back. How to support? Yan Wushuang narrowed his eyes and spoke aloud. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. I have a group of elite soldiers in Daqian, about 3,000 people, which can be sold to His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan at a low price. I hope that His Royal Highness can achieve great things and make the two countries friendly. How? Yan Wushuang narrowed his eyes, as if considering that he enjoyed great prestige in the Yan army. If he had these 3,000 men, plus the personal guards in the mansion, he could definitely give it a try. Even if the mutiny failed, as long as he escaped from the imperial city of Dian, he could still start an uprising. He was somewhat tempted by this deal. At this moment, Yuan Shenlin and Yang Wei behind Yan Wushuang were both very excited. They stared at Yan Wushuang's back with eyes full of nervousness. How much silver? Yan Wushuang asked. Gao Yang stretched out his hands, raised all his fingers and said, 100,000 taels. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Yan Wushuang frowned and said decisively. Gao Yang took back his hand and said decisively, one price, 50,000 taels of silver, all of which will be considered as my dakian supporting His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan. From this point of view, the interests of His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan and dakian are the same. This official and dakian will suffer a loss. Are they all elite? Gao Yang patted his chest and said, the pack is elite. You can inspect the goods. These are not the problems. What is important is whether His Royal Highness Prince Yan can make up his mind so that I can discuss this matter with His Majesty. Yan Wushuang narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers faintly on the table. He said calmly, Master Gao, this question is a bit redundant, oh? Gao Yang could see that there was a flash of anger in Yan Wushuang's eyes, but this anger was not directed at him, which aroused his curiosity. Yan Wushuang said quietly, back then, my father was not yet the Emperor of Yan, but a prince. The Emperor of Qi was also a prince. The two of them once fought over a woman and became enemies because of this. But the one who was hurt the most in this fight is me, the king. Yan Wushuang took a deep breath, anger surging in his eyes. Even if His Royal Highness Prince Yan was born at that time, he wouldn't be very old, right? Gao Yang was curious. It is precisely because I was not yet born that I am the most miserable. Because my father was furious, he named me Yan Wushuang when I was born, and the Emperor of Qi was called Qi Wushuang. He wants to raise the Emperor of Qi as his son. At this point, Yan Wushuang's mouth twisted with uncontrollable anger. Gao Yang, the Emperor of Yan is also a man of temperament. If I had no ability, I would not be in the position I am today. Therefore, I will not imprison him, nor will I wait for death. I will send him off with my own hands. Yan Wushuang slammed the table and said with murderous intent. Gao Yang immediately picked up his wineglass and said with admiration, Your Highness Prince Yan is far superior to Li Shimin, this should be made clear. The corner of Yan Wushuang's mouth twitched, but he still drank it in one gulp, letting the spicy wine stir in his stomach. Gao Yang also took a deep breath and said, Good wine, good wine. Then, the two of them talked a little more and finalized the matter. The relationship also became warmer. After all, they became a front. Yan Wushuang ate a peanut, then looked at Gao Yang and asked, Master Gao, I am curious about something and would like you to explain it to me. Your Highness Prince Yan, let me be frank. With our current relationship, the only thing missing is that we share a woman today. Yan Wushuang, that's not necessary. Yan Wushuang sternly rejected this. I am just curious, how did Dakian know about the massive invasion of Chu? Judging from the time, Dakian's Changning army seemed to move faster, and it happened just before the Dakian-Chang'an defense war broke out. Such a coincidence, I don't believe it's just a coincidence. All this should also be related to Mr. Gao, right? As Yan Wushuang spoke, his eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang was also a little surprised by this. Yan Wushuang was indeed extremely talented in leading troops. From an outsider's perspective, he actually realized the root of the problem. The Changning army played a decisive role in the tragic defeat of the Great Chu, but he did not deny it, but nodded and said, Your Highness Prince Yan, what you said is right. All of this is indeed related to me, because I was the one who asked His Majesty to transfer the Changning army back to Chang'an. As soon as these words came out, Yan Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Master Gao, do you have the ability to predict the future? Chapter 295 The Essence of the Dynasty's Demise, Land Annexation. Yan Wushuang really couldn't believe it, because this matter was too unbelievable. The attack by Chu was carefully planned, and even colluded with the King of Wu and the commander of Longguan. The marching route of the Great Chu was absolutely concealed. The Chu army's main goal was to win the battle quickly and defeat Dakian by surprise. But how did Gao Yang know all this? People in Chang'an can predict major events in the world. If Gao Yang really has this ability, it would be somewhat terrifying. A flash of murderous intent flashed across Yan Wuhuang's eyes. Gao Yang caught the murderous intent and said calmly, "Your Highness Prince Yan, if I really had this ability, why would I serve as an official in the court? All this is just a prediction. People will be afraid of the unknown, and he doesn't want Yan Wuhuang to be afraid, or even to wipe him out without leaving any room for him." Oh? Yan Wuhuang had a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Your Highness, Prince of Yan, do you still remember that when the great Chu envoys challenged me in the court, what were the conditions if I won?" Upon hearing this, Yan Wuhuang narrowed his eyes, as if recalling everything that happened in the court. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Gao Yang, "Master Gao, do you mean the rice on the chessboard?" The arrangement of rice on the chessboard also left a deep impression on him. The hidden murderous intent in this mathematics really gave him an indescribable shock. Yes, it is the chessboard on which the rice is laid out. Starting from the first grid, the seemingly insignificant and even negligible rice grains are growing exponentially until they become an astronomical number. The reason why I was able to predict the coming of war is closely related to the principle of placing rice on the chessboard. Yan Wuhuang frowned. "Please explain clearly, Master Gao." Gao Yang said calmly, "Your Highness the Prince of Yan, if you consider the 7 kingdoms in the world, and even the sea, as a chessboard and the population as grains of rice, you will know it very clearly." One word falls. Yan Wuhuang's expression began to change rapidly. "The 7 countries in the world are the chessboard, and all living beings are the rice grains." Seeing the shock on Yan Wuhuang's face, Gao Yang knew that Yan Wuhuang understood, so he said lightly, "The yield of the land is fixed. In other words, the total amount of food in the world does not change much, but the population of this land is a big variable. If a country wants to be strong, it needs more people. But population consumes a lot of food. When the population reaches a certain level, the national treasury will be in a tight spot. Moreover, the food and wealth of the world are ultimately controlled by a few people. Any issue involving food is a serious matter. If the people don't have enough to eat, they will rebel, revolt, cause trouble, and expansion is the best solution." Yan Wuhuang was shocked when he heard this. Yuan Shuanlin's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Gao Yang in horror. Gao Yang's theory gave him endless shock. If you don't have enough food, then go and rob. War is also the best way to consume population. When the relationship between the two reaches a balance, it will stabilize. Knowing this, the 7 kingdoms have been stable for a long time. The world's population is like a grain of rice. It has begun to surge over time and doubles every year or every few years. Once the population is too large, it will put a huge pressure on the national treasury. Your Majesty is a female emperor, the government is unstable, and the vassal kings are eyeing it covetously. The arrival of war is a very reasonable thing. So it's reasonable to be more cautious. But this is just a guess. I can only say that it was a coincidence and luck played a big part in it." Gao Yang talked to himself and took another sip of his drink. Gao Yang said it lightly, but these words gave Yan Wuhuang a great shock. He looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression in shock. "Master Gao, this is not luck. This is tremendous strength." Gao Yang just smiled and said, "Your Highness, Prince of Yan, you are too kind. In fact, there are many strategists in the world who can see this point. After all, food and population are the essence of world peace. I am really insignificant. It's just that, relatively speaking, I need to know a little bit of mathematics. And according to my calculations, based on the current grain production of the land, the maximum length of time a dynasty can exist is 300 years at most." Yan Wuhuang was shocked when he heard this. 300 years? How did you calculate this, Master Gao? Yan Wuhuang looked curious and spoke quickly. Gao Yang said calmly, "It's very simple. First, from the nature of food and population, and second, from the perspective of human nature and the laws of dynasty development, over time, this will definitely lead to a phenomenon. That's land annexation." Yan Wuhuang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he asked in shock, "Land annexation?" Gao Yang had an indifferent expression. His eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, transcending time, seeing the hard-working people on the land, and seeing all the living beings under this world. They held hoes in their hands, with their backs to the scorching sun and their faces facing the lus. Their bronze skin was cracked and sweat was dripping from their bodies like water. They dug down with one hoe after another inside the city. Outside the Vermilion Gate, skinny people with cracked lips were starving to death on the street. But just across the door, there was another world inside. The table was filled with luxurious wine and meat, and beauties were dancing to entertain the guests. The guests were toasting and having a great time. Some of the wine and meat that had been left out for too long even gave off a bad smell, just a door apart, but they are two different worlds. In every dynasty, whether it was a tyrannical ruler or a harsh government, the main culprit that ultimately led to their downfall was land annexation. And this land annexation is a general trend in history. Looking through the history books, every dynasty cannot avoid it, no matter if it is a wise ruler or a foolish ruler. A wise ruler can only slow down the pace of land annexation, relatively speaking. Yan Wushuang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Is this land annexation so powerful? Even a wise ruler cannot stop it? Gao Yang, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" Yan Wushuang was somewhat unconvinced and had some doubts. Gao Yang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "What I said is even worse than what you said. Please explain clearly, Master Gao." Yan Wushuang's eyes were serious as he spoke. Gao Yang's words sounded a wake-up call for him, although he didn't know why Gao Yang was so kind. "Well, I will talk to His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan about this land annexation. After all, after this dinner, you and I are friends and brothers. The so-called land annexation is when the farmer's land is annexed by the wealthy families. Why is land annexation inevitable? The essence is that the grain production is too low and the people don't have enough to eat. Under this issue, land annexation is bound to happen. A farmer's year consists of 4 stages: spring plowing, summer weeding, autumn harvest, and winter storage. After the autumn harvest, part of the grain is handed over to the government, part is sold, and the rest is stored as food for the next year. But often, this food is not enough to eat, so some farmers will face a difficult problem. When the food is almost eaten in winter and spring, what should they do? Yan Wushuang said subconsciously, "If it's not enough to eat, then we can only borrow it." Yes, just as His Royal Highness Prince Yan said, if there is not enough food, then we can only borrow it. Otherwise, will the whole family starve to death? But then there will be a new problem. Who can we borrow from? Borrow from relatives and friends? This is certainly the best option, but your family doesn't have enough food, but mine does? What if they don't return the money they borrowed? So there is usually only one option left. The local landlord. The landlord has money and grain, and has a prominent reputation in the local area. They are also willing to lend you grain, but they can't lend you the grain for free. How can such a good thing happen in the world? Yan Wushuang stared into Gao Yang's eyes, and felt a chill running through his body. At this moment, he was horrified and his hair stood on end. Gao Yang continued, "Not only do they charge high interest, but they also ask these hungry people to sign a guarantee that if they can't pay the grain when it's due, they will use their land as collateral. And this is the prototype of land annexation." Chapter 296: The Butterfly Effect shocks Yan Wushuang. Capital in the world should pursue profits. The landlords are not so kind. They are willing to lend grain only because it is a sure-win business. If this year is a good harvest, they can earn high interest from it. But if there is a sudden disaster this year and the harvest fails, they will not lose anything, because according to the agreement, if the people cannot pay the grain on the agreed date, they must pay it back with their own land. Land is the foundation of the people. Once the land is gone, where will these people go? Gao Yang's voice was chilling, and before his eyes seemed to appear a large number of landlords with hideous smiles on their faces. With greed in their eyes, Yan Wushuang had a solemn expression. He was a smart man, so he naturally understood Gao Yang's meaning at the first moment. According to Gao Yang, this land annexation is a disaster for the people. Yuan Shenlin also took a deep look at Gao Yang. His vigilance against Gao Yang had reached the highest level. This Gao Yang is unfathomable and is definitely a capable minister who can govern the country. Brother, if what you said is true, then the people will lose their land. How will they survive? Gao Changwen asked curiously. Gao Yang glanced at the dancing gauze outside the window, which was luxurious and extravagant. He said calmly, "What else can we do? When the people lose their land, it's like they lose their roots, but they still have to live their lives, and their families still have to eat and drink, so they can only find other ways to make a living. But how many ways of making a living are there in the world? These landlords will come forward again, and with a wave of their hands, they will bring out another indenture. These people who have lost their land will have no choice but to sign the indenture and become the landlord's cattle and horses. They will work hard every year and be exploited by the landlords until they die. This is an open conspiracy. If you don't sign, your whole family will starve to death. If you sign, you will become the landlord's cattle and horses. Yan Wushuang picked up the wineglass and said meaningfully, "The word ox and horse is really wonderful." Even Gao Changwen looked serious, as if he was thinking. Yao Yang felt it was rare to see Gao Changwen deep in thought. "How do you feel after hearing the prototype of this land annexation?" Gao Yang took a sip of the wine in the glass and asked. Gao Changwen glanced at Gao Yang, then said solemnly, "I have a lot of feelings. But my biggest feeling is that I want to be a landlord, not just a cow or a horse who works all his life." Cough cough, Gao Yang almost choked when he heard this. Yan Wushuang gave a thumbs up and said, "This statement is indeed true." Gao Yang shook his head and said, "On rainy days, when it rains heavily, cows will hide in their dens to sleep, and horses will eat grass in the stables. Cows and horses will try their best to go out to work. Cows will moo, horses will bray, and cows and horses will shout, 'I got it,' every day." Yan Wushuang asked curiously, "Master Gao, what does this mean?" "It means that the master gives an order casually, and the boss will flatter and shout, 'I know,' and do it right away. It is a peculiar term used by capitalists and is not worth mentioning." Gao Yang explained casually. Yan Wushuang showed a look of understanding. At this moment, he became extremely curious about the capitalists that Gao Yang was studying. "Master Gao, this so-called capitalist school, in my eyes, is not inferior to any of the hundreds of schools of thought. It really makes me fascinated." Gao Yang also said with emotion, "Although everyone in the world despises capitalists and knows that capitalists are easily burned, who doesn't want to become a capitalist? But if His Royal Highness Prince Yan wants to learn, I can accept you as my disciple." Yan Wushuang waved his hands quickly. "Master Gao, I am not suitable for this job, so let's forget about it, but I would like to thank you, Master Gao. He is the Prince of Dian and might even become the Emperor of Dian in the future. How could he be accepted as a disciple by Gao Yang? Wouldn't it be a laughingstock if this got out?" Yao Yang looked regretful when he heard this. "Master Gao, let's get back to the point. I understand the prototype of land annexation, but a mere landlord annexing a little land from farmers who are already struggling to survive, can this cause the dynasty's fortune to not exceed 300 years? Yan Wushuang continued to ask. He was somewhat eager for Gao Yang to tell him the answer. Although he knew very well that Gao Yang was a very dangerous person, this issue involved the essence of the dynasty's demise, which he could not ignore at all. "Your Highness Prince Yan, do you know about the butterfly effect?" Gao Yang said lightly. "Butterfly effect?" Yan Wushuang frowned, looking curious. Yuan Shenlin also frowned, because what Gao Yang said was something he had never heard of before. The so-called butterfly effect is that there is a butterfly in Chang'an City. If it flaps its wings gently, it is possible that 2 weeks later, a strong wind will be set off on the endless sea. When Gao Yang's voice sounded, Yan Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. A butterfly flapping its wings in Chang'an can cause a strong wind on the sea. "Lord Gao, are you making fun of me?" Yan Wushuang looked displeased. This theory was simply too ridiculous for him. Gao Yang explained calmly, "Your Highness, this is just a theory, but it is possible, just like when Your Highness came to Chang'an City and heard the story of Li Shimin by chance. This may seem like a small change, but it could potentially trigger a landslide or tsunami later on. Such as beheading the crown prince, imprisoning the Emperor of Yan, and even the possibility that His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan will continue to expand and start a war among the 7 nations, but all of this is just due to a very small change at the beginning. The same goes for land annexation." Yan Wushuang was shocked, and he somewhat understood what Gao Yang meant. "Master Gao, are you saying that the initial embryonic form of land annexation is like a butterfly gently flapping its wings, seemingly insignificant, but the real storm is still to come?" Gao Yang slowly spun the wineglass on his fingertips and said calmly, "Your Highness Prince Yan is right. The real storm is still to come. Some poor people don't have enough food. Once they don't have enough food, they can only borrow it. But after borrowing, they must pay it back. Otherwise, the landlords will use means that the people can't imagine. This brings us to the problem again. Even though this year is a bumper year, we can repay the landlord's high principal plus interest immediately and save the land. However, repaying the grain will put pressure on our food supply next year, so we have to continue borrowing. This process will repeat itself over and over again, and sooner or later the people's land will end up in the hands of the landlords. This will create a very vicious situation, because as far as I know, whether it is Dacian or Yen state, the lands of the world's noble families and major wealthy families are privileged. To be precise, their lands are tax-free. Chapter 297 How can people defy the will of heaven, unless they pay more? As soon as these words fell, Yan Wushuang's expression suddenly changed, Yuan Xuanlin's face also turned ugly. Only then did they discover the root of the problem. The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be division. This is the law of dynasties. The overthrow of every corrupt dynasty also means a reshuffle of interests. Military power and taxation in various places cannot be given, and personnel appointments and dismissals cannot be given. After much thought, the only option is to reward them with land and add tax exemptions. This is the smallest price. Moreover, if the emperor wants court officials to do things, he also needs to give them benefits. Without privileges and benefits, who would be willing to serve as an official in the court? Just like scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, merchants have the lowest status and scholars have the highest status, and behind this are class privileges. This is the foundation of the operation of a dynasty. Otherwise, merchants are rich, have high status, and have privileges. So who would want to farm? The same is true for officials. If officials have no privileges and low status, who would want to be an official? Then what to give? Duty-free. Once a scholar from a poor family passes the imperial examination, the merchant families will send him money and daughters like crazy. The essence behind this is not appreciation of talent at all, but the many privileges behind the jurin and jinshi. This is the root cause. When the land of these people is annexed, it no longer belongs to the people, but to the landlords. This change may seem small, even insignificant, but it is fatal. If the common people's land becomes the landlord's land, then they don't have to pay taxes. But when the imperial court collects taxes, it often directly includes an entire area and collects taxes uniformly. It's like Guanyang County has to collect millions of dan of grain, and more than 50,000 people with land have to pay taxes. But this year was a disaster year, and 3,000 people couldn't survive. They went to the landlords, and their land was annexed. Then next year, the land of these 3,000 people will become the property of the landlords. According to the court's policy, they will no longer have to pay taxes. However, the court needs money to fight wars, repair various large-scale water conservancy projects, and officials all over the country need money. This year, Guanyang County paid 1 million dan of grain. Can the number be lower than this next year? Can the imperial court flexibly adjust taxes based on the loss of 3,000 people? The higher-ups want performance, and they need to report to His Majesty, so the remaining 45,000 people need to pay taxes. In this way, even if some people with more affluent families do not have to borrow grain from the landlords, they will find that they have to pay more and more grain over time. This is a general trend, no one can stop it. One family can grit their teeth and tighten their belts to get by, but more than 50,000 people will eventually give in over time. When their land is gradually annexed, the pressure will be placed on the remaining people with good financial resources. This is the butterfly effect. If one company can't handle it, it will affect 10 companies, and 10 companies will affect hundreds, and then thousands, tens of thousands, and form a huge stampede. Gao Yang clenched his hands tightly, and an endless sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if he had witnessed the entire process of land annexation with his own eyes. His voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. When the time comes, no one will be spared from the trampling. And what I said is only the Guanyang County. If we look at the whole world, it is a very scary thing that land annexation is happening all over the world at the same time. You know, a drop of water can wear away a stone, and rivers and lakes can become a sea. Although the building is huge and the insects and ants underneath are tiny, when these insects and ants madly gnaw at the foundation of the building, sooner or later, the building will collapse. Buzz, as soon as these words fell, Yan Wushuang felt a chill suddenly rushing from his coccyx to the top of his head, making his whole body stiff and unable to move. Gao Yang's words were very clear, and he couldn't refute a single word of them, but precisely because of this, he felt terrified because the farmers did not have enough food, they had to borrow money from the landlords. Once a disaster struck, their land would be ruthlessly annexed by the wealthy landlords, and thus exempted from taxes. However, the imperial court could not reduce taxes every year. If the total amount remained unchanged, the remaining people would be trampled upon. If the cycle continues, land annexation will become more and more serious as, moreover, the whole process is linked together seamlessly and cannot be changed at all. Once the tax-free policy is abolished, the first ones to object will be the officials and the wealthy families in the world. This will affect the interests of too many people, but with the privilege of tax exemption, wealthy families are more eager to annex land. This is almost a dead end, just like the situation he is facing now. Knowing the situation, but unable to change it, Yan Wushuang felt like he had become an eagle in the sky, soaring above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire world, and he could transcend time and space and travel through time. He can see the evolution of land annexation and the upper limit of a dynasty's fortune, but he can't change it. He could only watch and could do nothing. This feeling of powerlessness is the feeling Yan Wushuang hates the most. Your Highness, Prince of Yan, in fact, there is something more terrifying about this land annexation that I have not mentioned yet. Do you know what it is? Gao Yang spoke calmly and said something even more terrifying. Is there anything more terrifying? What is it? Yan Wushuang's eyes narrowed and he asked several questions. Gao Yang smiled and said softly, the most terrifying thing about this land annexation is that the above words are just the formal means I mentioned. The noble families and landowners have not yet used informal means. This is the scariest part. Even if there is no incompetent ruler, as long as there is no way to curb the speed of land annexation, the fortune of the dynasty will never exceed 300 years. This is the trend of history, no one can avoid it. Yan Wushuang felt even more depressed after hearing this. The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. The wealthy families often collude with local officials. To expect them not to use their privileges to annex the people's land is like asking a dog not to eat shit, but dogs don't eat shit. Is that possible? Master Gao, you are extremely talented and have great skills. Do you have any idea to break the impasse? Yan Wushuang spoke earnestly and looked towards Gao Yang. To his great surprise, Gao Yang today was so kind as to talk to him about the issue of land annexation. Good person, but now that he knew that the dynasty's luck could only last for 300 years, it was like a thorn that pierced Yan Wushuang's heart. If I don't pull it out, I'm afraid I'll have sleepless nights. Since Gao Yang has such a thorough understanding of land annexation, is there any way to solve this major problem of land annexation? For a moment, Yuan Shenlin, Yang Wei and others looked at Gao Yang with anticipation. Gao Yang saw this and shook his head, saying, land annexation is an unsolvable problem. Many dynasties have perished because of it. This is more like a shackle from heaven. God has limited the dynasty's fortune and will not let it last more than 300 years. When Yan Wushuang heard this, he clenched his fists and looked disappointed. Could it be that even Dakian's #1 poisoner and Dakian's #1 living devil cannot solve the huge problem of land annexation? Yan Wushuang was unwilling to give in. How can a person go against the will of heaven, unless? Gao Yang looked serious and suddenly spoke. Yan Wushuang suddenly looked up. Unless what? More money. Chapter 298. The king of Yan holds a bow, and I hold a spear. Who in the world can stop us? For such a big problem, there is no other solution except to add money. Gao Yang had a serious look on his face, staring straight at Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang, Yuan Shenlin, Mr. Gao, you and I are having a lively conversation. Is it appropriate to add some money? Yan Wushuang's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. He was really convinced, so, after talking for such a long time, even the essence of land annexation was thrown out to him, all for the sake of adding money? I am a scholar. Scholars may not respect anything, but they must respect knowledge. How can knowledge be free of charge? Gao Yang is serious and confident. Yan Wushuang, how much? Yan Wushuang said helplessly. Gao Yang held up 3 fingers and said directly, 30,000 taels, 1 price. As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. What? 30,000 taels, Master Gao, you might as well go and rob it. Not to mention Yan Wushuang, even Yuan Shenlin was shocked. He is also an educated man, but he never thought that a question could be sold at such a high price, 30,000 taels. This is a totally sky-high price. He never asked for money in the past. Gao Changwen looked at Gao Yang with admiration.
At this moment, his eyes were shining brightly. He now has only one feeling, that is, he regrets not having read enough books when he needs them. Gao Yang looked at Yan Wushuang and said repeatedly, "Your Highness Prince Yan, look at what you said. How can you call it robbery when it comes to scholars' affairs? Besides, as an important official of Dakian, I must abide by the law. Robbing money is illegal. That is something that only bandits would do. How could I do that? I'm selling my knowledge. Isn't this faster than stealing it? Yan Wushuang, 30,000 taels for a solution to land annexation, isn't that a good deal? Your Highness, Prince of Yan, you have to think about it carefully." The corner of Yan Wushuang's mouth twitched and he fell into great silence. "Agree, it's a bit expensive. If you don't agree, you will feel unwilling. After all, this concerns the fortune of the dynasty, and there is no sign of him being betrayed. If he really becomes emperor, it will also be of great benefit to the entire Dayan. Since Gao Yang can see through this problem and he is the number one poisonous scholar in Dakian, he has the ability to do so, but this charge is too expensive." After a while, Yan Wushuang took a deep breath and said, "I'll buy it on credit first." "Okay, no." Gao Yang refused directly and flatly. There is a huge gap between the Prince of Yan and the Crown Prince of Zhao. Upon hearing this, Yan Wushuang instantly lost his composure. He looked at Gao Yang suddenly and couldn't help but said, "Master Gao, I always keep my promises. Don't you trust my character? A mere 30,000 taels, can I still cheat you?" Yan Wushuang was somewhat displeased and a little upset. Gao Yang shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm afraid that your Highness will deceive me. I still trust your Highness's character." Upon hearing this, Yan Wushuang's complexion gradually improved. He felt comfortable listening to Gao Yang's words, they sounded like human words. "Since Lord Gao believes in me, why not?" Yan Wushuang leaned back in his chair and continued to ask. "When His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan returns to Yan State, he must do something earth-shattering. I am not afraid that His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan will not keep his promise. I am afraid that His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan will die. When the time comes, I can't go to the underworld to collect the debt, right?" Gao Yang had a sincere look on his face, with endless sincerity in his eyes. The corners of Yan Wushuang's mouth twitched. It would be better to say that he didn't believe him. At this moment, he really wanted to chop Gao Yang to pieces regardless of the consequences, but after looking at Gao Yang's cuffs and thinking about the Empress of Dakian, Yan Wushuang finally held back. "Master Gao's words make a lot of sense. But I really don't have enough silver on me. How about this, 3,000 taels, I think it's very appropriate." Yan Wushuang said. The next second, Gao Yang stood up straight. "Your Highness, Prince of Yan, it's getting late, and I'm a little drunk, so I'll take my leave now. But before I leave, I must say one thing, anything in the world can be trampled upon, but knowledge must never be trampled upon. This is an insult to knowledge. I absolutely cannot accept it." Gao Yang's voice sounded distressed, as if Yan Wushuang had done something extremely cruel. "Your Highness Prince Yan has no money right now, so forget it for now. We'll talk about it when Your Highness Prince Yan has money. But I want to remind His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan that these 30,000 taels are only His Royal Highness's money, but not the Emperor of Yan's money." As soon as these words came out, Yan Wushuang's expression suddenly tensed up. Gao Yang, this bastard, is trying to raise the price. Before I leave Chang'an, I will visit Master Gao once more. Yan Wushuang stood up, took a deep breath and said. Gao Yang smiled when he heard this. "I am waiting for your visit any time, His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan. There are many people in Chang'an, so His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan doesn't need to come and see you off." "Then I won't see you off, Master Gao. Take care on your journey." As he spoke, Gao Yang walked out of the private room. After Gao Yang left and the door was closed again, the expression on Yan Wushuang's face suddenly became gloomy. He stood by the window with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction Gao Yang left. "Mr. Yuan, what do you think?" Yan Wushuang asked in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. "This boy is unfathomable and knowledgeable. If there is a chance, Your Highness Prince Yan will definitely get rid of him." Yuan Xuanlin's old face was full of seriousness, and he was obviously extremely fearful. Yan Wushuang didn't say anything, but a flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Can you solve this land annexation?" Yan Wushuang asked again. Yuan Shanlin smiled bitterly and quickly bent down. "I am incompetent. This land annexation is an open conspiracy. I am powerless to solve it. But Gao Yang has never taken the usual path. I'm afraid he really has a way. So it's worth 30,000 taels? Yuan Shenlin nodded heavily. If your highness can become the emperor of Yen, these 30,000 taels will be worth it.
Yan Wuhuang's eyes were deep, and he took a long breath and said, then let's raise money. This was all the money he saved from his frugal life and used for his rebellion. At this moment, Yan Wuhuang's heart was bleeding, but then, Yan Wuhuang slowly turned around and looked at Yuan Shenlin and Yang Wei. He said word by word, compared to this matter, I would like to hear more about whether you think I can accomplish this. Yuan Shenlin was the first to say, if you don't rebel, according to the methods of this living devil, I'm afraid your highness will definitely die. If you rebel, even if the chances are slim, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Yang Wei's face was dark and filled with murderous intent. He stood in front of Yan Wuhuang, like an iron tower, with murderous aura all around him. He said in a loud voice, Your Highness, although this living king of hell is a worthless person, he is right. Your Highness has fought bravely for Dian and made great contributions throughout his life. It's fine if the Crown Prince and His Majesty are ungrateful, but they also want to kill all of them. How can this be justified in the world? In my heart, Yang Wei, Your Highness is 100 times better than the Crown Prince. The prince can sit on the throne, so why can't Your Highness? The more Yang Wei spoke, the more murderous he became. He patted his muscular chest and showed excitement. As long as the king of Yen holds the bow and I, Yang Wei, hold the spear, who in this world can stop us? These words were filled with endless arrogance and a chilling murderous intent. When Yan Wuhuang heard this, an endless amount of hostility suddenly erupted in front of him. My father is unfair, and my elder brother wants to make the best of it. What else should I worry about? I might as well cooperate with this living devil and rebel. Those who follow me will prosper, those who go against me will perish. He patted Yang Wei's shoulder and said with a domineering look on his face, I hold the bow and you hold the spear. Even if a million-strong army comes, what can they do to me? Chapter 299 Master Cui, I've done it. He, Yan Wuhuang, is not Li Shimin. It's not that easy for him to ascend the throne. In the carriage, Gao Yang's disdainful voice rang out, and a strong look of disdain appeared on his face. When Gao Changwen heard this, his eyes lit up instantly and he said, Brother, did you deliberately trick the king of Yen? This is a situation of flattery and killing, and it is even more effective for someone as arrogant as Yan Wuhuang. The story of Li Shimin will make him become Li Shimin. All I need to do is to arouse the seeds of rebellion in his heart, and the plan will work. But Li Shimin, the general of Tians, is not someone that Yan Wuhuang can challenge. However, I also don't deny that he has a chance to become the general of Tians. Gao Yang said calmly, tapping his fingers on his legs slowly and rhythmically. Gao Changwen nodded thoughtfully, then took a deep breath and said, Brother, I have decided. From today on, I will stop drinking, gambling, cockfighting, and eating and drinking. I want to study hard. Oh? Why? Gao Yang looked surprised. In response, Gao Changwen decisively gave an answer, like my brother, sell it for money. To be honest, brother, when I was little I actually wanted to be a bandit. After all, robbing people makes money so quickly. But my father and grandfather only knew a little bit about fighting, so I put it aside. But today, I found a more profitable business. Reading and selling knowledge can make money faster than robbing. Gao Changwen's face was full of enthusiasm and he was very excited. 30,000 taels, that's 30,000 taels, enough to order 20 at once, or even more. Ji Gao Yang, on the side, Luluwa said with some concern, Young master, you pointed out the big problem of land annexation to His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen, and you also wanted to help His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen solve this problem. If this gets to the ears of His Majesty, 30,000 taels, it's not worth it. It would be better to sell a few more poems to the Crown Prince of Zhao. Luoluwa's fair face was full of worry, and her beautiful eyes looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled, then reached out and pinched Luoluwa's little face, making the latter blush. Master, there are still people here. The sound of the green radish was as soft as that of mosquitoes and flies, and it lowered its head. Ha, there's no need to treat me as a human being. Gao Changwen said with a wry smile. What? Are you worried about me? Gao Yang said with a smile. Luolua blushed and quickly looked away. Master, I am afraid that His Majesty will be angry. Gao Changwen's face was tense, and he was very hurt. No, you really don't treat me as a human being. It's obvious that there is another person in this carriage.
Cough cough, outside the carriage, Chen Shang, who was driving the carriage, also coughed. Luolua's face turned even redder. Seeing this, Gao Yang knew that Luolua was shy, so he stopped teasing her. He said calmly, Chen Shang, go to the palace. I want to see His Majesty. Luoluo cried out in surprise, Master, it's so late now, you still want to enter the palace? Your Majesty, should you rest now?
Gao Yang said very firmly, I have something important to discuss with you. Your Majesty can wake her up after you have rested.
What's the harm?
Gao Changwen immediately said with admiration, Brother is truly a role model for our generation.
I admire you very much. Is this the arrogance of scholars, even His Majesty, can you ignore him? Luoluo suddenly seemed to have figured it out. She looked at Gao Yang fiercely and said, Master, is there a hidden secret behind this so-called land annexation? Gao Yang showed a faint smile on his face, and he said to Luolua, you have a misunderstanding. Who told you that you have to do things if you receive money? Green Radish's pupils widened. Isn't this what should be done? Gao Yang said quietly, I want to hold your Majesty's big white legs tightly now, so I treat the Prince of Zhao or the King of Yen as well. Then you have to fight hard. This is the foundation of your survival. But this does not prevent me from taking money. On the contrary, this is the highest level of corruption. Her Majesty does not care about me taking money. She cares about the result. It's like I'm the magistrate of a remote county called Taoyuan. I take bribes from everyone I see. I'm a corrupt official. But Taoyuan has a population of over 1 million, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. The taxes collected by a county are more than those collected by a prefecture. So what if I'm a little greedy? When Luoluo heard this, she was shocked. Gao Yang's words buzzed in her mind. But the Crown Prince of Zhao, the Prince of Yen and others, Green Radish's voice was low and hesitant. Gao Yang shook his head. Although Luoluo had undergone some changes under his influence, she was still too naive. He said calmly, do you think the Crown Prince of Zhao is innocent, and His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen is innocent? Luoluo quickly shook her head, Master, this is not what I meant. But Gao Yang knew that this was what Luoluo was thinking. After all, he didn't have much hatred against the Crown Prince of Zhao and Yen Wushuang, but he still tricked them both like this. He said calmly, Green Ivy, you are still too young to understand human nature. The world is not simply divided into black and white, good and bad. Humans are the most complex creatures in the world. Don't think that we are having a pleasant conversation now, but if I don't take action first, do you believe that after His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen becomes emperor, in order to eliminate me, he will tell your Majesty that I took money to help him solve the land annexation? When it comes to innocence, aren't the people innocent? But whether it's the aristocratic nobles or the merchants of the world, the first ones to be exploited are the people. From the side, it says it all. People, just 2 strokes. At the same time, Cui family Cui Xinghe was wearing an official robe and holding a book in his hand. He kept pacing back and forth in the courtyard, his brows almost twisted into a shape of a cross. Since the assassination, Cui Xinghe felt a sense of urgency and understood the Empress's choice. He absolutely could not tolerate this feeling, but Gao Yang's official position is higher than his. The Dingwu mansion is more powerful than the Cui family, and even the Empress trusts Gao Yang. More. He has no advantage at all. If he wants to avoid letting Gao Yang take the blame and break the impasse, there is only one way left, and that is to show his own value. As long as Cui Xinghe is more valuable to the Empress than Gao Yang, he can break the impasse and even have the possibility of counterattacking. Therefore, he must come up with a national policy that will shake the world and shock the Empress in one fell swoop. Only in this way can he break the impasse, but how easy is this? He has been standing here for a whole day, and now he feels that he is just one step away. As long as he can figure this out, he can break through. Son, it's getting late, go to bed quickly. Gao Yang's talent is second to none even in the entire 7 kingdoms. In my heart, you may have the potential to be a prime minister, but compared to Gao Yang, you are still a step behind. We can't beat him. Cui Jian stood aside and said earnestly, but Cui Xinghe remained unmoved. His jade-like face was full of thought. Cui Jian felt heartbroken when he saw this. All this is Gao Yang's fault. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, the Cui family doesn't have much money. Tomorrow, I will borrow some money from other families and pay a large sum of money to buy the life of this living devil. I don't believe that no one is interested.
Cui Jian was filled with murderous intent. After these words were spoken, Cui Xinghao was stunned and a pair of eyes suddenly looked over at Baro. He was completely stunned, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Ha ha! I figured it out. I finally figured it out. Master Cui, I did it. Gao Yang, once this method is used, even you will have to admit defeat. I will say that I, Cui Xinghe, am no worse than anyone else. Cui Xinghe laughed crazily, looking like a madman. At this moment, his thoughts became clear and an endless aura of dominance permeated his entire body. Son, don't scare your father. Cui Jian panicked. He pointed at a big black dog lying in the corner and turned to his servants. You can raise a dog for 1,000 days, but you can only use it for a moment. Kill this big black dog for me quickly and pour a bowl of its blood over Xinghe. Dad, I'm not crazy. I just figured out a problem that has been around for thousands of years. This time, my Cui family will surely shine throughout Chang'an. The Cui family tree will also open a separate page starting with my name, Cui Xinghe. Once this plan comes out, even the living king of hell will have to bow down to it. Dad, I will enter the palace right now. Doesn't father have a concubine who has not yet married? I see that she is still charming. After finishing speaking, Cui Xinghe strode out of the Cui family. His steps were firm and his entire body was filled with unparalleled confidence. Cui Jian stared at Cui Xinghe's back with a look of shock on his face. Master, are you still going to kill this big black dog? The servant, holding a dagger, asked in a somewhat tangled voice. Cui Jian was in a good mood and waved his hand. Kill them and eat the meat to cheer my son up. Chapter 300, the so-called elite. It is impossible to give the imperial palace imperial study. This 15,000 taels of silver is still less. Wu Zhao was wearing a black and red dragon robe embroidered with golden silk threads, making her look absolutely beautiful and noble. She sighed and even felt a little nauseous. In her mind, Zhao Yuhuang's words were still lingering in her ears, making her scalp tingle even now. Shangguan Wan'er, standing aside, nodded in agreement. This Zhao Yuhuang has indeed made things difficult for your majesty. Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er and said faintly, I once accompanied my father on a secret visit and met an old man in the fields. He once lamented to my father that it was hard to make money and hard to eat shit in this world. At that time, I didn't understand what it meant. As I grew up, I understood the truth a little bit, but because I was born into the royal family, I could never feel the meaning of this sentence firsthand. But it was not until this moment that I understood the meaning of this sentence. This money is really hard to earn. If it were not for Zhao Gao, I would have driven him out long ago. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It was obvious that the conversation with Zhao Yuhuang had left an indelible impression on her, especially when she heard the words, the moon shines brightly before the bed. Her whole scalp went numb, but she had no choice. For the sake of Daqian and Zhao Gao's business, she could only face Zhao Yuhuang's anxious gaze and slap the table and exclaim, good poem. As for showing appreciation next, that made it even more difficult for her. She thought it would be the same no matter who she faced, but Zhao Yuhuang broke it all. But strangely, she didn't feel annoyed or tingling when facing Gao Yang. Thinking of this, Wu Zhao said with an unhappy look on her face, where are the people from Gao Yang? On the side, Eunuch Hong smiled and said, Your Majesty, Lord Gao should be in the Rouge Pavilion, having dinner with His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen. He is happy. There was a hint of coldness in Wu Zhao's eyes, and she snorted coldly. At this time, a voice came into the imperial study. Your Majesty, the secretary Cui Xinghe wants to see you late at night. Wu Zhao frowned. Cui Xinghe? It was getting late now and she was about to rest. It had always been a taboo to enter the palace late at night, but Cui Xinghe came anyway. After thinking for a while, Wu Zhao said, Shen. Soon, Cui Xinghe strode into the imperial study. He saluted respectfully towards Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, I am Cui Xinghe, and I pay my respects to you. Mr. Cui, what's the matter that brings you to see me so late at night? Can't you wait until tomorrow? Wu Zhao said lightly, looking down at Cui Xinghe. I know this is very presumptuous, but this matter is of great importance, so I can't help but be excited and want to come to see your Majesty. Because I have looked through history and found that every dynasty, no matter how big or small a country is, or how big its territory is, will face an extremely serious problem, and that is land annexation. Land annexation has been a great enemy of the state since ancient times and a source of national chaos. If it is not curbed, the dynasty will surely change within 300 years. Cui Xinghe's voice fell heavily, echoing throughout the imperial study. Outside the palace, Gao Yang got off the carriage and saw Li Long guarding the palace.
Brotherly.
Li Long turned around and saw Gao Yang, with a surprised smile on his face. Master Gao, why did you come to the palace so late at night?
I have some important matters to discuss with your majesty, and I wonder if your majesty is asleep now. If your majesty is asleep, I will come again tomorrow. If your majesty is not asleep, please let Brotherly know.
Gao Yang spoke up.
That's easy to say.
Logically, your majesty should not have slept tonight. Li Long said a few polite words and turned to report. Chen Shang looked at Gao Yang's back and his mouth twitched. His majesty was supposed to sleep, so why not wake her up? But I have to say, these words are indeed domineering in front of Green Radish. In the imperial study, Cui Xinghe spoke so eloquently that saliva was almost spurting out. Your majesty, when the poor people don't have enough food, they will ask the noble families to borrow food. This means they will face high interest rates and mortgage their land.
Once a famine occurs, the people's land will be annexed by the noble families.
The noble families have special privileges. Their land is tax-free, which will further affect other people. Not to mention that for the sake of profit, the noble families will inevitably use their privileges to further annex the common people's land. By then, one thing after another will form a deadlock, which will inevitably affect the people of the world. Therefore, I dare to ask your majesty to take action to curb this land annexation and prolong the life of our Dacian country.
Cui Xinghe bowed, and his voice echoed throughout the imperial study.
These words made Wu Zhao look solemn. Shang Wanwan's eyes were also solemn. She didn't expect that Cui Xinghe would raise such a serious issue, land annexation, the harm caused by aristocratic families in local areas. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered and her fingers slowly tapped the armrests of the dragon throne.
Cui Zhuangyuan, since you have proposed the conspiracy of annexing the lands of various places in Dacian, do you have a solution?
Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe showed a confident smile on his face.
Since I have proposed this land annexation, I have a solution.
This time, it's finally Cui Xinghe's turn. After today, he will become the new favorite. Wu Zhao's eyes changed, and she continued to ask, what method?
Cui Xinghe straightened his back and said confidently, it's very simple. The root of the problem is that there is not enough food, so the people have to borrow money. Otherwise, which people are willing to mortgage the land that they regard as their life? But if we can't change the grain output, then we can start with borrowing.
If the imperial court, in the 1st and 5th months of each year, allows the government to act as a lending institution and provide loans to the people in need, but keeps the interest rate low. In this way, the people will not have to seek loans from noble families, and naturally their land will not be annexed. Not only that, if this plan is promoted to all parts of Dacian, the interest rate may seem very low, but the amount is extremely large, which is also a lot of money. And once this move is implemented, it will greatly slow down the speed at which the noble families are annexing land. In an instant, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Shang Wanwan was also shocked. If the government lends money and lowers the interest rate, then the people won't have to look to the noble families, and the land won't have to be mortgaged or even annexed. Even the court can collect a large sum of money. This plan of Cui Zhuangyuan is brilliant. The more Wu Zhao thought about it, the more satisfied she became. She also noticed the chaos of land annexation. If there was a way to solve and slow down this land annexation, it would naturally be a great thing. Thinking of this, Wu Zhao couldn't help but look at Cui Xinghe with satisfaction. She had to admit that Cui Xinghe was quite talented. Thinking about it this way, she was a little harsh on Cui Xinghe before. Wu Zhao's shocked look made Cui Xinghe's waist straighten even more. Be proud of yourself, this is really a great honor. Ever since Gao Yang first showed his prominence in the Golden Palace, his status has been declining day by day, and he even became an abandoned child at one point. The eyes of the civil and military officials in the court were full of mockery, but now, the familiar feeling is back. Everything that once belonged to him is back. He, Cui Xinghe, will definitely take back everything that belongs to him. Cui Xinghe secretly clenched his fists, letting his nails penetrate into his palms. At this time, Li Long's voice sounded outside the hall. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue Gao Yang has an important matter to discuss with your Majesty. Wu Zhao was stunned when she heard this. Gao Yang? She is quite lively tonight. Your Majesty, Mr. Gao has amazing talent. He must have something very important to meet with your Majesty so late at night. Cui Xinghe was standing aside, speaking as calmly as possible that he couldn't wait to see Gao Yang's shocked expression when he heard this method. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Wu Zhao glanced at Cui Xinghe. She knew Cui Xinghe's little thoughts, but she was also curious about why Gao Yang met Yan Wushuang and entered the palace so late at night. Xuan. Wu Zhao waved her sleeves and spoke in a cold voice. Soon, Gao Yang strode into the imperial study. When he saw Cui Xinghe, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Cui Xinghe, why is he here? But now is not the time to think about these things. He bowed to Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, I am Gao Yang. Wu Zhao waved her hand and said, Mr. Gao, there is no need to be so polite. Why did you come to see me so late at night? When it came to this, Gao Yang became interested. He quickly said, Your Majesty, I met with the second Prince of Dian tonight and we have reached an agreement. The second Prince of Dian has already shown rebellious intentions. And I sold 3,000 elite soldiers to King Yan for 50,000 taels, and secretly helped them, so as to cause chaos in Dian and make them unable to threaten our Dacian. One word falls. Cui Xinghe was shocked all over and looked at Gao Yang with wide eyes. Gao Yang persuaded Yan Wushuang to rebel in just one night. A hint of joy appeared in Wu Zhao's eyes. What Dacian needed most now was time. Dian was undoubtedly a considerable threat, but if Yan Wushuang was there to hold him back, things would be different. Good. 3,000 elite soldiers in exchange for 50,000 taels, this is not a loss at all. Besides, we have Yan Wushuang to contain the Yan state, which is also a great benefit to our Dacian. Wu Zhao nodded and a smile appeared on her face, but Gao Yang shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I only said this so-called elite troops for the King of Yan to hear. How can I really give him elite troops? How can our Dacian elite be so worthless? Wu Zhao was stunned when she heard this. If we don't give him elite troops, what should we give him? Gao Yang showed a simple smile on his face. We haven't killed all the prisoners of the Chu kingdom yet. Some of the old, weak, sick and disabled will be given to the Grand Princess of Chu. The rest will be mixed with some death row prisoners, mentally ill people and criminals in Chang'an, and we will have enough. If it's not enough, eunuchs can make up the number. What? The old, the weak, the sick, the condemned, the eunuchs, the mentally ill? Gao Chang, isn't this too cruel? Wu Zhao looked shocked. Cui Xinghe's mouth twitched. Gao Yang shook his head and said, This Yan Wushuang is far superior to the Crown Prince of Yan in terms of conversation and ability. We just want civil strife in Dian, but we don't want a Yan Wushuang who is 10 or even 100 times more powerful than the Crown Prince of Dian to ascend the throne. What's more, Yan Wushuang is capable of commanding troops. Your Majesty can trust King Yan for dealing with these mere criminals. He can handle them. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply, but she had to say that Gao Yang was right. Even if Yan Wushuang was tricked to death, it would not be a loss for Dacian. On the contrary, Yan Wushuang ascended the throne too smoothly, which was not a good thing for Dacian. And Your Majesty knows that I have always been a very cautious person. I am afraid that Yan Wushuang will really kill his brother and imprison his father soon, ascend the throne and become emperor, and suppress Dian with thunderous means. So I have also laid out an extremely vicious plan. And this plan is Yan Wushuang's killer move, which is completely unpredictable. As Gao Yang spoke, his eyes flickered, and the temperature in the entire imperial study dropped by several degrees. Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask, What kind of vicious plan do you have? Gao Yang glanced at Cui Xinghe. Everyone in the Cui family was in Chang'an City, so he was not afraid of Cui Xinghe leaking the secret. Your Majesty, you know about land annexation, right? When Wu Zhao heard this, she was completely stunned. Gao Yang continued, The land of the noble families is tax-free, so they will inevitably annex the land of the common people for profit. The common people do not have enough food, so they can only borrow high-interest loans from the noble families to survive. Once they can't pay back the food, the land will be annexed by the noble families. In this way, a dead loop is formed. My evil plan is hidden in the solution to this problem. I am not afraid that the King of Yan will not be fooled by this difficult problem, he. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's expression became even weirder. She and Shang Wanwana looked at each other. Gao Yang's words were not exactly the same as Cui Xinghe's, but there was no difference at all. Cui Xinghe was also stunned. His eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. There is a traitor in the imperial study. P.S. 2 chapters are big chapters, equivalent to the usual 3 chapters. 3 chapters will be updated every day in September, absolutely no less.
If there is one less update, I will punch you hard in the lower abdomen. Chapter 301 The Law of All Things, Conservation of Energy. Cui Xinghe stared at Gao Yang, then looked at Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er, and his expression gradually changed. That doesn't make sense. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er had never left the palace, and he only came up with the big problem of land annexation tonight, so he hurried into the palace. Even Cui Jian doesn't know this. How did Gao Yang know this? Is this really just a coincidence? Cui Xinghe had a strange look on his face and felt a little uneasy standing there, but he still wanted to listen more. At this time, Gao Yang continued to speak. Your Majesty, the solution is very simple. As the saying goes, there is no way to increase grain production and solve the problem. The only way is to start with borrowing. Therefore, the solution I want to give to His Royal Highness Prince Yan is for the government to lend money to the people and replace the position of the aristocratic families in this cycle of conspiracy. In the 1st and 5th months of each year, the imperial court allows people in financial difficulties to borrow money for a period of 6 months with a 20% interest rate. I call this method the Qingmiao method. Gao Yang raised 2 fingers and spoke eloquently. Cui Xinghe was completely shocked. He widened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang with disbelief. These are the words he just said to Wu Zhao, but Cui Xinghe was standing behind Gao Yang, so Gao Yang did not see the expression on Cui Xinghe's face. When Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er heard this, they also became a little uneasy. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes, especially Wu Zhao. She could hardly sit still. What Gao Yang said cannot be said to be exactly the same as what Cui Xinghe said before, but at least there is no difference. But Cui Xinghe praised it as a savior to slow down land annexation, but Gao Yang said it was a big trap prepared for King Yan, who was right between these two people. At this time, Gao Yang also realized something was wrong. Wu Zhao's reaction was somewhat different from what he expected. Not only did he look calm, but he also looked weird. What's going on? At this time, a voice full of energy and anger sounded from behind Gao Yang. High school students. You're ridiculous. You are talking nonsense. If the government lends money, the people who are in financial difficulty won't have to borrow from local wealthy families at high interest rates, and the cycle of land annexation will be broken. Not only that, the court can also collect a large sum of money from it to fill the national treasury, and it can be used by the people, and the people can also keep their own land. How can this method be a disaster for the country? Master Gao, I think you are harboring evil intentions and are slandering me. Gao Yang looked back and saw Cui Xinghe staring at him with anger on his face. His body was shaking slightly and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. Master Cui, I proposed the Qingmiao law to trick Yan Wushuang. Why are you so excited? Gao Yang looked puzzled. I guess it because Cui Xinghe wants to take the blame, so now Cui Xinghe starts to criticize him regardless of right or wrong. If that was the case, Gao Yang's face was solemn, then Cui Xinghe must not be allowed to stay. Mr. Gao, I am just discussing the matter at hand. Cui Xinghe said heavily. He was almost furious. There must be a traitor in the imperial study. Gao Yang was trying to block his way. Mr. Gao, to be honest, I just received a brilliant plan to solve the land annexation problem. This plan is not exactly the same as what Mr. Gao said just now, but there is no difference. But in the words of Lord Gao, this plan is a plan that will bring disaster to the country. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang became angry instantly. Who is it? Which bastard, this wicked person came up with this plan that will bring disaster to the country? He's actually quicker than me. Cui Xinghe's face darkened, and he said in great displeasure, Sir Gao, it is me. Besides, with Lord Gao's intelligence, even if he didn't know that this plan was proposed by me at first, but as soon as Your Majesty opened his mouth just now, Lord Gao must have known it. Is it necessary to curse so badly? Sir Gao, you must give me an explanation for such insults. How can this method harm the country? Otherwise, I will never let it go. Cui Xinghe had a dark face, and his eyes were frighteningly bright in the imperial study. He stared straight at Gao Yang. Wu Zhao was also convinced by Gao Yang's temper. That curse was mixed with a lot of personal grudges, but she was also a little curious. How could Cui Xinghe's method be considered a plan that would bring disaster to the country? My dear Gao, please tell me, how can Cui Zhuangyuan's method be a disaster for the country? According to what you two said, if the government lends money, not only can the people get low-interest money to spend the difficult summer, but the court can also get some money to fill the treasury. This is a win-win strategy. But why did Gao Qing say that this is a plan that will bring disaster to the country? Wu Zhao spoke up, her face full of curiosity. She couldn't understand this. Cui Xinghao also bowed to Gao Yang and said solemnly, I beg Master Gao to help me solve my doubts. He wanted to see Gao Yang's reasons. This strategy perfectly solved the closed loop of land annexation, benefiting the people and the court. What's wrong with this? Gao Yang even called it a vicious plot. Gao Yang saw this and said directly, Your Majesty, I do not deny that the original intention of this plan is good. This is also a very powerful strategy. I have to say that Cui Zhuanyuan is incredibly talented to come up with this plan. As he spoke, Cui Xinghe's expression improved. Wu Zhao was even more puzzled, but the next second, Gao Yang changed his tone. But this plan seriously violates a law. This law is regarded by me as the truth of all things. Once it is violated, he will change his original intention, which will lead to a series of problems. That is why I set a trap for His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen. Gao Yang looked solemn. The truth of everything? Wu Zhao tapped her fingers slowly on the table, her phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang. What is the law of this truth? Gao Yang said word by word, everything in the world will generate energy. This energy will not be created out of thin air, but it will not disappear out of thin air either. The energy of all things will only transform from one form to another. Your Majesty can also understand that energy will only be transferred from one object to other objects. But in this process, the total amount of energy remains unchanged. I call it the law of conservation of energy. Wu Zhao frowned. Shang Wanwaner looked thoughtful. The law of conservation of energy? Gao Yang nodded, his face full of admiration. This law of conservation of energy not only explains things in nature, but also some incredible things. For example, the battery will not disappear out of thin air. When my law enforcement recorder is out of power, the stun baton in my hand must have power. To put it simply, when I was interrogating someone, the iron in my hand started to cool down, which meant that the chest of one of the prisoners started to turn red. That's the heat transferring. Wu Xiao, Shangguan Waner, Cui Xinghe, speak human language. Wu Zhao tapped the armrest of the dragon throne with her fingers and spoke briefly. Okay. According to the Qingmiao law, if the people don't have enough food, they can ask the government for a loan. The government sets a lower interest rate, so the people can breathe a sigh of relief and keep their land, and the court can also collect a large sum of money to fill the national treasury. It seems like a win-win situation, but according to the law of conservation of energy, the money in the original event was fixed. Now both the people and the court have made money. So who has lost in comparison? Chapter 302. No matter how good the policy is, it needs the officials to implement it. Buzz. Almost in an instant, the expression on Wu Zhao's face changed. His gaze suddenly turned to Gao Yang in the center of the imperial study. His phoenix eyes focused and he realized the key point of the problem. Cui Xinghe's expression also changed, and he became a little uneasy. Although he didn't understand Gao Yang's previous statement about the law of conservation of energy, he understood this sentence: when the original interests became a win-win situation for the people and the court because of the intervention of the Qingmiao law. Who was the one who lost money? A terrifying four-character phrase emerged: the world's aristocratic family. Cui Xinghe's expression changed drastically. Yes, it is the world's aristocratic family. It turns out that the common people can't afford to live, so they can only borrow from the noble families and landlords in various places. The noble families take advantage of this to annex the common people's land and make a fortune from it. But the emergence of the Qingmiao law changed the distribution of benefits. Common people can borrow money with less interest, the court makes a lot of money, and the aristocratic families can't even get a penny. That's the problem. If we want to do this, we have to change the law. These words were so powerful that Wu Zhao looked even more moved, especially the last word Gao Yang said made her pupils shrink. Political reform. Since ancient times, everyone knows that reform can make a country strong, but it also often touches the interests of too many people. Don't change the law easily unless it is the most urgent moment. Cui Xinghe looked unhappy, but now he has no choice. Once Gao Yang makes this matter true and accuses him of plotting to bring disaster to the country, he will be finished by then, let alone Cui Jian's concubine. Once Wu Zetian gets angry, even the entire Cui family will be finished. Master Gao, since ancient times, reforms have been made for the purpose of strengthening the country. This will definitely anger other interest groups. But just because the interests of the world's noble families are violated, we will not do it, and let the annexation of land continue to become serious until it endangers the foundation of the country? Master Gao, this is a little unreasonable, isn't it?
Cui Xinghan narrowed his eyes and his voice suddenly rang out. Gao Yang saw this and said directly, Master Cui is wrong.
I have always supported the reform.
But I absolutely do not support the Qingmiao law, because it has too many variables and is difficult to control.
Why? Cui Xinghe continued to ask.
In fact, the 7 countries introduced a system of ever-level warehouses many years ago. Although the content of each country is different, the core is similar. In good years, the supply of grain in the market exceeds the demand, so the price of grain begins to fall. At this time, the government comes forward to purchase grain at an appropriate price to prevent the price of grain from falling too much and harming the interests of the people. During a disaster year, the grain harvest is poor, the supply of grain in the market is less than the demand, and the grain price starts to rise. At this time, the government can sell the grain stored in the good years at a low price to stabilize the grain price. This is macro control of grain prices in the market to protect the interests of the people.
This is a very good method, but what about now?
Cui Xinghe was speechless for a moment. Gao Yang's voice continued to sound, neither happy nor sad, as if he was talking about something extremely normal, poor policy implementation.
Officials are corrupt. Financial difficulties everywhere. Speculators are thriving. Not to mention the officials enriching themselves and misappropriating the grain.
With each of these words, Wu Zhao and Cui Xinghe's faces became more solemn, and even turned pale. Wu Zhao couldn't help but say, so Gao Chang meant. Gao Yang stood straight, his eyes seemed to see through everything. What I mean is very simple. No matter how good a policy is, it still needs to be implemented by local officials. Food prices change at the touch of a button.
What is a high price and what is a low price?
And in some places, officials are afraid of taking responsibility, so they report it up the chain of command, and by the time a decision is made, the price of grain has changed.
Not to mention that some wealthy businessmen also took advantage of the operating mechanism of Chongping Warehouse.
For their own benefit, they colluded with officials and businessmen. When Chongping Warehouse purchased grain, they began to drive up the price of grain. When Chongping Warehouse sold it at a low price, they began to sweep it up and then sold it at a high price, making huge profits. When the finances are bad and famine occurs, the treasury is empty, and the money used by the Chongping Warehouse to purchase grain is diverted to be used as military expenses. The policy may be good, but once it is passed down to the grassroots and poorly implemented, it will often change and even become harmful. These words, like a storm, suddenly swept through the entire imperial study. Wu Zhao looked serious, with endless shock in her heart. Gao Yang's words woke her up. The Qingmiao law is certainly a good policy, but when it is passed on to the common people, can they really benefit from it? Is this strategy really so perfect? Just like the emergence of Chongping Warehouse, it is such a good policy, but now it is almost in name only, and the reason behind it is just as Gao Yang said. Call. Wu Zhao let out a long sigh, and then said to Gao Yang, I understand what Mr. Gao said. This Qingmiao law may seem perfect, but in reality, it will be like the Chongping Warehouse law. It will not be implemented and will lead to more serious consequences.
So, you have dug a big trap for the King of Yin? Gao Yang nodded and said, not bad. The Qingmiao law will also face a very serious problem, that is the ability of the ruling officials.
If the local officials are capable, the people will naturally benefit from it, and they will also be able to suppress the local aristocratic families.
Otherwise, it would be a disaster. The people will suffer even more.
Secondly, since the Qingmiao law is a government loan, there must be certain restrictions.
If a commoner can borrow money at will, what if countless people borrow money for free? This is human nature. Don't underestimate it.
Chapter 303 Your Majesty, we are guaranteed to lose. Cui Xinghe was speechless when he heard this. He ignored this problem. Once the people can no longer survive, how can they not get something for free? If he can't pay it back, what good will it do even if he's killed? His expression suddenly became serious. Gao Yang continued, but if there are excessive restrictions, such as each household cannot borrow more than 500 coins, and 5 or 10 households are required as guarantors, the government will not be afraid of someone not repaying the money, but it will also cause difficulties in borrowing, and no one will be willing to guarantee. This is where the Qingmiao law is bound to be contradictory. If 5 households are not jointly held as guarantors, there is a fear that someone will take advantage of the situation for free, and the person will die and the birds will fall to the sky. If 5 households are jointly held as guarantors, some people will be unwilling to guarantee, and borrowing will be troublesome. Once lending is not flexible enough, its effectiveness will not be that great. Wu Zhao nodded seriously. What Gao Yang said was indeed a huge problem. She was thinking too superficially. There would be a lot of trouble if she actually put it into practice. Cui Xing had trembled with his lips and fell silent. Gao Yang smiled. Of course, if that were all, I wouldn't have bothered to set a trap for the king of Yan. The truly vicious thing about this plan is that it will lead to the great scourge of party strife. Boom! Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao clenched her fist suddenly and her heart tightened. Party strife? She squinted her eyes and repeated. Gao Yang said calmly, yes, if we want to talk about this issue, we must say that for all officials in this world, is the country more important than the family, or is the family more important than the country? This question is very important. Wu Zhao's expression was indifferent, and her phoenix eyes suddenly turned cold. She could almost figure out the answer with her feet. Cui Xinghe couldn't help but ask, Master Gao, what does the Qingmiao law have to do with this? As Gao Yang spoke one word after another, he felt as if he was approaching death. It's very simple, because once the reform harms the interests of the world's aristocratic families, 2 voices will definitely appear. The laws of our ancestors cannot be changed, and natural disasters cannot be feared. Our ancestors are not worthy of our laws, and the words of others are not worthy of our sympathy. In the final analysis, any kind of reform is essentially a struggle between conservatives and reformists, all for the interests behind them. The green seedling law is shaking the foundation of land annexation and the interests of the world's aristocratic families. That's another thing to say. Although Daqian created the imperial examination system, which gave ordinary people an additional path to success, the resources of the two are still incomparable. Children of aristocratic families have been tutored by great scholars since childhood, and their families have tens of thousands of books. Apart from studying every day, they don't have to work for a living. But what about the children of ordinary people? They usually work in the fields, swinging their hoes until they are smoking, and they are exhausted as dead dogs at night. How can they have the energy to study? Not to mention that they can't even afford to go to private schools, so there are no books to read. It is very appropriate to say that it is difficult for a poor family to produce a noble son. However, in my great Qian, as in the 7 kingdoms, poor families were also aristocratic families in the past, but they fell into poverty later on. This is what is called a poor family. What about the native people? So a big network woven by the world's noble families is bound to penetrate deep into the local areas, and everyone in the officialdom will take care of each other and promote each other. As a member of the family, how can I not repay the family? So the interests that are shaken by the Qingmiao law, to put it nicely, are those of the world's aristocratic families. To put it bluntly, it is also closely related to the officials in the court. Boom! When Wu Zhao heard this, she stood up immediately. She looked at Gao Yang intently, and every word Gao Yang said pierced her heart. The faces of hundreds of officials appeared in his mind one by one. Is the country greater than the family, or is the family greater than the country? These words buzzed in her mind, causing her hands to clench tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She knew the answer clearly in her heart. Cui Xinghe seemed to have lost all his strength, his body was a little limp, and he had to force himself to keep his back straight. Will this fight be extremely serious? Wu Zhao said in a deep voice, with a serious look on her face. Gao Yang nodded without hesitation. One's position is determined by one's position. When the reform touches upon the interests of the conservatives, a conflict between the two sides will surely break out. This is inevitable. So by then, it will definitely lead to a phenomenon. Once the Prince of Yan becomes the Emperor of Yan, if he wants to reform, he must use new ministers. If the new law is to be implemented, then all the conservatives who oppose it will be demoted back to their hometowns. Similarly, if the reform fails, these recalled conservatives will definitely demote the new party without any mercy. By then, party disputes will form and become extremely serious. Anyone who doesn't obey me and is not one of my people will be demoted. From a positive point of view, the imperial power will be more concentrated than ever before, and the emperor can do great things with great resolutions.
But from a negative point of view, if the emperor is incompetent, it will be a disaster. If the treacherous officials please the emperor, they will exclude the loyal officials. Then the court will be in chaos. When officials no longer work for the prosperity of the country and the people, but instead exclude each other and fight for power, they will decline. But Yan Wushuang is completely unaware of all this, because his outburst will take time and will not manifest immediately. Moreover, he absolutely cannot foresee the consequences. In other words, this vicious plan of mine is a vicious plan targeting the future generations of Yan state for decades. As long as a tyrant ruler appears in Great Yan, it will suddenly explode. A moment. Wu Zhao's face changed drastically and she stared at Gao Yang deeply. Cui Xinghe's waist, which had been trying to stand straight for 20 years, completely collapsed at this moment. His face was full of disbelief. Gao Yang was obviously younger than him and had not even been crowned yet, but why did he come up with such vicious schemes one after another? And he could even predict the slightest changes, from the officials in the imperial court to the common people from various noble families. Everything was within his plan. This is no longer a matter of taking one step and looking 3 steps ahead, but a plan that will explode in the next 10 or even dozens of years. It can even cause chaos in a country. What kind of skill is this? Cui Xinghe stared at Gao Yang's back with a complicated expression, from despising Gao Yang, to firmly believing that he was not inferior to Gao Yang, to finally trying hard to catch up with Gao Yang, and now he felt that he could hardly even see Gao Yang's back as he was chasing him. Shang Wanwana was also shocked and had a complicated expression. Gao Yang's Qingmiao method really scared her. Even Wu Zhao, who was somewhat used to Gao Yang, couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "This Qingmiao method is bound to fail?" Gao Yang stood straight with a confident look on his face. "Your Majesty, I guarantee you will win." The resistance from the aristocratic families, the uneven abilities of local officials, the forced promotion of the Qingmiao law to please their superiors, and the officials below forcing the people to borrow money in order to complete the court's tasks. Add to that the factional struggles in the court and everyone's selfishness. It's like a person wearing tight clothes. If he takes too big a step, he will hurt his balls. The Qingmiao law is doomed to fail. Wu Zhao's eyelids twitched, and she chose to ignore this nonsense. On the contrary, she became somewhat excited. According to Gao Yang, the Qingmiao method is a big trap set for Yan Wushuang. This method is very clever. Did Yan Wushuang fall for it? Wu Zhao asked somewhat excitedly. Not yet. I estimate it will take some time. I haven't told him the specific content of the Qingmiao law yet. The king of Yan thinks my price is too high and has not paid me yet, but I think he will agree to it. Gao Yang replied, "Give me money?" Wu Zhao immediately realized the key point of Gao Yang's words. "Gao Cheng, did you receive the money?" Gao Yang said with a serious face, "I only told King Yan about the disadvantages of land annexation, but the solution will cost some money. But this is definitely not because I am greedy for money, but things that cost money will make Yan Wushuang more convinced that it is right. So I'll take a little bit." Wu Xiao, she stared at Gao Yang, coughed twice and asked, "This is just a little bit, how much is it?" Gao Yang slowly raised 3 fingers with a solemn expression. 300 taels. P.S. Some readers don't believe me, so I promise that I must push myself in September. You can all be my witnesses and read it every day. If there is one less update, the author will not be able to bear the brunt of it and will directly criticize myself. Chapter 304. Do you still dare to ask me for money? 300 taels? Is it really only 300 taels? Wu Zhao had a strange look on her face, and her phoenix eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. 300 taels of silver is a sky-high price for ordinary people, but for Gao Yang, would he be willing to pay that much? Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he was not panicked at all. He nodded and said, "Yes, it is exactly 300 taels. Deceiving the emperor is a serious crime. How dare I deceive your majesty? 300 taels, not a penny more." Wu Zhao looked thoughtful, but did not continue speaking. On the contrary, Cui Xinghe knelt down directly, with his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, his face looking extremely ugly. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. I didn't think enough. This is why I made this absurd suggestion and almost made a huge mistake." Although Cui Xinghe was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still took the initiative to apologize to Wu Zhao. What Gao Yang said almost became something that was bound to happen.
From these perspectives, the failure of the Qingmiao law was doomed to fail. His thinking was still too one-sided. The core of the Qingmiao law is to take the imperial court as the main body and allow the imperial court to lend money to replace the interests of the aristocratic families. However, if the government relaxes lending, it must bind 5 or even 10 households, some of which must be large households, otherwise, the people would not be able to survive and would come to borrow money. If they could not pay it back, they would flee into the mountains. Once too many people were borrowing for free, it would become a joke. Bundling policy is imperative. Gao Yang even thought of this, and considered 5 or 10 households as a whole, and also included large households. Once someone can't pay back, the others will have to pay together, which will make the problem even bigger. The big households have grain and are unwilling to borrow it, but the small households will think that as long as they bundle the loans together, then even if they cannot pay it back later, it doesn't matter, because there will be others to help them pay it back. In this way, no one can escape the trampling of human nature. Not to mention, once the new law is implemented, some officials below will resort to oppression in order to push the new law. Under various reactions, the Qingmiao law will definitely present 2 extremes. In the hands of local honest officials, the people will live and work in peace and contentment, but if it is a corrupt official, the Qingmiao law will definitely bring disaster to the people. Gao Yang, you had already expected this. Not only would the Qingmiao law fail, it would also aggravate the already existing factional struggles in the court, leaving behind endless disasters. Gao Yang had anticipated all of this. He used it as a plan to save the world, while Gao Yang used it to dig a big hole. To cheat people. In an instant, the difference was clear. Wu Zhao looked at Cui Xinghe and said calmly, Cui Zhuanyuan is also devoted to the country. How can I blame you? Go down. Cui Xinghe raised his head and stood up. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave. Cui Xinghe looked embarrassed. Before leaving, he looked at Gao Yang deeply. His waist, which had been straight, suddenly collapsed at that moment, and he felt that it would be difficult for him to stand up again. He could look 10 steps ahead before taking 1 step, and even calculate what would happen decades later. What a great ability this was! He even predicted all the disasters that would follow after the Qingmiao technique was implemented. Cui Xinghe admitted that he was definitely not at that level. In the entire Dacian, besides Gao Yang, who else can do it? But at the same time, he really sympathized with Yan Wushuang. Meeting Gao Yang was really bad luck. Not only did he lose 300 taels, but he was also cheated badly. Cui Xinghe shook his head and left. After Cui Xinghe left, Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao with dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, as an emperor, how can you be so soft-hearted as a woman? If I hadn't thought of this, this Qingmiao law would have been harmful to Dacian if it had really been implemented. When Wu Zhao heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Cao Chang, I advise you to be kind. I have always felt guilty towards Cui Zhuanyuan for the previous assassination. Besides, to be fair, Cui Zhuanyuan was able to realize the harm of land annexation and even thought of the Qingmiao law. At this age, and in Chang'an City, this is already very rare, and extremely talented. Wu Zhao spoke slowly, looking at Gao Yang with a hint of helplessness. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but he did not deny that Cui Xinghe had some stuff. From a strategic point of view, the Qingmiao method was an excellent plan and it was very effective for land annexation, but the Qingmiao law has too many requirements and too many uncontrollable factors. This has exactly the opposite effect. Otherwise, it really is a good strategy for governing a country, but precisely because of this, Cui Xinghe is more likely to seek death. This is a necessary quality for a poisonous person, but Wu Zhao felt guilty about it, so she didn't even punish the murderer. Let alone take action, but from another perspective, Wu Zhao was not that cruel, which was also a good thing for him. But since the green crop law is useless and the disaster is so great, how can we curb this land annexation? We can't just leave it alone. According to what Cui Zhuanyuan and Mr. Gao said, this land annexation is also happening in Dacian, and it is even endangering the foundation of the country. Shangguan Wana spoke up, with a hint of worry on her face. When Wu Zhao heard this, her brows furrowed, but she suddenly had an idea and set her eyes on Gao Yang. Gao Cheng, since you have studied the land annexation so thoroughly, you can even formulate a vicious plan around it. Then you must have a solution to the land annexation problem, right? Wu Zhao said quietly, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang. Yang's body trembled instantly. This Wu Zhao is used to taking advantage of him. Ahem, of course there is such a way, but Gao Yang spoke for a while. His eyes fell on Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao took a glance and felt that Gao Yang was up to no good. Gao Chang, if you have something to say, just say it. It's not like you to be so hesitant. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, I do have some ideas, but you also know that I am a civil official. You know, since ancient times, knowledge has to be revered, and knowledge must be paid for. After some words, Shang Wanwaner and Wu Zhao were both stunned. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Gao Yang, are you asking His Majesty for money? Shang Wanwaner said in shock, her face full of astonishment. Wu Zhao also looked at Gao Yang in disbelief and pointed at herself. Gao Yang, it's okay for you to ask the Prince of Dian for money, but you dare to ask me for money? The money was 300 taels, and Wu Zhao washed her hair while standing upside down. It would have been fine if Gao Yang had cheated Yan Wushuang and taken the money, but now he even dared to ask this of her. But she changed her mind and suddenly smiled. Well, I will be in awe just once. You took 300 taels from Yan Wushuang, so I will also give you 300 taels, but I am the Queen of Dakian, so I have to give you a discount anyway. One price, 30 taels. Chapter 305, The Single Whip Law and the Tax Rate Based on Land Area. Gao Yang was stunned by these words. 30 taels, he looked stunned, but he knew that Wu Zetian said this on purpose. Your Majesty, Gao Yang wanted to struggle, but Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. After hearing this cold snort, Gao Yang immediately shrank back. Given Gao Qing's money-making skills, and the money he got from the eldest prince of Zhao, plus the money from the Duke Dinghua's mansion, Gao Chang must have a lot of money. I'm curious, why do you need so much money? Wu Zhao spoke up, somewhat curious. Logically speaking, Gao Yang is not short of money. Could it be that asking for money and corruption are just personal interests and hobbies? But this is obviously not reasonable. At this time, Gao Yang said solemnly, I also have a plan in mind that can slow down the pace of land annexation. These words directly interrupted Wu Zhao's thoughts. Her eyes lit up. She didn't expect that Gao Yang actually had a way to deal with land annexation. If the Qingmiao method doesn't work, what other tricks does Gao Yang have? This plan of mine is called the tax sharing system, the one whip system. As Gao Yang spoke, a strong sense of confidence appeared on his face, and his voice echoed directly throughout the imperial study. Wu Zhao asked curiously, one whip law, dividing the tax by the acreage? What is this method? The so-called one whip law, as its name suggests, is essentially about the fact that there are too many taxes in this world. These taxes oppress the people, and there are many kinds of them. The people only know that if the superiors want to collect, then they have to pay. This gives some people the opportunity to take advantage of loopholes, and further increases the burden on the people. The one whip law is a thorough integration, which will classify all the taxes in the world into one. As soon as these words fell, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. She was excited and realized the benefits of the whip method at the first moment. This method is wonderful. Once there are too many taxes, it will inevitably give some corrupt officials in my Dakian an opportunity to take advantage of it. Although I don't understand the room for maneuver, I do know a thing or two. But if all the exorbitant taxes in the world were merged, then the paths of these corrupt officials would be blocked and they would not be able to make money, which would naturally reduce the pressure on the people. With fewer taxes and levies, people will face less pressure, which will naturally ease land annexation. Gao Chang, this is a brilliant plan. Wu Zhao did not hide her admiration. Gao Yang not only has a unique talent for making money, but also has an excellent talent for governing domestic affairs. This whip method represents so much. Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. But this one whip method is not the most ruthless one. It is only aimed at the heavy taxes and levies in the world of Dakian, and the corrupt officials who use them to make money. Gao Yang smiled, his eyes flickering, just like a poisonous snake, cunning and bloodthirsty. Seeing this, Wu Zhao couldn't help but be even more surprised. Isn't this whip method the most cruel? Gao Yang nodded and said, yes, compared to the one whip method, this tax sharing method is the most ruthless. Because he is targeting the middle class, that is, the gentry. The so-called land tax distribution is very simple. Some of the noble families who annexed the land were high-ranking officials with tax exemption rights, but the other part was related to the head tax that is still in effect in Dakian and even in the 7 kingdoms of the world. The way the world collects taxes is based on the number of people, not on the amount of land. There are too many loopholes in this. The tax is based on the amount of land, which means to investigate all the land in the country and change the head tax to taxes based on the amount of land. After Gao Yang said this, Wu Zhao could no longer sit still, her eyes lit up and she suddenly understood. Change the head tax to 1 based on the amount of land. Okay. Wu Zhao said 3 good words in a row, which was enough to show her inner excitement. If the one-whip method is cruel enough, then the land tax can be called a trump card. If this gets out, I'm afraid countless people will want to eat Gao Yang's flesh and drink Gao Yang's blood. This is even more cruel than the Qingmiao law, Gao Yang explained. Compared with the wealthy families, or even the local noble families, it is extremely unfair for the common people to pay taxes based on their heads, because the common people don't have much land at all. But the land and population owned by the noble families and the wealthy households are not proportional, so this will also lead to a phenomenon that the more land the noble families annex, the more tax they pay. After all, the money is collected based on the number of people in the family. But once it's changed, Gao Yang smiled and said nothing more, but this one laugh meant so much. Good for you, Gao Yang. Why didn't you tell me this brilliant plan earlier? Wu Zhao was so excited that she stood up directly. Her noble face was even more beautiful under the candlelight and the night sky of the imperial study. Gao Yang accidentally took a few more glances. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. You didn't even ask me. Gao Yang's words were justified. Wu Zhao, she stared at Gao Yang and took several breaths. Gao Yang was useful and strong in all aspects, but there was just one thing about him: he was irritating. But there is no way. It's still the words in her call for talents. Extraordinary achievements require extraordinary people. For the sake of Daqian, I endured it, not to mention, she even tolerated Zhao Yuheng. I will summon the 6 ministries to discuss tomorrow. I will implement the single whip law and the land tax law. Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang, her phoenix eyes filled with determination. Your Majesty, this will have to wait. When Wu Zhao was full of ambition, Gao Yang interrupted her directly. Wu Zhao asked unhappily, why? Your Majesty, in fact, the Qingmiao law is also a good policy, but because it touches the interests of various noble families, conflicts between the two sides began to erupt. Although the single whip law and the land tax system are good, they will also shake the interests of these people. Please forgive me for speaking frankly. Now Zhao state has not been dealt with, and there are still vassal kings plotting ill. Your Majesty should not make changes. You must know that being too hasty can easily lead to trouble. Wu Zhao's face darkened, and she said unhappily, I have no balls, how can I talk nonsense? Gao Yang, that's easy. Seeing this, Gao Yang subconsciously looked at Wu Zhao's perfect figure under her dragon robe, but what he saw head-on was Wu Zhao's murderous face. He immediately said with a serious face, what I mean is that everything is excessive or insufficient, and there is no absolutely good policy in the world. It's just that relatively speaking, the single whip law and the land tax are more suitable for our Daqian. But now, the time is not yet ripe. Wu Zhao frowned and fell into thought. Although she was eager to reduce the burden on the people, what Gao Yang said made sense. Everything is excessive, and taking too big a step can easily tear your balls or squeeze your chest, and Daqian has too many things to do now, and each one is extremely important. It's still time after all. Then I'll wait a little longer. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said. Chapter 306, Men, you have to hold on even if you can't. Gao Yang smiled and bowed, Your Majesty is wise. Let's wait and see if Yan Wushuang is lucky enough to become the Emperor of Yan. Once he launches the Green Sprout Law, we can implement the single whip law and the land tax. Wu Zhao, I think it's just waiting for you to collect the 300 taels of silver, right? Wu Zhao's face was full of meaning, and she deliberately bit the heavier bet to 300 taels. Gao Yang laughed and said, Your Majesty, my family is poor and I have a large family to support. I will accept the 300 taels. In response, Wu Zhao just showed a sneer on her face. If this was really 300 taels, she would have just eaten it up, or at least added a 0. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. It is getting late now, and Your Majesty should rest early. Gao Yang saw Wu Zhao's expression change, so he spoke hesitantly. Wu Zhao immediately nodded and waved. Gao Yang turned and left, but when he was about to leave the hall, he suddenly stopped and turned his head abruptly. Master Gao, do you have anything else to do? Wu Zhao asked with a curious look on her face. Gao Yang nodded and held out his hand. Your Majesty, when would it be convenient for you to give me the 30 taels of silver? After hearing these words, Wu Zhao almost started coughing violently. This Gao Yang, he really dares to ask for it. I won't owe you a penny, you can rest assured.
Go down, I am tired too. There is an early court tomorrow. Don't be late, or the fine will be more than just 30 taels of silver. Wu Zhao said quietly. Gao Yang smiled immediately. Okay, Your Majesty, don't worry, I am not a person who likes to be late. Then, Gao Yang left the imperial study and considerately closed the door of the imperial study. With Gao Yang's departure, the hall became quiet. Wu Zhao's eyes were deep, and she suddenly said, "This Gao Yang is too miserly. I am curious about what he wants to do." "Why does Your Majesty say that?" Shang Wanwaner asked curiously. "This guy has made a lot of money from the Crown Prince of Zhao. He hasn't even given me the account book for his soap business yet. Even if it's really 70% to 30%, he can still make a lot. Not to mention the sugar business, even Yan Wushuan can make a fortune. But why does he need so much silver?" Upon hearing this, Shang Wanwaner was also stunned. After a while, she asked, "Is it a hobby?" Wu Zhao looked thoughtful, then shook her head. Too much wealth is sometimes not a good thing. Others may not understand this, but Gao Yang certainly does. Poison Master, what you are best at is keeping yourself safe. He has been full of vicious schemes. It's not enough for Cui Xinghe to take the blame alone. Moreover, how long can this matter be concealed? That's a question. Based on my understanding of Gao Yang, he will definitely find a way to reverse his reputation, or even take his life firmly into his own hands. He behaves like this in front of me. Isn't he afraid? But why is he not afraid? Wu Zhao talked to herself, as if questioning her own heart, but then, a smile appeared on her face. "I believe that I will know this in no time. I'm curious, what will he do with so much silver?" Duke of Zhongwei Gao Yang got off the carriage and went straight into the mansion. Seeing this, Uncle Fu hurried forward and asked, "Master, you are back?" Gao Yang nodded, and then asked, "What? Is there anything else?" Seeing this, Uncle Fu said hesitantly, "My lord, the woman sent by the eldest prince of Zhao is still in the room. I'm afraid she is still waiting for you." Mu Shueyao? Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, thinking of Bai Ri's warm heart. "It's this girl." "My lord, it's getting late. You have to attend the morning court tomorrow. Do you still want to go?" Uncle Fu looked at Gao Yang. He was very worried. Gao Yang stood straight with a serious look on his face. "It doesn't matter. This woman must be a spy sent by the eldest prince of Zhao. I disguised myself very well outside. Everyone in the world thinks I am lustful. The sky may collapse, the earth may cave in, but my character cannot fall. For the sake of Dakian, I can only join the game as a counselor. Uncle Fu, lead the way." A firm voice, as if willing to die for the people at any time, suddenly sounded in Uncle Fu's ears. As if he was determined to go all out, Uncle Fu said in a low voice, "Young master, can you bear it?" Outside the mansion, a strong wind blew, blowing Gao Yang's robe, giving off a desolate feeling. "Men, you have to hold on even if you can't." Uncle Fu immediately looked admiring. Soon, Gao Yang arrived outside Mu Shuia's room. He simply reached out and opened the door. The eldest prince of Zhao State had something to ask of him, and they now had a very close relationship, so he could be almost 100% confident in Mu Shuia. As soon as he opened the door, Gao Yang saw Mu Shuia wearing a loose silk pajamas, sitting on the edge of the bed. She had a graceful figure with exquisite curves. Her pajamas were tightly attached to her body, with a slightly open neckline, a high collarbone and fair skin. Hiss. Gao Yang took a breath when he saw Mu Shuio after taking a bath. I have to say that Mu Shuio is worthy of being the beauty carefully selected by the crown prince of Zhao to seduce him. Her figure and face are really amazing. Using this beauty to attack his soft spot, the Zhao state is really ambitious, sinister, vicious and cunning, which makes him very happy. "Sir, you really made Shuio wait so long. Shuio thought you would not come tonight and had already forgotten about her." Mu Shuio bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her beautiful eyes looked so aggrieved that they seemed to be filled with tears. She walked towards Gao Yang, her two slender legs faintly visible in the light of her pajamas, as if they were carved from the finest white jade. At the same time, a pleasant fragrance permeates the nostrils, and this fragrance seems to evoke the most primitive desires in people's hearts. Gao Yang walked forward calmly and said calmly, "I chatted with the king of Yen outside, and then went to the palace to meet his majesty. I talked a little about Zhao Gao, so I was delayed for a while."
When Mu Shuiao heard the name Zhao Gao, her heart moved instantly, but her fair face did not change at all. She opened her red lips and said, "Your Excellency is wholeheartedly devoted to the country and the people. Shuiao admires you." Gao Yan looked at the very attractive Mu Shuiao, and he calmly picked up a jade hairpin on the table. "This jade hairpin will definitely look good on you." As he spoke, Gao Yang inserted the jade hairpin in his hand into Mu Shuiao's hair with extremely gentle movements. Mu Shuiao was stunned, and her whole body felt as if she had been electrocuted. She originally thought that Gao Yang was an extremely lustful person, and that if she arrived at the Duke Dinghua's mansion, she would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den, and would be doomed. There is no human rights at all, which is extremely miserable, but she didn't expect Gao Yang to be so gentle and careful, and he even considerately tied her hair. "Master Gao, you are so gentle," Mu Shuiao said with a moved expression. Her face was extremely attractive under the candlelight and natural body fragrance. "It's my duty. After all, the actions will be a bit rough later. Come on, squat down. I am a little angry now." Mu Shuiao, but she hesitated for a moment, then slowly squatted down. Chapter 307. Is this the price of becoming famous at a young age? Outdoors. I have to say, being young is good. Uncle Fu stared at the room not far away and sighed with envy. But the eldest son's urine has been yellowish recently, and it has also been split. It seems that his body is already in a state of deficiency. I need a prescription to replenish it. Uncle Fu sighed. Then when he turned around, what caught his eye was a very serious face. "It is obviously the peak. Master, you are still awake so late?" Uncle Fu looked surprised. "That evil boy is back?" Gao Feng asked in a deep voice, his eyes cold. "The eldest master is back and has gone to Miss Mu's room. Although Miss Mu is the eldest prince of Zhao, I think there will be no problem." Gao Feng nodded lightly. Uncle Fu asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing here?" "I wanted to talk to this bastard about the Ministry of Revenue, but now it seems that it is not necessary. We'll talk about it later," Gao Feng said lightly. There was a thoughtful look on Uncle Fu's old face. He was worthy of being the head of the family. As he said something with a double meaning, Gao Feng then turned around and walked towards his room, but in his mind, the faces of several women appeared one after another. Sir Shangguan, the young lady from the Lu family of the Lu mansion, the second princess of Dechu, and the eldest prince of Zhao who came to send Mu Shuiao. It is said that young fame comes at a high price, but is this the price of young fame? Damn, I'm so envious. Gao Feng thought about the faces of the girls, and at this moment he hated himself for being mediocre when he was young. The arrow that he shot when he was young hit him right between the eyebrows today. At the same time, the pitch-black night enveloped the entire city of Chang'an. In this endless darkness, only a few faint lights provided a glimmer of light. In a remote corner of Chang'an City, a thin woman was curled up quietly, with a pale and skinny little girl beside her. She was wearing tattered clothes that had been washed so often that the original color of the clothes could no longer be seen. There were patches all over the clothes and many loose threads at the cuffs. She held a black basin in her arms, tightly clenching her palms, as if the black basin in her hands was the most precious thing in her life. "Mom, are we going to the Dali temple tomorrow? Will they kick us out again? Those people are so fierce." The little girl opened her eyes wide and pursed her lips slightly, as if she was thinking about what happened during the day, and her thin body began to tremble slightly. The woman shook her head gently, her eyes looking into the endless darkness, as if filled with endless disappointment. "Not going anymore," said the woman. "If I don't go, how can I clear my father's name?" When the little girl heard this, she immediately became anxious and rolled up her thin arms under her sleeves. "Mom, Anan is not afraid. If those bad guys call us liars again and drive us out, I will fight them. Dad's grievances must be cleared." The woman looked at the little girl in front of her, stretched out her skinny hand and touched the little girl's face. She suddenly burst into tears. "Why is there such a good child in the world, and why is he my child? It's hard for you to follow your mother." When the little girl saw the woman crying, she quickly reached out her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. When she found that she could not wipe away all her tears, she became anxious. "Mom, please don't cry." The little girl was a little at a loss, her little face turned red from the cold night wind. The woman wiped the tears from her eyes and said to the little girl with a smile, "Mom, you are not crying because you are wronged. You are crying because you are relieved. Anan, are you afraid of death?"
Suddenly, the woman touched the little girl's face and asked, "Die?" The little girl looked puzzled, as if she didn't understand the meaning of the word. "It means leaving this world forever and going to where Daddy is," the woman said with a smile. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up and she spoke to the woman. "Anan is not afraid of death. After death, she will be able to see her father. She will be so happy to see him. Anan, I miss Daddy so much." When she said the last sentence, the little girl's mood suddenly dropped. The woman rubbed the little girl's head and held her in her arms. She spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Then, mother, I will take you to ask for help from someone. He is the only one who can help us in Chang'an. If he takes action, this injustice will be cleared, but is he willing?" Not far away, the night wind was howling, and the woman's voice was swallowed up by the cold wind and eventually disappeared. The next day, in the dim sky, a ray of golden sunlight shines through the clouds, illuminating the entire Chang'an. Gao Yang was sitting in the carriage, wearing an official robe, yawning lazily. He had dark circles under his eyes and he yawned and cursed. "What the hell? What's the difference between going to court and going to work? This is even more miserable. God damn it, going to court so early, you're crazy. It doesn't matter if this official is not qualified." Gao Yang couldn't help but curse, feeling extremely resentful at this moment. "Evil beast, be careful with your words." On the side, Gao Feng, who was wearing an official robe, heard what Gao Yang said and immediately scolded Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Gao Feng and said indifferently, "Father, His Majesty is not here, so it's harmless to talk casually, right?" Gao Feng had a stern face and said, "Father, are you worried that His Majesty will hear it? His Majesty is gracious to you, so it won't matter if he hears it. I am worried that if the common people and scholars all over the world hear what you said, they will not be able to resist and rush forward." One of the 6 ministries of Dakian, he was the current Minister of Revenue, and he held such great power even though he had not yet been crowned. Even if we look at the entire history of the 7 kingdoms, it is extremely rare and unique. As a result, this evil son was still not satisfied and even began to dislike attending court. You have to know that Gao Feng had been an official in the imperial court for nearly 20 years, and only with the help of the Duke Dingguo's mansion did he become a third-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Chapter 308, Stopping a Carriage in the Street. There is injustice. Gao Feng's face was full of sighs, but being just a minister of the Ministry of Revenue is not easy. As a result, when Gao Yang said this, he wanted to beat Gao Yang, let alone the people of the world. It should be noted that for ordinary people, once they passed the imperial examination and had the opportunity to become an official in the court, they had crossed the class barrier. "Father, beating an official appointed by the imperial court is a serious crime. This is a bit too much," Gao Yang said with a smile. Gao Feng's face was tense, and he snorted coldly, "I just said it casually. I must have been too tired last night. TSK, I even have dark circles under my eyes. It seems the battle was quite intense. Can you do it?" Suddenly, Gao Feng glanced at Gao Yang and spoke in a teasing voice. Chen Sheng and Zhao De were driving outside and also pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Gao Yang straightened his aching waist and said proudly, "Men can't do everything, but this must be done. Besides, even if it doesn't work, I can't ask my father for help." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's face changed immediately. "You bastard, you're talking nonsense. No matter how kind-hearted I am, I can't help you with this. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for using family rules." Gao Feng scolded directly with a serious expression. "Father, look at you, you get so impatient easily. I just said it casually, why do you have to be so excited, father? Besides, what's your attitude, father?" Gao Yang's expression was tense. "In the Duke Dingguo's mansion, I will call you father. Outside the Duke Dingguo's mansion, you should call me Lord Gao." "What? Evil beast." Gao Feng was instantly furious when he heard this. He looked around and began to look for something that would be handy. "Father, it's early in the morning and there are many people on the street. You must not do anything, otherwise others will laugh at you, which is very bad." Gao Yang said hurriedly. As soon as he said this, Gao Feng immediately wilted. Gao Yang doesn't care about face, but Gao Feng still has some dignity. It is indeed indecent to fight in the street. Outside the carriage, Chen Sheng and Zhao De, who were in charge of driving the carriage, couldn't help but smile, but they were used to it. Whenever they went to court, there would always be some noise in the carriage,
which added some fun and helped them pass the time. The carriage continued to move steadily towards the palace, but at this moment a woman holding a black basin, holding a little girl's hand, suddenly came to the middle of the road from one side. Two people, one big and one small, blocked the middle of the road, their eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. Whoa! When Chen Shang saw the woman and the little girl trying to stop the carriage, he hurriedly tightened the reins. He stood up suddenly and scolded the woman and the little girl. Bold! You dare to stop the carriage of Duke Dinghua's mansion? Do you want to live? Chen Shang's face was filled with rage. If he had not driven the car slowly enough and reined in his horse quickly enough, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So how could he not be angry? But because Chen Shang suddenly reined in his horse, the carriage was also shaken. Gao Yang didn't sleep well to begin with, and his butt was almost numb from the bumpy ride. Hearing the noise outside, he couldn't help it. Bumping into someone? It's fine if he was scammed before, but how could Dakian scam him? He immediately opened the curtain of the carriage and walked out angrily. When the woman saw Gao Yang, her eyes suddenly lit up and she knelt down. I am Lin, a commoner from Qingzhou. I have been wronged greatly. I beg Master Gao to clear my name. If Mr. Gao can clear my name, I will serve him like a slave for the rest of my life. Lin knelt down and said it quickly, and said to the little girl, and then, kneel down quickly. If Master Gao takes action, he will surely be able to clear the grievances of this common woman and her husband. The little girl Anan also knelt down and said to Gao Yang with her big eyes, Anan is also willing to serve you like a slave. I beg you to clear my father's name. Gao Yang, the woman hurriedly said to Anan, it's not that Mr. Gao is a slave, it's that I serve Mr. Gao like a slave. As she spoke, Lin looked at Gao Yang nervously and said, Master Gao, the child cannot speak. Please forgive me, Master Gao. She had heard that Gao Yang was not a good person. When faced with the problem of exterminating an entire family, he would carefully check the rice jar and under the bed, and even stab each side of the heart, and even the buttocks. Once such people get angry, the consequences are simply unpredictable. Lin had a bitter look on his face. Was this God's will? But what would she do without Gao Yang's help? No problem. Gao Yang waved his hand, then frowned and said, since there is injustice, go to the government and report it to the Dali Temple. I am in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, what can I do? Lin said bitterly, Sir, how can there be a formal government in such a huge country like Dakian? I not only reported the case to the government, but also to the Dali Temple. However, the gang not only did not believe me, but also tortured me. As she spoke, Lin stretched out her hands, which were bruised purple from being squeezed by the wooden stick. Gao Yang's pupils shrank and he said nothing. Lin's tone was bitter. Not only was I driven out, I was also strictly ordered not to enter the Dali Temple again, otherwise I would be beaten out. Therefore, I really have no other choice but to stop your carriage in the street. I beg Mr. Gao to seek justice for me. I will never forget your great kindness. After Lin said the last sentence, his head pressed tightly against the ground. The little girl Anan beside her also knelt on the ground in a very formal manner, with her head pressed tightly against the ground. I beg Master Gao to help. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and asked directly, who is involved in this case? I don't like people who are too smart. After saying this, Lin suddenly looked up. She was shocked by Gao Yang's ability, and realized that some people were involved in the case before she told him the details of the case. Lin looked at Gao Yang's sharp eyes and gritted her teeth. The chief of the Dali Temple, Tian Chang. Half a year ago, my husband came to Chang'an to do silk business, and then he disappeared. I brought my daughter all the way to Chang'an, but my report to the police has fallen on deaf ears. Until the woman raised the basin in her hand above her head, until I had a dream at night. I dreamed of my late husband. He told me that he was murdered by someone, and all the money he earned from selling his belongings was robbed. His remains were made into a basin. I went to Chang'an City and saw this black basin. Since I bought it, I have had nightmares every night. This black basin contains the soul of my late husband. Chapter 309. I warn you, a serious warning. Lin's words suddenly became more profound, causing Chen Shang's expression to change. He looked at the black basin in the woman's hand with shock, and his face changed drastically. For a moment, Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. The dead souls are crying out for justice. Is there such a thing in this world? Gao Yang's first instinct was to think whether this was Truixing, his old man, or some enemy in Chang'an City who was setting a trap for him and trying to trick But looking at the expression on the woman's face, Gao Yang dismissed the idea. His eyes are a ruler, but not just a ruler of body shape. No one in the world can pretend in front of him. This is what he relies on to make a living. This woman really had been wronged, but this matter is very strange. Gao Feng stared at Lin, frowning. He looked at Gao Yang and said in a deep voice, "The Ministry of Revenue is managing the affairs of the Dali Temple. This is called overstepping the boundaries and is a taboo in the court. The censorate will impeach it. If it's a bureau, it's even more dangerous." Although Lin couldn't hear clearly, she knew that these words were definitely not good for her. Bang, bang. "Master Gao, there is no one else in Chang'an City who can help me except you. I beg you." Lin's head kept hitting the ground, and his fair forehead soon turned red and even bled. This shows how strong the force of his kowtow was. Seeing this, the little girl and also hurriedly kowtowed to Gao Yang. Some people also gathered around, and some recognized the mother and daughter and spoke up. "Master Gao, please have mercy on me. These mother and daughter have been in Chang'an City all this time. They are so pitiful. She definitely had something wronged. It is said that the person who killed her husband was the brother-in-law of the Dali Temple chief. This matter has never been investigated and has been shelved. Master Gao, please help." Some people said. Gao Yang looked at Lin, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "There is nothing I can do about this matter. Each department of the Imperial Court has its own responsibilities. If I interfere in the affairs of the Dali Temple, it would be a serious violation of the rules. Think of another way." As soon as these words came out, Lin's eyes suddenly looked over, disappointment visible to the naked eye. These words suddenly extinguished all the fire in her heart. Her face was pale, and she even had a hint of a smile on her face. After all, she was thinking too simply. The court was not about fighting and killing, but about the human relationships and worldly wisdom. All officials in the world are equally corrupt. They protect each other. Who would be willing to offend the chief of a Dali temple just for the sake of an orphan and his child? How can the living king of hell be an exception? He is also an official. He is the same person as those people. There's no difference between them. If that's the case, how can she clear the injustice done to her husband? Lin looked up at the sky. At the end of the sky, a ray of sunlight shone through the dense clouds. It was clear that light was coming, but in Lin's eyes, it was still so dark. She doesn't see any hope at all. Gao Yang turned around and was about to get on the carriage. Lin and the little girl also made way for him in despair, their faces looking ashen. The little girl's eyes dimmed visibly. Gao Yang paused, then turned back to look at Lin and the little girl. He said with a serious look, "Also, I'm seriously warning you." When Lin heard this, she looked up suddenly, her face full of shock. She didn't expect that Gao Yang would not only not help, but he would actually warn her. Sure enough, birds of a feather all overestimate him. This Gao Yang is more hateful and shameless than the Dali Temple, where officials protect each other. "What does Your Excellency want to warn me about?" Lin said without any joy or sadness. Her arms were no match for Gao Yang's thighs, so she could only bow her head. But she would never listen to the warning. Now, she only has this one life left. Gao Feng scolded. "Evil boy, that's enough." He looked displeased. "It would be fine to stay out of this kind of thing and protect yourself, but Gao Yang is still giving a stern warning, which is a bit too much from his point of view. Lin must have been wronged, and he may have even found out something. Warning, not that." But Gao Yang was unmoved, and said to Lin with a serious face, "I warn you, Dakian is not a place without law. The laws of the world are governed by the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the government. Don't just stare at the imperial edict issued by Taizu and think that they will do nothing. Don't think that Dakian. Taizu once said that there are too many corrupt officials in Dakian who oppress the people and do not understand the law, so he issued a great edict to make everyone in Dakian understand the law and curb corrupt officials. Don't even think about what Taizu once said. If an official is found to be corrupt and ineffective, the people can hold the imperial edict and go straight into the imperial city. Officials along the way, big or small, will be killed if they try to stop them. Not only can they not stop you, they must also protect your passage and safety, otherwise they will be killed. Don't even think that the current emperor is a wise ruler, so you want to make a big fuss, wear mourning clothes, tie a mourning cloth on your head, and bring your little daughter to the palace to see the emperor, in a vain attempt to arouse His Majesty's pity. Don't even think about buying a coffin and carrying it into the palace. This will lead to a situation where there is no way to resolve it. His Majesty will be furious and order a thorough investigation. By then, many people will be killed. I'm warning you seriously. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Be careful and kill all your clans. After saying that, Gao Yang turned around and got into the carriage. When Gao Yang was about to get into the carriage, several silver coins fell from his sleeves, making a crisp sound. I am a compassionate person. These 30 taels of silver are for you and your daughter to settle down. Don't think that you can't afford a coffin to enter the palace because you have no money, so you don't want to use this money. This is the end of my warning. You can decide for yourself. After saying that, Gao Yang got into the carriage and saw Gao Feng, who was staring at him from inside the carriage. Gao Feng hesitated as he stared at Gao Yang, unable to help but asked, "Evil boy, is this a warning? What's wrong?" Gao Yang looked curious. Outside the carriage, Chen Shang and Jada also had strange looks on their faces. I have always been incompatible with evil, and I hate this kind of unruly people the most. Father, is there anything wrong with what I did? Gao Feng laughed loudly. This is a good warning. The Lin family really deserves a warning, otherwise it would be disgraceful. Gao Yan looked at the sky and his face changed. He thought of the money he had received from Wu Zhao last night and the warning from Wu Zhao. Not good, hurry into the palace. Hurry, enter the palace. Don't be late. Gao Yang urged Chen Shang. He felt a surge of regret in his heart. He should not have accepted the 30 taels. He should not have said the phrase "take from the people and use it for the people," which he always said. Now, it is really used in the hands of the people. This is not a good thing. Chen Shang came back to his senses from his stupor, and then drove his carriage all the way towards the palace. Behind him, Lin was stunned. She stared at the direction the carriage left with a look of shock on her face, her whole body numbed. At this moment, an endless chill rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head. She didn't expect that Gao Yang would give her this warning. Her expression was complicated, and her eyes were fixed on the carriage that had gone so far away that she could not even see it. Mom, Mr. Gao is also a bad official. What should we do? The little girl and cried. Lin wiped the tears from An's eyes and said to her, "Hurry, kneel down. Mr. Gao is not a bad official, he is a very good official." As she spoke, Lin forcibly held the little girl down and made her kowtow in the direction of the departing carriage. On the side, some people were also moved, and one man couldn't help but shed tears. "Mr. Gao, you are a good man," the man said with a look of admiration on his face. That he had met too many officials, but he had never seen an official like Gao Yang. "Dad, I want to eat candied haws, I want to eat candied haws." A snotty-nosed child came forward, grabbed the corner of the middle-aged man's clothes, and spoke in a coquettish manner with a smile on his face. "Tanghulu doesn't taste good, Dad will treat you to your favorite big mouthful." Chapter 310. Nothing but filial piety. The Golden Palace officials lined up on both sides, and Wu Zetian sat high on the dragon throne. She glanced around and saw that the seats of Gao Yang and Gao Feng were vacant. Her eyebrows suddenly raised. Where is Minister Gao Yang? Gao Yang swore last night that he was a very punctual person, but he was late today? He must have overslept. I heard that Lord Gao went to the Rouge Pavilion last night. He must have indulged himself all night and was too tired. That's why he was a little late for the morning court today. I beg your majesty to spare Mr. Gao's punishment because he is overworked. Lu Wen stepped forward and said righteously. Seeing this, Wang Zhong also spoke up and said, Mr. Gao is full of vigor and vitality. He serves the country and the people and takes care of those helpless women. It is understandable that he is late occasionally. Cui Xinghe glanced at Lu Wen, then looked at General Wang. He said nothing, trying to reduce his sense of involvement as much as possible. He also had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. It was because Cui Jian was too enthusiastic last night. When he returned home, the concubine, who had not yet married into the family and had never been touched, was looking at him lovingly. On the table was the meat of the big black dog that Cui Jian had been raising. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat and he felt that something bad had happened. Cui Jian was especially excited, looking at him with an extremely eager and expectant expression, while the little beauty looked at him with an admiring expression. Cui Xinghe hesitated for a moment. He didn't care about the little beauty's feelings, but Cui Jian's heart must not be hurt. So he deliberately concealed everything and at the same time simply shaped his own image. There is nothing else to it, just filial piety. In short, what happened in the imperial study was top secret, and the single whip system and the land tax could not be implemented overnight, so there was a lot of room for manipulation. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall. I never thought that Lord Lu and General Wang would care about me so much. I am deeply moved. Gao Yang walked in from outside the Golden Palace and his eyes fell on Lu Wen and Wang Zhong. The look was scrutinizing, especially when it fell on Lu Wen. Lu Wen and Wang Zhong were shocked and looked away at the same time. They felt more and more that Gao Yang's eyes were becoming more and more intimidating. The Minister of Revenue discussed state policy with me in the Imperial Study last night until late at night. Cui Zhuangyuan was also present. He did not go to the Rouge Pavilion to have a wild night. At this time, Wu Zhao spoke lightly. After these words, Cui Xinghai immediately responded, "Yes, Mr. Gao did come to offer advice late at night and worked very hard for me." Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghai in surprise. Why was this Cui Zhuangyuan licking him? He is obviously very arrogant and aloof. Upon hearing the late-night discussion of national policy, for some reason, Su Xuanji, Lu Wen and others were all shocked and their faces looked a little unnatural. The living devil offers advice late at night. What advice requires advice late at night? This doesn't sound like a good thing. But every family has its own rules, and every country has its own laws. Since Lord Gao is late, he must be punished. Just fine him 300 taels of silver and deduct it from your salary. I hope you will learn from this. Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, her face was indifferent, and her voice sounded slowly. When Gao Yang heard this, he was completely stunned. He raised his head in shock and looked at Wu Zhao in disbelief. Is this something a human would do? She is the empress, but her mind is even narrower than his. She fined him 300 taels of silver. Although he asked the empress for money last night, he only asked for 30 taels. This time, 300 taels will be deducted. Lu Wen quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Gao Yang glanced at Lu Wen again, then retracted his gaze. Thinking about what would happen next, Gao Yang bowed to Wu Zhao. "I am willing to be punished." Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows and her eyes fell on Gao Yang, who had a calm-faced eye. In the past, when Gao Yang was impeached, people like Lu Wen would have jumped out to criticize him for taking advantage of his misfortune, but today it was exceptionally quiet, and even if he was to be punished, he was willing to do it. Something is wrong, something is quite wrong. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang, who was standing at her position and closing his eyes to rest, and couldn't help but look at him twice more. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." At this time, some ministers also began to make memorials, interrupting Wu Zhao's thinking. She also suppressed her inner doubts and began to deal with state affairs. At the same time, inside Dali Temple, a man with a mustache and official robes sat upright on a sandalwood chair. There was a cup of hot tea on the table in front of him. The man picked up the cup and took a sip. He looked relaxed and comfortable. He was the chief of Dali Temple, Tian Qing, a 6th-rank official of Daqian. According to Daqian's rules, he did not have to attend court, but only had to go to the Dali Temple on a regular basis every day to deal with backlog cases. Normally, he has a lot of free time. He just needs to bask in the sun every day, take a nap during lunch break, and go home at sunset. Where's that crazy woman and that little bastard? Tian Qing put down the hot tea in his hand and asked. At the side, Wang Erge stepped forward and said, "I have sent people to keep an eye on them. They are still hiding in a corner of Chang'an City. These two people are too ignorant." "Do you want me to?" Wang Erge made a gesture of wiping his neck, and his eyes were murderous. Tian Qing looked deep in his eyes and shook his head. "You are quite clever and can figure out what I am thinking. But Chang'an City is under the feet of the emperor. Fighting in the street would have a huge impact. Once some important figures notice it, the consequences will be beyond our ability to bear. Let's wait and see. If that crazy woman still doesn't know what's good for her in the next few days, don't blame me for being ruthless." When Tian Qing said this, a hint of ruthlessness suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Then I will listen to you, my lord. Otherwise, if these two people still don't know what's good for them in 2 days, you can tolerate them, but I, Wang Erge, as your most trusted confidant, cannot tolerate them." Wang Erge spoke out, but at this moment, a figure ran in quickly, shouting, "My lord, something terrible has happened." Chapter 3:11. Is this how the living king of hell warns? Tian Qing looked carefully and saw that it was his trusted subordinate. He immediately asked unhappily, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on that crazy woman and that little bastard?" But at this point, he narrowed his eyes and said nervously, "Could it be that crazy woman and the little beast are causing trouble?" But what kind of trouble can a crazy woman and a little beast cause in such a huge city like Chang'an? The trusted subordinate was panting heavily. obviously having run all the way here. He said to Tianqing, "Sir, this is a huge mess, a huge mess." This woman stopped the carriage of Duke Dinghua's mansion in the street. She wants to seek justice from the living king of hell. After these words were spoken, Tianqing's face was no longer calm. What? This crazy woman stopped the carriage of the living devil? Tianqing's eyes flickered and he became nervous. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Let alone a small Dali Temple chief, even Lu Wen, the Dali Temple's chief minister, his immediate superior, was repeatedly humiliated in front of Gao Yang and could only talk nonsense, not to mention Tianqing. Has the living god of hell ever beat that crazy woman to death for stopping the carriage of an important official of the imperial court in the street? Tianqing stood up and asked nervously. The living king of hell did not beat the crazy woman to death, but he did not care about the matter. He said that the Ministry of Revenue's intervention in the affairs of the Dali Temple was a serious violation of its authority and a serious violation of the rules, so he gave the crazy woman a serious warning. Upon hearing this, Tianqing was in a good mood. Ha ha ha. Yes, the court has issued a strict order that the 6 ministries should perform their respective duties and not interfere in the affairs of other ministries. Otherwise, it would be overstepping one's authority and overstepping the line, and His Majesty will hold you accountable. Besides, the living king of hell is the most ruthless person in Dakian. He is mainly for his own benefit and has nothing to do with that crazy woman. How could he possibly wade into this muddy water and offend the Dali Temple? This crazy woman wants to seek justice from the king of hell. She has found the wrong person. Tianqing snorted coldly, with a cold look in his eyes. How can the living king of hell be such a kind person? He must warn this crazy woman. I guess that crazy woman must be very desperate and heartbroken, right? Ha ha ha. Tianqing laughed again. L'adult, the trusted subordinate, looked at the expression on Tianqing's face and wanted to speak, but Tianqing interrupted directly. Although Lord Gao has warned me, this incident has awakened me. This crazy woman cannot be kept. You should immediately contact Hanidao in the east of the city and ask him to take a few people to get rid of this crazy woman and the little beast. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Tianqing stood in the lobby with his hands behind his back, a murderous look in his eyes, but his trusted subordinate said bitterly, "Sir, I'm afraid Hanidao doesn't dare to do it." After hearing this, Tianqing's face changed, and he said in surprise, "Hanidao only needs 1 knife to kill a pig, and he has hundreds of brothers under him. He is quite famous in Chang'an City. How could he not dare to kill a crazy woman who is so weak that she can't even tie a chicken? Sir, he really doesn't dare. Because Hanidao is afraid that his entire clan will be exterminated." As soon as the words came out, a huge storm suddenly arose. What? Punish the 9 clans? Tianqing was shocked. The smile of his trusted subordinate became more bitter. He said, "Because the living king of hell warned her that Dakian is not a lawless place, and His Majesty is a wise ruler." He warned the crazy woman not to think that Taizu had said that the people of the world should understand the law and be able to supervise local officials, so he issued a great edict that any citizen holding the edict could enter the palace to file a complaint with the emperor. Anyone who blocks our path will be killed. Anyone who fails to protect us will be killed. He also warned the crazy woman not to think that Your Majesty is a wise ruler, so she wore mourning clothes and cloth, led the little girl into the palace pitifully to win Your Majesty's sympathy, and not to carry a coffin into the palace. What? Is this living devil a warning? Tianqing was shocked, his eyes were filled with astonishment, and Wang Ergu beside him was also dumbfounded. This warning is quite different from what they imagined. Not only that, while warning her, the living king of hell also dropped a few ingots of silver, saying it was money for them to settle down, and warned her not to use the money to buy a coffin, otherwise she would bear the consequences. Tianqing, are you sure this wasn't left here on purpose because the crazy woman couldn't afford a coffin? Completion. It's over now. If this crazy woman brings the imperial edict into the palace, I will be finished. Tianqing muttered to himself, and sat down on the ground, his whole body dazed, as if he had been hit hard, but then, as if he suddenly came to his senses, he spoke quickly. Quick, quick, stop her. We must not let her raise the great edict, otherwise, everything will be over. Tianqing said hurriedly. My lord, it's too late. Because that crazy woman has already raised the imperial edict and headed to the coffin shop. I'm afraid she'll buy the coffin soon. Once the great edict is issued, in full view of the public, anyone who tries to stop it will have his entire clan executed. This is the teaching of our great ancestor. Bang! Tian Cheng sat down on the ground with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. That he now had only one thought: things had gotten out of hand. Help me up quickly. I want to go to Suzaku Street myself. Tian Cheng gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. Wang Ergo helped Tian Cheng up, and they immediately went to Zhuke Street. At the same time, the dense clouds seemed to cover the boundless sky, with no end in sight. But after the golden sunlight appeared, the clouds were broken up little by little, illuminating the entire Chang'an. Its day, Suzaku Street is the wide avenue leading to the Imperial Palace. The people of Chang'an automatically lined up on both sides, one after another, leaving a wide road for two people to walk on. Although there were a large number of people, they all looked towards the center of Suzaku Street. With countless eyes focused on him, Lin's eyes were filled with determination and his steps were steady and powerful. Anan, who was standing beside him, also had a tense face and a solemn expression. Lin held a black basin tightly in his left hand and raised an old book high in his right hand. The book looked ordinary, even a bit old, but it had two big characters clearly written on it: the Great Edict. Lin held the Imperial Edict high, with a determined look on her face, and walked towards the direction of the Imperial Palace step by step. That's the Great Edict? This woman is holding up the Great Edict. What does she want to do? Holding the Great Edict, there must be injustice. Our dynasty's Taizu stipulated that there are too many corrupt officials in the world, and the people can supervise them. If they encounter injustice, they can directly enter the imperial city with the Imperial Edict in hand to see the emperor. Officials along the way cannot stop them, and they must protect them, otherwise they will be executed. But this rule has been shelved for a long time, and no one has dared to file a complaint with the emperor for nearly 10 years. Hiss. Then, is this woman going to enter the palace to meet the emperor? Yes, but what is the black basin in the woman's hand? I've heard that this mother and daughter are in a very miserable situation. Their husband has been missing for half a year, and the woman sold all her property and came all the way to Chang'an to inquire about the news. It is said that her deceased husband came to her in a dream to complain about his grievances, and the ghost of the deceased is in this black basin. I heard about it, but the Dali Temple said it was nonsense. Not only did they not interrogate her, they tortured her and threw her out. This Dali Temple is in trouble. Let's see how it ends. Who said it wasn't true? Those crooked officials in the Dali Temple will finally get their comeuppance. The people were talking at once, and their discussions were mixed with all kinds of complicated emotions. Tian Cheng hurried over and saw so many people gathered, with Lin in the middle holding up the Imperial Edict and heading towards the palace. His head suddenly started buzzing and he felt like the sky was falling. This woman is so brave. Going to the palace to file a complaint is no small matter. If it is rejected and found to be untrue, it is a serious crime and the entire 9 generations of the clan will be executed. And before filing a complaint to the emperor and telling of one's grievances, one must be tortured by rolling steel nails. Only if you can endure this punishment can you speak out about your grievances. Lin's body was so weak. Was she crazy? Could she bear it? Lin glanced left and right, as if to determine his direction. Suddenly, she walked to the left. Please make way for me. In front of a coffin shop, Lin spoke to the people who were watching the fun. The people made way for them one after another, revealing the coffin shop behind them. Lin stopped in front of the coffin shop, and her voice echoed all around. Please bring me a black coffin, mourning clothes, and mourning cloth. Chapter 312, Holding the Great Edict. There is a grievance to be appealed. She did not step into the coffin shop. Now that the matter had become so serious, she was not sure whether the Dali Temple had heard the news. No one in the crowd dared to touch her, as doing so would result in the extermination of the entire clan. However, this might not be the case if they entered the coffin shop. Gao Yang gave her so many warnings and even left her some silver. If she missed this opportunity, then this injustice would not deserve to be redressed. When the shopkeeper heard the voice, he was stunned. A coffin in mourning clothes? But he reacted immediately and hurried into the coffin shop. Later, with the help of the waiter, a completely black coffin came into Lin's sight. How much taels of silver? The shopkeeper bent over and said, it was originally sold for 3 taels of silver, but today it only costs 2 taels of silver.
Lin took out a few silver ingots that Gao Yang had thrown down from her arms and handed them over, but then she got into trouble. How could she carry such a large coffin into the palace? She looked at the onlookers and said, I am a commoner, Lin, from Qingzhou. I came to Chang'an City to appeal for my husband's injustice, but I had no way to report to the authorities and was even kicked out by the Dali Temple. There is no way to report to the authorities, and it is difficult to redress the grievances, so I can only file a complaint with the emperor. Now I beg you to do me a favor. I am willing to give each of you 800 coins. Please help me carry the coffin and go straight to the imperial city. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around him all showed hesitation. Although the reward is high, it means carrying a coffin into the palace. At that moment everyone hesitated. Lin also looked nervous. She remembered every word of Gao Yang's warning in her heart. This was the only way for her to find out the truth and bring the murderer to justice, but she couldn't carry the coffin by herself. I'll do it. I have made contributions to Chang'an, and I have done my best for Chang'an. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, so what is there to be afraid of? I am the dung boy who takes on the responsibility. 3 childish voices suddenly rang out from the crowd. It turned out to be a trio of dung collecting boys. As soon as they stood out, some men said, Can you guys carry the coffin? Come on, I'll do it. A muscular, dark-skinned man stood up. Why do I need wages? I was at the Dali Temple that day. I have never seen a person who complained about his injustice being tortured. Sister, I don't have any other skills but my strength. I will carry your coffin and help you seek justice. Your Majesty is a holy monarch. We are just helping to carry the coffin. Why should we hesitate? This orphan and his widow sold all their property to come to Chang'an to complain. If we see this, if we don't lend a hand, the sons we give birth to in the future will have no butthole. I'll do it. I'll do it. The sounds rang out one after another, echoing on Suzaka Street. How could the people of Chang'an be so cold-hearted when they stood up and fought against the 100,000 cavalrymen of the Chu state who were approaching the city? With tears in her eyes, Lin looked at the people of Chang'an in front of her. Feeling mixed emotions, she experienced disappointment and even despair at one point in Chang'an, but it was also here that she gained the greatest touch of emotion. She put on white mourning clothes and tied the mourning cloth on her head. Then she walked towards the palace holding the imperial edict in one hand and a black basin in the other. As Lin took a step forward, a powerful voice came from behind him. Open the coffin. Following this roar, the 4 big men lifted the coffin together and followed Lin. Further behind, there were a large number of people, who also followed closely. It has been a long time since the common people in Chang'an City held imperial edicts and went to the palace to file complaints. Tianqing's face turned pale. He knew in his heart that if Lin was really allowed into the palace, regardless of whether the case could be solved or not, his career would definitely be over. Ergu, come on. He looked at Wang Ergu, and Wang Ergu's face turned green. Sir, even if I, Wang Ergu, have the courage of heaven, I dare not stop it. Idiot, who told you to stop her? You just need to show up, say a few words and deal with it impartially, and delay this crazy woman. Aren't you loyal to me and my most trusted subordinate? You absolutely cannot tolerate this crazy woman, right? Tianqing said with a look of regret. Soon, Wang Ergu appeared in the road that Lin had to pass through. Mom, it's that bad guy who kicked us out. He's here again. As soon as Anan saw Wang Ergu, her face immediately tensed and she looked at him with hatred. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Ergu. Lin's face also darkened, but she thought of Gao Yang's words, and suddenly she straightened up and shouted, Detective Huang, I am holding the imperial edict and entering the palace to file a complaint. Taizu once said that if a commoner holds a great edict and enters the palace to file a complaint, those who block his way will have their entire clan killed. You want to disobey Taizu? The people also spoke up. Whoever tries to stop us will be killed along with all of his clan. Punish all 9 clans. When Huang Ergu heard the word Taizu, his legs went weak, his eyes rolled, and then he patted his chest and said, Yes, Taizu once said that when the people hold the imperial edict to file a complaint, the officials along the way must not only not stop them, but also protect them. I am Huang Ergu, a constable of the Dali Temple, and I am willing to personally escort you into the imperial city. Huang Ergu was so righteous and awe-inspiring that Tianqing's face turned green when he heard these words. This is really clever. This shows that the situation is not good, so you betray him, the imperial palace.
Tianke Gate. Li Long was inspecting the imperial palace and happened to come across this place, so he simply stopped and chatted with his men. One of the men burst into laughter when he heard the obscene words, but he accidentally glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and then his whole body seemed to freeze. With his eyes widened, he pointed in the distance and spoke to Li Long with trembling lips. "Commander." "Commander?" Then Li Long looked at his men and immediately looked displeased. "How many times have I said that serving in the palace is different from serving in the military camp? You must be calm and composed when encountering things. Otherwise, how can you accomplish anything?" Li Long scolded him, then turned around. Next second, he was so frightened that he staggered back several steps, his face shocked. Within sight, a large number of people were coming from Suzaka Street. The person in the lead, although a woman, was wearing mourning clothes and a mourning cloth tied on her head, which fluttered in the whistling wind. She held the edict high in her left hand and a black basin in her right hand. Behind her were 4 strong men who were carrying a completely black coffin. Chapter 313. The drum of injustice is played, and the sound of the drum reaches the palace. He was dressed in mourning clothes, with a mourning cloth on his head, holding up a great edict, and behind him was a black coffin and many common people. From a visual point of view, this picture has endless impact. Holding the imperial edict and carrying the black coffin, is this going to enter the palace to file a complaint? Li Long's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. How many years has it been since the common people came to the palace to file a complaint with the emperor, holding an imperial edict? If they really come to file a complaint, it will definitely be a huge matter and will cause a huge storm. Li Long's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were fixed on Lin, who was in the front, but at this time, he had to stand up, because the palace was ahead. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "The palace is ahead, no one is allowed to enter." Lin stopped and raised the imperial edict in her hand. She responded loudly, "I am Lin, a commoner from Qingzhou. I have grievances to redress and grievances to complain about. In the past, our great Qian ancestor issued an order that all officials who failed to do their job, oppressed the people, and those who had grievances against the people could hold the great edict and enter the imperial palace and step into the imperial city. No matter how high or low your official rank is, you cannot stop me wherever I go. Otherwise, all your clans will be killed. I have evidence in my hands, but the Dali Temple not only refused to accept my case, but also tortured me. Today I will go to the palace to file a complaint." Lin's words suddenly echoed outside the palace, shocking everyone and making them look sideways. Facing the vast imperial palace and the guards holding weapons, Lin did not feel nervous, but excited. "Why should I be so scared when I'm appealing for my husband's injustice, even if there are thousands of people in front of you, even if the situation is very difficult? So what?" Li Long looked at Lin deeply. Since it was related to Taizu's imperial edict, no one could stop it. This matter was beyond his control. Then, he said to Lin, "If you really have grievances to appeal, then play the injustice drum specially made by Taizu. Once the injustice drum sounds, the sound will spread throughout the palace. But I must tell you that once the injustice drum sounds, there will be no turning back. You will be punished by rolling steel nails and judged by His Majesty himself. At that time, either your injustice will be cleared up, or your entire clan will be exterminated. Have you thought it through?" As Li Long spoke, he stretched out his finger and pointed to one side of the Tianke Gate. "There stands a big drum that seems to have gone through the years. The drum body is made of hard mahogany, and because of its age, it exudes a sense of vicissitudes and solemnity. The edge is inlaid with a circle of bronze rivets, which flash dazzling light under the golden sunlight, the drum of injustice. Once this drum is played, the sound will resound throughout the entire palace." Lin stared at the big drum in front of him, with only one thought buzzing in his mind. By playing this drum, you can see the emperor. Meeting the emperor will give you a chance to clear your name. She walked towards the drum of injustice step by step until she arrived in front of it. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on Lin, and even their fists were unconsciously clenched. With a look of tension on their faces, they were waiting for Lin to make a choice, and Tian Chang was waiting with his mouth open. At this moment, he regretted that he should have killed this bitch earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten into such a big trouble. But it's too late to regret now. But he only prayed that Lin was afraid of the rolling iron nails and would not play the drum of injustice. He prayed in his heart. But the next second Lin picked up the drumstick on the side without hesitation and beat it towards the wronged man. Boom, 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 boom. Lin hammered down hard one after another, using almost all his strength. Each of these hammers carried with it the resentment of being driven out of the Dali Temple, the grievance of being displaced in Chang'an City for many days, and the anger of having no way to report to the authorities. Now, all of it is released with every swing of the hammer in his hand. Along with her movements, heavy drum beats rang out like muffled thunder, and each sound carried with it the injustice of fate and spread far away. Behind him, thousands of people looked at Lin's thin back, and for some reason, they felt a pang of pain in their eyes. Tian Cheng's lips were pale, and he gritted his teeth and said to his confidant, "Call Qin Wenchang and Yenner, these two idiots, and tell them that something has happened, something serious has happened. If you don't come, even I can't save them." His trusted subordinates quickly rushed in one direction. In front of the Shinkei gate. Li Long had a complicated expression, but he calmed himself down and quickly ordered his men, "Go and report to His Majesty, and tell him that there are people holding the imperial edict and carrying the coffin to file a complaint with the emperor." After receiving the order, the subordinates hurriedly ran into the palace. Then, Li Long shouted, "Open the city gate." Boom, the city gate opened, revealing a wide avenue in the palace. The drum of injustice has sounded. Follow me into the palace. I will bring you to see the emperor. Li Long looked at Lin and said in a deep voice, "Sir, this coffin of mine is." Lin pointed at the black coffin being lifted by 4 men behind him, with a hesitant look on his face. This was Gao Yang's instruction, and she dared not forget it at all. Li Long waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Come here, carry the coffin." The other end, the sound of drums passed through the numerous palace gates of Dakian, through the high walls and deep courtyards of the imperial palace, passed by the palace with carved beams and painted rafters, passed by the flowers and plants in the imperial garden, shuttled along the long corridors of the palace, and echoed throughout the entire palace. For a moment, the guards all looked sideways, and the palace maids and eunuchs were shocked. Inside the golden palace. Wu Zhao was sitting on the dragon throne. Her eyes were cold and her slender fingers were tapping the throne slowly and rhythmically. Imperial censor Yen Zhang stood up with a solemn expression. "Your Majesty, although there are many officials in Dakian, the number of corrupt officials is increasing every year. This kind of unhealthy trend cannot be ignored." Wu Zhao looked serious when she heard this. Gao Yang's expression was calm. He just glanced outside the hall from time to time. Wu Zhao noticed Gao Yang's little action and frowned slightly. Why does Gao Yang look like he is waiting for something? Today's Gao Yang really made her feel strange. But at this moment, the low and heavy sound of drums also reached the golden throne hall, like a huge bell, making the mind buzzed. In an instant, all officials were shocked. Where does this drum sound come from? This drum, I seem to have heard this drum before, but what kind of drum is it that makes such a sound? For a moment, all the officials looked towards the place outside the hall where the drum sound came from. Their faces were full of curiosity and thoughtfulness. Gao Yang also said curiously, TSK, where does this drum sound come from? It's so penetrating that it can even reach the Golden Palace. How strange." But veteran ministers like Lu Jin were stunned at first, and then seemed to suddenly realize something. This is the injustice drum outside the Shinkei gate. It is said that this drum was made of mahogany by Taizu's order. This drum is beaten so hard that the sound can be heard throughout the palace. Could it be that someone is playing the drum of injustice to redress an injustice? Chapter 314, Carrying the coffin into the palace and suing the entire Dali temple. Lu Jin looked shocked and spoke in amazement. Following these words, all the officials were shocked, but like Lu Wen and Wang Yifan, their expressions suddenly changed. The drum of injustice. When this drum sounds, it means that there is a great injustice, which is not a good thing for them. It must be the Ministry of Justice's fault. Lu Wen said silently in his heart. It must be the Dali temple's fault. Wang Yifan said silently in his heart. They both prayed in their hearts. Wu Zhao looked outside the palace with her phoenix eyes. Her expression suddenly tensed and her face looked extremely ugly. Soon, the palace guards entered the golden throne hall. He knelt down and said to Wu Zhao, "Your Majesty, there are common people outside the Shinkei gate, wearing mourning clothes and mourning cloth on their heads, holding up the great edict and playing the drum of injustice, and they are also carrying a black coffin." As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao couldn't sit still anymore. She sat up straight suddenly. What? Are there people wearing mourning clothes, wearing mourning cloth on their heads, holding up the imperial edict, carrying a black coffin and beating the drum of injustice? Wu Zhao's face looked extremely ugly. The drum of injustice had not been sounded for more than 10 years, but she had only been on the throne for a short time, and the people were actually playing the drum of injustice. This made Wu Zhao very upset. Bold. It has been more than 10 years since the injustice drum was played. Now that your Majesty has just ascended the throne, some unruly people are playing the injustice drum. as if they have suffered a great injustice. Do they think that your majesty is a wise ruler and is therefore easy to bully? I beg your majesty to throw this troublemaker out and beat him to death. Gao Yang stepped forward and said with a righteous look on his face. All the officials looked sideways and their eyes twitched. He is worthy of being called the king of hell. This is too cruel. What kind of hatred and grudges did they have? The people were so miserable that they wanted to file a complaint with the emperor. But Gao Yang just threw them out and beat them to death with sticks. But only Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang with a strange expression, as if ants were crawling all over his body. This evil boy's acting is becoming more and more realistic. When Wu Zhao heard this, her face suddenly turned dark, but after listening to Gao Yang's words, she suddenly felt much better. Lord Gao, there's no need to be so cruel. Since the common people were able to bypass local government offices, the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice, and even held up the imperial edict and carried the coffin into the palace, they must have been wronged greatly. Xuan. Wu Zhao waved her hand and spoke directly. Your Majesty is so kind. I am really ashamed of myself. Gao Yang sighed at the side. Wu Zhao curled up the corners of her lips and said nothing, but her mood instantly improved. After all, this flattery comes from Gao Yang. She felt relieved after hearing that. Soon, Lin, wearing mourning clothes and a mourning cloth on her head, walked into the Golden Palace with firm steps. Next to her was a little girl named Anan, who was also wearing mourning clothes and a mourning cloth on her head. Behind her was a black coffin carried in by the guards. Gao Yang felt a little sorry when he saw the guards carrying the black coffin. He forgot to say that he should find 4 Kunlun slaves to carry the coffin, and the impact of the scene would definitely be even stronger. As soon as she saw Wu Zhao, a trace of fear was visible in Lin's eyes. This is the natural fear of ordinary people in the face of imperial power, which cannot be contained at all. I am a commoner, Lin, from Qingzhou. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Stand up. You are the one holding the imperial edict, beating the drum of injustice, and wanting to appeal to me for justice? Wu Zhao asked, her voice indifferent. The scene before her was so shocking that even though she was the Empress of Daqian, she had to admit it. Lin knelt on the ground, looked at Wu Zhao and said loudly, Your Majesty, I want to seek justice for my late husband. I beg your Majesty to make the decision for me. At this time, Luan said coldly, Since you have been wronged, why don't you go to the Dali Temple to appeal? The Dali Temple handles all cases in the country. Even if it is a false case from the Ministry of Justice, it can be reviewed by the Dali Temple. Why do you want to disturb your majesty? When Wang Yifan heard this, his face turned green. This bastard. Su Xuanji glanced at Lu Wen and then said, That's right. Since you have been wronged, why don't you go to the Dali Temple? The Dali Temple's chief judge is always fair and upright, and he will definitely clear your name. Why don't you go? When Luan heard Su Xuanji's words, he looked proud. Gao Yang saw this and said calmly, The Dali Temple has always been fair, but since they hold the imperial edict, there must be a reason. It won't be too late to talk about it later. Gao Yang's eyes fell on Lin. Lin was stunned for a moment. She had clearly told Gao Yang the reason in the morning, but when she met Gao Yang's meaningful eyes, she understood instantly. Gao Yang wanted her to avoid the entire Dali Temple, but in the Dali Temple, it was not just Tian Cheng who was the one protecting each other. From top to bottom, the other Dali Temple chiefs also refused to summon Qin Wen Chang and his wife and drove her out as well. Lin was silent at first, then raised her head and said, My lords, you may not know that I sold all my property and came to Chang'an to look for my husband. The first place I went to was the Dali Temple. But the Dali Temple refused to file a case, so I had no choice but to investigate it myself. Later, when I found evidence, I realized that the person I wanted to sue was the brother-in-law of Tian Qing, the chief of the Dali Temple. That's why everyone in the Dali Temple protected him. They are all birds of the same feather. Not only did they not summon Qin Wen Chang and his wife who killed my husband, they also tortured me and drove me and my daughter out. My lords, please look, your majesty. Lin stretched out her fingers, and the pair of bruised and swollen fingers were exposed in the hall. In an instant, the whole court was shocked. Many eyes instantly focused on Luan with astonishment. Wu Zhao's jade green palms suddenly clenched the armrests of the dragon throne, and she became furious. Lord Lu, is this how the Dali Temple handles cases? Bang! Luan fell to his knees on the ground, his whole body numb. What the hell is going on? Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding here. The Dali Temple would never handle a case this way. At this time, He also remembered that his subordinates seemed to say that a mother and daughter came to investigate a case, but they were talking nonsense and their souls were complaining about injustice, so they were thrown out. This kind of case was too small, and it was not uncommon for it to be thrown out, so he didn't think much about it. Now it seems that it must be this mother and daughter. But he could never admit to such a ridiculous way of handling the case. This concerns his official position and the reputation of the entire Dali Temple. Every word I said is true, because the Qin Wenchang and his wife I want to sue are the brothers-in-law of Tian Qing, the chief of the Dali Temple. Tian Qing, the chief of the Dali Temple, even threatened that if I go to the Dali Temple again, he would beat me out with sticks. Lin gritted her teeth and spoke directly. She didn't expect that the person who spoke was actually the chief minister of Dali Temple, but now, she has no way out and can only fight to the death. Chapter 315, Your Majesty, please give me the punishment of rolling steel needles. The words were even more explosive. Lu Wen's eyes widened, and cold sweat almost broke out on his forehead. Wu Zhao's face turned even darker, and a murderous intent permeated around her, almost condensing into substance. I will personally judge this case. If what you said is true, I will definitely give you justice and severely punish all those involved. No matter who they are, I will treat them equally. Wu Zhao's eyes swept across everyone in the hall with coldness. When Lin heard this, she almost cried for joy. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Tell us all your grievances, don't hide anything, I will make the final decision. Wu Zhao spoke out. Lin's face also lit up with joy, but just as she was about to speak, Censor Huang stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is against the rules. Wu Zhao frowned. Tai Zu once said that if the people bring the imperial edict to the palace, they can file a complaint with the emperor, and I will investigate. What's wrong with this? Censor Huang bowed and said, Your Majesty is right, but Taizu also ordered that before appealing for justice, the people must be punished by rolling steel needles. Only those who can endure this punishment can prove that they have been wronged greatly, and only then can they appeal for justice and be judged by Your Majesty. Otherwise, I will beat him with sticks and kill all his 9 clans. When they heard about the rolling steel needle punishment, everyone's faces changed. Even Gao Yang frowned and looked towards Lin. This move finally came. Lin is too inflexible, and this punishment shouldn't have happened, but now it's hard to say. If a citizen sues an official, he will be subjected to great rejection, not to mention the entire Dali Temple. Lin's face was calm and he took a deep breath, as if he had expected this. Wu Zhao glanced at Lin and the little girl, who were dressed in mourning clothes and cloth on their heads, and felt sorry for them. She said, I have granted you special permission. No need for that. Censor Huang glanced at Lu Wen, then shouted, Your Majesty, no. The state has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. This mouth must not be opened. Otherwise, people with grievances all over the world will come to the emperor with imperial edicts in hand to file a complaint. Does Your Majesty have to deal with grievances from all over the country every day? Yan Zhang also stood up and said sternly, Your Majesty, the laws of our ancestors cannot be abolished. Not only in Dakian, but even in the 7 kingdoms, there are rules. If a citizen sues an official, he will be beaten with 20 lashes without any discrimination. What's more, this Lin family came to the palace to file a complaint, involving the entire Dali Temple. Wu Zhao's face was icy as she said, I'm making a special exception, is this not okay? How could Lin, who was so thin, endure the torture of rolling steel needles? Yan Zhang said, I understand Your Majesty's compassion for the world, but the laws of our ancestors cannot be abolished. No matter who it is, if they want to file a complaint with the emperor, they should be treated equally and according to the rules of Taizu. Otherwise, the country will no longer be a country, and the people will no longer be people. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and you are in charge of the affairs of the country. You cannot open your mouth to this. At once, many imperial censors spoke up, Your Majesty, please think twice. The laws of our ancestors cannot be abolished. Gao Yang sighed secretly. According to what he thought, as long as he could arouse Wu Zetian's sympathy, the so-called rolling steel needle punishment would be spared, but when Lin sued the entire Dali Temple, the situation changed. Now it all depends on Lin's own choice. He has done his best to this extent. It is indeed pitiful that Lin brought her daughter to appeal for justice, but how many pitiful people have there been in the world? Given his personality, he has done the most he can for a stranger. Wu Zhao frowned. Are you guys using Taizu to pressure me? Wu Zhao's face was cold. I dare not. I dare not. All the officials bowed their heads, but no one gave in. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with anger, and she was about to speak again, but the next second, Lin raised his head and a firm voice sounded. Your Majesty, since I want to redress the injustice for my deceased husband and have sued the entire Dali Temple, I am willing to be punished by rolling steel needles, but I only ask for justice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the court was shocked. They were shocked when they saw Lin, who was pale and thin. Have you thought about it? This rolling steel needle punishment is not something that ordinary people can endure. Even some iron-blooded men would find it difficult to endure the pain. Wu Zhao spoke up, her phoenix eyes narrowed. Lin raised her head, revealing a face that looked a little tired and dusty from running around, but her eyes remained firm. She said to Wu Zhao, I have been poor since I was young. I have 2 older brothers and a younger brother. In order to avoid being sold to a brothel, I worked hard every day and had only some thin porridge to eat. But even so, the family still despises me as a burden and wants to sell me to a brothel. The woman escaped at night. When she was hungry, she drank river water. When she was thirsty, she ate wild fruits. She fled all the way until she was starving to the point of fainting. But she was caught by her family and was sold to a brothel. I thought my life was miserable and hopeless, but luckily I met my husband, who took pity on me and bought me out with money. These hands, which were originally rough and unpalatable, have been kept clean and tidy since I met my husband. Although my family has a fortune of thousands of taels, my husband has never taken a concubine, let alone enjoyed himself in a brothel. He treated my wife and Anan as his life. Whenever he came back, he would bring some new food and toys, and he never beat or scolded my wife. Speaking of this, tears flowed from the corners of Lin's eyes, and there was a huge resentment in her eyes. She hates, she complains, love nourished her, but also made her suddenly crazy. The beautiful and happy life was suddenly broken. Lin's voice rose, his face firm. Now that he has been murdered, I am willing to die, and my soul will be destroyed. Even if I have to endure a mountain of swords, a sea of fire, and be cut into pieces, I will seek justice for him and make the criminal pay for his crimes. Your Majesty, please give me a steel needle. I want to sue Qin Wenchang and his wife for brutally murdering my husband and stealing his property. I want to sue the Dali Temple's chief minister Tianqing, and I want to sue the entire Dali Temple for protecting them. As soon as the words came out, they suddenly resounded throughout the Golden Palace like a storm. In an instant, all the officials were shocked, even Gao Yang's face was moved. She thought Lin didn't know, but she underestimated her determination. She had already thought about the consequences. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Lin's eyes, and all she saw was determination. She took a deep breath, looked at the court officials with cold eyes, and then her voice rang out. Someone, give me the steel needle. She looked at Lin and said loudly. A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. You follow the rules of Taizu and enter the palace with the imperial edict to file a complaint. You want to sue the entire Dali Temple. Then I will also follow the rules of Taizu. But I can be sure that if what you said is true, I will give you an explanation. No one involved will be able to escape. In an instant, Lu Wen's whole body trembled and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Soon, a black roller was carried into the hall. Its diameter was about half a person's width, and its surface was covered with tiny steel needles. Shang Wanwaner said reluctantly, Taizu's move was not to kill, so the surface of the steel needle was blunted. The person who did it was experienced, but the pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Are you sure you want to continue suing the Dali Temple? If you don't sue the officials, the resistance will be greatly reduced, and you can get leniency outside the law. Officials will not be aggressive. If you continue to insist on justice, you will be punished by rolling steel nails. Chapter 316, Rolling Steel Needle, Just Asking for Justice. This world has always been divided clearly. When people sue each other, no one will say a word. Officials will watch it all indifferently, as if they were watching an insignificant event. But Lin not only wanted to sue Qin Wenchang and his wife, but also wanted to sue the entire Dali Temple for injustice, which touched some people's sore spots, because in their eyes, the authority of officials and the authority of the ruling class are unquestionable. How dare you, a commoner like you, sue the entire Dali Temple? Bold. They even wondered, if the Lin family succeeded easily, would there be another Tian family or Li family in the future? In today's Dali Temple, if they don't stick together for warmth, the next one will be them, because among the officials in this court,
There are few who do practical work and many who oppress the people. What's more, Lin didn't even give the slightest face to Lu Wen, the chief minister of the Dali Temple, which involved the factional struggles in the court. It is obvious that Censor Huang is very close to Lu when Tiao Yang stared at Lin's thin body. And for the second time he felt an inexplicable emotion surge up in his mind. That emotion was like wanting to overturn the world and reshape these damn rules. He let out a long sigh and tried his best to suppress the boiling in his heart. All the officials looked at Lin, Lu Wen also looked at Lin, and everyone was waiting for Lin's choice. Is she really willing to be tortured by rolling steel nails just to seek justice? Lin's face was full of determination, and he even had a smile on his face. I beg your majesty to show mercy and take my child away. She's too young to see this. Allow, daughter. Although Anan didn't know what the rolling steel needle punishment was, she felt it was extremely terrifying when she heard about it. She let out a shrill cry, and her childish voice echoed throughout the hall, moving everyone, but she was still taken away by the palace guards. Your Majesty, please grant me a chance to seek justice. Lin's body was tense, her waist was straight, and she looked straight at Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and swept her cold eyes over the officials. She uttered a word slowly: Rolao. Soon, the soldiers in the palace pushed the rollers and walked towards Lin. Wu Zhao closed her eyes, and all the officials focused their attention on Lin. Liu Jin and Qin Jingwa sighed and looked away, unable to bear to watch what was happening next. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with anger and his pupils were extremely cold. Let's get started. Wu Zhao waved her hand and then closed her eyes. Whoosh, the roller is brought close to the back and the blunted steel needles are inserted into the back. The executioner will perform special treatment and pull out some of the steel needles to avoid the vital parts of the back, but the pain did not decrease at all, it even became more severe. As the steel needle rolled, the needle tip slowly pierced into Lin's body. Almost instantly, dark red spots appeared on the white mourning cloth on Lin's body, spreading across the cloth. A sharp pain came instantly. This pain is almost unbearable for ordinary people. Lin's body trembled, she clenched her teeth, and a fine layer of sweat seeped out of her forehead. But even though his body was shaking and his fists were clenched, Lin didn't make a sound. Her eyes are still firm. Wu Zhao opened her phoenix eyes, grasped the armrests of the dragon throne, and her phoenix eyes were moved. The executioner gritted his teeth and continued to roll the steel needles. The steel needles that had previously pierced the body were pulled out bit by bit, and new steel needles pierced the flesh again, oozing blood. Lin's body trembled more violently, and there were more and more sweat stains on her forehead. The white mourning clothes and the red spots of blood almost melted together. The roller starts from the waist and goes all the way up, and every inch of movement is an intense torture. Finally, the executioner pulled out the roller, and Lin suddenly fell to the ground. She was breathing heavily, and her withered hands pressed against the ground to stabilize her body. Her back was covered with red spots and her face was extremely pale. But she raised her head, looked at Wu Zhao, and said with a heavy breath, "The world. Although there is black and white in the world, I always believe in black and white. Black and white are clearly distinguished, black cannot be white, and white cannot be black. I beg your majesty to thoroughly investigate this case and give my late husband justice. Strictly investigate the Dali Temple." Wu Zhao sat up straight and looked at Lin and the huge black coffin behind her. She took a deep breath and said in an unquestionable tone, "I will thoroughly investigate this matter. You can tell us about your grievances now, and I will definitely give you justice. I promise." Lin's face was pale, but there was a smile on her face. "I am from Qingzhou. My late husband's surname was Lu, and his given name was Wenjiang. He ran a silk shop in Qingzhou. Half a year ago, my late husband came to Chang'an to do business, but he has never returned since then, and there is no news from him. A month later, I felt something was wrong, but I waited for 20 days out of anxiety. When I saw that my husband had not returned, I concluded that something must have happened in Chang'an." Wang Yifan interrupted with a puzzled look on his face. "Chang'an is hundreds of miles away from Qingzhou. It's normal for business to take several months. Why did you conclude that something went wrong after just 1 month?" These words made all the officials nod their heads. Liu Wen even waved his sleeves and said, "It is normal that you have not been able to return to Qingzhou from Chang'an for a month. Although this case has not come into my hands and I am not aware of it, but what you said is full of loopholes. In my opinion, Lin is full of lies and is maliciously instructed by others to slander our Dali Temple. It should be investigated strictly." Good. Some imperial censors also spoke up. Gao Yang saw this and said calmly, "They sold their property, sent their widow and orphan to Chang'an,
and even went to the palace with the imperial edict in hand to be punished by the rolling steel needle. Was it just to slander the Dali Temple? Lord Lu, you might as well sleep on your side at night. Why do you want to lie on your side? Pour out some of the water in your brain. Master Gao, you. Luwen couldn't hold it anymore and stared at Gao Yang with his eyes wide open. Your Majesty. Luwen turned to look at Wu Zhao and raised his voice. He really couldn't scold Gao Yang enough, otherwise, he would have to compete with Gao Yang to determine who was superior and who was inferior, and whether to live or die. Okay, no noise in the hall. I will decide this case. Wu Zhao first looked at Gao Yang and Luwen, then her phoenix eyes swept towards Lin. Ms. Lin, in a month, considering the distance between Chang'an and Qingzhou, and the business, how did you conclude that something happened to your husband? She was very curious about this, because from now on, half a year has passed, and something did happen to Luwenjin, so Lin was right, Lin said with a firm and pale face, because I had a dream. Chapter 317, The Case of the Black Basin, The Ghost of the Dead Appeals for Justice Dream? Lin nodded heavily. I never have dreams, but 5 months ago, my husband kept appearing in my dreams. He said that he died miserably, that he was murdered by a villain. His money was taken away, and he was also made into a black basin. Almost in an instant, the faces of all the officials changed, and the huge golden palace suddenly fell into silence. Even Wu Zhao was stunned. My deceased husband came to you in a dream to complain about his grievances? How is this possible? Luwen was the first to catch the loophole and looked at Lin with a sneer on his face. Absurd. The dead soul came to me in my dream to tell me about my grievances. I think you, the Lin family, think all the civil and military officials in my Dacian court are fools. Luwen bowed to Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, this woman is talking nonsense. Please beat her out with a stick. We second the proposal. If there are dead souls in the world who want to complain, then what is the use of the government? Good. Lord Lu is right. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. My lords, what a great authority! Your Majesty will personally judge this case and make his own decision. Do you gentlemen want to make the decision for His Majesty? Luwen looked over with an unhappy look on his face, wanting to see who dared to go against him. Then he saw Gao Yang's indifferent face. His pupils shrank immediately. What's going on with Gao Yang? Cui Xinghao also looked at Gao Yang, but then said, Your Majesty will personally judge and make the decision. There is no need for you gentlemen to be anxious. No one can say that this ghost is real, but no one can say that he is definitely fake either. Cui Xinghao and Gao Yang spoke one after another, and Luwen could only snort coldly and move away. Wu Zhao frowned and stared at Lin. Her intuition told her that Lin was not lying, but was really wronged, but this theory of ghosts and gods is too unbelievable. Lin, do you have any evidence? The black basin in my hand is the greatest evidence, because the soul of my husband is in this basin. Lin raised the black basin in her hand, which startled all the officials nearby. The dead soul is hiding in this black basin. Everyone looked stunned. I sold all my property and came all the way to Chang'an. I looked around all the black basin shops in Chang'an and fell in love with this black basin at first sight. Since I bought it, I have rarely had nightmares. This is my husband, but he was turned into a black pot by the bad guys. Wu Zhao's brows furrowed more and more tightly when Luwen heard this. He suddenly felt relieved. The words of this crazy woman are so absurd that they obviously cannot be used as evidence. Even if he was really kicked out because of the bunch of idiots under his command who were handling the case, he would have a reason to explain. The theory of the dead soul, the black basin hiding the soul, is hard to convince people. What I want is actual evidence. You said that Qin Wenchang and his wife killed your husband Lu Wenjiang, and that the chief of the Dali Temple, Tianqing, protected them. Do you have any evidence? What evidence? After I bought this black basin, my late husband said in his dream that he was made into a black basin by a bad guy. I started looking for the source of this black basin. I bought it from Lufeng Pavilion. According to the shopkeeper, this basin was supplied by Qin Wenchang and his wife's kiln. After that, I followed them all the way and learned from a woodcutter in the east of the city that 4 months ago, a businessman dressed in rich clothes entered the house of Qin Wenchang and his wife outside the city. This man must be my husband, but the Dali Temple heard all the evidence and refused to file a case. They even beat me up. Through investigation, I found out that the Dali Temple chief who beat me up had a sister who married Qin Wenchang. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole matter became clearer. According to Lin, 5 months ago, her husband Lu Wenjiang, for unknown reasons, entered the earthen kiln run by Qin Wenchang and his wife, but was brutally murdered and made into a black basin. Perhaps their love moved God, so Lu Wenjiang began to appear in Lin's dreams. Lin had nightmares one after another and realized something was wrong. She waited for another month, then sold her property and went to Chang'an, where she found the black basin. She also tracked down Qin Wenchang and his wife through the shop owner, and learned from the woodcutter that a wealthy businessman had entered Qin Wenchang's house. However, they were repeatedly obstructed at the Dali Temple, so they stopped Gao Yang's carriage in the street. Things became clear all of a sudden, and the timing was right. Although it was bizarre, it made sense. Even Gao Yang, who had seen too many strange things, had to admit that the bizarreness of this case was beyond his imagination. What nonsense! Luan waved his sleeves, feeling more at peace. Wang Zhong also spoke carelessly. Your Majesty, in my opinion, this is just a fantasy that happened when I missed my husband too much and went crazy. If this is true, I will eat 3 buckets of shit. This is too outrageous. Lin listened to the doubts and shook her head. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Whether it's the time or the people, everything is right. Wu Zhao frowned, but looking at the pale-faced Lin, she still spoke. Send it to the Dali Temple's chief priest Tian Qing, and this Qin Wenchang and his wife. I will come to judge it myself. Dali Temple. Tian Qing paced back and forth, the dull sound of drums echoing in his mind. This Lin, she actually played the drum of injustice. This matter has become a big deal. This was unfortunate, but also fortunate, because the matter was so serious that he learned the news in advance. He still has a little time to make more preparations. Soon, a man in brocade robes and a woman with rouge on her face came over in a panic. They were Qin Wenchang and his wife. Brother, what should we do? Lin has gone to the palace to file a complaint to the emperor. Your Majesty is very busy, so he won't really try this case in person, right? Tian Yan had a thick layer of rouge and powder on her face. She hugged Tian Chang's arm tightly and said in panic. In comparison, Qin Wenchang was much calmer, but his brows were furrowed and his face was fierce. Brother, we have always been respectful to you. My husband and I have also made great efforts in your official position. You must not sit idly by and watch this matter. Tian Qing's face changed and he scolded directly. Shut up, be careful, there are ears on the other side of the wall. After the scolding, Tian Yan didn't dare to say anything. Her face was full of bitterness. Your Majesty has been disturbed. This matter has become uncontrollably big. I can't help you now. The only ones who can help you are you yourself. Tian Qing took a deep breath, suppressed his complicated emotions, and looked at the two of them. Ourselves? Tian Yan looked at Qin Wenchang with a puzzled look on her face. Qin Wenchang also said, but you refuse to admit it? Yes, Lin has no evidence. He only has a black basin, a ghost, and a woodcutter who saw a richly dressed man enter your house. How can he be convicted without any actual evidence? As long as you refuse to admit it and say that the rich businessman just stayed with you for one night, no one can do anything to you. Even if it is your Majesty who is judging the case, shouldn't you be reasonable? Tian Qing said in a cold voice, like a cold poisonous snake. Qin Wenchang and his wife looked at each other and gradually felt relieved. That's right. As long as there is no evidence, there can be no conviction. Qin Wenchang said calmly. It's just a ghost story, and there's no evidence. If they insist that he stayed overnight, not only will there be no evidence, but even his body won't be found. Even if it was Wu Zhao, what could she do? At this time, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the Dali Temple. Where is Tian Qing, the chief minister of the Dali Temple? Follow me into the palace. Shangguan Wan'er dismounted from her horse, holding Wu Zhao's token, and walked into the Dali Temple, but when she glanced at Qin Wenchang and his wife, she immediately narrowed her eyes. You two are the Qin Wenchang couple, right? Qin Wenchang hesitated for a few seconds, but still nodded with a flattering smile on his face. Your Excellency, that's right. Follow me into the palace. His Majesty has summoned you. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes were cold and there was a hint of icy light in them. Chapter 318, Falling into Despair, A Turbid World. The Golden Palace. Your Majesty, the Dali Temple's chief priest Tian Qing, Qin Wenchang and his wife have arrived outside the palace.
Shang Wanwan bowed to pass.
Wu Zhao's voice was cold soon. Tian Cheng and Qin Wenchang and his wife entered the Golden Palace. Gao Yang's eyes instantly looked over there. Tian Cheng looked calm, while Qin Wenchang and his wife looked terrified. When he saw Qin Wenchang, Gao Yang's lips curled up, but he didn't say anything. I am the Dali Temple's chief priest, and I salute your majesty.
We are Qin Wenchang and Tian Yan, we pay our respects to your majesty. Wu Zhao directly asked, bold Tian Cheng, do you admit your guilt?
Wu Zhao's face was filled with anger, and her great majesty pressed down on Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng quickly knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. Your majesty, what crime have I committed? I want to ask you, Lin went to the Dali Temple to appeal for justice. Why did you torture the wronged person, and even threaten to beat him out with sticks if he came again?
Is this true?
It is true, but I have a clear conscience.
Tian Cheng said.
You have a clear conscience?
Isn't it because the person Lin wants to sue is your brother-in-law?
Your majesty, this is absolutely not the case. In the Dali Temple, there is only public interest, not private.
I admit that I did punish Lin and said that I would throw him out if he came again.
But there is a reason for this, because this Lin is full of lies. She only wants to convict me based on the theory of the dead soul, a black basin, and ghosts and gods.
My punishment of her is in accordance with the laws of Dakian.
Moreover, the Dali Temple detectives have already secretly investigated this matter and have already found out that it is completely false.
This Lin is making a false accusation. I beg your majesty to understand this.
When Lin heard this, her face was instantly filled with anger.
Master Tian, you are talking nonsense. Check your conscience. Do you dare to say that you have investigated?
Tian Cheng stood up straight with a proud look on his face. I have a clear conscience and there are witnesses.
Wu Zhao frowned. According to what Tian Cheng said, although he used the torture of the baton on Lin, he really couldn't convict her of dereliction of duty. After all, what Lin said was about ghosts and gods.
When solving a case, one cannot trust even one person's words, let alone someone complaining in a dream. Wu Zhao absolutely believed in Lin's performance.
It was definitely not acting, nor did it seem like she had mental problems. Thinking of this, Wu Zhao looked at Qin Wenchang and his wife again. I ask you, why did the Lin family sue you? If you dare to conceal even a word, I will kill all your clans. Qin Wenchang trembled, his tone was bitter, and he even sighed. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged and have suffered this unprovoked disaster.
5 months ago, it was still late at night and my wife and I were at home when suddenly a middle-aged man dressed in rich clothes came to our house to stay overnight.
My wife and I have always been warm-hearted, so we agreed. The next morning, the man left, and the wealthy businessman claimed his surname was Hong, not Liu.
But Lin refused to believe him and insisted that he was her husband.
My husband and I even made him into a black pot. My husband and I have always been good people.
After this incident, our Black Basin business has dropped drastically, and my brother-in-law, who is dedicated to serving the people, has also been implicated.
I beg your majesty to make a decision for my husband and me and clear our name.
When he was excited, Qin Wenchang knelt on the ground and loudly asked Wu Zhao to make the decision. Tian Cheng stood in the center of the Golden Palace with his hands behind his back and sighed, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. Wu Zhao suddenly felt a headache. She had never tried a case before and thought it was an easy case to solve, as it was one of officials oppressing the people. They were even prepared for a massacre, but she didn't expect the case to be so complicated that it was far beyond her expectations and even involved ghosts and gods. Who is real and who is fake? Lin became excited. She looked at Qin Wenchang, pointed at him and cursed, Your Majesty, you cannot believe this man's nonsense.
My husband died at the hands of this couple.
Not only did they kill him and rob him of his wealth, they also left no trace of his body, turning it into a black basin.
Your Majesty, please understand.
Luan looked at Lin, his eyes deep, and asked coldly, Lin, my Dali Temple has always enforced the law impartially.
Don't say that I am deceiving you.
Let me ask you, besides the black basin, there was also a woodcutter who witnessed a man entering the house of Qin Wenchang and his wife.
Do you have any other evidence?
Lin shook his head, no. But there can't be such a coincidence in the world.
This must be true. They must be murderers.
Luan sneered, and instead of looking at Lin, he looked at Wu Zhao.
Your Majesty, the matter is very clear.
Lin missed her late husband too much, so she was in a trance and had nightmares every day, so she imagined all this. Qin Wenchang and his wife were falsely accused. Although Tian Xing, the chief of the Dali Temple, enforced the law excessively, it was fair. Lin has been beating the drum of injustice, but he has not been wronged. He has wasted your majesty's time. According to Taizu's rules, all 9 generations of his clan should be executed. After these words were spoken, Lin's face changed drastically. Qin Wenchang and his wife and Tian Chang all showed joy on their faces. Your Excellency is truly fair. I thank you so much. Qin Wenchang bowed to Lu Wen and said proudly, I have judged countless cases in my life. I have judged more cases than Bill and others have eaten rice. I can tell at a glance whether it is an injustice. Based on the current evidence, you are innocent. The laws of Dakian will never let any bad guy go, nor will they wrongly accuse a good guy. Lin looked at Lu Wen in astonishment, and then immediately looked at Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, they are the murderers, how can they be innocent? She ran all the way from Qingzhou to Chang'an City, even filed a complaint with the emperor, and was tortured by rolling steel needles. Isn't this enough to get justice? Lin turned around suddenly, and Qin Wenchang and his wife happened to be looking at her. There were sneers on their faces, as if they were laughing at her for overestimating her abilities. You sold your family property, went to the Dali Temple many times, and even held the imperial edict to file a complaint with the emperor, and were punished by being rolled with steel needles, but so what? What can you do to me? How can you convict me when you don't have any evidence? Lin was filled with despair. He clenched his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, bleeding. A feeling of powerlessness arises spontaneously. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, accompanied by a thick sigh. Mr. Lin, until now, you are still unwilling to point out this official and drag this official into this mess? Chapter 319, This Justice, I will ask for it for you. A voice suddenly sounded like thunder out of nowhere, tearing through the entire Golden Palace. In an instant, all the officials looked over and looked at Gao Yang. There was a look of astonishment on their faces. Gao Yang actually stood up. Master Gao, what do you mean? Lu Wen was completely stunned. An extremely bad premonition instantly swept over my whole body. Tian Xingzi trembled all over, with fear on his face, and he suddenly remembered the warning from Gao Yang, the #1 living devil in Dakian. He wants to get involved. The shadow of the famous tree caused a layer of cold sweat to appear on Tian Xing's forehead in an instant. This is not a good thing. Gao Yang ignored the other looks around him and just walked towards Lin. He stared at Lin, waiting for her answer. Lin raised her head and looked at Gao Yang. She dodged his gaze for a while, and finally lowered her head and said softly, I chose the road myself, how can I implicate Mr. Gao? I am very grateful to Master Gao. Master Gao, you are different from some people. She naturally knew that Gao Yang's warnings were all well-intentioned warnings. She saw it all, including when Gao Yang stood up before being executed, criticized the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple and spoke for her, and was grateful in her heart, but she chose her own path, and she got involved in the Dali Temple herself. Because of the anger in her heart, she sold her property, stopped cars on the street, held a great edict, and even suffered torture with steel needles, just to seek justice for Lu Wenjin. But because of that breath, he sued the entire Dali Temple. She has to make her own choice, but she can no longer involve Gao Yang, because Gao Yang was indebted to her. Your Majesty, when I went to summon them, I happened to see these 3 people together. There is something strange about this matter. At this time, Shang Wanwaner whispered to Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao frowned and her eyes changed. She also noticed that something was wrong with Qin Wenchang. He was clearly a commoner working in a kiln, but he was not panicked in front of her and spoke with reason and logic. It seems like there is no problem at all, but this is a huge problem in itself. But knowing is one thing, but handling a case requires evidence, especially since she is the Emperor of Dakian. She must provide evidence and give an explanation to all officials. It is unknown whether Lu Wenjin is alive or dead. If he is dead, his body cannot be found and there is no witness or evidence. How should this be convicted? But at this time, Gao Yang stood up. This case may finally be solved. Wu Zhao stopped Shang Wanwaner and stared at Gao Yang with deep eyes. She said to herself, Gao Yang's attitude seems to be someone who knows Lin. This aroused her curiosity. At this time, Lin suddenly raised her head and said, Master Gao, may I shamelessly ask you for a favor? Gao Yang looked indifferent and didn't say anything. And is innocent in all of this. If I am really dead, could you please find a family for Anan? I don't ask for great wealth and honor, or for her to have enough food every day. I just hope that she lives a peaceful life and doesn't get sold to a brothel. Thank you, I'm a humble woman. Lin pressed her head to the ground, begging. Lin raised his voice during this speech so that everyone could hear it clearly. When all the officials heard this, they were all stunned. They stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes, all in shock. What's wrong with Lin? She actually entrusted her own child to the number one devil in Dakian. They had a court full of civil and military officials, including some world-famous scholars, but Lin did not look for anyone but Gao Yang. In other words, she doesn't trust anyone in the court, she only trusts Gao Yang. Gao Yang stared at Lin in front of him, turned back suddenly, and left only one sentence. You've got the wrong person. I've never been a kind-hearted person. Not to mention that I have sworn that I will never be a scapegoat in this life. And Lin is a well-behaved and lovable child, you can raise him yourself. Justice. I will help you get it. These words were so powerful that they suddenly echoed throughout the Golden Palace. The indifferent eyes swept across the entire Golden Palace in an instant, and an undisguised sharpness suddenly burst out from Gao Yang, sweeping across the entire hall. Lin raised her head in astonishment and looked at Gao Yang's back with a moved expression. 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Tall man, you are not the king of hell at all. You are the Lord of Heaven. But these 2 sentences can only be heard by Lin himself. The Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang, stroked his beard and smiled. He shook his head slightly. This evil beast. At this time, Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, bowed and spoke loudly. Your Majesty, I have a plan to identify the real culprit in this case. When these words were spoken, everyone in the court was shocked. Liu Wen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Gao Yang and said hurriedly, Master Gao, the facts are so clear, and the whole court has no objection. Does Master Gao have any objection? These words contained a hint of threat. It's nothing, Gao Yang is too dangerous. Whenever Gao Yang said, I have a plan, everyone in the court, including the 6 kingdoms, would tremble in fury. Gao Yang looked at Liu Wen and suddenly smiled. Mr. Gao, why are you laughing? Liu Wen asked again. Gao Yang laughed loudly, with a hint of disdain on his face. I am laughing at the fact that all the civil and military officials in the court are people who are only concerned about protecting themselves. As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials' faces changed. Some censors even looked angry, but because the person who spoke was Gao Yang, some of them forced themselves to endure it. Master Liu, I want to ask you, are there any doubts in this case? According to your inference, Lin had a mental problem because she missed her late husband, so she imagined all this. This is a false accusation, but I still want to ask. How could a person who thinks too much travel hundreds of miles to Chang'an City alone with a child, and trace the whole way back to the woodcutter? You can even hold the imperial edict in your hand, file a complaint with the emperor, and be punished by the rolling steel needle? Lord Liu, in your eyes, is excessive mental thinking directly linked to being a fool? Is there no doubt about this? Lin dare not argue with you, and all the officials dare not argue with you. I will argue with you. Do you dare to say that this case will be solved? Gao Yang's eyes were filled with a blazing light, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. Liu Wen's face looked as if he was constipated, and he really wanted to refute out loud, but looking at Gao Yang's appearance, he felt that as soon as he opened his mouth, Gao Yang would definitely curse his ancestors for 18 generations. Solving a case requires evidence. As of now, Qin Wenchang and his wife don't have any evidence of murder. Just relying on the story of ghosts and gods is not enough to convict them. That is to say, there are certain doubts in this case. Liu Wen was speechless for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, he finally uttered a word. I would like to hear about Master Gao's methods. Gao Yang said in a cold voice, Master Liu, you don't need to remind me. I will show you what it means to solve a case. With your ability to solve cases, even my grandfather would laugh if he saw you, peek. Your Majesty, I need 2 large vats filled with water. With just 2 large vats, I can solve the case within a day. Gao Yang raised 2 fingers and spoke to Wu Zhao. Chapter 320, 2 large vats filled with water, solving the case within 1 day. 2 large vats filled with water? Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment, but seeing Gao Yang was full of confidence, she did not ask any more questions. After all, Gao Yang's methods were always unconventional. She gave the order directly, come here, follow Mr. Gao's instructions and get 2 large vats filled with water. When Liu Wen heard this, a sneer appeared in his eyes. Master Gao, this case is stuck with ghosts and gods, and there is no real evidence. How can we solve the case with these 2 large vats filled with water? I am curious about Mr. Gao's level. Su Xuanji also asked curiously, Master Gao, what does this case have to do with the water tank? Is the water tank also evidence? For a moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Gao Yang with curiosity, wondering what Gao Yang was up to. There was a hint of sneer in Qin Wenchang's eyes, but a hint of flattery appeared on his face. I have heard of Mr. Gao's great name. Mr. Gao will definitely give my husband and me justice. Qin Wenchang's face was full of excitement, as if his injustice was about to be cleared. Lin was also stunned. The living devil was helping her solve the case, and he even had to use 2 large vats. There is nothing grand about her dream. Wu Zhao was also full of curiosity. Gao Yang looked at Qin Wenchang and his wife with a deep expression on his face, and he said coldly, Qin Wenchang, I have always been fair in judging cases. Now, I ask you one question, and you answer it. Don't say anything irrelevant, otherwise you will blame me for severely punishing you. Do you understand? There was endless pressure in Gao Yang's eyes, and Qin Wenchang's expression couldn't help but change. I understand. Qin Wenchang still nodded. How long have you been in the earthenware business? Gao Yang asked. Your Excellency, for 3 years, my Qin family's black basin has been praised by the whole Chang'an, but now it has a bad reputation. Qin Wenchang sighed and seemed extremely depressed. This is my first warning. You only need to answer my questions. As for the rest, don't say anything extra. If it happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The second question is, do you supply your black basins to Lufang Pavilion? Yes. Qin Wenchang thought about it and nodded. This is easy to check and there is no need to lie. The third question is, you have been running the black basin business for a long time, so do you have corresponding molds for the black basins you make? Are the shapes, sizes, and materials similar? When Qin Wenchang heard this, a hint of thought appeared in his eyes, but at this moment, Gao Yang shouted, Answer me, don't hesitate when asked this kind of question, yes or no, yes. Fourth question, 5 months ago, you hosted a wealthy businessman outside Chang'an. Is that true or not? Yes. What's the surname of that rich businessman? What are his characteristics? He said his last name was Hong. I don't know if it was a pseudonym. He was wearing a white robe. As for the rest, I can't remember clearly. Do you know his movements? I only collected 100 coins as overnight fee, and I don't know anything else. Gao Yang then looked at Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, I have finished my questions. Your Majesty, please send someone to randomly pick up 2 black basins from the home of Qin Wenchang and his wife, and summon the owner of Lufang Pavilion to the court. Wu Zhao narrowed her eyes and then said, Do as Master Gao says. Then she asked, Should we find the woodcutter as well? Gao Yang shook his head and said, No need, these are enough. Lu Wen sneered and waved his sleeves, That's it? Mr. Gao's way of judging cases is something I have never heard of before. It is simply ridiculous. Master Gao, if you can solve this difficult case, I will take you as my teacher from now on. Gao Yang has been so rude. As the chief minister of the Dali Temple, if he still remains submissive and dares not fight back, he will have no chance of survival in the future. No need. Lu Wen sneered, Master Gao knows how difficult this is, are you afraid? No, I just can't afford to lose that person, you. When Lu Wen heard this, he was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his head that he wished he could tear Gao Yang's mouth apart. This person is so poisonous. I'm waiting to see what Lord Gao will do. Lu Wen gritted his teeth. Gao Yang didn't say much, just waited for the owner of Lufang Pavilion. Soon, 2 large full water vats were carried into the hall. Go get another basin and add some water, make sure both water tanks are equally full. Gao Yang gave the order. Although the guards were puzzled, they still did as they were told. Wang Zhong couldn't help but shook his head and said, Playing tricks. Wang Yifan couldn't help but say, It's like a mountain between 2 different trades. I have never seen this way of solving cases even in books. Obviously, he also had doubts about Gao Yang, although he also disliked Lu Wen. Gao Yang glanced at the 2 of them and said calmly, From today on, it's in the book. But as soon as these words came out, Lu Wen started to scold, Arrogant. I don't know what it means. But Gao Yang simply ignored it and ignored Lu Wen.
which made Luan feel like he was punching cotton. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. Tiancheng became more and more panicked and looked at Gao Yang with some fear. What on earth is this living devil going to do? Soon, the owner of Lufang Hall, a fat middle-aged businessman, stepped into the hall. "Are you the owner of Lufang Pavilion?" Gao Yang spoke directly. "Your Excellency, I am the one who did it. I want to ask you, where did the black basin from Lufang Pavilion come from 4 months ago?" Lin said it came from Qin Wenchang and his wife. "Is that true?" The shopkeeper of Lufang Pavilion bowed and said, 4 months ago, all the black basins in Lufang Pavilion came from Qin Wenchang and his wife. I have the purchase order as proof. It was not until the Lin family arrived and the incident with the black basin happened that I started to purchase the goods from other places. Gao Yang turned to look at Qin Wenchang and his wife. "The owner of Lufang Pavilion, is what you said true?" Qin Wenchang nodded and said, "It is true, sir." At this time, Li Long also strode in. "Your Majesty, the black basin taken from Qin Wenchang and his wife's home has been brought here." I followed Lord Gao's instructions and randomly picked up 2 black basins. Li Long held up the black basin in his hand. It was completely black and looked almost the same as the black basin in Lin's hand. Qin Wenchang's expression was calm, even a little disdainful. In his opinion, the methods of the living king of hell are nothing more than this, and are just an empty title. "Boy, you have this water tank and this black basin, what on earth are you trying to do?" Lu Xun was really confused and couldn't help but ask. For a moment, many curious eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Even Wu Zhao was very curious. Gao Yang ignored him and just walked towards Lin to make final preparations. "Ms. Lin, are you sure that your dream is true, and that the black basin in your hand is the black basin that your late husband was made into?" Lin nodded without hesitation. "I guarantee it with my life. This black basin was guided by my husband's spirit. I picked it out among many black basins at first sight. Since I bought this black basin, I have rarely had nightmares. This must be what my husband said, the black basin he was made into." These words instantly made everyone present shudder, but Lin held the black basin tightly in her hand, treating it as a treasure. To others, this was a terrifying thing, but to Lin, this was her most beloved husband. "Please lend me your services. If such a miracle really happens, I will give you justice. I will punish the evildoer today to comfort the soul of your husband in heaven." Gao Yang stretched out his hand and said solemnly. Lin looked down at the black basin, feeling somewhat reluctant, but still handed it to Gao Yang. "Sir, I believe you," Lin said with a firm look. Gao Yang paused, then nodded slightly.